Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. But when he thought about it afterwards, he suddenly felt that it was not right. But now that he saw it, his 3 views have officially broken. Forget it, I won't talk to you about this. Kaguya, how is it? Do you think those guys from the Otsutsuki clan can stop this power? Asahi looked at Kaguya, and Kaguya slowly recovered from the shock. I believe it. You do have a very terrifying power. At least, I can't do such a thing even in my heyday. Kaguya feels that her mouth is bitter. After all, if there is such a strong person, why should she need to do so many things? If she doesn't do so many things, she won't be sealed. Of course, it is too late to regret it. After all, Asahi didn't appear in her era, so Kaguya has no other choice. At this moment, Asahi also has great confidence in the future fusion. His Sunshine's power has exceeded the limit of the original Sunshine, and as his other power becomes stronger, the energy of this power will also fuse and become stronger, and then he would just need to think of a way to fully fuse the 2 powers. At that time, he would be a real Star Destroyer level powerhouse. After all, there is also a gap in the Star Destroyer level. Destroying an asteroid is a Star Destroyer level, and blowing a sun is also a Star Destroyer level, but the 2 are not of the same order of magnitude, so Asahi is not satisfied with the status quo. In many worlds, although he can't be called a trash, he is definitely not a tough guy. Chapter 105 With a wife, Sage of 6 Paths. Forget his mother because her strength in her heyday was no more than Asahi. Kaguya also gave up the unrealistic idea of regaining her power, and joined Hidden Stone's village. With Asahi guarding it, that would be enough. She no longer has to worry about being hunted down by those guys. But Asahi won't let her go so easily. Regarding Kaguya, Asahi doesn't actually have any thoughts, mainly because of the aesthetics are different. Asahi thinks that the girls in the shinobi world are more beautiful than Kaguya, so he didn't have any thoughts of Kaguya at all. But Kaguya is always a strong person. Although she has no combat experience, and Tentails' power cannot be fully returned to her, Asahi knew that combat skill can be trained. As for her strength, the tailed beast can each separate a part of their power to form a pseudo-Tentails. Although this pseudo-Tentails is not as good as the real Tentails, but with a large number of shinobi worlds chakra, pushing Kaguya to her peak may not be possible, but 60% to 70% is no problem. The chakra circulating in the shinobi world now does not entirely originate from Kaguya. After Kaguya was sealed, the first people to use chakra were Hagoromo and Hamura, who planted the seeds of chakra. After that, the seeds took root and sprouted, and then passed on to the next generation. That's how the current shinobi world appeared. Now, Kaguya's chakra is at most a seed. If the amount of Kaguya's chakra was 100 in the past, the chakra in the shinobi world now is 370, which has surpassed Tentails by at least 3 times. This is the result of continuous evolution, so it is not impossible to restore Kaguya's strength to at least 60 to 70%, which is enough for Kaguya to return to the level of 6 paths. Although she is weaker than her peak, she is still much better than the others. Of course, that's another story. Right now, Kaguya is staring at Hamura's grave. What's wrong? How do you feel when you see your son's tomb? Speaking of which, your son Hamura is indeed a little unlucky. After Asahi said this sentence, Kaguya turned her gaze and looked at Asahi with some doubts. This sentence made her a little confused. Why did he say that my son was unlucky? Hamura actually had no conflict with you at first. The reason why Hagoromo chose to seal you is not all because of righteousness, but because you killed his wife. No, it is still too early to call his wife. You killed the person he liked. When you made White Zetsu, you only knew that you would blindly use people from the shinobi world to make them, but you completely ignored the people your two sons are very close within the shinobi world, especially that guy Hagoromo. He fell in love with a person, and you don't know these, and use that person directly to make White Zetsu. That's why Hagoromo will try to defeat you later. This is most of the reasons, and a small part is for the so-called shinobi world, but this part is very small, believe it or not. If you didn't use the person he likes at that time, the situation would be different. So Hagoromo is a classic example of having a wife and forgetting his mother. You also have big problems with yourself, so there are problems on both sides. I said that Hamura was unlucky because he didn't know what was going on. Hagoromo was planning to deal with you because the person he liked died, and after you noticed all this, you directly controlled Hamura. Hamura almost died because you controlled him to fight Hagoromo, but Hagoromo later healed him and awakened his Rinnegan. Hamura was sandwiched between the two of you. Later, he thought that his brother's frustration, and the scene of you controlling him before, so she chose to go against you and you were finally sealed. After that, Hamura went to the moon because he felt your fear of the Otsutsuki clan from that time, but you are too stupid as you don't know how to talk about this kind of thing with your own sons. If you said it at that time, Hamura would definitely help you deal with Hagoromo, so he was caught in the middle and confused. Isn't it bad luck? Later, his descendants didn't know what was going on and misunderstood what he left behind. After things happened, all of his descendants died, that's why I said he was unlucky. Asahi explained. As for Hagoromo, to be honest, Asahi is a little thankful to him. After all, if this guy doesn't do things, the current shinobi world won't have appear, and if the current shinobi world didn't appear, would it still be interesting for him to cross over here? But from Kaguya's point of view, Hagoromo is really a classic example of having a wife and forgetting his mother. However, Kaguya was also very idiotic at that time. In short, everyone had a little bit of blame on them. Is it true that Hagoromo rebelled against me for this? Kaguya herself suddenly felt that it is a little ridiculous. Comparing Hagoromo with Black Zetsu, one was her flesh and blood that she gave born to, but he tried his best to seal her, and the other was an existence she created casually, but insisted on the unscrupulous desire to unseal her for thousands of years. Sure enough, the one who is born is not necessarily good. In the end, after staying on the moon for a few more days, Asahi planned to return to the shinobi world, and Kaguya also used her super abilities in these few days to directly learn a lot of ninjutsu. After all, she is still the ancestor of Chakra. Although she is estimated to be just at the Genin level in terms of using her power, she still learns very quickly. Asahi asked her to directly use transformation technique to change her appearance. After all, with her appearance, wherever she went, she would be too conspicuous. Let's go first. In addition, you can take your time with these bloods. If you have any problems, find me immediately. Before Asahi left, he still warned Orochimaru not to do anything dangerous. Kaguya's blood has already been given to him. Originally, this guy planned to ask for Asahi's blood, but he was rejected directly. How can he do that? His blood can't be given casually after all. Let's not say whether Orochimaru can research anything or not. If Orochimaru really researches something that Asahi can't handle, then Asahi will be the one to suffer. He can still handle Kaguya, but his own? Don't even think about it. I know, I will look for you as soon as I got something. Orochimaru felt that his ears were getting calluses, and there was nothing he could do about it. In the past few days, Asahi talked about this too much, and he was helpless. As a scientist, he also knows that there might be problems, but there is no need to say that repeatedly. In fact, Orochimaru still doesn't know about Resident Evil, otherwise, he won't feel that Asahi was long-winded. It's okay if the created things don't spread through the air, but if they spread through the air, then it will be at the level of destroying the world. This kind of biological thing, even if Asahi is blamed for talking too much or not to trust him, but Asahi felt that he must be vigilant. After all, this is Kaguya's blood, not someone else's, so the level of concern is naturally different. Chapter 106 Bringing Kaguya back to Hidden Stones Village. Kaguya, can you still contact Black Zetsu and White Zetsu now? After leaving the moon, Asahi asked. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu were indeed all created by Kaguya, but it's a question of whether she can still contact them now. No problem, although the strength in my body has not been fully restored, there is no problem with contacting White Zetsu or Black Zetsu, or even summoning the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Kaguya said. Although she doesn't have tentails, it doesn't mean that she doesn't have chakra at all. She has both Rinnegan and Byakugan, so such things can still be done. That's good, then inform Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, and ask them to come and see you. Asahi nodded and said. Now that he has dug Kaguya, he would be able to Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. After all, they are a huge intelligence network. With their help, the entire shinobi world is actually in Asahi's eyes, no one can hide from him. Hearing Asahi's statement, Kaguya did not refuse. After all, she really hopes to meet Black Zetsu. Compared to her other sons, this created son is undoubtedly better. Soon, Kaguya passed the message to White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, which was like a huge intelligence network, and at this moment, Black Zetsu, who was thinking about what to do afterwards, suddenly had his face changed. Is this a fake? Black Zetsu felt that his body was trembling a little. After all, he actually received Kaguya's message. What is the situation? Error, this is Kaguya-sama's message. Has Kaguya-sama already broken the seal? Wait, if you wanted to act, can you at least tell me something at first, so that I can be prepared? Shut up. Before White Zetsu could finish speaking, Black Zetsu silences him. In this regard, Black Zetsu is also quite helpless. White Zetsu originally talked a lot, and he didn't care so much before, but now that he is agitated, White Zetsu keeps pushing him like this, so he is not happy. Shut up. Just shut up, let me think about it first. White Zetsu shut up very aggrievedly, and Black Zetsu was too lazy to say something, but soon they received another message. Why she ordered us to go to Hidden Stones Village. What is Mother doing in Hidden Stones Village? Once again, they received a message telling them to go directly to Hidden Stones Village. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were a little confused about this, but they still followed the order. Asahi also took Kaguya away directly, and although Kaguya still has some strength, it's too weak. Without huge energy support, she is a real weakling, so Asahi simply took Kaguya and leave with space magic directly. Although what he currently masters would only allow him to teleport for short distance, he can use it many times. If what he got at the beginning was Zeref's magic encyclopedia, the power in his body is definitely not enough to use teleport for a few times, but at the beginning, what he got is sunshine, and the energy from sunshine is too strong, so after he fused it, he almost has an endless source of energy. As for chakra, before he got the magic encyclopedia, he kept chakra just in case. But now, chakra is useless, so Asahi controlled this energy and slowly devoured his chakra. Perhaps because it was not from the system, fusing chakra was much more difficult than fusing his two power. However, it is not without progress. In a few more months, there will be no such thing as chakra in his body anymore. As for ninjutsu, he doesn't care anymore. He even has time magic, and whatever chakra could do, he could do it with magic too, so he decisively throws it away. Even with Kaguya, 1 second was enough for Asahi to teleport dozens of times. He constantly used space magic to move, and from the passage located in the territory of the Land of Fire back to Hidden Stones Village, it took a total of half a day. That speed is pretty good. If it wasn't because he hasn't mastered magic well enough, he would be able to do it instantly. In the later stage, he estimated that he could teleport from the shinobi world to the moon in an instant. You have a very good spatial ability, but the distance is a bit too short. In the end, after coming to Hidden Stones Village, Kaguya's evaluation of this space movement is basically perfect, but the distance is too short. It's indeed a bit too short, but I'm just getting started, so it's normal that it's a bit worse than a big boss like you. Asahi hasn't forgotten that Kaguya's space-type ultimate move, a Mnemonica, which would directly transform the world or something, is indeed too much. Kaguya can also use this technique now, but it consumes too much. All of her pupil techniques are all there, but she can't use it mainly because her chakra is not enough. With Black Zetsu's foot strength, it does not take long for him to run to Hidden Stones Village. Mayfly is indeed a very powerful technique in terms of movement. And that's the reason Black Zetsu did not take too long to run from one battlefield to another. But in the end, it would still take him several days to arrive from such a distance. Let's go, let me introduce you to the people in our village. They are all very good people. I personally think you should change your lifestyle. You will definitely love this village. Unlike the past, the current Hidden Stones village does not have the situation of the past. More than 1,000 years ago, the era was completely ancient, and the current Hidden Stones village has already begun to leap into the technological era, and various cultures have also developed colorfully. Asahi estimated that Kaguya will like the life here soon. After a few months, it is now Hidden Leaf Village's year 49. Soon after, Asahi took Kaguya to find Anoki, and then asked Anoki to summon all their people. There are a few strong people in the village, such as Konga and Rashi, who have a good relationship with him, and the others are Tsunade and the others. Soon, many people appeared in the office. So, this time you went out and bring a woman back. At this moment, Kushina's gaze looking at Asahi is a little dangerous. In this period of time, she was being stalked by Mai almost every day. For the sake of Yin Seal, Mai directly launched a sugar-coated cannonball-type offensive against Tsunade and Kushina. And it's good to be respected, so in a few months, they were directly captured and became good sisters. In fact, Mai did not like Asahi so easily, but at most, she felt a little curious and admired him a little. That's all. But Tsunade and Kushina made a mistake. They thought that Mai fell in love with Asahi, so they eventually accepted this so-called sister. This can't be their fault, after all, every time Asahi goes out, he brings a girl back, isn't it a bit too much? You think too much, this. I'm not interested in her, and she has a big background. Asahi naturally didn't know the misunderstanding of Kushina and the others, but regarding Kaguya, he really had no thought at all. Chapter 107 Shocking the people. It's good if you don't have any interest, but what do you mean her background is big? No matter how big it is, how big could it be? Kushina said indifferently. As long as Asahi didn't find a good sister for her so quickly, the others are secondary. Damn, where did this kid find this woman? Kushina didn't care, but at this moment, Ninetales, who is in her body, complained directly. After all, this is Kaguya. Although she is using transformation technique, the Ninetales' perception was not bad, so he directly complained. Kurama, what's wrong with you? Did she really have a big background? Why are you so shocked? Kushina looked at Ninetales suspiciously, as Ninetales was a bit too loud. Her background is indeed quite big, but what the hell was this kid thinking by letting this woman out? At this moment, Ninetales starts to become somewhat alert. After all, now that this woman was released, he estimated that Asahi was about to seize his chakra. But just after Ninetales said this, there was one more person in front of him and Kushina. Part of the chakra split from Ninetales. Your name is Kurama, don't worry, I won't take all the chakra from you, tailed beast, and I now do not need to pursue powers too much, as I already have a shelter. At this moment, Kaguya has directly used Rinnegan's pupil power to enter Kushina's body, and said to Kurama that according to the agreement with Asahi has given her his protection, so she naturally would not try to trouble these tailed beast. You. Is what you said true? Kurama looked at Kaguya with a complicated expression. Kurama still knows a little about Asahi, so he knows that Asahi is not the kind of person who likes to go back on his words, and Kaguya explained it personally, so he feels that there's no need to worry too much. Yes, I have already discussed it with him, so you don't need to worry about these things. After saying that, Kaguya left directly, and the same scene was also played out in Rashi's body. In the end, Four Tails and Nine Tails were a bit speechless. They were almost scared to death just now, but fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Who the hell is that woman? Kurama, why are you so afraid of her? Seeing Kurama, who had become very cowardly, Kushina asked curiously. How can you say this uncle is scared of her? What a joke. As for her identity, just listen to the kid's explanation yourself. After Ninetales finished speaking, he kicked Kushina out directly. Regarding this, Kushina also had several black crosses on her forehead. Isn't his my body? Why can Kurama kick me out again and again? Kushina then vowed in her heart, this matter is not over, I will go to Ninetales to finish this. But at this moment, she is more curious about Kaguya's identity. She's Sage of Six Paths mother, known as Otsutsuki Kaguya, who was previously sealed by Sage of Six Paths. I released her incidentally, and now she has joined our Hidden Stones village. Asahi briefly introduced Kaguya. However, the whole room was terribly quiet at this moment. It is estimated that a needle dropping on the ground can be heard very clearly. Sage of Six Paths? Bewildered, everyone's expressions all turned strange. Although Asahi has told some people about the secrets of the shinobi world, but they didn't think too much, but now, this old antique that existed more than 1,000 years ago appeared in front of them, so of course they are dumbfounded. At the same time, Kaguya also lifted the transformation technique and directly turned into her original appearance. At this time, Kaguya's appearance was really far from humans. Not to mention her scary white skin, the blood-red Rin Sharingan on her forehead is even more scary, and there are also horns on her head, so she is obviously different from normal people. Byakugan. The two people from the Hyuga clan were shocked when they saw Byakugan, as they did see the Byakugan on Kaguya's face. Byakugan? Are you the descendants of Hamura? And the two little girls over there are descendants of Hagoromo? I didn't expect to see their descendants here. Kaguya has actually discovered that Kushina is from the Uzumaki clan, and Tsunade is from the Senju clan, Senju Hikaru is also from the Senju clan, and the Hyuga brothers are from Hyuga clan. And they're all descendants of Hagoromo and Hamura. What is she talking about? The people, who were named, were a little confused. Hagoromo is Sage of Six Paths. As for Hamura, he is the brother of Sage of Six Paths, and the ancestor of the Hyuga clan is Hamura, and they inherited Kaguya's Byakugan. Senju, Uzumaki and Uchiha clans are descendants of Hagoromo, and they inherited the Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Sage body. Asahi explained a little bit, and the others were stunned when they heard this. When they thought that their ancestors turned out to be legendary figures, they felt a little bewildered. Okay, I will explain these things to you in detail later. As for now, I just wanted to inform you guys that Kaguya will join our Hidden Stones village, and only you can know about her identity. So don't disclose to others. Asahi reminded everyone. Don't worry, we won't talk about this kind of thing casually. Those who were summoned said, as this is indeed something that can't be said to others. Then, Kaguya will live in the Hyuga clan in the future. She is the ancestors of your Hyuga clan, so remember to take good care of her. In terms of Byakugan, although Kaguya's combat experience is not comparable to you, but in terms of some abilities and purity, you can't compare with her. In fact, Asahi has already talked to Kaguya about Tenseigan. Kaguya does not have the Tenseigan, as the development of Byakugan was ignored by the Otsutsuki clan from the beginning. However, Hamura, who only has Byakugan, developed another trick. And if Hamura can develop Tenseigan, it is naturally also possible for Kaguya. After knowing the concept of Tenseigan, Kaguya has begun to evolve her own Byakugan, and according to Kaguya's own estimation, it won't take long for her to develop it, and she can transform Byakugan into Tenseigan in at most 1 year. It can only be said that the bloodline is really important. Well, just like Hagoromo awakened Rinnegan, people of the later generations can only awaken their eyes after one stimulation, and it will be lucky if they are able to awaken Mangekyo after the second stimulation. As for Hagoromo, one stimulation is indeed no problem to reach Mangekyo, and the second stimulation directly evolved his eyes to Rinnegan. And for Kaguya, after knowing that Byakugan can still be transformed, she started it, and she can develop and evolve it independently. Once Tenseigan is awakened, plus that small part of Tentails, it is estimated that her strength would be no less than her heyday, or even beyond. After all, Tenseigan is indeed powerful, and it depends on when Kaguya can awaken it. Chapter 108. Just wait, because Kaguya can evolve Tenseigan independently, Asahi let her stay in the Hyuga clan. After that, Hinata and Hanabi might be able to take advantage of the power of Kaguya to awaken Tenseigan without changing eyes. Of course, Asahi is not very clear whether it will work, it depends on whether Kaguya can do it afterwards. But it doesn't matter if she can't do it. Asahi still has the crazy technology climbing Orochimaru. With Kaguya's blood, as long as Orochimaru doesn't cause any world-annihilating accidents, with his ability, it is feasible to figure out the evolution method of Tenseigan. As for Byakugan, with the cloning technology, Byakugan is no longer a problem. They want as much as they want, so it can be said that technology is still very powerful, but not everyone can be the same as Orochimaru. Of course, Shin Uchiha was an accident. In this way, Kaguya directly lived in the Hyuga clan. After all, she also has a pair of Byakugan, so everyone can accept her. It is indeed good for her to live there, as the people from the branch house are different from the main house's members, and they are very kind to others. Moreover, during this period, Hayashi's daughter, Hinata, was born, and the Hidden Leaf Village 11 are completely born, but now, it is a huge problem whether they can form the Hidden Leaf Village 11. Old man, is the war over yet? Because Asahi is on the moon, he doesn't know the current situation in the shinobi world very well. It's over, Hidden Leaf Village right now is only doing a symbolic resistance. That guy Jiraiya is not simple. It can be said that right now, he is the strongest in Hidden Leaf Village in terms of combat effectiveness, not counting other things. The Sage mode you mentioned is indeed very special. After Jiraiya uses Sage mode, he can easily play with 8 tails, and the enemy won't get much advantage even if other people participate in it. 1 month after you left, Hidden Leaf Village had already surrendered without much struggle, but I also followed what you said. After the 2 villages finished fighting Hidden Leaf Village, our Hidden Stones village directly intercepted the 2 villages. You didn't see it, but during the negotiation, the faces of the people in those 2 villages were very ugly. But I didn't rush to kill them. I only collected 2/3 of the meat they snatched from Hidden Leaf Village's mouth, and there is still a little left for them. This is already giving them a lot of face. Onoki couldn't help but laughed when he said this. He remembered the expressions of Raza at that time. They finally caught the opportunity to get some meat from Hidden Leaf Village, but as a result, they were cut off by another group of people as soon as they came out. This time, they earned very little profit. Although Hidden Stone's village left 1/3 to them, they also need money for marching and fighting. Although it is not a loss, it is really too little profit for these two villages. If they knew this would happen, they won't have come out and do something like this. But they couldn't take Hidden Stone's village as their opponent, so for the sake of their own village, they didn't dare to jump over the wall. With only 1/3 left, of course they didn't dare to say anything and choose to take it away directly. Asahi feels that Onoki is still a bit too kind. Although it is also to prevent the two villages from jumping over the wall, but as long as they are not threatening their villages, they won't dare to jump. At most, their hatred value will increase a little more, but right now, Asahi estimated the hatred value is already full, so even if it was increased again, where can it be increased? You boy is really ruthless, but it's also already enough. Now that you're already back, do you have any plans next? Onoki asked. There is no plan, there is actually nothing to do next. We'll just wait for the Uchiha clan to ask for help, and then dig the Uchiha clan over, and the rest only be continued after the Uchiha clan has been dug out. Asahi said as there is really nothing to do. Hidden Mist Village has already been dug up, and they can't dig Hidden Clouds Village. For Hidden Leaf Village's Uchiha clan, they must also let Lord Third and Danzō join forces to corner them, but now that Hidden Leaf Village has just lost a lot, Danzō probably wouldn't dare to touch the Uchiha clan in a short time, so he needs to wait. After the Uchiha clan was poached, he'll find a way to kill Lord Third, and then Danzō will definitely be in power. At that time, if he does things crazily, he can continue to dig. As for Hidden Sand Village, it seems that there is nothing to dig from them, but there is still one Pakura. But the problem is, now that Hidden Mist Village is all over the place, there's no way Pakura would be sent by Raza as a political sacrifice, so it is difficult to dig Pakura, but of course, it is not impossible. It depends on how powerful Pakura can show. Pakura uses the Scorch style. Once her potential is too strong, she will definitely be a threat to Raza. Raza is now sitting in the Kazekage's position and it would have been unstable if it wasn't for the fact that no one else could take over. Therefore, if Pakura's talent is strong enough, then sooner or later, she will become the thorn in Raza's eyes, and it is estimated that Raza will find a way to kill Pakura. Of course, these are only Asahi's own guesses now, as he is not clear about the details. He needs to wait until the arrival of White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. Once White Zetsu and Black Zetsu arrive, he can deploy the intelligence network to the entire shinobi world. This information network can be very useful. When Raza and the others make a decision, Asahi can receive the news as soon as possible. At that time, is there any need to worry? The Uchiha clan? I don't know how long they can hold on. Onoki couldn't help but scratched his head. He felt that the Uchiha clan is indeed quite strong, as they don't come to ask for help even until now. It is estimated that the preparations have already begun. It will not take decades. After a few years, after things have settled down, Danzō will definitely start with the Uchiha clan. At that time, we just need to prepare to accept the refugees and it will be over. Asahi smiled and said, as he knew that Fugaku is not simple at all. It is estimated that a decision has already been made in the past. If there is still a war, Fugaku is estimated to still have certain illusions, but once things settle down, he has to make a decision. So right now, Asahi estimated that Fugaku is already picking those who can leave with him. Asahi has already said to him at the beginning, that he doesn't want the disobedient ones, but most of the Uchiha clan's members are the kind of disobedient. Okay, I'll go back first if there's nothing, we'll just wait. After saying that, Asahi left directly. Right now, he is just waiting for Black Zetsu and White Zetsu to automatically come to his door in a few days. Chapter 109 Excited Black Zetsu. A few days later, Asahi is living a life like a salted fish at home, but soon, in his perception, there are two life forms directly appeared from the ground. Asahi's perception magic is different from those that can only perceive chakra. He used these few days to set up a simple sensor magic barrier in the village. Basically, he knows everyone who comes in. In addition to the extremely high attainments in magic, Zeref also has various ideas that are also very powerful: the Eclipse Gate that allows people to travel through time, the Face that can destroy the magic of a world, and the Tower of Heaven that can resurrect people. These things are all from the hands of Zeref, and the perception magic barrier he set up is actually very rough, but magic and chakra are two different systems, so he can easily detect the hidden chakra. Knowing that White Zetsu and Black Zetsu had arrived, Asahi went straight out and used space magic to came to the Hyuga clan directly. It seems that your perception ability is also very strong. They were discovered by you just when they came in, you two can come out. Kaguya didn't feel surprised when she saw Asahi, who came over. After all, Asahi did have too many special abilities. After her voice fell, half white and half black guy dressed in red cloud robes with a black background, and with a pitcher plant on both sides of his head appeared. Mother, you really broke through the seal. That's great. Black Zetsu was very excited, but after another thought, he felt that he was too trashy. After all, his mother was not rescued by himself, but by an outsider. It's all because of him. He directly violently broke the seal that sealed me, but these years have been really hard for you. Later, I will find ways to perfect your body, at least, I need to create a complete body for you. Although she didn't give birth to Black Zetsu is still someone she made, and she really has nothing to say to the other party. After all, he is completely a super filial son. Mother. At this moment, Black Zetsu almost cried out directly. He was so touched when he heard Kaguya wanted to help him, as it means that she really thought of him as her son. Before this, he is not considered biological, so he still has a guilty conscience by calling her mother, but now that he is recognized, it is enough. Kaguya-sama, can you stop ignoring me? Ignoring me will make me feel bad. At this time, White Zetsu spoke up, but as soon as this guy opened his mouth, this warm picture was directly destroyed. Regarding this, Black Zetsu was also very angry, but thinking of White Zetsu's character is so. What else could he do? White Zetsu, from now on, besides me, you also need to follow his instructions. Kaguya directly shared the command of White Zetsu with Asahi, which is what Asahi always wanted. Is that so? Then, I would like to ask Asahi-sama to take care of me in the future. Speaking of which, I have many clones that have been wiped out by Asahi-sama. Suddenly, White Zetsu reminded about the past. We used to be an enemy, but I won't destroy you now. Moreover, it's just a few clones. Don't you have 100,000 clones? Asahi is also a little speechless about White Zetsu, as this guy is really talkative. Even if it's a clone, it's still me, so it's too much to say that. White Zetsu said helplessly. I'll be stupid to trust you. Then, I want you to help me keep an eye on the Akatsuki and several other shinobi villages Kage, and report their decisions to me in time. Asahi is too lazy to talk with White Zetsu, as this guy is too talkative and said a lot of nonsense. Yes, Asahi-sama. White Zetsu knew that he couldn't say anything more, so he simply shut up. Mother, although you have broken through the seal, but what about the tailed beast? Black Zetsu suddenly felt a headache. His mother was blessed and joined Hidden Stone's village, but the problem came, how would they capture tailed beast? After all, Hidden Stone's village alone had 4 tailed beast, so if Kaguya wanted to regain her power, it'll be very difficult. I have found other ways. As long as Byakugan evolves into Tensei again, my strength will be restored, and then we will extract a part of the tailed beast's chakra to let Tentails restore some strength, so that my strength will also be restored. At that time, I won't be weaker than before. Kaguya said, as Asahi had already thought about the way for her. No, not all tailed beast will only take a part. 2 tails, 3 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails and 8 tails, these few have no relationship with me, so we can still collect them. Asahi said as these tailed beasts have nothing to do with him. As for one tail, they tailed beast don't care about other tailed beasts too much, and everyone has their own positions. For example, 8 tails, he and Killer Bee are friends, and Killer Bee is Asahi's mortal enemy. Then the question comes, if Asahi goes to 8 tails and asks for a part of chakra, will he give it to him? As for the amber purifying pot that had been used to seal 8 tails was also already destroyed and was useless. So with 8 tails, there is nothing to say, and the same is true for the 2 tails, who will definitely hostile. As for the other tailed beast, 3 tails also has a grudge against him. And the last 2, 6 tails and 7 tails, these 2 have not been in contact with him. As for digging them out, it is not impossible, but Utakata's temper is not very good. As for Fu, Asahi couldn't understand her at all. And he doesn't think he can dig people from Hidden Waterfall Village. After all, why do people have to join their Hidden Stones village? Not every village has some weakness he can use to dig people. Therefore, he was too lazy to touch these few, so he used Akatsuki directly to get rid of the tailed beast. In this case, I will postpone the matter of my body. After the matter is settled, I will notify you after these tailed beasts are taken away, and then help Mother get back some of her power. Well, Black Zetsu is not in a hurry to have a real body. At this moment, he feels that he is a little depressed and guilty for not releasing his mother, so he must do something. Alright, help me keep an eye on Obito. As for Madara Uchiha, there is no need for him to come out in the future. Even if he comes out, I'll clean him up at the time. In fact, Asahi thinks it is difficult for Madara to come out this time. After all, Orochimaru, who has the perfect and pure world reincarnation, is already on his side. As for Kabuto, it depends on the situation. And if this technique is not spread, how can Madara resurrect? So Asahi thought that Madara's plan felt like he is taking everything for granted. After all, Madara was still completely dependent on Black Zetsu. How would he know that Black Zetsu was actually the person controlling him from behind? As for Black Zetsu's body, he'll give it to Orochimaru, and use Kaguya's cells to create a body that is not too problematic. Chapter 110 Go to Eren. After that, White Zetsu and Black Zetsu were also introduced to the others, and White Zetsu's information was completely shared. Asahi asked White Zetsu to share the information with the others. After all, if he is not there, he can just let the others dig people. He also couldn't do everything himself. After knowing the ability of White Zetsu, Onoki and the others felt their hearts chilled in an instant. After all, the feelings of being monitored without knowing is scary. Moreover, there are 100,000 White Zetsu, although not all of them were dispatched. Many of them still formed huge intelligence networks throughout the shinobi world. All their past plans, etc. After Madara brought White Zetsu out, it was already shiningly placed in front of people's eyes, and Onoki, who knew White Zetsu's ability, almost couldn't believe it that this intelligence network is his own now. Onoki directly ordered the spies from all villages to come back. In the future, with White Zetsu, there is no need for his own people to take risks. In the original work, only Naruto, who relied on the power of Ninetales, was able to discover the existence of White Zetsu. And now, only Kushina can easily find it by relying on Ninetales' power and her ability as Uzumaki clan's member, and the others are useless even with a Byakugan, so White Zetsu is definitely a natural intelligence-gathering expert. In this case, why should he put the people of his village in danger? So Onoki called these people back. However, Onoki did not completely withdraw the intelligence department, but still kept it. Asahi did not say much about it, although he has absolute confidence that White Zetsu will not betray them. In the end, Kaguya needs protection. Also, Asahi doesn't bother to care how Onoki operates as his own business. After the intelligence network was changed to White Zetsu, Asahi also continued to wander in the village for a while. From time to time, he went out with the girls and watched movies. The technology of this world is really strange, as such things like movies actually exist. They can even make special effects, so he no longer knows how to describe this strange world. However, some of these movies are actually good, and the special effects are also good, so Asahi can be considered to be addicted to them for a while, but it doesn't really matter. In any world, there are good things and bad things, and some bad movies also make Asahi feel a little skeptical about life. Especially the one based on Senju Hashirama, as the special effects are terrible. At that time, Tsunade almost destroyed the movie theaters, as she didn't want to see her grandfather like this. Anyway, Asahi is having fun. After resting for a few months, Asahi couldn't hold it any longer. The chakra in his body had been completely absorbed, and merged into the new energy. With that, there are no more disadvantages from the past. So at this time, Asahi went directly to Eren. Eren's Ranmyaku is a very good thing, as it can travel through space-time. It was already sealed by Minato, but this kind of seal was not a problem for Asahi. It's actually not difficult to get rid of the seal left by Minato, as it is just a very simple seal. Once his kunai is removed, the seal will be directly removed. Of course, not everyone can pull out his kunai, but it's not difficult. Now that this shinobi world is being played beyond recognition by Asahi, it is very difficult to increase his mastery, and it is amazingly slow to increase it by himself, so he focused on Eren, because there is a system that when he enters the other times, that world's trajectory still runs according to the original plot, which is equivalent to a parallel world. After handing over Pakura's matters to Onoki, Asahi set off, but he felt that within a short time, Pakura should not be killed by Raza. After all, Pakura's strength completely threatened Raza. After arriving at Eren, this place was already something like a historical site. When the first Ranmyaku broke out, it almost destroyed the entire Eren, but within Asahi's perception range, he quickly found the seal of the Eren's Ranmyaku. There shouldn't be any big problems by just removing it like this. After all, Naruto and the others in the original work don't seem to have any serious problems. After thinking about it, Asahi decided to break the seal directly. At the moment the seal was broken, a purple beam of light shot up into the sky, and Asahi disappeared directly from that place. It is because he is already invincible in this world, otherwise, he really won't dare to do this kind of thing casually. Asahi did not faint, and was still awake, but the surroundings had changed in a blink of an eye, but even if it had changed, it still looked like a historical site. Ooh, I can now control the power of the Ranmyaku now. There is something more in Asahi's mind at this moment. He knows that the Remyaku can be controlled by him, which means that he can go back if he wants to go back, but if he wants to travel through time again, he needs the Remyaku to accumulate energy for a period of time. No wonder that Naruto and others went back directly after defeating Mage. It was also because Mage was the first to cross over at that time, so Mage was the one who held this key, and now, it is I who obtained this key. However, there seems to be a problem with the time he traveled. Murin has become like this at this time, which means that this is the space-time after Minato and others have performed the mission, so it is really not clear which space-time Asahi is right now. Forget it, let's just go out and ask others first. I wonder which space-time it is. Asahi left Murin with some doubts, and then went to other shinobi villages to find out what time it was right now. Soon, Asahi came directly to Hidden Sand Village, but to his surprise, Hidden Sand Village didn't have many shinobi, and not even a single one who has reached Jonin level. Not to mention Jonin, he can't even find many Chunin. What's going on? Asahi was curious and heard a lot of people around him, and then he finally knew which timeline it is. The Fourth Shinobi World War. This is really an unexpected joy. I thought I would have no chance to see it, but did I not exist in this world? Why did the Fourth Shinobi World War break out like the original book? Asahi was a little surprised. After that, he gave money to some people and asked about the situation. Although it was money from another world, there was no money detector in this world, and he soon learned about some major events. Asahi has determined that there is really no him in this timeline. So, is it because of the system? But, I don't need to worry too much about it. It happens that I'm in the right place this time. With the Shinobi Alliance, Impure World Reincarnations experts, as well as the White Zetsu's army and Tentails, I believe that I am not asking too much if the percentage of the magic book is directly filled. Soon, Asahi stopped thinking about other things. This is a super experience farm, which is much higher quality than Richie Cave. Chapter 111 Onoki, when did my village have such awesome person? Because multiple battlefields are erupting together, I can't run around, and the closest battlefield from here are with those Kage, so I can only find trouble with Madara and those Kage. I don't know if Impure World Reincarnation's immortal body can be used to gain experience. If it can, it would be great. Asahi is full of expectations for Impure World Reincarnation at this moment. Right now, he needs to increase the percentage of magic, so he can't use the power of the sunshine casually, only use magic. He has just started using magic, and although it is not strong, but after integrating with the power of the sunshine, it has become a lot stronger, and there is no need to worry about the energy source. And although magic is only at beginner level, its strength should not be underestimated. By asking the general direction and constant perception, Asahi soon found the battlefield. At this moment, the battle has started. The entire Shinobi world's 80,000 alliance forces are divided into several parts, but the people here are more unlucky. Although they didn't encounter any White Zetsu, they encountered a few Kage, and the Kage-level powerhouses from Impure World Reincarnation, to some extent, can exert the power of Super Kage level. Immortal body and infinite source of energy, adding these two things together of course increase the strength of these people. It's already started. Looking at the group of guys who are already confronting each other, Asahi no longer hesitated. Looking for the weakest to beat first, the first thing he focused on was Raza. The Razan on his side has been miserable enough by him, and the Razan on this side will also be severely beaten by the society this time. Teleporting in front of Raza, before others could react, Asahi slammed his foot on Raza's body. Although the power of the sunshine was not used, his physical strength is still powerful, and now that he has added fire magic into his kick, it becomes more powerful. This kick directly kicked Raza into two halves. Originally, Raza was not so brittle, and the main reason was that Asahi came too fast. Being suddenly attacked, Raza had no chance to defend. After all, the Shinobi world is basically all brittle mage, and as long as they don't take the initiative to defend, even if it is a Super Kage level existence, Asahi can still punch them easily. What's going on? Gaara was stunned at his moment. He originally planned to use a seal to seal all the Kage directly, but before he could do it, he saw that his unscrupulous father was kicked into two by a stranger. Who was there? At the same time, Kabuto, who controlled these powerhouses in the dark, was also stunned. It can be said that everyone was stunned by Asahi's sudden attack. It's really increasing. Whether there is already hostility, or is it because they automatically judged me as an enemy? Asahi was stunned for a moment. With the kick just now, he activated the Fire Dragon Slayer magic and then kicked Raza. After severing Raza into two, his mastery actually rose a little, but his percentage is still only 1%. Asahi didn't know if it was because Zeref's magic encyclopedia has too many abilities and is too complicated, or because Raza himself is a trashy goods of impure world reincarnation. At this moment, in terms of magic, Asahi can be sure that it's rising, but this percentage has not risen yet. Then the only explanation is, it's not enough, and maybe it has only risen by less than 1%, but there is no decimal point in the system, so there is no decimal after the percentage, but Asahi is sure that it is indeed useful. And after Raza was kicked into half, his body started recovering. This is the abnormality of impure world reincarnation. With immortal body, only sealing and yin-yang release can do any harm to impure world reincarnation. Damn, he is about to recover. Seeing that Raza is about to recover, Gaara controlled his sand to spread toward Raza quickly, intending to seal Raza, but the sand hasn't formed yet and the sand was dispersed by the 3 other Kage, and Raza's body completely recovered. But Raza, who had just recovered, was bombarded by another burning fire. Sure enough, he is automatically judged as an enemy, but the percentage still hasn't risen. Is it so difficult to train this new ability? Asahi couldn't help being shocked. At this level, the Kage level powerhouse is actually no longer an experience pack, isn't it too much? However, before he could be too surprised by the experience, a small drop of water shot towards him at a strange speed, and Asahi directly reached out and grabbed the drop of water in his hand. My water gun technique is actually pinched by hand. Mew, is this also your Hidden Stones Village's people? Hazuki Genjutsu said helplessly, as Asahi is from Hidden Stones Village. Although he does not obey anyone's orders, he still has the sign that he should have, the forehead protector, but it was modified by Asahi and used as a belt. Otherwise, this thing will still get in the way. Now, this sign is naturally seen by Genjutsu. I have been dead for so long, so how could I know about this kind of thing? But it seems that Onoki has taken care of the village well. I didn't expect such a young and powerful person already appeared in the village. Mew is also quite satisfied, but at this moment, Onoki, who heard the conversation between the two, is stunned. How can I not know that there is such a terrifying powerhouse in my village? But, the sign on his body is the sign of the real Hidden Stones Village. Onoki wondered if he had fallen into a Genjutsu, otherwise, how could such a thing happen? In short, he was confused, and Gaara, who wanted to ask questions, could not help but give up when he saw Onoki's expression. After all, Onoki's confusion was already written on his face, and he didn't know what's going on. Isn't it too much to chat in front of me? Fire Devil Dragon God's Wrath. Fusing Fire Dragon, Fire Devil, and Fire God Slayer magics together, the red, gold, and black flames merged to form a huge pillar of fire that blasted towards Genjutsu. Dust style, detachment of the primitive world technique. Mew couldn't control his body, and his body moves on its own, as if it has a self-recognition function. It is estimated that this is also the reason for them being judged as Asahi's enemy from the beginning. If Asahi did not act on Raza before, but acted on Gaara, it is estimated that there would be no such possibility. Kabuto is the one giving orders to these people. As long as they are here, they are all enemies, so even if they are conscious, their bodies will move uncontrollably. The particle style and the flames blasted together, directly exploding a huge white ball of light, completely swallowing the flames. As expected of particle style, Asahi is a little speechless. The particle style can be said to be the most lethal technique under the truth-seeking ball, as it directly breaks the target into molecules. Even Asahi does not dare to use his body to resist directly, unless he uses the sunshine's power, which can instantly burn the particle style without hurting him. Powerful magic can also do it, but who told him to have his magic percentage at 1%, which is an embarrassing figure. Chapter 112 Historia of the Dead. There is a lot of movement, and the tricks prepared in advance are almost ineffective against Mew. It may still possible for Onoki to consume his chakra until he runs out, but it is impossible for Mew. This guy now has almost unlimited chakra, so it is impossible for him to exhaust it all. Then, don't blame me for playing a little bit more wretched. After Asahi finished speaking, his body disappeared in an instant, as he used space magic, and he appeared again on top of Mew's head. The fist that burned with the 3-color flames directly punched down, smashing Mew's body directly into the earth. Using chakra to defense is useless. Asahi then disappeared again, and then there was a loud noise. Mew, who rushed out of the ground, was directly beaten again. At this moment, Mew's body was already a little tattered, but in the next second, before he had time to react, Mew was being hit by Asahi's punch again. It's very similar to Minato no Mikaze, who has Senjudobi Rama's Flying Thunder God technique. Sure enough, space-type ninjutsu is really unreasonable. Onoki was a little bit emotional, and suddenly became a spectator, but Gaara and others looked at Onoki speechlessly. They all thought that particle style also belongs to the unreasonable kind as well. Should we help? Suddenly, Gar asked, after all, isn't it a bit unnatural to watch others beating their enemy? Do you think your sand and my particle style can really keep up with his rhythm? Although he really doesn't want to admit it, Asahi is playing a space style. If they rushed up and couldn't keep up with the rhythm, they might accidentally get hurt. Or maybe, when Onoki planned to hit someone, his particle style would miss and just hit Asahi. So, this situation is very awkward. In desperation, the two of them can only be salted fish. Of course, Onoki still doesn't know who Asahi is, and he is definitely not someone from Hidden Stone's village. This is something he completely certain of. After all, he has never seen such a powerful Hidden Stone's village's shinobi. If Hidden Stone's village had such a genius, he would have nurtured him to be the next Sushi Kage, so how could it be possible that he didn't know at all? At this moment, Mew has been hammered by Asahi again and again. After the hammering Mew for a while, Asahi's mastery has risen a little, but it still has not reached 2%. If it hadn't been for his magic's power to keep growing stronger, Asahi would have doubted whether there was a problem with the system or impure world reincarnation was useless. After taking care of Mew, Asahi smashes Lord Third Raikage, who used pure close combat attack, and then smashed the recovered Rasengan, and his mastery finally increased by 1%, and his magic reached 2%. 5 times, even if impure world reincarnation is a counterfeit product, it shouldn't be this bad. If this is the case, if I want to fully master my magic, I need to destroy the Kage-level powerhouses 500 times, right? If it wasn't for impure world reincarnation, how could he find 500 Kage-level powerhouses to defeat, and he wouldn't be able to find so many in a shinobi world? Where did this person pop out? He actually defeated 4 Kage all by himself. At this moment, Kabuto is also stunned. These Kage, except Raza, are powerful figures in the legend, but now, they were beaten by Asahi so easily. It seems that we can only use that trump card in advance. Kabuto directly controlled Genjutsu, and then quietly retreated, and then the controlled Genjutsu slammed his palms onto ground, and another coffin appeared. Immediately after, the coffin was opened, and a man in red armor slowly walked out of it. Finally, I got Madara Uchiha out. Let me see how much the existence of Madara Uchiha is worth. Asahi shifted his target immediately. For the time Genjutsu summoning Madara, Asahi has hammered these Kage again and again, so his percentage had already reached 4%. He also knew that Genjutsu was running away, and he basically knew Kabuto's plan, so he just waited. Now that Madara has come out, he could start harvesting. Just after Madara came out, before he had time to pretend, Asahi rushed in front of him with teleportation, and his burning fist directly slammed on Madara's head. At this stage, due to the increasing percentage, Asahi's burning fist has become stronger. Therefore, this punch directly caused Madara, who has not yet reacted, to have his head exploded. Madara was confused at this moment. He just came out of the coffin, and before he had the time to pretend, he already saw a person appear in front of him, and then that person punched his head and his head exploded. Not to mention Madara, even Kabuto himself was very confused. Madara was the biggest pawn in his hand, but it turned out that he was beaten by the enemy so easily. Well, as expected of a Super Kage-level powerhouse, just defeating him once give me 1%. While Madara was not paying attention, Asahi punched him once, and then it was not easy to punch this guy after this. At this moment, Kabuto quickly controlled Genjutsu to use a big move. He used the steaming danger tyranny, and a fat man made from the oil and water appeared. And Asahi, who knew that it was unrealistic to punch Madara for the second time, backed away directly, and then used another magic, the Historia of the Dead, the magic of one of the Spriggan 12, Nainheart, which peeked into the opponent's memory, and manifested the person in his memory or the person who has left a deep memory on the opponent's heart. The condition of manifestation is that the magic power of the enemy is far lower than oneself, and this magic has no limit, and it will not be restricted by the percentage. If he only has Zeref's magic encyclopedia, Asahi's magic power won't have been able to support the manifestation of powerful existence, but it happened that Asahi had fully mastered the power of the sunshine before, and he had also merged the two powers, so he can use this ability unlimitedly. After seeing Madara, he suddenly remembered that this guy would call Hashirama's name all the time, and Hashirama is also a dead person now, which gives Asahi a chance. It may be difficult to use against the others. Orochimaru was the one who killed Rasha, the one who killed the Lord Third Raikage was Onoki, and Mew and Genjutsu killed each other, so this magic is not very useful against them. But against Madara, the effect goes without saying. After using this magic, Hashirama appeared in full view. How is it possible? Is it not enough for Madara Uchiha to be summoned with impure world reincarnation? Even Senju Hashirama appeared. Onoki, who saw this scene, almost popped his eyes out. He is the only one who knows Hashirama except for Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi. Chapter 113 The Furious Madara First Hokage. Although Gaara has never seen Hashirama before, he has heard of his name. Everyone retreats. This is not something we can interfere with. With Senju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha together, they are able to rewrite the map of this world. Onoki was frightened into cold sweat. When Hashirama and Madara fought, even Hidden Mist Village, who is across the sea, was affected by their battle, and other places were even beaten beyond recognition. If these two work together, then there is nothing they can do. Hashirama, even you were also reincarnated with impure world reincarnation? No, your appearance is obviously not impure world reincarnation. What is going on? Seeing Hashirama's, he thought that his friend was also reincarnated by impure world reincarnation, but soon Madara discovered that this Hashirama had no cracks on his body and his eyes were the same as normal people. Yo, Madara, it's been a long time since I saw you. You are summoned by Dobirama's technique, right? I told him that he couldn't develop such a technique, but I didn't expect that kid to be really disobedient. And now it's like this. The manifestation of the Historia of the Dead is equivalent to creating another Senju Hashirama, a real Senju Hashirama. Even if Madara wants to say that this Hashirama is a fake, but after Hashirama spoke, Madara had to admit that this guy was indeed Senju Hashirama, but he was not sure about the specific situation. In fact, it was not only Hashirama, but Asahi could even get Izuna Uchiha out. However, Izuna's combat power is not of much help to the current situation, so it is enough to get Hashirama out. Stop talking nonsense, since you have also appeared, then let's fight. With Hashirama here, Madara Uchiha didn't want to say anything more. If he said too much, he will be forcibly affected by Hashirama and then defeated. In short, Hashirama himself is not a normal person. It can only be said that Ashura's chakra is too powerful, so Hashirama and Naruto were affected by him, and they belong to the unreliable and accidental type shinobi. The battle between the two was starting, and instead of slowly increasing the level of their combat power, at the beginning, one used Susanoo, the other used Wood Human technique, and the two behemoths began to clash wildly. The entire battlefield was turned into a lot of ruins in the aftermath of the battle between the two, and the allied shinobi forces, who had run away for a certain distance, were very frightened. They felt that these two deserves to be the existence that is capable of rewriting the map, as this is really terrifying. With those two monsters here, why didn't the Hidden Leaf Village back then unify the shinobi world? Gaara complained wildly. He felt that he was strong enough, and that Onoki was already very strong, but comparing with these two, they are just like children fighting, and there is no comparison at all. Perhaps it's because of Senju Hashirama. Onoki didn't say much. Hidden Leaf Village had Senju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha at the beginning. It was exactly like the Landlord game, starting with 4 bums in their hand, plus a pair of kings and a 2 joker. With such card, they just need to throw the card down without thinking. But in the end, all the bombs were dismantled in one go, and they were all singled out. Then, they started fighting on their own, and then both lost. In short, Onoki also thought it was a very stupid joke. Damn, why is first Hokage here? It's obvious that I can't fully summon him using impure world reincarnation. What is going on? Kabuto feels his brain is trembling constantly. He is confused by what is going on. At the beginning, the souls of Lord First and Lord Second were sealed into the Shinigami's stomach by Lord Third, so they can't be summoned with impure world reincarnation. But now, the first Hokage actually appeared in the battlefield in person, and looking at the battle with Madara, Kabuto knew that he is not a fake, and even now, Hashirama is suppressing Madara in the fight. The main reason is that the sacrifice used to summon Madara didn't allow him to release his full strength, even if he has Rinnegan. And without using it, he cannot compete with Hashirama in his heyday. This is the abnormality of the Historia of the Dead, as it can completely create a terrifying opponent in their heyday. And Asahi continued to attack the Fukage, and finally increased his percentage to 10%. At this time, Kabuto felt that it was enough. Although he has a lot of chakra now, this technique consumes a lot of his chakra. So seeing that Asahi constantly beating these Kage, even Kabuto couldn't help but directly lifted the impure world reincarnation of these Kage. You're not playing now? I'm planning to harvest it for a while. Asahi couldn't help but curled his mouth as his percentage has increased to 10%. This is good news. If he can still fight them for a while, it might increase even more. With his magic's mastery increasing to 10%, his magic power also rises by a lot, and he is rapidly becoming stronger. The battle over there is really fierce, but it can't go on like this. Asahi used another magic, brandishes command T. There is a huge difference between 1% and 10%. So Susanoo, which was 100 meters high, was directly shrunken to 10 meters by Asahi. It was directly reduced by 10 times. At this moment, Madara has become super small. Not to mention Madara, even Hashirama was confused for a moment. Can you not make a move? After all, this is a battle between me and him. Hashirama naturally knows who make a move, as except for the one who summoned him, there is no one else who can do such thing. You are too slow, I just want to kill him, it's that simple. Asahi didn't bother to care about Hashirama, and once again activated the Historia of the Dead, after which Tobirama and Izuna also appeared. Of these two, one is the person who killed Izuna, which is regarded as the shadow in Madara's heart, and the other is Madara's most beloved brother. When these two came out, Madara's face changed directly. The Susanoo immediately disappeared and his eyes changed from the eternal Mangekyo to Rinnegan. Although his body was shrunken, Asahi couldn't shrink his ability. After seeing Madara's change, Asahi also knew that shrinking him was useless, so he directly restored Madara's size, otherwise, it would trouble himself to have small Madara as the enemy. Izuna, and Senju Tobirama, what the hell is going on? Obviously, it must be your doing, they are all dead. Madara's Rinnegan fixedly stared at Asahi. Chapter 114 Madara is running away. You thought I would foolishly tell you these things? Brothers, beat him to death. Asahi wouldn't explain anything to Madara, and directly controlled these people together. These people have memories of their lives, but it is Asahi who controls them, so they have no choice but to attack Madara. Sorry, brother, I can't control myself. When he saw Izuna told him that he was forced to attack him, Madara's fury became much stronger. He gritted his teeth and looked at Asahi. He didn't care about Tobirama, but Hashirama and Izuna are different. One is his best friend, and the other is his younger brother. So, seeing someone dared to play with the souls of these two people, Madara's fury reached its peak. Pleasure magic. If it's attack-type magic, 10% can hardly have any effect on Madara, but special magic is different. Asahi uses Larcade's pleasure magic to release a beam of pleasure. And this time, Madara, who was forced to evade the three's offensive, was directly hit by the beam. What is this? Wait, this feeling, Ganjutsu. Madara, who was hit by the beam, suddenly felt very happy, and this feeling became stronger and stronger. He felt as if he was hit by a Ganjutsu, and immediately after, he scanned his body with Rinnegan's pupil technique and chakra, but he didn't feel any strange chakra. But, he felt another energy, so Madara used a part of the pupil power and chakra to expel this energy. It was already difficult to cope with the offensive of these three people, but now that there is one more distraction, he is even more passive. But he can still suppress this feeling temporarily with his will. Famished soul. Asahi once again launched another trick, and this trick is making Madara become extremely hungry. He's obviously just an existence summoned with impure world reincarnation, but he actually become extremely hungry, and this hunger is the same as pleasure, as it is constantly stinging his nerves. Again, rest in peace. It's another trick. This time, Madara suddenly felt sleepy, and wanted to close his eyes and rest for a while. Because of that, Madara was hit by Hashirama's attack, and Asahi's percentage increased by 1% again. 1%. Sure enough, fighting in the group is the most effective. Asahi was also happy. After Madara Uchiha recovered again, he started his own interference operation. After all, these existences were manifested by Asahi's magic, so even if they are the one who defeat Madara, Asahi still got the experience. After that, Madara was tortured to death by various methods, and after dying several times again, Madara was very angry. Shinra Tensei. A super large Shinra Tensei exploded with Madara at the center. Pushing the others back directly, Madara decisively turned back and ran away. Seeing this scene, Asahi couldn't help being stunned for a while. This guy actually ran away? However, how could he easily let the opponent go? So he chased after Madara. Halfway through, Kabchao planned to recall Madara directly, but Madara didn't like to be manipulated by others, so he directly used impure world reincarnation to release his control, which made Kabuto almost popped his eyes out. As long as someone know how to use impure world reincarnation, they can directly remove the control, so impure world reincarnation is very dangerous. Once the person who comes out of impure world reincarnation releases their control, then the person who is summoned by impure world reincarnation will be out of control. That's why playing with people's souls is not a good thing. After Madara lifted this technique, he began to run wildly. Although Madara was not afraid of death, he was tortured to death by Asahi's pleasure magic. Although he had some ability to resist, the other three were still targeting him, so he has no choice but to go around these people and attack Asahi directly. However, it happened that Asahi knew space ability, so just after Madara arrived, he disappeared, and then he was tortured by pleasure magic, and finally beaten to death by Hashirama. Just now, he was killed by Hashirama at least 5 times, backstabbed by Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique a few times, and even got headshot by Izuna, who is using ordinary Susanoo. In short, tragic is not enough to explain what he has experienced. Because of that, even if Madara is not afraid, it is difficult to continue facing Asahi now. As for using Limbo, the Limbo he used in this state had only one clone, and the moment this clone came out, it would be suppressed by Asahi and Hashirama. Actually, Asahi thinks that Madara's Limbo is quite rubbish. After Naruto has 6 paths power, he uses shadow clones to destroy all Madara's Limbo. Rinnegan's pupil technique is actually not as good as the shadow clone technique developed by Tobirama. Therefore, Asahi felt that the level designated to shadow clone feels very wrong. At least, it should be classified as a super forbidden technique. Sasuke got space ability, but against Madara, it becomes a trashy technique, and it is better to use Tobirama's shadow clone technique. Therefore, Tobirama can be said to be the most powerful, as many of the big moves have something to do with him. Thinking of this guy's brain, Asahi feels that he can get back the most complete version of Impure World reincarnation from here, and then summon Tobirama in his world. As for Hashirama, forget it. If Tobirama knew that his clan was almost wiped out by his apprentice, and his grandniece was hunted down and almost killed, it is estimated that he will blow up. But Hashirama is different. He regards Hidden Leaf Village as his life, and he might fight Asahi. Therefore, Tobirama can be recruited. As for Hashirama, there is no possibility, just like Naruto. Unless Hidden Leaf Village is directly destroyed in Danzō's hands, after which Asahi can get Hashirama out, and maybe he can dig him. But there is not much need for him. For high-end combat power, Kaguya has recovered well, so she is already more than enough. And in other respects, Hashirama is really not worth digging, he's just a super big saint. Don't ask whether it is useful or not, but saint is not necessary. So it's better to dig Tobirama. However, it is a pity that the Historia of the Dead cannot be preserved forever, and if there is no target, there is no way to manifest it. Therefore, it can only be used temporarily. At this moment, Madara fled all the way, and Asahi and the others chased him all the way, and they can be said to be running around the whole shinobi world. They even ran to other battlefields, causing people on the other battlefields to be stunned. However, when Hashirama saw that the allied shinobi forces confronted their enemies, which were white Zetsu, he wiped out most of them without delay, and then continued to pursue Madara. The entire 4th Shinobi World War was so disturbed by them, and became a mess. Chapter 115 The Pitiful Obito. Seeing the chase, Kabuto couldn't hold it anymore, so he simply contacted Obito, and Obito also speeded up and directly caught up with Naruto and Killer Bee. So a big battle began again. After Madara sensed this violent chakra, he also knew Obito was doing something, so he immediately rushed in this direction. He has had enough. If he was resurrected and absorbed Ten Tails, he may be able to completely resist that weird technique, and he can also take care of several opponents at once, so Madara quickly rushed to the battlefield where Obito was. At this moment, Obito is still controlling the Jinchuriki to fight with Naruto and Killer Bee. Madara Uchiha. These people, who had been fighting in full swing, suddenly saw Madara rush into the battlefield. Obito was stunned, Killer Bee, Naruto, 8 Tails and 9 Tails were also stunned, but at this time, Madara confirmed that Obito had Rinnegan on his body, so he immediately formed Hand Seal to trigger the curse mark on Obito's body. In an instant, Obito's body was out of control. In the original work, Obito borrowed Kakashi to destroy the curse mark in his heart, and then reborn with 10 Tails, but now, he still didn't have 10 Tails, and Kakashi also has not helped him break his curse mark, so he is in a tragedy. And most importantly, now that he has Rinnegan, he is used to resurrect Madara. A beam of light soon enveloped Madara. Madara's current Rinnegan directly shattered, and the armor on his body was also shattered. At this moment, Madara has been completely resurrected. As for Obito, he can only lie on the ground and panting heavily. With current situation, he has no way to turn the tables. He has miscalculated. With his understanding of Madara, he is very arrogant, so he won't be so anxious to force him like this. But now, Madara is forced to become stronger, so he didn't wait anymore. As he is still not the 10 Tails as Jinchuriki, his vitality instantly bottomed out, and he couldn't even continue to do things like the original. At this moment, his vitality has completely disappeared, and only his last breath is left. As for Madara, he has already taken Obito's eyes and directly placed them on his own eye sockets. One of them is his own Rinnegan and the other is Obito's Mangekyo, and his strength has also recovered a lot. By the time Asahi and the others arrived, Madara had already finished everything. The series of operations just now were done in a matter of seconds. TSK, that's why I said it's not good to be so rebellious. Asahi looked at Obito on the ground with a look of disdain. He felt that in the entire Naruto world, in the matter of someone that can't be whitewashed, Danzō ranked first, and the second was Obito. He deceived his own teacher, and harmed his clan and companions, which something really bad. The reason no one blamed him is because of Minato and Kakashi. If he has no relationship with them, then there is no way he can wash his sins away. As for Madara's current condition, Asahi didn't care. It's not bad if Madara becomes Six Paths existence, as his percentage has reached 21% now, and he has made a lot of profit. If there's no accident, Naruto will soon be called by Sage of Six Paths, and at that time, the group of people will attack Madara together, and Asahi won't get much experience if that happens. And this guy is now resurrected, so if he is killed, it will be different from the Impure World Reincarnation one, and Asahi would get a lot more profits. Obito and Madara are two different concepts. After he used Kamyu to summon the demonic statue of the Outer Path, Madara directly controls the demonic statue of the Outer Path to release a lot of chains, and pulled back the tailed beast on the resurrected Jinchuriki. As for Nine Tails and Eight Tails, they were also directly tied by the chains. Don't move, now is not the time to take action. Seeing that Hashirama was about to stop Madara, Asahi controlled him directly. It can only be said that the Historia of the Dead is also a bit troublesome. For example, Senju Hashirama with memory is a kind guy, so when he saw this kind of scene, he is eager to save the other, but in order to maximize the benefits, Asahi will not let him do anything. All three wanted to take action, but Asahi controlled them all. Wait, now that the tailed beast are here, can I get Sage of Six Paths out? Logically speaking, as long as it is dead, the Historia of the Dead would be able to summon it. It seems feasible. Thinking of this, Asahi feels excited. As for energy, he doesn't think that Sage of Six Paths is stronger than himself. As for whether Sage of Six Paths is in another form or not, Hashirama and the others have already verified it, so even if there is a soul, he can still create Sage of Six Paths. Asahi then simply dispersed these three people directly, as they won't be much use now. Don't worry, take your time, I will give you time. Seeing Madara looked very anxious, Asahi didn't panic at all. He was not in a hurry, and after knowing that he could manifest Sage of Six Paths, he didn't worry about anything. He just let Madara get 10 tails out to maximize the profits. As for Madara, he couldn't help being stunned when he saw this scene. Is this guy underestimating me? Suddenly, the anger in Madara's pupils became more intense. The movement in his hand also accelerated a lot, and he directly pulled 8 tails and 9 tails out. At the same time, Killer Bee and Naruto fainted, but Asahi could sense several powerful ores rushing here from the surroundings. Sure enough, the butterfly effect has appeared again. I didn't expect those guys, who were summoned by Orochimaru's Impure World Reincarnation, would arrive so soon. Asahi shook his head. At the same time, 10 tails is still merging. When Madara saw that Asahi had no intention of doing anything, he was very angry, but also relieved. He was angry that Asahi looked down on him. But because of that, Asahi gave him a chance to breathe. As long as he got 10 tails out and became 10 tails as Jinchuriki, it was enough. The merging speed was still a bit slow, so the two sides were deadlocked at this moment. In less than a minute, several figures appeared directly here. This Hashirama has traces of Impure World Reincarnation, so he must be the real one. Seeing these Hashirama and Tobirama, Madara was relieved, as they are the real ones this time. Although the ones from before are not much different from the real one, they might not join hands with Asahi to beat him. Of course, the fight will still happen, after all, they are enemies. Lord Fourth, your Flying Thunder God technique is indeed fast, but those two over there seem to be unable to hold it anymore. Tobirama pointed to Naruto and Killer Bee, who were already lying dead. After Minato saw this, he couldn't help but be surprised and went straight to Naruto. As for Killer Bee, Minato was too lazy to be bothered with him. Anyway, Killer Bee won't die, as when his tailed beast was taken away in the original work, he's still able to live, so his vitality must be extremely tenacious. Chapter 116 The arrogant Madara Uchiha the tailed beast in their body have been pulled out. Minato, inject me into your son's body, otherwise, your son will undoubtedly die after a while. The 9 tails in Minato's body can tell what's going on at a glance, and he knew about Naruto's current situation. Although part of Minato's soul was swallowed by Shinigami, the part of Minato's soul left in Naruto's body at the beginning knew some specific conditions, so he could recognize Naruto as soon as he came out, and the 9 tails' yin part has been with Minato for so long, and naturally knows about the situation too. After hearing 9 tails' words, Minato transferred 9 tails into Naruto without saying a word, but after 9 tails was completely transferred, Naruto still did not wake up, and Minato was also puzzled, but Asahi has a certain guess. Originally, Sasuke and Naruto should have seen Sage of Six Paths together, but now, it is different. Because of his appearance, Naruto almost died, and Sasuke still has not arrived on the battlefield yet, so this is a big problem. It is estimated that Naruto is still chatting with Sage of Six Paths. Lord Fourth, your son's vitality has not fluctuated too much, and he is probably still unconscious because the sequelae of the tailed beast being extracted. But what we need to pay attention to now is not this. The enemy is still waiting for us. Obirama directly opened the mouth to wake up the flustered Minato, but now that Naruto's vital characteristics have indeed recovered, he can only temporarily send Naruto and Killer Bee to a distant place with Flying Thunder God technique. Looking at Killer Bee lying on the ground, Minato didn't know what to say. There's only one tailed beast in his body, and it can't be divided between two people, so Killer Bee can only continue to lie down. If Killer Bee is still awake at this moment, he would definitely curse angrily. Look at Naruto. After his tailed beast was extracted, someone come to give him the tailed beast, but what about him? Madara, you actually started to do something again, however, can you explain why there's my face on your chest? At this moment, Hashirama is staring at Madara. Right now, he hasn't paid much attention to Rinnegan, but why does Madara have his face on his chest? It feels a bit weird. After Madara was resurrected, the armor on his body was broken, therefore, the face formed by the implantation of Hashirama's cells can be seen at this moment. It's just a little trick. It is said that the villain died because of talking too much. At this moment, Madara began to explain about Kaguya and other things, including the battle with Hashirama. Of course, Madara Uchiha is not that kind of idiot, as he is just delaying for time. Ten Tails will be formed soon. And during this period, he will not let people disturb him casually. If he fights with Hashirama, then Ten Tails' fusion will be interrupted, and his plan would fail. After a period of time, it was the time for Madara to show off his knowledge. He said a lot about the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan and what happened in the past, and he even spoke about biting a piece of Hashirama's meat and stitched it on his body, and finally awakened the Rinnegan. So this shinobi world always has such a huge secret hidden. Hashirama feels headache, and now, he finally knows why Madara said that he didn't understand anything, as he really didn't understand anything. Big brother, I think we are too stupid to listen to this guy's story. The chakra fluctuations of that thing under that guy's feet are getting stronger and stronger. No matter how it goes on, something might happen, so let's kill him first. Obirama, Hiruzen, and Minato were attracted by the story just now. After all, these are some secrets they don't know, and it is also related to them. Madara, you are delaying for time. Hashirama, who also sensed Ten Tails' chakra, spoke up. No wonder Madara said a lot of things. He is just dragging for time. Ha 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 ha, that's right, but it's too late for you to react now. Ten Tails has been fused, and you kid over there, you will regret it. At this moment, Madara hasn't forgotten to say something to Asahi, but Asahi just waved his hand, showing that he didn't care, and made Madara's words stuck in his throat immediately. Madara swore that when he became Ten Tails' Jinchuriki and step into Six Paths realm, he will definitely not spare this bastard, and he must kill him to wash away the previous shame. After Madara's voice fell, powerful chakra burst out from demonic statue of the outer path directly, blowing away Hashirama and others. However, Asahi is still watching here while standing still like a mountain. At the same time, the shape of the demonic statue of the outer path has undergone earth-shaking changes, and it has directly become the final form of Ten Tails. As for Madara, he didn't wait too much. He directly absorbed Ten Tails into his body and became the new Ten Tails' Jinchuriki, but he still lacked one Rinnegan, so he is not complete yet. However, his power has reached Six Paths level, and his skin has become as white as the Otsutsuki clans. His clothes have also changed, and there are a lot of truth-seeking balls hovering on the back, and also Shakujo in his hands. This is the power of Ten Tails' Jinchuriki? It's really amazing. No wonder that Sage of Six Paths was called a godlike existence. This kind of power is really attractive. At this moment, Madara felt that he could finally feel proud, as the power in his body exploded to the extreme, which made him full of confidence. With such appearance, this guy really became really dangerous. If he really has Sage of Six Paths power, then we would not be his opponents. At this moment, Hashirama has entered Sage mode, looking at Madara solemnly. After entering Sage mode, he finally sensed that Madara's strength has increased to a terrifying level, and the amount of chakra is also overwhelming. This is the first time Hashirama has sensed chakra much more than himself. Don't talk nonsense, big brother, let's try it first. After saying that, Tobirama rushed out directly with the Flying Thunder God technique. After he arrived in front of Madara, he took out a lot of explosive tags, then used mutually multiplying explosive tags, which allowed him to create a near-infinite series of explosions. Seeing this, Asahi can only sigh with emotion, as he felt that impure world reincarnation is indeed awesome. He only needs to transplant Rinnegan to 100 people, and then after these 100 people die, he would summon them with impure world reincarnation, and one pair of Rinnegan will become 100 pairs, and there's also Guy. Once Guy died, if someone summoned him with impure world reincarnation, then he can open the 8th gate to infinitely explode. The degree of horror is really high when he thinks about it. And most importantly, Madara's armor, Itachi's ninja tools, Tobirama's explosive tags, all of which can be manifested through impure world reincarnation, which makes people speechless, as all of these things were created from the nothingness. Chapter 117. Let me introduce you. This is the Sage of the Six Paths. Tobirama's mutually multiplying explosive tags are quite powerful, but unfortunately, he is the only one who blows up in the end. Madara does not even need to defend now, as except for Sage Art, any tricks are useless against him because of the existence of Truth-Seeking Ball. So just now, Tobirama just blasted himself to pieces. After he recovered again, he was directly hit by one Truth-Seeking Ball. It's a good thing he managed to dodge quickly, otherwise, his head would be blown off. Brother, be careful, that guy is weird, and after being hit by that black ball, my arm won't recover. Seeing his broken arm, Tobirama was a little shocked. He should be immortal in impure world reincarnation state, but against the opponent in front of him now, this immortal is more like a joke. I'll let you go for now. You kid over there, now, I will let you know the price of playing with the soul of the dead. Madara hadn't forgotten the bastard who even got his brother out just now, so he pointed the finger at Asahi, and at the same time, the Hokage also looked at Asahi. I can't perceive anything from that Hidden Stones village's shinobi, Saru, do you know him? Tobirama asked. They all died too early, and looking at the other party's age, he felt that Hiruzen should know the other party. I don't know, there are only a few strong people in Hidden Stones village, and now, there is only one Anoki left, but that guy seems to be an ordinary person. Hiruzen is also confused. As for Minato, he died early, so he must not know anything. It's my turn so soon. I thought you would continue to play with each other for a while, but don't worry, I won't fight you personally, and I'll have someone else fight against you. Now that the tailed beast are here, do you know that the memory of the tailed beast is much longer than you humans? Asahi showed a smirk, but Madara felt a little fear in his heart, and then he saw that beside Asahi, there is a figure similar to himself, with a shakujo in his hand, and a truth-seeking balls behind him. It's just that he looked even less normal than him, and he also has Rinnegan, but it's not just one, but two. Let me introduce, this is Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Madara Uchiha. You should be familiar with this name, after all, this is the famous Sage of Six Paths. I'll let him fight with you, it should be enough to give you face, right? After all, the opponent is the founder of Ninshu. Asahi said jokingly. In the memory of the tailed beast, Kaguya is already sealed, so he can't get Kaguya, but it is still possible to use the Historia of the Dead to create Hagoromo and Hamura. These two brothers are the super existences that sealed off Kaguya in her heyday. And now that one of them has been summoned by Asahi, it can only be said that Asahi is very amazing. I didn't expect the stone tablet left by this old man would cause this situation to happen now. Looking at Madara in the sky, Sage of Six Paths also spoke at this moment. It must be known that he has all the memories of Sage of Six Paths. Moreover, Asahi manifested Sage of Six Paths when he was still the Ten Tails as Jinchuriki, which means that he is stronger than the Sage of Six Paths that sealed Kaguya, but it is unknown how many times stronger. Now is not the time to chat. That person wants to use infinite Tsukuyomi, so please go and beat him up. Besides, don't say it so righteously, it's as if you didn't think carefully. Asahi directly issued an order. Sage of Six Paths still wanted to say something, but he is helpless. He has no choice but to listen to Asahi's order, so he can only rush towards Madara. To defeat the Historia of the Dead, they can only kill the person the memory comes from, or defeats the caster. But Madara can't do any of these, so he can only bite the bullet and fight against Sage of Six Paths. Madara does not believe that this Sage of Six Paths is the real Sage of Six Paths, as if it can be so simple to create a Sage of Six Paths. However, after the two shakujo collided, he fell silent. He couldn't help but believe it. After the shakujo collided, he found that his strength was not as good as that of the Sage of Six Paths, and he was even directly suppressed back. But thinking about it, it was not wrong. Compared with Sage of Six Paths, Madara had the problem of blood purity first, secondly, he is still missing one Rinnegan, thirdly, his 10 tails is not in complete state, as half of 9 tails is missing, and finally, Sage of Six Paths is proficient in Sage Art, a local training method in this world. After training it to an extremely high level, his power won't be not small. Sage of Six Paths was relying on this to defeat Kaguya, so Madara is so much worse than Sage of Six Paths. Limbo, border jail. In desperation, Madara can only get his clone to help. Against someone possessing Rinnegan, such a clone is not desirable. Is this your Rinnegan's pupil technique? This pupil technique is really not good. Sage of Six Paths shook his head. Compared to Shadow Clone technique, the biggest advantage of Limbo is that it can be invisible, but against someone possessing Rinnegan like Sage of Six Paths, that advantage disappears. And the truth-seeking balls behind Sage of Six Paths also moved quickly, no matter whether it is the volume, the quantity, or the speed of the control, it all crushes Madara, and it crushes Madara Uchiha to death. I still haven't summoned Hamura yet, otherwise, Madara will be even worse state. Well, I should keep Hamura for Kaguya. The Kaguya of this world has nothing to do with Asahi, so he chose to be more straightforward and harvest the experience from Kaguya of this world. Before, he thought that the collection of his magic's mastery was too slow, but now that he looked at the effect, he doesn't feel it is slow at all. This slowness makes sense. After all, as long as he has enough energy, the Historia of the Dead is simply a super cheat, it even surpassed a large number of other magics. Of course, it has different effect on different people. Soon, Madara, who was fiercely fighting with Sage of Six Paths, fell into a disadvantage, and after another 10 minutes, Madara was directly knocked on the head by Sage of Six Paths Shakujo, and immediately fell into daze. This daze was caught by Sage of Six Paths, and he used a large number of truth-seeking balls to beat Madara miserably. After all, Sage of Six Paths' attack power is much higher than Madara. Although Yin-Yang Release can restrain Yin-Yang Release, but with the addition of Sage Art, its power is even greater, so Madara was directly beaten by Sage of Six Paths on the ground. And Asahi quickly received a prompt of percentage increasing, from 21% to 26%, which means that Six Paths' existence value is 5%, which very good. Moreover, he can still get some from Kaguya later. That's right, Naruto and Sasuke can also be harvested, so there's at least 15% waiting to be harvested, but unfortunately, Madara is no longer in impure world reincarnation state, so he can't harvest him again in a short time, at least, it will have to wait for a while. This was already tested by Asahi with the snake from Richie Cave. Chapter 118 Tragic Madara. After being beaten for so long, Madara was extremely miserable. In the end, he could only use Obito's Kamyu to transfer himself. Originally, after he had Rinnegan, he looked down on ordinary Sharingan, but Obito's Sharingan's pupil technique is much more useful than his Rinnegan's pupil technique, and at this moment, he also uses this to escape. However, Madara did not run too far, because he sensed Black Zetsu's existence, and Black Zetsu was rushing towards him, holding his other Rinnegan in his hand, so Madara rushed directly towards Black Zetsu. Madara-sama, your other Rinnegan has been brought here. Black Zetsu did not sense Sage of Six Paths, and Madara was happy after seeing Rinnegan, and then immediately changed his eye, and all this was actually seen by Sage of Six Paths and the others who had just chased over. Don't move, we'll take care of him after he changes his eyes. Seeing that Sage of Six Paths was about to rush up again, Asahi simply stopped Sage of Six Paths directly, and Sage of Six Paths felt uncomfortable at this time. To be honest, you already knew about the existence of Black Zetsu. Asahi, who can also peek into the memory of Sage of Six Paths, saw something from there, and Sage of Six Paths did not deny or speak, but Asahi knew clearly. At the beginning, Sage of Six Paths didn't find any trace of Black Zetsu. But this guy is very careful and smart. It is correct that he left the stone tablet, but he also left a backhand. He naturally knows who changed the stone tablet, so after Black Zetsu modified the stone tablet, Sage of Six Paths actually knew it. However, when he arrived at the stone tablet, he could no longer find Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu is not so easy to find, and he chose to hide for very long. After that, he waited until he found an opportunity to start bewitching Indra. As for the Sage of Six Paths, he did not modify the content of the stone tablet back. With such an unstable factor, he must not leave it alone, so Sage of Six Paths made a decision, that is to let Black Zetsu mess around, and captured him when the time comes. He also knew that even if something like a seal can be maintained for thousands of years, it will not reach eternity, not to mention that there is still a guy outside who is trying to open it, so he thought of letting Black Zetsu mess around, and then controlled him behind the scenes, and after Kaguya was released, he can kill both Black Zetsu and Kaguya at once. Asahi has to say that this guy is very ruthless. This is what Asahi saw after peeking on the memory of Sage of Six Paths. It should be said that as expected of Sage of Six Paths that forgets his mother after having a wife. Even if he sealed his mother once, he will not let it go a second time. It's just that Black Zetsu doesn't know that he has been spotted by Sage of Six Paths since he modified the stone tablet. It can only be said that Sage of Six Paths is indeed very amazing. In fact, Sage of Six Paths is also cursing his mother at this moment. Asahi already knows his old background, and by asking him these questions clearly, it feels like he wanted to tear down his face, so he really doesn't want to talk anymore. At this moment, Madara has already put on his other eye, and planned to avenge his shame, but soon he hesitated again. Facing Sage of Six Paths just now, he really couldn't bear the feeling of powerlessness anymore. In the original work, he also seized Hashirama's Sage mode, but this time, he didn't have it, so he was in great disadvantage. But before he could think more about it, he felt a pain in his chest, and then a black arm pierced his body. Black Zetsu. Madara was shocked when he saw this arm. This time he was very shocked. In his opinion, anyone could betray him, but only Black Zetsu alone would not, because he is the materialization of his will. I didn't see that guy Hagoromo just now. I didn't expect that even he appeared. I originally planned to let you clear the obstacles for me, but if I don't release Mother quickly, there will be no chance. Under the control of Black Zetsu, a blood red eye appeared at the center of Madara's eyebrows, and then it directly resonated with the moon, and countless rays of light fell directly from the sky. This is the infinite Tsukami. However, these rays of light are equivalent to a kind of Ganjutsu. So after this Ganjutsu fell on Asahi, it was directly burned by the power of the sunshine. At this moment, most people have fallen into infinite Tsukami, and even Sasuke can't avoid it. Without Rinnegan, Sasuke can't stop such an infinite Tsukami, and Naruto is the same. But Sage of Six Paths wouldn't disappoint Asahi too much. After releasing the infinite Tsukami, Madara's body began to swell rapidly. His body was like a sacrifice, used to summon Kaguya. Soon, after swelling to the limit, a woman appeared, which was obviously different from the Kaguya released by Asahi. After all, the Kaguya he released was Kaguya without tentails, and this Kaguya, just from the pressure of chakra, is extremely terrifying. Even though Hashirama and the others are in pure world reincarnation state, and they will not be affected by the infinite Tsukami, but they were still surprised by this huge chakra. Hagoromo. After coming out, Kaguya saw Hagoromo at the first glance, and her expression changed in an instant. Hagoromo and Hamura, these two were her eternal pain, and now, she actually meets him just after coming out. Mother. In desperation, Sage of Six Paths had no choice but to bite the bullet, and yelled. He felt extremely guilty when he saw his mother. Even if this is only a manifestation of the Historia of the Dead, it is almost the same as the real one, and there is no shortage of memory or anything. Is this the ancestor of chakra in the shinobi world? This mountain-like pressure is completely incomparable with Madara just now. Looking at Kaguya with a complicated expression, Hashirama felt that he was really helpless. In the past, everyone else's chakra was bucket, and his was lake, but today, he finally tasted the feeling of being inferior, and it's not just one or two people. As for that Hidden Stones Village's shinobi, he has nothing to say. After all, it seems that he even created Sage of Six Paths, and it looks like he can control that Sage of Six Paths. Hashirama wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death, but the truth is now in front of him. Mother, don't talk nonsense with him. This time, Hagoromo is alone, and there's no Hamura to help him. Take down Hagoromo first, he is not worthy of being your child. At this moment, Black Zetsu is glaring at Sage of Six Paths angrily. Compared with Sage of Six Paths who forgets his mother after having a wife, he, the filial son, is naturally feeling nothing except anger when he meets Hagoromo. Chapter 119 Who said there is no Hamura? It looks like I can only fight. Sage of Six Paths glared. In the past, he needed Hamura's help, and that's because he was not Ten-Tails' Jinchuriki, but after becoming Ten-Tails' Jinchuriki, he didn't feel that he was much weaker than Kaguya. Although Kaguya's fighting power was above him, but in terms of combat experience, Kaguya can't be compared to him at all. Since you are facing Kaguya, then I will find you a helper, but unfortunately, in Kaguya's memory, there is no Hamura in the Tenseigan stage, so I can only bring out the Hamura at the Byakugan level, but I believed Hamura with Byakugan is already enough. Asahi once again launched the Historia of the Dead and brought out Hamura. Although Hamura went to the moon with her in the later period, Otsutsuki was in a completely sealed state at the time, so she didn't see Hamura at all. And Hamura also awakened Tenseigan in the later period, so the one Asahi manifested now only has Byakugan, but this Hamura, who is also proficient in Yin-Yang release, can also use Truth-Seeking Ball. Big brother, we meet again, but when we meet again, it turned out to be against Mother. Do we really have to fight? Hamura asked helplessly. He felt that his mother was very pitiful. They had already sealed her once, and now, they would seal her again. Isn't that nonsense? Aren't I manifested you here just for Kaguya? Asahi couldn't help but complained, and then he controlled Hamura. 1,000 years later, Hagoromo and Hamura met Kaguya again, and all of this was because of the so-called Historia of the Dead. As this ability is really awesome. How could Hamura appear too? He is dead like Hagoromo. I have gone to the moon before, and knew about his situation. Damn it, what is going on? Is it related to that guy? Mother, let's move the battlefield first. Black Zetsu also felt that he couldn't understand what's going on. He had confirmed that both Hagoromo and Hamura had already died, but now, they all appeared in front of him, which is a bit strange, as this thing shouldn't happen. After listening to Black Zetsu's words, Kaguya directly used a mnemonic. To be honest, Kaguya actually has a lot of methods, and they are all ruthless, but the only bad thing is that she has no combat experience. If Black Zetsu hadn't helped her, it is estimated she will be defeated by Naruto and Sasuke easily, as the experience gap is too big. A mnemonic, supergravity dimension. Because everyone can fly, it's useless to go to other dimensions, so Kaguya simply transferred everyone to the supergravity dimension. The gravity here is quite terrifying, as even for Six Paths existences, it is difficult to move here. However, after being transferred to this dimension, Asahi felt that although gravity was terrifying, he could still move easily. In fact, Asahi found it strange that including Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi and Obito were also transferred there. But at that time Naruto and Sasuke couldn't move. But how did Kakashi and Obito move and directly help them block the all-killing ash bones? Anyway, he didn't understand about that plot hole, and he is too lazy to talk nonsense. After someone is pulled into a supergravity space, it is difficult for them to move. Except for Asahi, Kaguya directly used the old trick of using all-killing ash bones at Hagoromo and Hamura. At any rate, it took my strength to manifest them. If you kill them, I need to re-manifest them, so don't think about it. Asahi directly took the two and used the space magic to move away from their previous place, dodging the all-killing ash bones, but the result was attracting Kaguya's anger. That guy actually has space abilities. This supergravity dimension is not very useful against them. Mother, transfer them again. After seeing this scene, Black Zetsu shook his head, while Kaguya directly changed the dimension to ice dimension. Basically, there is no way to have much influence on the enemy in other dimensions. So the ice dimension is good, as she can control the ice here. Hamura, let's go. After Hagoromo clenched the shakujo in his hand, he rushed forward, and Hamura also condensed a shakujo to keep up, and instantly smashed the densely packed ice dragon and rushed towards Kaguya. Why do you have to make a shakujo? Looking at the weapons in those two's hands, Asahi was a little puzzled. Is a sword not easy to use? Why must you two use shakujo? 80 God's vacuum attack. The huge fists formed by a large number of chakra blasted towards Hagoromo and Hamura, and the two also used truth-seeking ball to attack. Under the collision, the entire iced space became completely unrecognizable, and the entire dimension almost shattered. This is much more powerful than in the anime. This woman is not easy to deal with, so let me get involved too. You two, get the seal ready directly. Asahi asked the two to start the seal. He didn't want to continue wasting time with Kaguya. As for killing Kaguya, he could not do it. Using the power of the sunshine, Kaguya could be completely annihilated. The reason why he didn't do it was because he didn't want to do it. The sun favors him, and the sunshine grace originated from the more advanced Supreme God. However, that thing burns everything, so once Kaguya is burned by him, she will definitely die, but if he used sunshine to kill Kaguya, he won't get any experience, so he can only use magic to get experience. After the two started readying the seal, Asahi directly activated another magic, a magic related to time. Seal of Time. He directly paused the time, but with his current ability, he couldn't pause it for long, especially if the opponent is someone powerful than Kaguya, but even if he could only pause less than a second, it's already enough. After time was paused, everyone except him can't move, unless the other party was in control of time magic like him. Hagoromo and Hamura can still move because they are created by him, so they moved into a space behind Kaguya, and then directly sealed her. Although these guys are only manifested memory, the damage they dealt was real, so the seal directly fell on Kaguya, and even Black Zetsu couldn't run away this time. After the time was restored, the entire land of the ice space began to quickly gather towards Kaguya. At this moment, Kaguya's face was full of disbelief, and she didn't understand how can she be sealed so suddenly. She only felt a blur for a moment, but after that moment, countless ice cubes and boulders started covering her body, and it was too late for her to think anything as she was sealed directly. Without the need for Naruto and Sasuke to take action, the sealing was completed directly. Chapter 120. Pack the good things and take them away. After Kaguya was sealed, Asahi's percentage increased directly by 10%, reaching 36%. It can only be said that as expected of Kaguya, she is really valuable. After Kaguya is dealt with, this dimension has become beyond recognition, and the four Hokage looked at each other in disbelief. In Kaguya's Immunomnica, people cannot be transferred individually. People within a certain range will be directly transferred away, and if she wants to separate the others, she can only use other means, otherwise, a Immunomnica will pull everyone around into the new dimension. So the same is true for the four Hokage, but they are reduced to spectators the whole time. In 6 paths levels battle, even Hashirama can't participate in it, but after seeing Kaguya was directly sealed, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they were completely relieved, a figure fell from the sky again. This was the half-dead Madara. Now that Kaguya was sealed again, he was freed, but his tentails has been pulled away, so there is no way he can survive, even with Rinnegan. After he fell, Tailed Beast continued to fall from the sky. After Kaguya was sealed, the Tailed Beast were also freed. Old man, I didn't expect to see you again. Kaguya was sealed by you again, right? But what is going on with you? Are you resurrected or what? Nine Tails looked at Hagoromo and Hamura in surprise, as he didn't understand what is going on with these two. Shouldn't they already be dead? And he can also perceive the terrifying chakra in Hagoromo's body, which is the Ten Tails' chakra, but here comes the problem. They are outside, so where could Hagoromo has another 10 tails? Because of that, Nine Tails is really confused. I do not really exist. Although I have a memory, I am just a fake and just an existence manifested by others. Hagoromo himself is very carefree about this, but this is normal. It is like the shadow clone has its own thinking, but knows that he is a clone, and admits that he is a clone, so the same is true for these Hagoromo and Hamura. It is impossible for a false existence to be manifested by others. And if you are indeed fake, how could you be Kaguya's opponent? Nine Tails wanted to refute, but in the end, he shut up. The main reason was that he really has no way to refute it. After all, there is another 10 tails in Hagoromo's body, and how can there be a second 10 tails in this world? So he had no choice but to recognize it. At the same time, Asahi didn't care about these tailed beasts, and focused on the half-dead Madara instead. Defeating and killing are two different things, so if he killed Madara now, he should be able to get another wave of experience. Why? Do you want to do it yourself? Now that Madara knew he had been played by someone, he suddenly felt that he was ridiculous. After planning for so long, it turned out that he is just a pawn in the game. There is nothing more shocking than this. Yes, anyhow, you are also a strong person, so it will be a little disrespectful if I let you die like this, so I'll send you on your way. Asahi randomly found a reason, but this reason was indeed recognized by Madara. After hearing this, Hashirama, who was originally planning to take action, stopped. As far as the strong are concerned, they are not afraid of death in battle, but are most afraid of death aggrievedly. The same is true for Madara, so he won't stop Asahi. Is that so? Then please. Madara felt that it was better to die in Asahi's hands than to die slowly. After that, Asahi directly killed Madara with his hands, and his percentage increased by 5% to 41%. Is he still at the 6 paths level? But killing should give higher experience, but now it's the same as defeating. It looks like he has shrunk a lot. After Asahi killed Madara, he took away Madara's Rinnegan without hesitation. This is a good thing, so he intends to try if he can bring back his original space-time. If he can, he will make a lot of profit. At this moment, Asahi put his gaze on the tailed beast. In his space-time, there are not enough tailed beast, but this space-time is good enough, so he plans to give it a try. If it is really possible, then they can't blame him. So at this moment, Asahi's eyes on the tailed beast became unfriendly. Hagoromo and Hamura were in the tailed beast's memory, so after making up his mind, Asahi directly ordered the two to take action. Bang bang bang. They couldn't even withstand Madara's attack, so how could they be able to withstand the attacks of Hagoromo and Hamura? In an instant, the tailed beast were beaten up easily, and they were seriously injured that they couldn't move. Damn it, old man, what are you doing? Why are you attacking us? Nine Tails glared at Hagoromo and Hamura angrily at this moment. These two were too fast that they couldn't stop them, and they also didn't have time to react, so the tailed beast were defeated easily. Sorry Kurama, I don't want to do it either, but you should also know that I am not me. Hagoromo said helplessly. Asahi is too capable of doing things. After taking care of Kaguya, he actually started to take care of the tailed beast. Hagoromo didn't know what to say. Help me seal the tailed beast. You can do it, right? Asahi said. If even Sasuke can easily seal mini-tailed beast, there's no way Hagoromo can't do that. Under Asahi's order, the nine-tailed beast was eventually sealed into 9 small balls, and they were directly sealed into the truth-seeking balls. It's a pity that the demonic statue of the outer path was also sealed together with Kaguya, otherwise, it can be packed and taken away too. Looking at the 9 balls in his hand, Asahi felt a little pity, but he could still take away the giant Tenseigan on the moon. Unfortunately, this method could not be used all the time, as the Ryoku needed time to accumulate power, so it could not be used in a short time. However, by letting the Ryoku continue to accumulate power, and use it from time to time, although the interval will be long, looking at the harvest this time, it is worth the wait. Who are you and what is your purpose? Watching Asahi take away the 9-tailed beast directly, and then the 6 Paths brothers also disappeared, Hashirama couldn't help but ask. After all, with his behavior style, Asahi does not seem to be standing on their side. To put it bluntly, Asahi is a third party. Hashirama only know that he is an enemy of Madara and Kaguya, and his techniques are very terrifying, but the specific situation is really unclear. If you didn't speak, I would have forgot about you. It just so happens that you are also considered a good experience. Although Madara was just killed by me, it does not prevent him from continuing to fight with you. Asahi looked at these people, and suddenly smiled. Madara was dead again, and in their memory, there was Madara just now, so they can't blame him for harvesting these experience packs. Sealing those tailed beast increased his percentage by 6%, the other tailed beast only accounted for 4%, and 9 tails accounted for 2%. Even half of the 9 tails is worth half of the other tailed beast. His mastery has now reached 47%. And although these people are dead, but no one stipulates that the Historia of the Dead cannot be manifested from the memory of the dead. After all, it has been tested with Impure World Reincarnation Madara before. Chapter 121 6 Paths Naruto and Sasuke using the memory of these undead. Asahi once again brought out the 6 Paths Madara. They have seen 6 Paths Madara just now, that's why Asahi can summon 6 Paths Madara right now. I won't tell you any more nonsense. You didn't have the chance to fight him just now, right? Now I will give you this chance. That Hashirama will be handed over to you. Don't you always want to beat him? Do it. Asahi said jokingly. Although this Madara had all his own memories, he was also under Asahi's control. So after looking at Asahi helplessly, he walked directly towards Hashirama and the others. Hey, this trick again, that guy's ability is really weird, how exactly did he do this? Obirama couldn't understand how Asahi could do such thing. How can a dead person be summoned? And the weirdest thing is that even Sage of 6 Paths and his brother can also be summoned, which is too much. In fact, Asahi can summon Sage of 6 Paths now. The reason is that these balls in his hand. In these balls, there are tailed beast, and in the memory of the tailed beast, there is Sage of 6 Paths, so he can also use the memory of the tailed beast to get the Sage of 6 Paths, but he felt that 6 Paths Madara is already enough. At the beginning, Hashirama defeated Madara that only has Eternal Mangekyo, but the current Madara not only has Rinnegan, but is also 10 tails as Jinchuriki. He's a real 6 Paths level powerhouse. In front of 6 Paths level existence, Hashirama, who is the peak of Super Kage level, won't be able to do much. In the next moment, Madara started attacking. Under his overwhelming strength, Hashirama and other 3 Hokage were directly beaten to ashes and wiped out. Damn, I forgot to tell this guy not to use the truth-seeking ball. Asahi couldn't help but slap his forehead. Many of the 6 Paths Madara's attacks were accompanied by Truth-Seeking Ball, and once Truth-Seeking Ball hits the existence in a pure world reincarnation state, it will be over. He forgot about this matter, and in desperation, Asahi could only give up and disperse Madara directly. It's a pity that these experience packs can't be used anymore. However, I've reached 49%, close to half of the mastery level, plus these things. I really made a lot of profit in this trip. Asahi felt that it is better than nothing. At any rate, he had made a lot of profit. Using the space ability, Asahi left this dimension and returned to the previous battlefield. However, when Asahi came out, he found a lot of people standing densely not far away. Is anyone coming out? Naruto, this is the existence that helped us Madara and the few Kage just now. Gaara opened his mouth and said. This group of people is naturally the allied shinobi forces. Because the last battle location is here, they have also chased over here, and at this moment, Naruto and Sasuke are giving Asahi a slightly different feeling. As their huge aura is a bit too strong. Is it because they have obtained yin-yang release and entered 6 Paths level? The aura of these 2 people is much bigger than the others, so Asahi basically arrived at this conclusion in an instant. 6 Paths experience pack. I can let others go, but I absolutely can't let you go. Right now, Kage level powerhouse is not very useful for Asahi, and only the Super Kage level and 6 paths level powerhouses are good. Naruto and Sasuke of this space-time have nothing to do with him, so it depends on the final situation. Asahi won't deliberately beat them to death, but if they couldn't help but accidentally be killed by Asahi, then Asahi can't be blamed. After all, these guys are the protagonist, especially Naruto, the hot-blooded protagonist, who always makes people excited, so Asahi will not deliberately kill them. If these two can block Asahi's attack, they can naturally survive, but if they can't stop it, then they will die. After putting the truth-seeking balls with the tailed beast into a portable space he created, Asahi directly stared at Naruto and Sasuke. Although Naruto and Sasuke had seen Sage of 6 Paths, he is the dead Sage of 6 Paths, so he can't be manifested. As for the tailed beast, they can be used to manifest Sage of 6 Paths, but he doesn't think it is necessary, as his mastery of magic has reached 49%. His magic is also strong now, so his hands are a little itchy to try it. Naruto, be careful. The truth-seeking balls that Guy controlled just now seem to be condensed with special seals, and I can feel that one of them has the other half of me in it. The Yin Night Tail said in Naruto's body at this moment. He could not perceive all the truth-seeking ball seals, but he could perceive the other half of himself, and if he perceives the other half of himself, that means that other tailed beasts are also inside those balls. The other tailed beast too? Naruto's eyes narrowed. He is a hot-blooded fool, but he is not stupid. Knowing that the other party has collected the tailed beast, it is worth pondering what to do now. Asahi doesn't care what they are thinking. Anyway, these tailed beasts are already in his hands, and he will test if he can take these guys away from this space-time forever. As for the seal, it is like a black rod formed by yin-yang release, which is already an independent seal, so even if the caster has disappeared, it will not disappear. Just like when Minato used a seal as a mark, although he died, the seal will not disappear. The reason is the same at this one. Can you release the tailed beast in your hand? After thinking about it for a while, Naruto spoke. Not to mention anything else, Killer Bee's 8 tails and the Yang Night tails have been with him for more than 10 years are all there, so he can't leave it alone. Tailed beast? That won't work, this thing is my spoil, but I will give you a chance. Defeat me, and I will give them back to you if you defeat me. It's impossible for Asahi to return the tailed beast. After all, how can it be possible to return the spoil that was finally caught? Moreover, the tailed beast of this space-time are not friends with him, so won't it be better to bring them back and give it to Kaguya as nourishment? It looks like there is no way to talk to it, so we can only do it. As soon as Naruto's words fell, Sasuke had disappeared. He rushed to Asahi at a very fast speed, and kicked him. Do you think you are Might Guy? Seeing that Sasuke didn't even use Rinnegan, Asahi reciprocated his kick very simply, and the kick that burned with the 3-color flame directly turned Sasuke into a cannonball, and Naruto, who saw this scene, rushed over to catch Sasuke, but the huge force still made him slide back along with him for some distance. Chapter 122 Congratulations for sealing my thought projection cough cough, such a strong power, this guy clearly doesn't have any chakra in his body, what the hell is going on? Sasuke knows that he has made a mistake. When he saw the truth-seeking ball before, he shouldn't have only used a small amount of power. After all, the truth-seeking ball can only be used by the 6 paths level existence. Sasuke, are you okay? Seeing that Sasuke is vomiting blood, Naruto was very nervous at this moment. Sure enough, these two are true love. It's okay, but his power is too weird, be careful, don't hold back. Knowing that the other party is not simple, Sasuke directly activated Susanoo, the complete body Susanoo, which can fly, and after the purple-blue giant appeared, Naruto did not hesitate, and golden energy appeared from around his body, and then he grasped one of the truth-seeking ball that turned into an iron rod, and there are also several truth-seeking balls floating behind him. So that Sage of 6 Paths couldn't peep into the situation in the Amanomanica. I thought he would know, but it will probably be soon. Asahi didn't care very much. As for Sage of 6 Paths, after Hashirama and the others' souls return, Sage of 6 Paths will definitely know what happened, and it is estimated that he will give orders to the two again. Before Sage of 6 Paths takes action, I'll play with you first, Shockwave. Asahi used Irene's enchantment magic this time. In his opinion, Irene's enchantment magic is also super magic, everything can be added, even personality and soul, which is simply too perverted. A shockwave was added to the ground, and the huge shockwave blasted 100-meter wide above the ground. Before Naruto and Sasuke could react, they were directly blasted into the sky. What happened just now? Why can't I sense any chakra at all? Sasuke's forehead was filled with cold sweat. His Rinnegan can detect all chakra, but Asahi is not using chakra, so except for the recognition with the naked eye, they can't use anything else to identify such an attack. Naruto's Sage Mode could only sense chakra, and Sasuke's Rinnegan also could only sense chakra. They can only check Asahi's attack with the naked eye. Be careful, I can't perceive his chakra, as if he doesn't have chakra at all, it's too weird. Naruto was also taken aback, but fortunately, the attack just now wasn't very violent, and it didn't hurt them much. Sushi Kage, Kazi Kage, this is the companion you are talking about? And Sushi Kage, what is going on? That is someone from your village, right? Tsunade and the others were looking at Gaara and Onoki with confused expression. These two said that this guy is a good companion, but he is actually attacking them now. I also didn't know that there would be actually such a person from my village. That guy did help us before, but what's going on now? We also won't be able to interfere. Seeing the ground breaking again and again in the scene, he knew that it would be unrealistic to intervene, and they would be finished if they get closer. Forget it, now is not the time to quarrel, let's leave first. The scope of their battle is getting bigger and bigger. Seeing the continuous shockwaves, flames, and explosions, which spread towards the surroundings continuously, Gaara knew that they can't stay here anymore. In desperation, everyone can only retreat again. This is the second time for Gaara and Onoki. At this moment, Asahi is wildly using enchantment magic, enchant flame, enchant heat, enchant melting, enchant shockwave, enchant energy explosion, all of which are crazily destroying the battlefield, and he also didn't need to worry about his own energy depletion. Half of Zeref's energy surpassed that of the others, plus sunshine, he already has a proper source of infinite energy. On the other hand, Sasuke and Naruto couldn't get close to Asahi at all, and they were constantly being suppressed and beaten. Even Naruto found that his truth-seeking ball could not play a big role. Just like Sage Art restrained the truth-seeking ball, the energy used by Asahi also does not belong to chakra, so it also restrains the truth-seeking ball, and Naruto's truth-seeking ball is only a little stronger than ordinary weapon, so it shatters directly after blocking a few attacks. You two, listen carefully. I have already figured out a situation. My mother has been sealed again, but there is a problem with this person. You need to find a way to seal him with the seal I gave you, otherwise, we will never be able to get back the tailed beast. When the two were in a hard fight, Sage of Six Paths once again informed them of the situation, so this is the last enemy, right? But how do we charge over against this kind of attack? Even truth-seeking ball is useless. Naruto looked at the countless attacks in front of him with a pained expression. He, who had always used a lot of Rasengan to pile up the enemy, was finally disgusted by the amount of attacks. It's almost like a barrage of bullets, but the power is so huge that it hurts them very much. Use the power of Nine Tails, and I'll attach Susanoo to Nine Tails. As long as I get closer, I can use my pupil technique to go to his side, and don't you still have shadow clones? Use your shadow clones appropriately. With Sasuke's reminder, a plan was soon formed. Soon, Asahi saw a tattered and incomplete Nine Tails with purple-blue energy around its body rushing out. Immediately afterwards, Sasuke and the Nine Tails directly threw his sword and kunai towards Asahi. After Nine Tails resisted the last shockwave and disappeared, the sword instantly turned into Sasuke and the kunai became Naruto, and the two of them pressed their hands directly on Asahi's body. How can it succeed so easily? Seeing that Asahi didn't even resist, both of them were a little stunned, but now that the seal had already been activated, the ground suddenly shattered, and a large number of boulders continued to rush towards the sky, and soon a huge sinkhole was formed on the ground. Although it is successful, why does it feel very strange? Looking at this scene, both Naruto and Sasuke felt a little unreal, as their enemy was directly sealed without resisting it, which is strange. It's not wrong to feel strange. Congratulations, you have sealed my thought projection. Asahi reappeared at this moment. Thought projection is equivalent to the magic version of the shadow clone technique, but this clone will not disappear because of being knocked down, and it is equivalent to a physical clone, so thought projection is very useful. Asahi used August's magic, hearing magic, to hear the plan of the two just now. He knew what they wanted to do, so he deliberately let them seal his thought projection. Chapter 123 It can really be taken back thought projection? Naruto had a puzzled look on his face. He didn't know what the thought projection was, and almost kicked by Sasuke directly. Isn't the so-called thought projection just a clone? It's already so obvious. I don't want to waste time anymore, so you guys should do your best. Can you block my last move? If you can block it, I'll let you go, but if you can't block it, it seems you will be finished. After Asahi finished speaking, he directly activated Irene's ultimate enchantment magic, Deusima, but his Deusima is more terrifying than Irene's, and it's not just one, but 10 in a row. After falling down, almost all have turned into flaming meteor shower. After throwing this trick, Asahi directly suspended in the air to watch the show. Seeing so many huge meteorites falling down in one breath, and the speed was also so fast, Sasuke and Naruto were shocked. If it's Irene's version, it is estimated that it will not be difficult for them to block it, but this is Asahi's version, and there are also 10 in a row. By the way, the seal in the sky is also destroyed, so the thought projection was recovered. With a bunch of meteorites fell like this, the two of them also directly burst out with their full strength. They used all the tricks that could be used. Naruto entered Six Paths Sage mode, and shot two huge truth-seeking ball Rasen shuriken towards the meteorites, and Sasuke also activated Susanoo, and shot arrows like crazy. However, Sasuke didn't absorb the chakra of the nine-tailed beast, so even if he uses Indra's arrow, it is not very strong. In the end, after these two's big moves are used, there are still two meteorites remaining, so in desperation, the two can only use their bodies to fight. 10% increase. I've reached 59% now, then, it's almost time to leave, and I also have to go to the moon. After Asahi saw the two were seriously injured, he didn't bother to care about them. Even if they blocked it, he didn't have anything to say. As long as the percentage is increasing, it is enough. After defeating the two, Asahi went to the moon directly. However, during this period, there was only Tonarai left on the moon, and he was still the trashy Tonarai, so he did not bring any contribution to Asahi. After killing Tonarai, Asahi directly packed the huge Tenseigan away, and then returned to Eren. Now, it is the final stage of experimentation. It depends on whether these things can be brought back directly. It is best if it can, but it's fine if it's not possible. After communicating with the Ramyaku, Asahi's body disappeared in a purple light again, and when he reappeared, he has already returned to his space-time, and all those things have also been brought back. However, he also received a message as soon as he came back. Although he has mastered Ramyaku's key, and every time the Ramyaku is used up, it takes several years to recharge, but he brought back too many things this time, and the burden was too large, so Ramyaku's recharge time was directly increased to 50 years. After knowing this, Asahi suddenly felt that these things in his hands were like traps. 50 years, this is equivalent to the loss of a large dungeon, and he felt regret when he thinks about it. Forget it, I still got a lot of good stuff, let's think about it later. Asahi was too lazy to think about it, and asked White Zetsu about the current situation. There was not much deviation in time. As he hadn't been in another space-time for long, the time here was still the same. It is not the same as the original work, as the time is directly suspended, but perhaps it is because he has mastered the Ramyaku's key. After that, Asahi directly transferred the giant Tenseigan to the moon. The previous one was used as the core of the moon, so it was quite troublesome if Orochimaru wanted to study it, so this one was handed over to Orochimaru. When he received it, Orochimaru was stunned. This kind of giant Tenseigan was created by the Otsutsuki clan on the moon with countless painstaking efforts and Byakugan, but Asahi actually brought him another one, which is simply too shocking. However, he did not ask too much. He cared more about the result, and Asahi also did not explain it himself. In fact, it is okay if he explained it. After all, the Ramyaku has been mastered by him, and it has a cool-down time of 50 years, which is enough to dissuade everyone. After handing the giant Tenseigan to Orochimaru, Asahi quickly left the moon. After his magic ability reached 59%, he could go from one shinobi village to another shinobi village in the blink of an eye. And now, even if he secretly takes people from a certain village away, no one will find him, and he can definitely move with many people. In fact, Asahi himself felt that his experience was a bit unbelievable. He even went to the Fourth Ninja World War, and obtained a lot of profit. However, the equipment system should be turned on at 50% actually didn't appear, which means that Zeref actually did not have any equipment. In fact, to put it bluntly, Asahi only left for a few days, so after returning to Hidden Stone's village, no one cared about him, and then Asahi directly found Kaguya. Why did you come to look for me all of a sudden? What's the matter? Kaguya looked at Asahi with some doubts. If Asahi looked for her, there must be something happening. There is something I wanted to talk to you, but this is not the place to talk. Let's talk outside the village. After saying that, Asahi directly took Kaguya and moved to a very remote place in the land of Earth. After that, under Kaguya's puzzled expression, he took out the 9 truth-seeking balls that sealed the 9-tailed beast. The truth-seeking ball is strange. There seems to be something else in it. This is tailed beast. Kaguya opened her Rinnegan, and after seeing the 9-tailed beast inside, she was dazed. She can still perceive the chakra of tailed beast, and knew that Hidden Stone's village has some tailed beast, and there is no change in them, so she was confused. Where did these tailed beast pop out from? Seeing Kaguya's confusion, Asahi explained, I brought it from another parallel world, and you don't need to know more about it. I can't bring the demonic statue of the outer path here, so I need you to summon it yourself," Asahi said. As for the Akatsuki, in fact, the absence of the demonic statue of the outer path does not have much impact on them, and it will only be a little troublesome to seal the tailed beast, but it is not the same for Obito. Nagato just needs to use the tailed beast to bring pain to the world, so that people in this world can know the pain caused by war, so as to usher in peace, and the demonic statue of the outer path is just something used to seal the tailed beast, so even if it is taken away now, it will not have much impact on him. But for Obito, the loss would be too great. However, at this stage, Nagato still does not intend to catch the tailed beast, and White Zetsu has now become his. So, it is estimated that it will be at least several years until Obito knows that the demonic statue of the outer path is gone. Asahi is wondering what his expression will be at that time, but it definitely will be very amusing. Chapter 124. A few years in a flash for strength, Kaguya is definitely very eager. She has made an agreement with Asahi before, and she has already accepted her fate, but now, Asahi has brought such good news to her, so how can she be unhappy? After that, Kaguya summoned the demonic statue of the outer path without hesitation, and Asahi directly threw the 9 truth-seeking balls into the demonic statue of the outer path's mouth. The seals were instantly broken, and the power of the tailed beast began to merge into the body of 10 tails. Nagato, what happened just now? In Hidden Rain Village, the demonic statue of the outer path suddenly disappeared because Kaguya summoned it, so the noise also alarmed Konan. The demonic statue of the outer path disappeared, as if someone had summoned it away, but unless they have Rinnegan, they can't summon the demonic statue of the outer path. Nagato is also wondering who has done this. He now suspects that there is a second person who has Rinnegan in the shinobi world. After all, the demonic statue of the outer path could only be summoned by Rinnegan's user, but now, it has suddenly disappeared like this. In short, there was some commotion on Nagato's side, but Nagato directly suppressed the situation, and asked Konan to arrange for someone to check it. On the other side, after the 9-tailed beast were absorbed, 10 tails is constantly taking shape, and Asahi directly used magic barrier to isolate the terrifying chakra. Because of that, everyone didn't know that something terrifying was being bred in this shinobi world. Due to the sufficient number of tailed beast, and although there are only half of the 9 tails, the speed of fusion is also very fast, and it also directly crosses the previous states and enters the final state. After entering the final state, Kaguya directly pulls the 10 tails into her body. Although it is not her prime yet, but Kaguya has become much stronger. After giving her some time to awaken Tensei again, Kaguya's strength will definitely surpass her prime, and there are also Hidden Stones Village's people instructing her in combat, so Kaguya will definitely become the invincible existence in the entire shinobi world. And except for Asahi, who is the ultimate invincible existence, even if the Sage of Six Paths brothers come out again, Kaguya won't be defeated. How do you feel after regaining your strength? Asahi asked with a smile. Very good, but are you really not worried at all? After I regain the strength, won't it be dangerous if I go against you? Kaguya asked a little puzzledly. She was confused why Asahi is a little bit like her in the past, so easy to believe in others, pure and innocent. I don't need to suspicious, you Kaguya, is the ancestor of chakra, so you can't lie easily. Of course, if you lie, just treat me as an idiot. Asahi said indifferently. In fact, what he said just now were all nonsense. Because of his strength, he didn't bother to care about it. If Kaguya completely forgotten the strength he showed at the beginning, then Asahi won't say too much, and just take care of Kaguya. After all, even if she becomes much stronger, she is still not an opponent for Asahi. To put it bluntly, Asahi's strength has surpassed the power limit of this world. No matter how amazing they are, people who belong to this world will not have the qualifications to fight against him anymore. Since you trust me, then I will abide by the agreement and help you protect this village. Kaguya finally shook her head. In truth, she was not cunning in her mind, and on the contrary, she was a little innocent. Asahi has shown enough chips now, so Kaguya is not the kind of person who break her promise. Moreover, Kaguya felt there is no benefit to antagonize Asahi at all, so why bother? She feels that her current life is quite good, and there are a bunch of juniors who care about herself, and she can just honestly become the ancestor in Hidden Stones Village and develop the Tensei again. Why does she need to do things and ruin her good life? So Kaguya has now completely become the patron saint of Hidden Stones Village, and even if Asahi is not there, no one in this world can pose any threat to Hidden Stones Village. Of course, Asahi also knows that the arrogant soldiers are bound to be defeated. With so many high-end combat power, Hidden Stones Village's shinobi will definitely become arrogant. This is the human nature, but Asahi has already told Danoki about it. If the person who goes out to do the mission is killed in the task because of his lack of strength, then there's no need to do anything about it. But if they are targeted and killed by others, or there are a few other people from other shinobi village intervening in the back, then there is no need to be polite at all. Even if Asahi already told Onoki about this, there are still some hidden dangers in Hidden Stones village, but it is better than doing nothing. In this way, Hidden Stones village's development is still the same as before. Other villages have also discovered Hidden Stones village's situation. In short, for mission and so on, just do it normally. And as long as they didn't deliberately target Hidden Stones village will not meddle in the matter. So after they probed for a while, they also stopped making trouble, and the shinobi world returned to its original calm. Only Nagato and the others were still investigating the so-called second pair of Rinnegan, but they estimated that it would be useless even if they turned over the shinobi world. They don't even know how the Rinnegan appeared, so what should they look for? In this way, 5 years passed in a flash. It is now Hidden Leaf Village's year 54. Neji is now 7 years old, and Hinata is 6 years old. Because Hayashi no longer has any fear about the main house and branch house, Hanabi is only 1 year younger than Hinata. It can only be said that this guy is amazing. There are some differences in the original work. Kurotsuchi is the same age as Neji, and Deidara is a few years older than them, but this kid shouted about art is explosion and the like every day, and he have been taught by Asahi several times. Deidara's abilities are indeed very special, but Asahi will not let him become a traitor this time. So after Deidara enrolled in the academy, he began to guide Deidara. Although this guy's explosive artistic personality can no longer be changed, at least he will not mess around in the village now, but he might mess around outside. Moreover, he directly regarded Asahi as an idol among idols. Not for other reasons, just because of Asahi's abilities, as many of them are super powerful and have explosive properties, especially the power of the sunshine, which is like a nuclear bomb explosion. Therefore, Deidara admires Asahi incomparably. He follows Asahi all the time and calls him Big Brother. And also, because of Asahi's fist education, this boy will probably not leave Hidden Stones village in the future. That's kind of good, after all, he is also a talent belonging to Hidden Stones village. Moreover, because of Asahi's amazing craftsmanship, the other small girls are also following behind Asahi all day, making Hayashi's face collapse. After all, as long as he is the father, he should be controlling his daughter, but his 2 daughters are running behind other people all the time, and the same is true for Kurotsuchi. As a result, Kitsuchi and Hayashi became good brothers, and the two have a lot in common. Chapter 125 Fugaku's Distress Letter. You are really liked by children. Looking at the large number of children in the house, Gashina was a little speechless. After Asahi became an adult, he had already taken down the 3 women, so now they all live together, but seeing so many small heads in the house, Gashina didn't know what to say, as Asahi is so popular with children. It can't be helped, my charm is so huge that even children can't resist it. Asahi said smugly. If you can't make such delicious things, I believe they will be gone soon. Mai, who is on the side, is also speechless. Why did these little kids come here? Isn't because of Asahi's delicious food? Asahi's cooking skill is very good, plus those dishes from his past life, let alone these kids, even they can't resist such temptation. That's why it is said that to capture a person's heart, you must start with their stomach first, and Asahi perfectly replicated this, and then captured these little girls. Except, the goodwill at the beginning was already a little high because of his good cooking skills. By the way, has Tsunoda not come back yet? Asahi, who has already prepared a table of dishes, asked with some doubts. 1 year ago, Onoki directly announced his retirement at 370, and the new appointed Sushi Kage is none other than Tsunoda. It has been so many years, coupled with Onoki constantly strengthening the control of the village, and Tsunoda's slowly accumulated reputation. By the time she took over Sushi Kage last year, no one said much. So Tsunoda has officially become the new Sushi Kage. Asahi estimates that Danzō must be mad when he finds out about this. The person he personally forced away has actually sat in Sushi Kage's position, and he himself is still staring at the Hokage's position without being able to touch it. After all, Lord Third just didn't let the position go. When Tsunoda becomes Sushi Kage, just as Asahi thinks, it gives Danzō a lot of agitation. If Tsunoda becomes Hokage, it won't be so strange, but Tsunoda, as an outsider, has actually become Sushi Kage. When everyone from the other great shinobi villages knew this, they were all stunned, and they all wondered if Hidden Stones village has gone crazy. After all, why would they let people who defected from another village become the Sushi Kage? If it was their villages, it will be already a problem to enter the higher-ups position, let alone become a Kage that controls the life and death of the village. So it became sensation in the entire shinobi world at the time, and everyone felt that Hidden Stone's village was too courageous, but within a year, Tsunade proved to everyone that she was not inferior to Onoki at all, and she would not cause disadvantage to Hidden Stone's village just because she was from another village. Under the management of Tsunade and with the help of Asahi, Hidden Stone's village has grown stronger. This made the people who laughed at Hidden Stone's village shut their mouths immediately. They are also puzzled why Tsunade is so determined. Did she have no nostalgia for Hidden Leaf Village? On the other hand, in order to get Tsunade and the others back, Jiraiya starts to learn how to become a Hokage, and he now became a thorn in Danzō's eye. Danzō was already on the verge of madness. And under his influence, although he did not become Hokage himself, it won't be so simple for Jiraiya to become the Hokage, so it became a stalemate. Sister Tsunade should be coming back at this time. After all, the village is getting bigger and bigger, and there are more and more things to deal with. Even if she has already given out a lot of power, things are still very difficult. Mai, who also helps Tsunade to deal with some things from time to time, said. After all, managing a large village is indeed not easy, and she admires Tsunade very much. As soon as the voice fell, Tsunade returned with Shizune. It's you little kids again, do you think this is your home? Tsunade also complained helplessly, but she felt that it's not bad to be more lively. After seeing Tsunade, the group of small kids rushed to greet her. Regarding Tsunade, they adore her very much. After all, Tsunade is now the Sushi Kage. You're finally back, let's have dinner. Asahi said after seeing Tsunade. Got it? Oh, by the way, you'd better take a look at this thing. It was sent by the Uchiha clan. Tsunade said as she took out a scroll and handed it to Asahi. When Asahi heard it's from the Uchiha clan, his eyes became sharp. The village has just recovered some vitality, but he already can't help but want to cause trouble. Hidden Leaf Village is really troublesome. After Asahi looked at the contents of the scroll, he couldn't help but shook his head. He really didn't know what to say about Hidden Leaf Village. The reason why Danzō didn't do anything with the Uchiha clan in the past few years is because of their village needs to recuperate. But now that it has just recovered a little, he started again. Maybe it's also because that guy Jiraiya stimulated Danzō. After he returned, he began to learn a lot of things about Hokage, and Lord Third also wanted to give this position to Jiraiya, so Danzō couldn't help but started causing trouble. Tsunade's face is the same as usual. She is already used to Hidden Leaf Village's affairs. As long as Lord Third is still there, nothing will happen to Danzō, and if Danzō is still there, Hidden Leaf Village will always has troubles. She has long been disappointed by Hidden Leaf Village. As for her teacher, to put it bluntly, he is also one of the culprits behind the scenes who attacked the Senju clan. Although it is said that there is a teacher-student relationship, she has already given up on Lord Third when she learned of this. So in Hidden Leaf Village, the only thing Tsunade cares about right now is Jiraiya, and it's just a little concern for her teammate. Tsunade doesn't care whether Lord Third is alive or dead, but she doesn't want to watch Jiraiya being killed by Danzō's darkness. Of course, she didn't say these words. She also has White Zetsu's intelligence network, so she naturally knows Hidden Leaf Village's situation, and it shouldn't be a big problem to help Jiraiya by then. Right now, the problem lies with the Uchiha clan. Fugaku Uchiha said that he can no longer suppress the Uchiha clan. Many people want to directly push him to launch coup d'état because of differences with the village. He has no way to control it, and only a small group of people will still listen to him. He has already decided to abandon most of the Uchiha clan's members, and those who are obedient have also already been determined. Now, I just need to go and take them out. As for the next big show, I wonder how Hidden Leaf Village will play it. Asahi doesn't need too much of Uchiha clan's people, as long as he got some, and the most important thing is for them to be obedient. As for those people that Fugaku are planning to abandon, it shows how inflated their prides are. At this stage, according to the original work, Shishui's eye should have been gouged by Danzō, but the plot is still a bit earlier. It is estimated that Asahi has caused a series of butterfly effects, so the time has been pushed forward a bit, but the problem was not big at the time. Regarding Shishui, Asahi has no opinion, whether he betrayed his clan or whatever, it has nothing to do with him. To put it bluntly, the blame is on Lord Second. Lord Second brainwashed Kagami Uchiha brainwashed his descendants, so Shishui is like this because educational issues, nothing else. Chapter 126 Meeting Fugaku. After that, Asahi didn't care anymore, and just ate and rested. The next morning, he left Hidden Stone's village directly, and went to Hidden Leaf Village. With his current magic ability, he arrived in Hidden Leaf Village in just the blink of an eye. After using the transformation magic to change his appearance, Asahi swaggered around Hidden Leaf Village. Although Hidden Leaf Village's investigation was strict, he was not dragged down by Chakra now. To put it bluntly, He was just an ordinary person in Hidden Leaf Village's eyes, and no one cared about him. Asahi did not go to the Uchiha clan immediately, but go to inquire about a place in the village, a ramen restaurant called Ikiraku Ramen, which is known as the safest place in the entire Naruto world. For anyone who come to this world, if they have no cheat, and are still useless even with training, then Ikiraku Ramen would be the first choice to go. As long as they follow the legendary Otsutsuki Tuki, there will never be anything wrong. After all, can't you see that when Hidden Leaf Village was destroyed by Nagato, Ikiraku Ramen is still okay? So Ikiraku Ramen is definitely the top sanctuary in Naruto world, nothing could come close. Asahi came here also to taste the taste of this Ikiraku Ramen. And along the way, to also meet the legendary Otsutsuki Tuki. Ikiraku Ramen is still very famous in Hidden Leaf Village. After asking a few people, Asahi knew the exact location, and found it quickly, but after entering the door, Asahi saw a boy with golden hair eating inside. Naruto? Although Minato is still dead, he should be a prince now. At this moment, although he is still small, Naruto does not have those few beards on his face, so he looks very similar to Minato, and he also belongs to the particularly sunny type. The current Naruto, because he is not the Nine-Tails as Jinchuriki, is a real prince in Hidden Leaf Village, and there is no need to say about his talent. As the reincarnation of Ashura, Naruto is also very talented. His life is quite comfortable, and this can be regarded as one of the butterfly effects created by Asahi. But Asahi didn't care too much about Naruto, but directly ordered a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, and after tasting it, Asahi also thought that it was very good, but he didn't feel anything special about this shop when he arrived. He didn't feel any strange aura from Tuki, so Asahi could only attribute everything to the protagonist's aura and the needs of the world plot, so that Ikiraku Ramen would always stand tall. There is nothing special about Ikiraku Ramen, so Asahi didn't stay too much. As for Naruto, he didn't want to dig him at all. Asahi thinks that if he wants to dig out Naruto, unless Hidden Leaf Village is destroyed directly, there is no possibility of such thing happening. After all, with Naruto's character, Asahi will not be able to dig him away even after Lord Third died. This is not an exaggeration. As it's still daytime, Asahi continued to stroll around Hidden Leaf Village. There is no such thing as the bustling and lively scene in the original Hidden Leaf Village now. Asahi can even clearly feel a depressed atmosphere. It is estimated that one reason is the Uchiha clan, and another reason is because what Asahi had done. As a result, Hidden Leaf Village has become like this now. In the evening, the sun slowly set to the west, so Asahi went to the Uchiha clan. Based on the information given by Fugaku, Asahi quickly found Fugaku's residence. Long time no see, clan head Fugaku, you seemed very anxious now. Asahi didn't try to hide, and went straight into Fugaku's study. His sudden appearance shocked Fugaku Uchiha. Flying Thunder God technique. Seeing Asahi's sudden appearance, Fugaku subconsciously blurted it out. Hidden Stones Village has dug so many Hidden Leaf Village's talents, and there are many higher-ups among them, so for Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Leaf Village's scroll of seal is basically transparent. Almost. Although they are all space types, they are not Flying Thunder God technique. Then, clan head Fugaku, how is your preparation? Asahi sat down on a chair next to him very familiarly, and asked. Not yet. I'm not fully prepared yet. Sir, I didn't know that you also know how to perform space ninjutsu like this, so I miscalculated the time, but give me 2 more days. I will be ready in 2 days. Fugaku said nervously, for fear that Asahi would abandon them if he was upset. He also regrets it now. If he knew this would happen, he shouldn't have such stupid illusions, and go to Hidden Stones Village earlier, as it will be much better than the current passive situation. In the past, they are trying to dig him, but now, he is the one begging them. The situation has become completely different. 2 days is not very long, I can wait. By the way, tell me about the current status of the Uchiha clan and the people you plan to take away. Let me remind you, I don't want those who are disobedient. Asahi said indifferently. He indeed came a lot faster, so it is understandable to give Fugaku some time to prepare, so now, he intends to find out about the current situation. After that, Fugaku told Asahi about the current situation of the Uchiha clan. According to Fugaku, a higher-ups clan meeting was just held yesterday, and the vast majority of people clamored to let Fugaku become the Hokage, and pull down Lord Third from his current position. Even if Fugaku refused it, it was of no use, as these people seemed to have gone crazy and didn't care about his opinion at all. As for the Uchiha clan's members, most of them were abandoned by Fugaku, and even a small part of his cronies were abandoned. The reason is that, although these people are his cronies, they are as crazy as the others and obey his orders because they have blind confidence in him. It can be said that even if they are obedient, They are just like a time bomb because of their craziness. Because of that, Fugaku chose to give up these people in order to ensure that those who went with him would not provoke Asahi. He is indeed courageous, as in the original work, he did not even resist and supported his son's decision. Asahi didn't know what to say about that. Why would he chose to do that? And regarding Itachi, he doesn't seem to love his younger brother very much. After all, he plans to use Kodoa Matsukami on his younger brother, brainwashing him to protect Hidden Leaf Village. Even after knowing Hidden Leaf Village's situation, he still did so Itachi showed that he is completely a Hidden Leaf Village's diehard, someone who can cheat everyone for Hidden Leaf Village. After that, Fugaku also talked about Itachi's matter. What made Asahi speechless was that he had reminded Fugaku during the Third Shinobi World War, and Itachi was only 3 years old at the time. However, Itachi seemed to have been already brainwashed by Shizui. According to Fugaku, Itachi has joined Anbu and is very close to Shizui. Chapter 127 Stealing from Danzō. In fact, it's not like Fugaku didn't do anything. After returning to the village, he isolated the possibility of Itachi and Shizui meeting, but what he didn't expect was that they had already met each other some time ago, and Shizui had instilled a lot of indoctrination about Hidden Leaf Village's supremacy on Itachi. Children are very receptive, and what they heard first may become absolute. And as Itachi grew up slowly, he gradually began to move in this direction. Before entering the academy, Fugaku could still prevent Itachi and Shizui from meeting, but after entering the academy, Shizui often ran to find Itachi. Fugaku couldn't do anything about it. Although he is the clan head, Shizui is clearly in the same faction as Hidden Leaf Village, and he can't give an order of not allowing Shizui to approach his son. Because of that, Itachi has been brainwashed even more seriously. In addition, there are also the praise about Hidden Leaf Village from the teachers in the academy. Those who can become the teachers in the academy are diehards among Hidden Leaf Village as diehards. After graduation, Itachi hardly stayed at home and joined Anbu. This time, the opportunity to meet Shizui became more and more frequent. Because of that, Fugaku can no longer do anything about it. No matter how he taught Itachi, it's useless. This son of his has already determined to be Hidden Leaf Village's loyal dog, which caused him a headache. Now, for the safety of his wife and his youngest son, he felt it is better to leave earlier. Regarding his youngest son, Sasuke, Itachi intended to pass his crazy thought to Sasuke, but after knowing that there was a problem with Itachi's thoughts, Fugaku directly separated the two and injected his thought into his youngest son. The clan is not the most important, nor is Hidden Leaf Village, as the most important is family. Therefore, the current Sasuke has also undergone a lot of changes in personality. Since he did not meet Itachi often, Sasuke's thought was given by Fugaku this time, and he will not follow Itachi as a follower. In this regard, Asahi couldn't help giving Fugaku a thumbs up. If he really didn't do this, Asahi didn't know how to educate Sasuke, but fortunately, Fugaku managed to take care of it in time, and Sasuke won't be entangled with Itachi like in the original work, and the two even rarely see each other now, so there is no nostalgia even if they meet. Finally, you did something right. Itachi is already loyal to Hidden Leaf Village, so I will not accept him. You have 2 days. After 2 days, gather here, and then I will take you all away. After Asahi finished speaking, he disappeared from Fugaku's study. Hearing Asahi's words, Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief and quietly contacted the people he had selected over the years. These people actually don't have too strong strength, but they have a kind heart, and they will not be like most Uchiha clan's members who are ambitious and think about taking Hokage's position. To be honest, if there is a real fight, Asahi felt that even if it is the current Hidden Leaf Village is weak, the Uchiha clan will only deliver food. Not mention Danzō for the time being, Lord 3rd plus Inma are 2 Kage-level powerhouses, so even Fugaku has Mangekyo, it will be difficult to deal with them. Moreover, other than Lord 3rd, Jiraiya is also in Hidden Leaf Village now. He is also determined to be the Hokage, so once they confronted Jiraiya, the Uchiha clan will be directly destroyed to the ground. Jiraiya with Sage Mode is not something they can fight at all, but these Uchiha clan's members are too stupid to see the situation clearly. In fact, Fugaku's initial plan was to send out his wife and his youngest son and he himself would stay, not because of the clan, but because of his eldest son. After all, it is still uncomfortable for him, who is a father, to directly abandon his son. But after he and Mikoto discussed about it, Mikoto said that she also wanted to stay. In the end, Fugaku had no choice but to compromise and leave together. After all, they still have a son who deserves more attention. Although their eldest son is in Hidden Leaf Village, it is unlikely that he will have any trouble, so in the end, Fugaku can only leave him here. After all, there are also other people he needs to take care about. After leaving Fugaku, Asahi pondered for a while. He planned to get Shizue's eyes first, as this thing is a dangerous item. Although it is useless for him, it is still able to influence the people around him. Although he is now strong, if someone uses this thing on the people on his side, it will be terrible. Although with his current ability, he can lift it, but the premise is that he needs to discover it. He doesn't want to be stabbed by the people around him. Therefore, it is better to take this kind of thing to Orochimaru to study it, as it is useless to let Danzō and Itachi keep it. As Uchiha clan's member who awakened Mangekyo, Shishui's strength has long since reached Kage level, so it is easy for Asahi to find him, as Hidden Leaf Village has only few Kage level powerhouses left. What are the two doing? Is it time for the plot? Asahi quickly located two Kage level figures in a no man's land, and then he teleported there directly. After he appeared here, he saw two people, one is Danzō and the other is Shisui. The two met here secretly, but in the next scene, Danzō intends to attack Shisui directly, but Shisui directly uses Genjutsu to control him, but Danzō at this time has already obtained the secret technique of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi. So when Shisui was careless, he directly gouged out one of Shishui's eyes. It's indeed a classic scene. Asahi looked at this scene and was a little puzzled. In fact, Shisui still has a chance now, as Danzō just gouged one of his eyes, not two. Can't he just use Kodo Matsukami on Danzō now? At this time, Danzō has already used the Izanagi and got his eye, so his defense must be at the weakest, but Shisui actually chose to run away directly. Asahi wonder what this guy was thinking. With such an amazing technique like Kodo Matsukami in your hand, can you just control Danzō first? By controlling Danzō, you can take your eye back, and then go back and use Kodo Matsukami on the other people. But Shisui had done none of such thing, which made Asahi very confused. At this time, seeing Shisui running away, Asahi directly created a thought projection, and then ordered it to transform into Itachi, and then followed Shisui. Asahi intends to directly use this method to take the other eye in Shishui's hand. There is no need to do it, as it takes a lot of effort. But Asahi didn't want to let Shisui die in front of Itachi, so that Itachi won't awaken his Mangekyo, and then, it will be interesting. As for Asahi's main body, he is not idle either. Danzō can't directly put on Shishui's eye on his eye socket now. So he put Shishui's eye in the prepared bottle and preserved it, but that makes it easy for Asahi. Among his magic, there's one called Apport. Although it is a small trick, it will definitely make Danzō collapse at this time. After fetching something from the air, Asahi directly got Shishui's eye in his hand. As for the bottle, he did not take it, and Asahi took a small stone, changed the stone's appearance into Sharingan, and then teleported it to the bottle. But this transformation will expire after 2 days, which will let Danzō happy for a while. Chapter 128 Danzō, where is my Mangekyo? What the hell is this stone? On the other side, Asahi's thought projection, who disguised as Itachi, met with Shisui, and then Shisui started a new round of brainwashing. After he finished, he directly dug out his eye and gave it to Asahi, and then committed suicide. He committed suicide to allow Itachi awaken Mangekyo, but he didn't know that the Itachi he saw was a fake, and at this moment, the real Itachi is still training in the woods, and he simply didn't know what is going on. Both of Shishui's eyes were in Asahi's hand now, but he didn't care about these things. He collected them just to prevent someone from using it on the people on his side. After that, he can give it to Orochimaru to study it. Orochimaru is his own people, and he also trusts him. Even Tenseigan has been handed over to him, so Sharingan is naturally the same. After getting it done, he left directly and found a place to stay in Hidden Leaf Village to rest. As for Danzō, although he lost Sharingan, he got the more powerful Mangekyo, so he was very happy, and he even wanted to sing happily. After going back to the Roots headquarters happily, Danzō went straight to some medical nin without saying a word, and started to change his eye. He is not Madara after all. Generally, shinobi can change their eyes, but not everyone can do it. After all, they need to connect the eyes with the many nerves on the brain. This is not a very simple thing, but Danzō has many capable people, so he can rest assured. But these medical nin noticed some problems when they tried to change Danzō's eye. The neural connection of this eye was useless, it was completely unable to connect. It seemed that there was no problem at all, but it just doesn't work. These medical nin are already in a cold sweat at this moment. If this eye can't be put on, it will be a big deal. Danzō is cruel, and he never tolerated the subordinates who committed wrong things, and all the Roots members have curse marks. If Danzō is angry, they will definitely die, and it is a miserable death. In the end, in desperation, these medical nin had no choice but to give up. What's going on? Why can't I feel the presence of my right eye? After Danzō woke up, he found that there was no Sharingan in his right eye, and he looked at the medical nin with an angry expression. My lord, there is a problem with this eye. We have used various methods, but we have been unable to merge this eye with your brain. This eye is like a fake eye. These medical nin are also helpless. Although this thing looks like it always feels like a fake, and they can't do anything about it. Fake? Danzō looked at the eye soaked in the bottle suspiciously. He took this eye off Shizue's body on his own, so how could it be fake? He wondered if Shizue has also used Izanagi. After thinking about it, he felt that is not realistic too. If Izanagi is used, then this eye would have disappeared after a certain period of time, so how could it still exist in front of him now? In the end, Danzō can only blame it on these medical nin's incompetency. So in a rage, he punished these medical nin, and then he called another group of medical nin, but the result was the same as before. After a busy night, several groups of people have been changed, but there was no one who can put this eye in Danzō's eye socket. Could it be that Mangekyo Sharingan is more special than ordinary Sharingan, so it cannot be replaced by others? But it shouldn't be. They're all eyes. If ordinary Sharingan can be used, why can't Mangekyo? Danzō was puzzled and almost lost his hair from worry, but he still couldn't find any solution. But Danzō is not such the kind of person who likes to give up, so he spent another day to call every medical nin in the route, but in the end, no one can do it. He then thought that there was something wrong with himself, so he had no choice but to use another eye to install it on him, but this time, it went smoothly. At this moment, Danzō ruled out other possibilities and could only attribute it to Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be used by outsiders, but he is still searching for a way. After all, seeing a delicious food in front of you but can't eat it is very uncomfortable. So all day long, he just stared at the small bottle in front of him, wishing to eat his thing directly, causing the Roots members to be stunned. After all, Danzō stared at this eye until night. Then, 2 days later, the Sharingan in the bottle that Danzō put on the table turned into a small stone directly. At this time, Danzō is still staring at it, and he couldn't believe his eye when he saw this Sharingan turned into a stone directly. Danzō even thought that he's seeing things, but after rubbing his eyes, he found that it was indeed a stone. He then thought he had been in Ganjutsu, and tried to use chakra to remove the Ganjutsu, but it was of no use. You too, see what's inside this bottle. Danzō felt that there was something wrong with him, so he simply found 2 people and showed them the bottle. After the 2 Roots members saw the bottle, they have question marks in their heads, but they still answered Danzō truthfully. When he heard their answers, Danzō was petrified. Right now, he wants to ask loudly. Where's my Sharingan? How can my Sharingan turned into a stone? What kind of method is this? Danzō finally understood at this moment that the failure before is not because of other things, but because this thing is not an eye at all, so there is no way to put it on his eye socket. At this moment, he realized one thing, that is, he was played by Shizue. He didn't know what method Shizue used to replace the Sharingan with a stone when he took it, so what he got was a stone. Go, find Shizue Uchiha for me. In anger, Danzō used more than half of the route to find Shizue, but how can they find Shizue? Right now, Shizue has been dead for 2 days, and his body has been taken by the water to somewhere unknown. 2 days is enough for Shizue's body to disappear from Hidden Leaf Village, and it is impossible for Danzō to know that Shizue is dead, as there is no way for Sensor Shinobi to sense a dead person, so the final result can only be one, that is, no trace can be found. Of course, this is something in the future, and there's no need to mention it for the time being. 2 days have passed since Danzō attacked Shizue, so Fugaku has naturally gathered the people who are going to be taken away. Chapter 129 arrived at Hidden Stones Village in the blink of an eye. How is your preparation? 2 days later, Asahi found Fugaku again, and he had already played around in Hidden Leaf Village. It's a pity that too many people in Hidden Leaf Village were poached by Hidden Stones Village, so even if Hidden Leaf Village has recovered a little, there were still a lot to be recovered, so there are not many places to play. Asahi has been playing for 2 days, so he has lost interest. We're ready, everyone who needs to be taken away has been summoned by me. Fugaku answered, as the preparations were made long ago. Soon, Asahi saw these people, but in terms of number, there were only a few dozen. Among them, there are not only shinobi, but also ordinary people of the Uchiha clan. But there are only dozens of them, which shows how ignorant the Uchiha clan is. However, Asahi has nothing to say, as dozens of them is already enough. That. Isn't Izumi Uchiha supposed to be mixed with Itachi Uchiha? Does she not know about Itachi? Asahi saw an acquaintance, Izumi Uchiha. In the original work, she died in 2 ways. One is the novel version, which she died by Itachi's hands, but she spent a happy life in the Tsukahime, and in the anime, she was killed by Obito. Clan head Fugaku, have you told them about your eldest son? Asahi asked curiously. Actually, I have been in contact with them in the past few years. I have also talked to them about Itachi, and after knowing that Itachi had contact with Shizui, I eliminated most opportunities for Itachi to come into contact with other people. Fugaku is also helpless. His eldest son is really troublesome. Now that he has a new way out, it is impossible for him to abandon the other clan members for one of his sons, so he can only give up Itachi. Since he wants to take these people away, then there is no need to conceal too much, so he directly told these people that his son is on Hidden Leaf Village's side, and he does not intend to take him away. It will at least give these people some confidence, knowing that their clan head chose them over his own son, and they will naturally be more grateful for Fugaku. So it's like that, then, there's no problem. Asahi doesn't know what to say. It's probably the butterfly effect again, but this butterfly effect is a bit big. Of course, the specifics will depend on the future situation, but there should be no major problems if no one comes to make troubles at this time. Then we can set off now. I have used the excuse of the coup d'etat to make the Uchiha clan security team in the rear retreat. As long as we hurry, Hidden Leaf Village will not find us. Fugaku said. He has already taken care of everything, and now the rear is empty. The Uchiha clan is on the edge of Hidden Leaf Village, so it is too easy for them to leave the village unspotted. As for the Anbu, who are monitoring outside, they can just kill them. The Uchiha clan is also good at sensing chakra, so those people can't monitor the Uchiha clan from inside, and they can only monitor the periphery, and there can't be many of them. It doesn't need to be so troublesome, with such a small number of people, I can still do it easily. As Asahi said that, he stepped directly on the ground, and a blue light appeared. The huge blue magic circle directly wrapped everyone in. The blue light flashed again, and then disappeared, and the people inside also disappeared with it. A few seconds later, in Hidden Stones Village, where Asahi lived before, which is One Tail's nest now, the blue magic circle appeared, and then a group of people appeared here. This is One Tail. Fugaku, who was still at a loss about their current location, looked around, but just a moment later, he saw One Tail's huge body. Well, Asahi, what's going on with these Uchiha clan's people? One Tail, who was resting, also opened his eyes at this moment. After seeing Uchiha clan symbol, he looked at Asahi with a confused expression. It's nothing, I just went to Hidden Leaf Village to bring the Uchiha clan over here. They will also be part of our village in the future. If you meet them in the future, remember not to attack them. Asahi and One Tail greeted each other, and One Tail didn't care about this. After being freed, coupled with the leisurely life of the past few years, he has changed from the original One Tail to the salted fish One Tail. After knowing that these people are on his side now, One Tail didn't bother to care about it, so he turned over like a salted fish and continued to lie down on the ground and sleeping soundly. He's really a salted fish. Let's go everyone, I will take you to your new residence. Seeing this, Asahi couldn't help but shook his head, and then he took the others to the village. After arriving at Hidden Stones Village, Fugaku was stunned, and everyone else was also stunned. This. Could it be that you bring us directly from Hidden Leaf Village to Hidden Stones Village? Fugaku almost popped his eyes out. Is Minato's Flying Thunder God technique so awesome? The answer is obvious, no, not at all. Minato's Flying Thunder God technique still has a distance limit, and there is a need for enough chakra to teleport more people. Although Minato teleported the Allied Shinobi Forces members during the Fourth Shinobi World War in the original work and the number was terrifying, but there were too many prerequisites. One is that Naruto's chakra formed a link in the others' bodies, and then the yin and yang attribute chakra directly merged and erupted, which transferred everyone a short distance, but even so, the chakra of Minato in a pure world reincarnation state was completely consumed. It can be seen that the consumption is so huge, that it is simply terrifying to the extreme. But Asahi did not have any prerequisites and preparations to do this, and he also took everyone directly from Hidden Leaf Village to Hidden Stones Village. Fugaku suddenly felt that this world is so difficult to understand. He thought that his Mengekyo was already good enough. But after seeing Asahi, he changed his mind. His Mengekyo can't do anything against Asahi's small son, and if he uses it too much, he will become blind, which is very dangerous, so he dared not use it. And now, Asahi's space ability is actually even more terrifying. How far is Hidden Leaf Village from here? Not to mention, if it is during the war, Asahi can bring a group of people directly to the enemy's camps, easily ambushing them. Of course, Fugaku doesn't think it's necessary for Asahi to take other people. After all, Asahi can flatten the entire Shinobi's army all by easily. At this moment, Fugaku suddenly felt that his words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say anything. Not only Fugaku himself, but the others also felt this. Even the Uchiha clan's ordinary people know what this means, let alone the other, which are Shinobi. So at this moment, everyone is shocked and has nothing to say. The only thing that they can do is to follow Asahi dumbly and head to the new residence of their clan. It was not until Asahi brought them to the residence that they all recovered from the shock. Chapter 130 The Angry Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups. The moment Asahi and the others left Hidden Leaf Village, that blue light had already attracted the attention of many people. Even Anbu and Roots members, who were lurking outside Hidden Leaf Village, could see it clearly. The Uchiha clan is now in the most sensitive stage at this moment, so the moment such a blue light burst out, although nothing happened, people with discerning eyes knew that there was a problem at the time. Anbu and Roots members quickly passed the news back to Lord Third and Danzō. Itachi was not at home because of the mission, and the place where the blue light burst out was also the home of the clan head, Fugaku Uchiha, so after others found out about it, they didn't dare to rush in casually. It was until many elders of the Uchiha clan arrived that they entered Fugaku's house, but the house was already empty, and there was no one in the whole house. Many elders, who saw this situation, couldn't help but be surprised. The whole family is all gone, which is not normal, but they will not be able to figure out exactly what happened for a while. Elder, I just asked the others, and they said that clan head ordered the security team at the back of the village disperse today. This time, we may encounter the same thing as the Hyuga clan. After discussing for a while, they also found out about the fact that there were fewer people in the clan, as well as the previous Fugaku's order. Combining this with the past Hyuga clan, the faces of the elders of the Uchiha clan were all green. They're obviously running away, and these people who left with Fugaku happen to be the people who can't get along with their ambitious group. If they still can't figure out a specific situation, then their heads were really kicked by donkeys. Did they defect? Or, it's Hidden Stone's village who's playing tricks again. The elder immediately thought of Hidden Stone's village. After all, this is not the first time. The Senju clan, the Hyuga clan, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Kushina, and even Hidden Mist villages Mai and others have all been poached by Hidden Stone's village in the past. Since it was exposed, all villages have been guarding against Hidden Stone's village like thieves, but they didn't expect that no matter how well they guarded, such a thing would still happen in the end. That's why they thought of Hidden Stone's village immediately. Besides, except Hidden Stone's village, is there anyone else who can do such a thing? As for the people in other villages, Fugaku will never go to other villages unless he has gone crazy. Hidden Stone's village is the precedence, so Fugaku will definitely go there. Let's think of a way to deal with Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups. With such a thing like the clan head defecting, the village justifiable opportunity to take action against our Uchiha clan. The plan will be temporarily postponed. Now that such a thing happens, it must be hidden for a while, and now that we have no one like Fugaku in terms of strength, there is no way to compete with Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups. The elder said very helplessly. This time, they really needed to postpone the coup d'etat. Of course, what they didn't know was that Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups were even more frantic than they thought. In desperation, the elder knew that the matter could not be hidden, so he passed the news to Lord Third. After Lord Third, who was planning to send someone to investigate, got the news, he was directly dumbfounded. The clan head rebelled and some disobedient people were left behind. This is a familiar method. The situation is almost the same as that of the Hyuga clan. In an instant, Lord Third knew that something was wrong. This is because Hidden Stone's village has dug Hidden Leaf Village's corner again. He didn't know what to say. Danzō had just planned to take care of the Uchiha clan, but Hidden Stone's village has already come to dig them, which almost caused him to go crazy. After that, Lord Third immediately thought of finding Danzō, and Danzō was much faster. When Lord Third just asked someone to find him, Danzō had already rushed over, and Lord Third also told the specific situation to Danzō. Hiruzen, don't you see it? I have asked you to act on the Uchiha clan earlier, now you see the situation has become more troublesome. Danzō said with a gloomy face. When he failed to obtain Shishui's eye, as the eye became a stone, he was already angry and sent someone to find Shishui, but there was no news yet. After that, something like this happened to the Uchiha clan. This makes Danzō even more angry. After having such troubles, their people have actually been taken away by Hidden Stone's village again, and there is nothing they can do. He is so angry that he is about to explode. Now, Danzō wonders if he is having a bad luck. After all, how could he encounter so many bad things in such a short period of time? Do you think I don't want to? Just think about it, if the Uchiha clan is destroyed, how much loss the village will suffer. Our Hidden Leaf village, who is already weak, can barely survive without the Uchiha clan, and if a civil war happened, not only the Uchiha clan will die by that time. Lord Third said with a headache. Hidden Leaf village's big clans were almost completely destroyed by them, and now there are only some small clans on his side. However, although these clans have some secret techniques, their strength is also capped at the top of elite Jonin level. Just left this matter to me. I will find a way to take them down without losing Hidden Leaf Village's soldiers, but you need to authorize me," Danzō said with a gloomy face. He actually thought of Akatsuki a long time ago. Back then, Akatsuki left after killing Minato, and Danzō betraying Hidden Mist Village. In fact, he has always had some connections with Akatsuki. This time, to deal with the Uchiha clan, he actually planned to ask Akatsuki to do it a long time ago, but Lord Third didn't agree to do such a thing. And now, such a thing has happened, coupled with how the Uchiha clan has been treated in the past, Lord Third couldn't help but explode. "Then I'll leave it to you, remember what you said, don't let Hidden Leaf Village suffer too much loss." Lord Third finally gave the authority to Danzō, and then Danzō left contentedly, but what Lord Third didn't notice is that when Danzō left, there was a flash of murderous intent in Danzō's eye. It was obvious that Danzō has murderous intent against Lord Third, and the reason is because Lord Third has been too stubborn. It is already difficult for him to restrict Jiraiya, but Lord Third does not let go the Hokage's position, which makes Danzō blow up. Coupled with the stimulation from Tsunoda's current position, he is now getting closer and closer to the final abyss, and even has a lot of murderous intent towards Lord Third. Chapter 131 Danzō's killing intent. Danzō, the person who desires the Hokage's position to the extreme, has never given up becoming a Hokage, but because of Lord Second's question, his hesitation caused him to lose the opportunity to obtain this position, and then Lord Third is the one who obtained it. In the beginning, Danzō didn't have many thoughts about it. After all, he is already satisfied with his life, but as he established the route, tasted the feeling of authority and made some achievements, he began to be dissatisfied with Lord Third, so his methods began to become more and more extreme, thinking that Hidden Leaf Village can only flourish in his hands. To be honest, it is unknown how many people have been deceived by this kind of self-confidence, and he is one of them. He has such a feeling for some time, but Lord Third was still in his prime at the time, so he had no chance. Now that Lord Third is old, he felt he has a chance. However, Lord Third has supported other people. He can be described as destroying Hidden Leaf Village as talents one by one. He is confident that as long as he becomes Hokage, Hidden Leaf Village's strength will show an amazing growth, so it doesn't matter if he killed a few now. From forcing White Fang to death, to attacking the Senju clan, then attacking Orochimaru and the others, and then to Minato, he went to the abyss again and again. It should be his moment if there's no accident this time, but Jiraiya appeared halfway. At this moment, Danzō suddenly realized one thing, that is, it seems that as long as Lord Third is still here, he has no way to be on the top. As long as there are other strong people in Hidden Leaf Village, they will definitely compete with him for this position. Coupled with the stimulus of Tsunoda becoming the Sushi Kage, Danzō began to show his killing intent towards Lord Third. His companion from childhood has become his biggest stumbling block now. If this is the case, then he will simply destroy this stumbling block. As for Jiraiya, as long as Lord Third is dead, Jiraiya won't have many people with real power. He can just use the same method as Orochimaru, pouring a shit basin on Jiraiya's head. After all, he can forge the evidence easily. Moreover, Danzō has already obtained the approval of the daimyo in his own way. The daimyo is the existence who controls the economic lifeline of a shinobi village. As long as Lord Third dies, he will have a chance to rise to the top. "You are the one who forced me. I didn't want to do anything to you, but you are in the way, so don't blame me." After Danzō thought of this, he made up his mind to eliminate Lord Third in an instant this time, as this is the best opportunity. When he takes action against the Uchiha clan, Lord Third will definitely order his subordinates not to get involved. At that time, it will also when the defense around Lord Third is weakest, and the best time for him to start. Danzō, who was already on the path of no return, didn't want to care about the life and death of Lord Third anymore, so he immediately sent his men to contact the Akatsuki. This time, he not only wanted the Uchiha clan to be destroyed, but also take away Lord Third's, and then taking the Hokage's position will be a matter of course. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Danzō has already contacted the Akatsuki, and the people on the Akatsuki are not come at the moment. Danzō is completely crazy. This time, he actually asked us to help him kill Lord Third Hokage. They were teammates when they were young, and they were taught by the same teacher. But how can these guys really be so dark? Konan couldn't understand it. Although she couldn't understand Minato's matter before, she felt that Minato was too unlucky and blocked Danzō's way. But this time, Danzō was actually crazy enough that he wanted to kill Lord Third Hokage. This is different from Minato, as they are used to be teammates when they are young. This is the so-called higher-ups. This world is hopeless, that's why this world needs to be cleaned up. Unfortunately, Hidden Leaf Village has no value at all. If it is not to prevent snakes, I will just directly destroy Hidden Leaf Village this time. Nagato also had a gloomy face. Originally, he planned to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy Hidden Leaf Village directly, or destroy most of Hidden Leaf Village, so that they can realize what is real pain, but when he thinks that Hidden Leaf Village has no tailed beast at all, he just gave up. Although the demonic statue of the outer path is gone, it does not prevent him from catching the tailed beast. There is not only one way to seal the tailed beast. The tailed beast is a strategic weapon and he must take it away, but Hidden Leaf Village is no longer worthy of his early exposure, so after thinking about it, he rejected this idea, but he knew that their organization needed to continue to grow. Since Danzō gave such good conditions, they would naturally take it. Just as Nagato and Conan were talking, a vortex appeared in front of them, and then Obito, who is wearing a mask, appeared. Although Zetsu has already turned to Asahi's side, he still stayed with Obito and passed on information to him. It's just that Asahi is the only player in this chess game, and Obito and the others are just chess pieces. So Obito also got this information from White Zetsu. Regarding the Uchiha clan, Obito is also very crazy and wants to exterminate them just because they are Hidden Leaf Village's clan. As for whether it is his own clan, he even didn't let go his own teacher, let alone his clan. Madara, what are you doing here? Regarding this person who calls himself Madara, Nagato is very vigilant. On one hand, it is because of the ability of the other party, and on the other hand, because the other party knows everything about him, so Nagato is very vigilant. I will participate in this matter with Uchiha clan. Obito only has one thought, and that is to participate in this matter to get a little more Sharingan back. After all, Izanagi still needs Sharingan to be used. As the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, why would you want to destroy the Uchiha clan? As for how Obito knows about this information, Nagato didn't bother to ask anymore. As it's normal to have this kind of information, but he is still a bit puzzled. Although he doesn't think Obito is Madara, but he should still be a talent from Uchiha clan. So he wondered why would he join in destroying his own clan. You don't care about this matter, you only need to know that I will participate in this matter. When the times come, leave the Uchiha clan to me. As for Lord Third Hokage, he's yours. After leaving such a sentence, Obito turned into a vortex and left. Conan, did you see it? Nagato didn't care about Obito, but asked instead. I can see it clearly, although it is very short, but when he uses that trick, his body should be in a materialized state for a moment, but there is not much specific detail, and more attention is needed. Conan opened her mouth and said. Since their first meeting with Obito, the two of them have begun to observe Obito's abilities and whether there will be weaknesses. Over time, they managed to uncover some of the weaknesses. Chapter 132 Jiraiya, who was plotted by Danzō. If Obito got the news, then Asahi was naturally no exception. He also got the news, but this time, he didn't plan to go to Hidden Leaf Village, as there is no need. The most he would get if he went there is a little Sharingan, but this thing is not rare for Asahi. After all, he has already got Shizue's eyes, so the others are unnecessary. And knowing that this time, Danzō has already planned to take action against Lord Third, Asahi raised his hands in agreement. If Lord Third doesn't die, he won't be able to dig other people, but Danzō doesn't need him to do anything, as he will automatically target Lord Third. It can only be said that Lord Third thinks too highly of his status in Danzō's eyes, and will not do anything to Danzō, but Danzō will do something to him. Danzō felt that Lord Third, which has become a stumbling block, does not need to exist anymore. Now that Danzō has made up his mind, plus Akatsuki taking action, Asahi can't imagine how Lord Third would survive this battle. And because the attacker was the Akatsuki, it is estimated that Lord Third would not even have the chance to use the dead demon-consuming seal. In short, Lord Third will definitely die. There's no way he can be alive after being attacked by the Akatsuki, unless Lord Third is a god. After that, Asahi continued to let White Zetsu keep an eye on Hidden Leaf Village's situation, and Hidden Leaf Village indeed directly launched the genocide plan against the Uchiha clan. Danzō's route, Obito and some of the outer members of the Akatsuki, directly overwhelmed and destroyed the Uchiha clan. The strongest ones in the Uchiha clan is currently at Elite Jonin level, so facing Kage level powerhouses, these Elite Jonin can't even do anything and died easily. So the Uchiha clan was annihilated, Sharingan was also divided up by Obito and Danzō, and the corpse was directly destroyed. On the other side, under the siege of Six Paths of Pain, Lord Third couldn't resist at all. Because of that, the Shinobi world, which had just been calm for a few years, has another explosive news. Things happening in Hidden Leaf Village again, and Hidden Stones Village also dug out a part of the Uchiha clan that make the other Shinobi villages even more frightened. But it was not Hidden Stones Village that really made them confused, but Hidden Leaf Village's own operation. Not to mention the extermination of the Uchiha clan, And Lord Third Hokage is also gone. So right now, the only powerhouses in Hidden Leaf Village are Danzō and Jiraiya. This made the people in the shinobi world stunned. What the hell is Hidden Leaf Village doing? Something happens to them every once in a while. They don't even need anyone else to take action, as they will perish themselves. Looking at the information in his hand, I felt speechless to the extreme. He was very suspicious of what the previous shinobi world war was for. With Hidden Leaf Village's current situation, they don't need them to do anything, as they will kill themselves slowly. Regardless of whether the enemies exist or not, Hidden Leaf Village is still having troubles every once in a while. While everyone is recuperating, only Hidden Leaf Village is constantly doing things, and they also gave special benefits into Hidden Stone's village. This time, they actually sent the Uchiha clan there. It's not about the combat power. It is mainly the KK Genkai clan. Now that Hidden Stone's village has directly taken away the 3 Hidden Leaf Village's KK Genkai clans, and also taken Hidden Mist Village's Yuki and Kaguya clans, their KK Genkai clans skyrocketed in an instant. Forget it, there is nothing we can do. As long as Hidden Stone's village doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble, we just need to strengthen the guard of our village. I don't want to see when our Hidden Clouds village's people are also at Hidden Stone's village. I said. Although he is very afraid of Hidden Stone's village, it is useless. The only thing he can do now is to prevent the others from digging his village's corner. As for other things, they can't even prevent one person from bulldozing their village, so, what kind of defense they can do? Hidden Stone's village does not seem to intend to start a war, so they can breathe a sigh of relief. Similarly, the news about Hidden Leaf Village's constant messing with themselves has spread throughout the shinobi world, and everyone who heard this was dumbfounded. On Hidden Leaf Village's side, after killing Lord Third, Danzō directly obtained the consent of Land of Fire's daimyo with lightning speed, and got his wish to sit in Hokage's position, because Land of Fire's daimyo also participated. Danzō himself has a high status, at least just under the Hokage, so he became the Hokage easily. As for people from Lord Third's faction, although they are very unhappy, they had no choice but stay silent. Of course, others can bear it, but Jiraiya can't. He still holds a glimmer of hope that Hidden Leaf Village can grow back and take the others back, but the reality is cruel. Because of Jiraiya's ignorance, the first thing Danzō after he became the Hokage, is pouring a bowl of shit on Jiraiya's head. He has done a lot of nasty things, and he pushed all these things onto Jiraiya's head. The moment he was surrounded by Danzō and a group of Anbu, Jiraiya finally knew that Hidden Leaf Village would not develop well with a cancerous tumor like Danzō's rule, and people like him could not do anything about it. Jiraiya, we have evidence of your dirty doings. But because of your previous contributions to Hidden Leaf Village, I can make an exception. As long as you take the initiative to accept the restrictions of the cursed mark, I can let go of the past. Danzō said very succinctly. His purpose is very simple, that is, to control a Kage-level powerhouse like Jiraiya. After all, there's nothing to say about Jiraiya's combat power, as it is very important to Danzō, but this guy is not under his control, so he can only use other methods. Danzō, you old dog, I really underestimated your shamelessness. I will abolish you, Hidden Leaf Village's malignant tumor, today. With you here, Hidden Leaf Village would only be destroyed. Jiraiya laughed angrily. He was not in a hurry to run away, as he planned to kill Danzō directly. As long as Danzō is dead, he can directly control Hidden Leaf Village. But just after he threw fire style directly on Danzō, he saw Danzō smile, and then he disappeared into white smoke. This Danzō is just a shadow clone. How could Danzō, who knows Jiraiya's strength, come over by himself? But now, Jiraiya has been confirmed of resisting arrest and attacking the Hokage. Before, it was only Danzō's one-sided words and suspicions, but now, the charges have been fully confirmed. Right now, Jiraiya also knew that he had been plotted by Danzō and could only escape, but before he could run far away, Jiraiya felt that his body was beginning to be a little out of control, and his chakra was also restricted. Jiraiya, you are still one of the Sannin. Do you think I would be really unprepared or let you leave easily? The food you eat and drink have been drugged long ago, and I talked nonsense with you was just to delay for time. The chakra of a Kage-level powerhouse is indeed not easy to limit, but now, your chakra is temporarily unavailable. Go, bring him back. At this time, Danzō's body came out. After all, how could he let a high-level combat power like Jiraiya run unless he was looking for trouble? Chapter 133 Unscrupulous. Damn it, Danzō, what the hell do you want to do? After Jiraiya was caught by Danzō, his chakra was completely restricted. Danzō didn't even left a chance to Jiraiya, as he also knew one thing, that is, Jiraiya is a Kage-level powerhouse. If he is determined to get through with him, he can't control Jiraiya even with the curse mark, and Danzō has no such ability to wash away a person's memory and completely brainwash him. Otherwise, why would he take Shishui's Mangekyo before? The purpose was to give himself some convenience when he needed it, but what Danzō could not imagine is that now Shishui has completely disappeared, and he can't be found it no matter how hard they look. He would have never thought of Shishui being dead, so Danzō is having a headache about Jiraiya. He is thinking about what method he could use to control Jiraiya, a Kage-level powerhouse. If he really pushes him, even if he dies, he won't be able to make him work him, and there is also Mount Myabaku behind Jiraiya, which is what Danzō fears the most. Each of the three legendary Holy Land is terrifying. Danzō hasn't felt that he can be unscrupulous enough to affect these places, but after thinking for a while, Danzō, who has no lower limit, thought of a new way. Jiraiya, I don't ask for much. I just need you to obey me. That's all. Now that I am the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, I will lead Hidden Leaf Village to a stronger future. As long as you promise to help me, I will release you immediately. Danzō stood in front of the cell and said as he looked at Jiraiya inside. Well, you sure are a hypocrite. You are the one who led the Uchiha clan's extermination, right? As for the old man, why did Akatsuki suddenly attack the old man? Do you really think I don't know at all? Except for you, is there any other people who would play such a trick behind the scenes? Jiraiya said with a sneer. Wanting him to work for Danzō is completely impossible. It seems that there is no more to talk about. Originally, I didn't want to get to this point, but you can force it. Come out. Danzō clapped his hands, and two Roots members appeared at the door of the cell. As for the Anbu, Danzō has not yet fully grasped it, but after he has mastered Anbu, then Anbu will become the Root. He doesn't need those people without curse mark, as he won't be at ease at all. The two Roots members each lifted a person with one hand. These two people are children, one is about 3 or 4 years old, and the other is 6 or 7 years old. Naruto, Konohamaru. Danzō, how dare you? After seeing these two people, Jiraiya's eyes almost popped out. He never expected that Danzō would be so insidious, as he directly captured his disciple's son and his teacher's grandson. You are the one who forced me. If you compromise earlier, I will not cause trouble for these two younglings. Both of these boys have curse marks in their bodies, as I disdain directly imprisoning them. I will not interfere how should they live in the future, but if you are not obedient, I will activate the curse marks. At that time, don't blame me if these two boys are dead. Danzō, who has even killed Lord Third, has all entered the state of madness. He doesn't care about other things, and as long as he can achieve his goal, he will use any means. Bastard, Danzō, one day, I will kill you. Jiraiya's eyes are bloodshot, but Danzō doesn't care about his threat. He just stretches his hand to the two children, which was enough to make these two cowered in fear. Sometimes, it's better to be despicable in order to achieve a certain method, and I have also said that the decision is yours. Whether they die or live depends on your decision. I still disdain to target these two children. You must know that everything I do is for Hidden Leaf Village. I will give you a day to think about it, and I'll come back tomorrow. After saying that, Danzō took the two Roots members to leave, but before he took a few steps, Jiraiya's voice came over. Wait, you won. Jiraiya's eyes were bloodshot, but he had no other choice. He didn't need so much time to think about it. As he saw these two children's condition, he could only admit defeat. A wise decision, then. I will not impose any restrictions on you, and I will also put them back to their home, but you'd better not think about removing the curse marks in their bodies. I will send my men to keep an eye on them. They will report to me once a day. Once there is any problem, I will directly activate the curse marks. When the time comes, don't blame me for the dead. Danzō explained his final layer of insurance. Originally, Jiraiya planned to find a way to remove the curse marks from the two children after going out. However, Danzō is an old dog who is very cunning, so he can't do anything at all. In the end, Jiraiya was released, and Danzō did not impose any curse marks to restrict him. To deal with Jiraiya, the curse mark was useless, mainly because these two little guys were already enough. This is Jiraiya's lifeline. Now that Jiraiya's business is settled, the next step is the daimyo of the Land of Fire. I won't let Hidden Leaf Village's economic lifeline in the hand of other people. After Danzō settled Jiraiya's matter, he set his sights on the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The status of the daimyo is higher than that of the Kage, and the reason why this happens is because of the economy. Hidden Stone's village has basically completely escaped from the control of the Land of Earth, and now, Tsushi Kage's position is even higher than that of the Land of Earth's daimyo. The only thing that is controlled is the economy, and since the economic control is lifted, whoever has the big fist has the final say. But other shinobi villages are different. They don't have Asahi, So even if they want to imitate Hidden Stone's village, they can't compare with Hidden Stone's village at all. The most they could do is increase their income a little. To put it bluntly, Hidden Stone's village is eating meat, and they are drinking soup. Many things can't be learned without imitating, so there is always no way for them to get rid of the daimyo's control, and in order to gain absolute control, Danzō intends to do something to the daimyo. Danzō knows very well that these daimyo are just ordinary people without any strength. So he doesn't even need Koto Umatsukami. After he puts simple curse marks on their body, the other party will definitely be controlled by him. As for 12 Guardian Shinobi, Danzō doesn't care at all. It has to be said that Danzō is indeed a ruthless person, but this kind of tough policy, although effective, the aftermath will be very big. After Jiraiya was released, Danzō directly released the news that Jiraiya has pleaded guilty and hopes to make meritorious deeds to atone for his crimes. He has already repented, and he is still Hidden Leaf Village's person, but Jiraiya has lost all of his previous status, and can only be regarded as a thug now. Now in Hidden Leaf Village, there are only 2 Kage-level powerhouses. Among them, Danzō is a crazy bastard who only cared for himself. There should have been Itachi too, but Itachi experienced his family defecting and was abandoned by them. There's also the death of Lord Third. Danzō came to power, and his clan's massacre, so he was very confused, and even doubted the ideas Shisui instilled in him, but his talent was favored by Obito, so he was brought into the Akatsuki. It's just that whether he will be able to awaken Mangekyo in the future, and when he will awaken it, nobody knows. Chapter 134 Hidden Cloud's village is imitating. When Danzō was planning to take action on the Land of Fire's daimyo, the news about Jiraiya also spread. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Anyone who has dealt with Jiraiya knows Jiraiya's character. They believe that Jiraiya will be stubborn till the end, but they didn't expect him to be subdued. Jiraiya can actually be subdued? There must be a big problem with this matter. Looking at the information in his hand, I looked in disbelief. He knew about Jiraiya's character, and there's no way he would fall into Danzō's hands. But now, he didn't expect that Jiraiya will choose to succumb. What do you think of this matter? I asked while scratching his chin. This muscular guy is also someone with a brain. At this moment, he thought of some possibilities, which is very feasible. Raikage-sama, you mean? Dodai didn't answer directly, as he could see that A had already made a decision. This matter must be tricky. With Jiraiya's character, there's no way he would succumb to Danzō, so we might be able to take advantage of it, for example, digging Jiraiya into our village. A said his thoughts. Hidden Cloud's village's people are very greedy, longing for the excellent Kekkei Genkai of other people's villages, and important combat power. Therefore, in the original work, they kidnapped Hidden Leaf Village's people twice. One is Kushina, and the other is Hinata, but because of Asahi's intervention, Hinata is definitely out of the question. Hidden Cloud's village doesn't dare to provoke Hidden Stone's village now. The same method cannot be used in Hidden Stone's village. Once used, they would be the one dying. Hidden Stone's village has also poached a lot of people from Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Mist Village. Has set his sights on Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village. As for Hidden Mist Village, there is nothing left to dig. Hidden Cloud's village is the first to follow the development of Hidden Stone's village, but unfortunately, although useful, it is not as good as Hidden Stone's village. Hidden Stone's village is much more advanced than them, but Hidden Cloud's village also tastes the sweetness from imitating them. Since Hidden Stone's village can dig out people from other villages, why can't they? So I made the decision now. Before Hidden Stone's village takes action, they must take action first. Originally, he also targeted the Uchiha clan before, but before he could take action, Hidden Stone's village has already did it first, so he believes that this time, he must seize the opportunity. This. Raikage-sama, is this feasible? Dodai asked in a daze. It's not that he doesn't believe in A at all, but he felt that it is a bit unrealistic. Although they have learned some of Hidden Stone's village's methods over the years, what is the reason for Jiraiya succumbing? If they want to interfere, you can't do anything unless they found it out. Of course it is possible, but we need to know about Jiraiya's attitude. This matter will be left to you. Go and find a way to contact Jiraiya, and see why would he succumb to Danzō. If we can dig up Jiraiya, then we will make a lot of profit, and there will be more to gain from Hidden Leaf Village in the future. Seems to have seen Hidden Leaf Village as talents beckoning to him. Although there are not many clans with Kekkei Genkai, there are clans with secret techniques. If they can use it well, they are not weaker than others at all, so he naturally wants to give it a try. And even if he fails, there is no loss, so why not do it? Dodai didn't say much afterwards, and went to deal with this matter immediately. And this series of things were recorded by White Zetsu, and then passed on to Obito and Asahi. These guys are really capable of doing things. Those Hidden Clouds Village's muscle guys are not stupid, but Jiraiya's situation is not something these guys can handle. After getting this information, Asahi almost laughed. Through White Zetsu, he knew the specific situation of Jiraiya, as the two children, Naruto and Konohamaru, were taken directly by Danzō, and in the end, Jiraiya had no choice but to admit defeat. As long as the curse mark is activated, the person who has the curse mark will explode directly, which can be said to be very vicious. Moreover, Danzō also arranged for many of his men to be there. Only Danzō has the method of undoing the curse mark, so it is impossible for Jiraiya to study the way to remove the curse mark in a short period of time, and Danzō's men will report to Danzō every day. It directly eliminates the possibility of Jiraiya using Mount Myabaku's power to solve all of this. With Jiraiya's current situation, it's just nonsense for the people of Hidden Clouds Village to want to learn from him about how to dig the wall. Except for Asahi, even the three Holy Lands can't do anything about this matter, because of this curse mark is very dangerous. Asahi can use the power of sunshine to directly burn the curse mark, violently break the curse mark. Or he could use the power of magic to directly destroy the curse mark, seal the curse mark, or extract the curse mark. But these methods are unique to Asahi. If Hidden Clouds Village wants to help Jiraiya, there is no chance at all, unless they can find a 6-paths level powerhouse, as only people at this level can do anything to the curse mark quickly. But where can they find a 6-paths level powerhouse? For Hidden Clouds Village wanting to poach Jiraiya, there's no doubt that it's just a fool's dream, a mere imitation, nothing more. That's why Asahi doesn't care at all. Asahi, can you help Jiraiya with this matter? Tsunade can abandon the teacher-student relationship with Lord Third, because Lord Third should apologize to her and her clan first, but Jiraiya is different. Jiraiya, she and Orochimaru had always been a team since they are young. So Tsunade inevitably couldn't bear to see such a situation. Don't worry, Jiraiya is also my target this time, and it's not only Jiraiya, but also Hidden Lee Village's other clans. Danzō likes to be Hokage, so just let him be. I will dig all the talents inside, and let him be a commander without army. At that time, I want to see what he can do. Asahi is not surprised when Tsunade asked him to help Jiraiya. After all, they are comrades who have entrusted their lives to each other. Therefore, if Tsunade ignores this matter, Asahi will wonder if Tsunade was a fake. And Jiraiya was originally his target. Lord Third died and Danzō is in charge. This is what Asahi originally planned to do from the beginning. And even if Danzō doesn't do anything to Lord Third this time, Asahi will still find a way to kill Lord Third. Only when Lord Third is dead will he have the opportunity to poach other people from Hidden Leaf Village, but Danzō doesn't need him to be a pusher from behind, and able to do all the things by himself, which saves Asahi a lot of effort. Chapter 135 Going to Hidden Leaf Village. Speaking of which, Danzō reminds me that the existence of daimyo is always one of the hidden dangers. Asahi said. Although Hidden Stone's village is completely independent now, it is still located in the Land of Earth. Hidden Stone's village is an iron bucket, but the daimyo is different. These guys are all weak normal people, so Asahi has always forgotten these guys before. Now that he remembers it, he also plans to take action on the Land of Earth's daimyo, and control the Land of Earth's daimyo. With Tsuchikage as his wife, and the Land of Earth's daimyo is in existence under his control, who would dare to say more in the Land of Earth, because the existence of the Land of Earth's daimyo has weakened a lot before, and Asahi is busy doing all kinds of things. He forgot about this guy after a long time. Now that he remembers it, then there is no need to say anything more. You wanted to do something to the daimyo? Because the place where she was before was Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade has never had any idea about the daimyo, because the daimyo is in control of the village's economic lifeline. They can easily kill daimyo, but who will give them money after they are killed? Managing a village is already exhausting, let alone a country, so she never thought of doing anything to the daimyo. On the contrary, she will have to provide and protect them to create benefits for the village. Therefore, the status of the daimyo will be high, and Tsunade has not completely changed this kind of thinking. Because of that, she can't help but be stunned when she hears that Asahi is actually planning to do something with the daimyo. Even if I said I wanted to do something to him, I won't kill them, and just control him. After all, he's in our back garden. If something goes wrong, it can be easily solved, but it's also troublesome. We should just kill these troubles in the cradle. After Asahi finished speaking, he left directly, and Tsunade couldn't help but shook her head, and there's nothing she could say. She felt that she should continue to deal with her official affairs honestly. As for the outside affairs, she would just leave it to Asahi to do it. After all, she trusts her man unconditionally. Danzō's way of dealing with the daimyo is not acceptable, as Danzō can't fully control them, but Asahi can. Asahi can directly modify the memory of the Land of Earth's daimyo and his descendants. In this way, it can be guaranteed that there will be no problems. He is not familiar with the Land of Earth's daimyo, that's why he can use this kind of violent means without any guilt. After taking care of the daimyo's matter, Asahi went to Hidden Leaf Village again. Hidden Leaf Village nowadays is more depressing than when Asahi came to take away the Uchiha clan. If he uses one word to describe it, it is lifeless. Danzō's Iron Fist is much tougher than Lord Third, resulting in the entire village becoming lifeless. After coming to Hidden Leaf Village, Asahi went directly to Jiraiya. As for Hidden Cloud's village's people, Asahi has no reason to give them a chance, and they can't do it either, so there's no need to wait. As for Jiraiya, he is alone drinking at this moment. During this time, Lord Third's supporters like Inoshikacho and other clans' clan heads have come to visit him, hoping to get information from Jiraiya, but how can Jiraiya dare to say it? And Jiraiya knows very well that if he speaks it out, the others also can't get rid of this kind of curse mark. Therefore, it will be a little bad if they know it, as they will be targeted by Danzō, so he kept his mouth shut and didn't say anything. He managed to keep the secret, however, because of him, not only the son of his apprentice, but also the grandson of his teacher is also involved. He is very tired, and can only drink to calm down. As for work from Danzō, he won't be used for the time being, so he is still quite free, but his reputation is a bit bad now. There will always be a lot of people who don't understand the truth. Right now, there are people who constantly scolding Jiraiya on the street. They don't know anything, and they only know that Jiraiya has done a lot of evil things. It doesn't matter whether these things are done by Jiraiya or not, as everyone just believed in the rumor, so Jiraiya has a lot of infamy now. Hiding at home alone and drinking, it seems that you are indeed very depressed. Asahi appeared at Jiraiya's house directly. Danzō is not monitoring Jiraiya, and just monitoring the two children. After all, he can guarantee that Jiraiya is completely under his control and does not even need to be monitored. And Danzō believes that this time, Hidden Stone's village won't be able to do anything to that kind of curse mark. Moreover, he still has the root monitoring the children, so it is impossible to find a solution within a day. Could it be that I'm too drunk? Why would I see you when I was drunk? Jiraiya thought that he was too drunk and started hallucinating, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong, and he came back to his sense in an instant. I basically already know about the things. Tsunade asks me to help you. So here I am. Of course, I am not just here to help you, as I want to invite you to join Hidden Stone's village. Now Hidden Leaf Village is not what it used to be, and the original Hidden Leaf Village is gone. The current Hidden Leaf Village would be crippled by Danzō. Asahi said straightforwardly. Tsunade? It seems that my teammates still didn't forget about me after such a long time, but this time, even you can't help me. Danzō holds something that I absolutely can't resist. When Jiraiya thinks of the two little guys, his chest was filled with pain. Are you talking about the curse marks on the two boys? Why do you think I can't deal with it? I was the one who solved the caged bird of the Hyuga clan back then, so dealing with this curse mark is too easy. Asahi said calmly. In the past, he didn't fully control sunshine, so he could not burn the curse marks on other people's bodies, so he could only ask the others to study it, but now it is different, as he can easily burn those curse marks. Seriously? You know, I can't afford to bet. Once I lose the bet, the two of them will be finished. Jiraiya has repeatedly confirmed that this is a gamble. Once he loses, he will definitely commit suicide to atone for his mistakes. I dare say that it can be done, but if you don't leave Hidden Leaf Village, the hidden danger of Danzō will always be on your heads. Asahi's meaning is obvious. He can help him, but after that, he needs to join Hidden Stone's village. Jiraiya also knows that Asahi is doing this to dig him. In fact, Jiraiya didn't think about using Asahi's power to destroy Danzō. It's not bad to ask for help, as Asahi is here to dig the wall, but how could he help him kill Danzō? So Jiraiya knew he couldn't ask for much. Chapter 136 This time, we'll hollow out Hidden Leaf Village. In fact, Jiraiya didn't think about a problem. After all, he took the initiative to kill Danzō by himself. Before, it was because he was slandered, but now, he really wanted to kill Danzō. But if he thinks about it carefully, he promised Asahi that he will join Hidden Stone's village afterwards, so he won't be Hidden Leaf Village's person anymore, and he can indeed kill Danzō by then. But then, what about those people in Hidden Leaf Village too? A shinobi village that does not have a strong Kage-level figure is not qualified to be among the 5 great shinobi villages. Maybe Hidden Leaf Village will be directly destroyed by the other shinobi village, especially with the geographic location of Hidden Leaf Village. So Jiraiya might be able to take action against Danzō, but the people in the village will be the one to bear the brunt. Asahi-sama, if I'm leaving with you, can I bring more people with me? After thinking about these things, Jiraiya's way of calling Asahi also changed. Although Asahi is not old, With his strength and status in Hidden Stones Village, it is not an exaggeration for Jiraiya, who would be Hidden Stones Village's person, to call him that. Moreover, he has something to ask for from the other party. Jiraiya wants to directly evacuate Hidden Leaf Village's bottom, as the current Hidden Leaf Village existed in name only. So now, for the others, there is only one best way out, and that is to join Hidden Stones Village. If he doesn't join Hidden Stones Village, even if Jiraiya kills Danzō, there is no way for these people to continue to survive in the broken Hidden Leaf Village, and they will only become the second Hidden Eddy Village. So the best way is for them to join Hidden Stones Village. Although this is not the only way out, it is the best way out. Tell me, who are you talking about when saying bring along more people? A smile appeared on the corner of Asahi's mouth. His target is not just Jiraiya, and now, Jiraiya has asked about it himself, so he doesn't need to waste his words, and let Jiraiya said it. There are the three clans, Inoshikacho, the Aburame clan, the Inuzuka clan, and some small clans, as well as a large number of civilian shinobi. They will also hope to leave the current Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya opened the mouth and said, since he is going to do it, then he should do it thoroughly, and directly evacuate all Hidden Leaf Village's old bottom, leaving nothing behind for Danzō. You are more ruthless than me, but with so many people, it'll be hard to control. It's okay for the obedient ones, but I don't dare to ask for the disobedient ones. After all, Hidden Stones Village doesn't need these people at all. These people are just icing on the cake. Asahi said. Now that there are too many people, those who he is familiar with are fine, but there are also those who he is unfamiliar with, so they might do something, but he's not worried that these people will cause trouble. After all, once they do something, it will inevitably not be a big trouble. It's okay to poach them all. After all, Asahi's goal from the very beginning was to hollow out Hidden Leaf Village and directly create a Hidden Leaf Village in Hidden Stones Village. This is what he thought of after knowing that he had crossed to Hidden Stones Village, and now, his plan has already reached the last step. But this last step is not so easy to take, as it takes at least 10 years for these people to fully integrate into Hidden Stones Village. Although there is the kind of cooperation during the Third Shinobi World War, so that the feeling of most of Hidden Leaf Village's people towards Hidden Stones Village is not bad, but the two world wars, Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village, were completely on opposite side, so there was naturally a lot of hatred. Asahi actually doesn't need these people, but the base number is too large that it is almost impossible to completely exclude them. I understand, I will screen the people and take them away. Jiraiya also gritted his teeth. He knew that it was not practical to evacuate the whole Hidden Leaf Village directly, so he could only take away a part of it, and this part must be the people who have no conflict with Hidden Stones Village. As for the extra, he could only cruelly give them up. After studying with Lord Third in the past few years, Jiraiya has already learned a lot of things. The high position is not so easy to sit, as you don't have the final say in some things, unless you have the ability to suppress everything like Asahi. Because of that, there are some things that must be discarded. This project has a huge amount of work. Danzō is now going to meet the Land of Fire's daimyo. His goal is to control the daimyo. So before he comes back, this is all your time. After this period of time, no matter whether you have made a decision or not, I will leave. During this period of time, I will help you to look after the two boys, at least to ensure that they will be alive. As for the curse marks, I will remove it when you leave, otherwise, Danzō will directly sense it. Asahi directly gave Jiraiya the final deadline and let him handle the matter himself. As for Asahi, he will just wait to watch the show, and he didn't need to do these things himself. After Asahi left, Jiraiya threw the sake bottle in his hand directly to the ground, and then created a lot of shadow clones, and then ordered the shadow clones to use the transformation technique to become a stranger, and quickly left Jiraiya's house, and go toward various clans. He also has a certain understanding of the clans that had conflicts with Hidden Stones Village. After all, he also participated in the Second Shinobi World War. Although he dare not say that all of them can be confirmed, at least most of them can be confirmed. And his shadow clones are going to discuss the matter with the clan heads of these clans. He needs the help of these people, and then quickly screens out the shinobi and other people in the village. As the night fell, Jiraiya finished informing the clans he trusted. The people of these families were not calm when they knew about this, and even that night, the Inoshikacho's clan heads gathered together. You all should already know about the matter, Shikaku, tell me what you think. Yamanaka Inoyachi stared at Nara Shikaku. Right now, he is waiting for this think tank to speak. After all, he knows that no matter how much he thinks, he can't compare to this teammate of his, who has super brain. Is there any other way except going to Hidden Stones Village now? This is the best choice. Do you still want to be controlled by that guy Danzō? Except your clan, Inoyachi, which clans don't have a few roots members watching? Shikaku rolled his eyes, as only Inoichi's clan is the safest, because the Roots members can't get in at all. Of course, Inuzuka and Iburame clans are also fine, because they are perception clans. But his Naru clan and Akamaki clan are different. Although they can find a few people, there are still hidden ones that have not been found. If they take action rashly, they will only scare the snake. They are not stupid, so they're keeping those guys. After all, there are not too many secrets to talk about. Chapter 137 The Ultimate Shrinking Magic. Then we have no other choice, right? I really never thought I would leave Hidden Leaf Village one day. Inoichi said helplessly, but now, he really has no choice. When Danzō became the Hokage in Hidden Leaf Village, the Hidden Leaf Village was already gone. You all know what happened to Jiraiya-senpai, right? Danzō has been so crazy that even he will not let go the younger generation. I really can't imagine that if one day that guy takes action at Choji, what will I be like? This village, now is not the Hidden Leaf Village we knew anymore, so don't worry about it. Although Akamaki Choja is a rough person, what he said is indeed very incisive. The three of them quickly discussed it, but they were also fortunate that their clans are not big, and there are almost no contradictions with others. Because of that, they can still easily control the whole clan. The news was spread to the various clans, and soon these clans responded, including Kakashi. He also knew very well that he could not stay in Hidden Leaf Village anymore, as he found that there are many Roots members near his house. Not for other things, just because of his Sharingan. Kakashi is also very fortunate. Fortunately, he is only an outsider, and he has not exposed his Mangekyo. Otherwise, it is estimated that he will be wiped out by Danzō before Asahi could come here. After all, Mangekyo Sharingan is Danzō's important target. Each clan made a decision, and Jiraiya did not meet with them, but asked them to screen some shinobi and their clansmen that could be taken away from the village. Asahi saw all of this in his eyes. It's already a week since he came here, and there was also information from the Land of Fire's daimyo. According to the information sent by White Zetsu, the whole family of the daimyo were taken down by Danzō. He put curse marks on them, and he let none of them go. This method is similar to Asahi, except that Asahi is even more thorough, as he directly changing the memory of the others. Danzō did not have this method, so he naturally could only use the curse mark. In addition, Asahi also obtained another piece of information, which is, Sarutobi Azuma is still the 12 Guardian Shinobi. As a result, because he knew Danzō's plan, he was eventually threatened by Danzō with Konohamaru. After being distracted, he was easily killed by Danzō. Asahi is also speechless about this. Danzō obviously has the strength to kill Asuma, but he still had to use such trick, as expected of the bastard Danzō. He's insidious enough. But it's not bad for Asuma to die. It is because of Jiraiya. Asahi will definitely poach Konohamaru and Naruto. But Asuma, who is the Lord Third Son, is different. The thought of this guy has taken shape, so it can't be changed randomly. It doesn't matter if he is dead, as it saves Asahi the needs to think about how to deal with that guy. Now that Danzō has finished with the daimyo's matter, it will take at most a few days for him to come back. So Asahi went to Jiraiya directly. Danzō has already on his way back, so I will be leaving soon. I will give you one day to gather all those who are leaving outside the village. After leaving these words, Asahi left. Jiraiya knew that there was no time, so he could only quickly notify the others. The whole Hidden Leaf Village was in a strange atmosphere and the curse marks on Konohamaru and Naruto were directly burned by Asahi, and then he took them away. As for the Roots members, although there are a large number of them, while facing the combined power of most of Hidden Leaf Village, they can't make any splashes, and they are directly wiped out. After Asahi burned the curse mark, Danzō can also feel it, but even if he speeded up, it's impossible for him to get back in one day. On Hidden Leaf Village's side, a large number of shinobi moved their families out, and in just a short while, most of the people in the village were gone. I still underestimate these guys. They pulled so many people out in just a week. If I give them some more time, maybe Hidden Leaf Village will be really empty, but this time, Hidden Leaf Village really only has the empty commander left. Asahi couldn't help but smile as he thought of this. His final plan has been completed, and Hidden Leaf Village was almost emptied this time. The rest of the people here are just some discarded guys, and they can't make a difference. As long as these people have some brains, they will naturally not stay in Hidden Leaf Village. It is estimated that when Danzō returns, they will see a ghost village, as almost everyone would have run away. One day is enough time for these people to gather together. Looking at the densely packed people below, Asahi intends to move them away in one go. Originally, there are hundreds of thousands of people in Hidden Leaf Village, but because of many things that happened in the past, Hidden Leaf Village's population can be said to have shrunk a lot. But even so, there are still nearly 100,000 people here. This is really a big project. But it is really troublesome with more people. Let me shrink them a bit. Asahi used shrinking magic, and in an instant, the densely packed tens of thousands of people were directly shrunk to the extreme. These nearly 100,000 people were directly shrunk down to the size of Asahi's palm. After wrapping them directly with magic, Asahi disappeared with a teleport. Shrinking the group of about 100,000 people to the size of a palm can be regarded as showing off. At this moment, the people inside the small palm-sized ball wrapped in magic by Asahi already showed astonished expressions. What's going on? Choza, isn't his Shore Clan's multi-size technique? Looking at Asahi, who was as huge as the sky at this moment, and they couldn't see his head at a glance, even a think tank like One Tail had already stuttered, and even full of confusion. How can it be the multi-size technique? The limit of our clan's multi-size technique is only as big as a tailed beast. And this size is too terrifying. Choza shook his head directly. What a joke. If the multi-size technique is so awesome, then the Akamaki clan has long been dominating the shinobi world. You guys. Did you never think that it's not that the other party has become bigger, but that we have become smaller? After comparing the surrounding environment, Jiraiya said helplessly. After Asahi teleported to Hidden Stone's village, he saw the surrounding environment is on the same size as Asahi, so in other words, their group of almost 100,000 people have been reduced to the size of a palm. If they are standing here alone, it is estimated that most people can't see them with the naked eye. Shrunken. The others were stunned immediately. Looking around, they all became silent. Sure enough, we were all shrunken, but isn't it a bit too small? It shouldn't be this exaggerated, right? How many trump cards did the other party hide? In the face of such a person, if it was an enemy, they would no longer dare to imagine the consequences. There were still some people who have some ideas, but the instant they saw this, these ideas immediately disappeared. Chapter 138 Half of the village run away. After arriving outside Hidden Stone's village, Asahi directly restored all the people who had been shrunk. Nearly 100,000 people suddenly appeared on the originally empty ground. Let's go. When I received the news, I had already asked Tsunoda and the others to prepare a place for you to live in. But let me say it first. Although I will give you a place to live for free, I will only give you time to rectify for the first month. After all, it is impossible for me to raise you for nothing, right? Asahi said to the group of people standing at the front. It was the first time that he recruited so many people in one breath, and the number of people was indeed a little overwhelming, so the adaptation period will be very long. When there are too many people, it is easy to cause trouble, so the best way is to let these leaders restrain the people below, and then slowly integrate into Hidden Stone's village. We know what to do, and we won't cause trouble to you, Asahi-sama. Jiraiya sighed. Before in Hidden Leaf Village, he was the one called Sama by the others. But now that he comes to someone else's territory, he needed to call the other Sama. That's good. After Asahi nodded, he led everyone to the residence prepared for them. In the past, Asahi had never expected that there would be an extra 100,000 people in the village, nor did he expect that he could dig 100,000 people in one breath. There are almost 100,000 people, so the village has been expanded again. Fortunately, it is in Hidden Stone's village, and the person in charge of the expansion is Hidden Stone's village's shinobi, which is very convenient. But even without their help, Asahi's magic can do it easily. No matter how bad is it, he can just use the Historia of the Dead to directly summon Hashirama, the super construction worker, but Hidden Stone's village's shinobi can do it, and there is no need for Asahi to exert himself. When Jiraiya gave Asahi the answer, Asahi knew that there would be a large number of people, so he simply asked people to start preparations in advance. With a large number of shinobi acted together, a week is enough to create an area for 100,000 people to live in. That's why Asahi feels that Earth style is very useful. As for the others, Wind style can be used for generate wind power, but it is too labor-intensive, as he can't let people stand there all day long and use Wind style. Fire style is good for fighting, and so is Lightning style. Although Water style can produce water, the water produced in places where there is no water is the product of chakra and will soon disappear, unless the water is brought in from the outside. Therefore, Earth style is the most useful, as it is also convenient to make some things. The current Hidden Stones village is a proper super infrastructure civilization. Of course, a week time is only enough to create a hollow residence. The decoration and other things will take time, but Asahi also plans to let them live in it first, and then they can become familiar with Hidden Stones village's people, and then get these shinobi into Hidden Stones village's reserve army, so that they could gradually get familiar with them. Long time no see, Jiraiya. It seems that you brought a lot of people here this time. At this time, Tsunoda also came out. After all, the one coming is an old friend who she has not seen for many years. Although Jiraiya came to Hidden Stone's village before, He did not meet with Tsunade. So now, it can be said that they have finally met after so many years. At the beginning, I was still wondering why you and Orochimaru would join Hidden Stone's village. It is only now that I understand that this is the most correct choice and the last choice. Jiraiya grinned. Although he has accepted it, Hidden Leaf Village is still something he can't forget. You'll get used to it slowly. Let's talk about the current situation. Now that so many Hidden Leaf Village's people have been brought over here, that old fox Danzō will definitely not let it go. After Tsunade and Jiraiya said a few words, they turned their eyes to Asahi. Now that Hidden Leaf Village has been hollowed out, the shinobi left in the village are mostly civilian shinobi. It is estimated that it's already very difficult to gather 3,000 people army. Hidden Leaf Village was dug by Asahi and almost turned into a ghost village. In its heyday, there were hundreds of thousands of permanent residents, but now, it is estimated that there are only tens of thousands, and it is estimated that there will be more people leaving afterwards. If such a village is not a ghost village, then what is it? He's just an old dog. Even if he can't give up, what can he do? How can his every move escape our eyes? Asahi said with a look of disdain. White Zetsu is all over the shinobi world. Even if Danzō eats a few dishes tonight, he can figure out what are the dishes he eats, so how can there be any secret hidden from him? Yeah, that's true. For the current Hidden Stones village, whether it is power or intelligence, etc., there is no need to worry at all. Tsunade also nodded, as she also felt that there is no need to worry about Danzō. White Zetsu's intelligence network is simply invincible. Whoever dares to mess with Hidden Stones village, when they enter the door, they will find that the net is already waiting for them. Uncle Jiraiya, you can take them to settle down first. We will talk about the rest after you settle down. Asahi didn't bother to care about Danzō. And after hearing this, Jiraiya didn't say much, and went straight to settle down with others. Now that Hidden Leaf Village has been hollowed out by you, do you have any thoughts? Tsunade asked humorously. Hidden Leaf Village, which was once so beautiful, is now completely integrated into Hidden Stones Village. It can be said that Asahi has really made a Hidden Leaf Village in Hidden Stones Village. If you are talking about my thought, I can just live my life well. As for other things, I don't bother to care about it. By the way, Tsunade, after you go back, put these things in each bathhouse, and then crush them. As he said that, Asahi took out purple blue balls one by one and handed them to Tsunade. What is this? Tsunade asked curiously. To prevent some people from peeping into the bathhouse, I create this thing. As long as it is crushed near the bathhouse, men can only enter the men's side, and women can only enter the women's side. No one can run to the other side. Not even if they use transformation technique. Asahi explained. Now that Jiraiya is here, he can't rest assured. This guy may not be going to do things now, but when he slowly gets used to his new life and gets out of depression, he may go to collect materials again. Therefore, Asahi felt that Hidden Stones Village's bathhouse must have a barrier to guard against Jiraiya. The others are fine, but Jiraiya is a Kage-level powerhouse and it is difficult to catch him, so Asahi chose to directly put a barrier to guard against him. Cough. You really know Jiraiya well. Tsunade is a little bit dumbfounded. She didn't expect Asahi really understands Jiraiya. Hidden Leaf Village's Sanin corresponds to sins, and although no one dared to say that Tsunade's gambling has been completely removed, it is still restricted by Asahi. Chapter 139 Danzō, who vomits blood. Asahi can't completely annihilate Tsunade's addiction to gambling, but he can control Tsunade's financial resources, and because of Asahi, the moneylender is afraid to lend Tsunade money. With all of this, over time, Tsunade's gambling addiction slowly weakened, but it was unrealistic to make it completely disappear. In the past few years, Asahi has actually begun to think about the lifespan of the other people. In the magic ability, there is the magic of resurrection, there is also a special magic to maintain someone's appearance, and there's even a special magic to extend life. However, these magics are only a temporary means. He can't teach magic to other people, because the magic power is a huge problem. There is no such thing as magic power in this world. Because of the system, Asahi has a constant source of energy, and he won't be exhausted by it. But other people can't do it, so he hasn't been idle in the past few years. With the help of some of Zeref's magic, he is thinking of ways to improve these magics to adapt to the natural energy of this world. With the help of sage art, the magic is fused to generate a new energy source, so that other people can train magic, but this project is not small, so even after a few years, he still didn't completely complete it. When it is fully completed, coupled with his ability, he might not be able to make other people live forever, but living for hundreds of years is very simple. He does not believe that after hundreds of years, he still can't find a solution, and besides, Orochimaru is also working on the matter of eternal life simultaneously, so maybe this guy can really research something incredible from Kaguya's blood. The last time Orochimaru passed a message to him was half a year ago, and at that time, Orochimaru said that he had a new method to develop Tenseigan, so after a period of time, the continuous research will not be transmitted to him. As a result, half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and there is still no accurate news yet, but Asahi is not in a hurry. He knew that this kind of thing can't be researched so easily, and he himself is already a little overwhelmed. Many things that Zeref has made cannot be made, because this world has no magic powers, and there are no materials containing magic power. With many special materials not available, a large number of things made by Zeref can't be made here. Because of that, Asahi could only convert it and constantly replace the missing materials with other materials. On the other side, knowing that there is a problem with the curse mark, Danzō speeds up, and even ignores the consumption of chakra along the way, and rushed back to the village while eating military ration pills. But after he arrived at the village, he found that, it's not that village has become completely unrecognizable, but there were still some ruins, which were left from the previous battle between Roots members and some shinobi, and Hidden Leaf village at this moment is more like a ghost village. There are hardly many people anymore, and there are almost no people in the street. The others were not stupid. After Asahi took away that group of people, they knew that Hidden Leaf village was basically finished, so they all packed their things and left slowly. Due to time constraints, some of the people who have not passed the screening have traveled to Hidden Stones village. As for some arrogant people, they felt that since Hidden Stones village doesn't need them, they will go to other places. There will always be places where they are needed, and some people even formed a gang and directly became bandits in the Land of Fire, and some people found a small village and settled down. In short, after Asahi left Hidden Leaf village, most of the people fled in all directions again. In the whole Hidden Leaf village, it is even impossible to find more than 20,000 people now. It has been a tragedy. Let alone an army of 3,000, it's already a question whether Danzō can find 1,000 shinobi. It's estimated that hundreds of them are already the limit. There is still some people that knew Danzō's strength, so they remained here to seek protection. After all, Danzō is still a Kage-level powerhouse. And most of the Roots members were killed because they were trying to block Jiraiya and others, and the rest were just a group of young people. There are only a few dozen Roots members left in Hidden Leaf village. After Danzō found them and listened to their report, he suddenly felt that his vision went dark, and a mouthful of blood was sprayed directly from his mouth. At this moment, Danzō felt the deep malice from Hidden Stones village and the deep malice from the world. He pursued the position of Hokage all his life, and when he became, all of the people was actually taken by Hidden Stones village. It is true that he is still Hokage right now, but who has seen a Hokage with only a few hundred people under him and only a little more than 24 people or so cronies? At this moment, Danzō feels a constant anger filling his chest, but his anger turns into confusion. Right now, he is completely lost. He wondered what should he do now to get revenge on Hidden Stones village. He can't do anything to Hidden Stones village. After all, if Hidden Stones village just randomly dispatched 2 Kage-level expert, they can still kill him directly, unless he used Izanagi all the time. Moreover, there's still Asahi, who can kill him easily. There's also the economy. Hidden Stones village is now the largest economic link in the shinobi world, and the rich are all there. It is possible to mobilize the power of Land of Fire's daimyo to directly impose economic sanctions, but this method is just like shooting himself in the foot. So he was completely lost. Even if he wanted to retaliate against the other party, he couldn't find any way. Hidden Stones village, I'm not reconciled with you. After being extremely depressed, and vomiting another mouthful of blood, Danzō directly fainted with anger. He can't be blamed, after all, the situation is very bad, so what else can he do? Danzō-sama. After seeing Danzō fainting, the Roots members were also panicked, but there were a few of them that had their eyes flashing with fierce light, but after just a moment, they suppressed it. As the Roots members, they are all covered with the kind of curse mark so that they can't do anything to Danzō, so even if they want to kill this guy who controls their life and death, they can't do it. And right now, the opportunity is right in front of them, but they can't do anything, so they can only sigh helplessly in their hearts. Chapter 140 Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Clouds Village's new actions. How could Hidden Stones Village emptied Hidden Leaf Village directly? In Hidden Sand Village, Raza was dumbfounded. It has been a while since Hidden Leaf Village was hollowed out. The spies in Hidden Leaf Village have also returned helplessly. With Hidden Leaf Village's current situation, it's useless for them to continue acting as a spy. After returning to their village, they sorted out the information and handed in everything they knew. Originally, they planned to take advantage of the chaos to do something in Hidden Leaf Village, such as getting some ninjutsu scrolls, etc., but it turned out to be counterproductive. Jiraiya is not an idiot. He just packs everything and took all the valuables away. All of Hidden Leaf Village's valuable techniques, the clan's secret technique, KK Genkai, and other things, none of them were left, so they also had nothing to gain, and could only return with information in a dingy manner. After returning, the information appeared directly on the desks of the various Kage. Hidden Mist Village has only one old general, as it is really hard to find a suitable Kage on Hidden Mist Village, and after Raza read the information, he suspects that he has been fooled. He couldn't understand how such a thing could be done. Before this, when Hidden Stones Village are digging people, they were just digging a single person or a clan. But this time, they were really ruthless, as they directly take away most of the village's population. And the rest of the people also left, which caused Hidden Leaf Village to exist in name only. Hidden Leaf Village was already annihilated, and it was not destroyed by someone, but was hollowed out instead. Raza's mind couldn't keep up with this for a while. In the midst of extremely skeptical life, he called over Chio, Ebizo and the group of elders. And when they saw this piece of information, all of them felt unreal feeling. Hidden Stones Village is really strange, as they really emptied Hidden Leaf Village. It's hard to imagine what kind of behavior this is and how it is done. After all, their intelligence network is not that good. They can't know many things, and can only barely guess that it may be related to Danzō, and they don't know anything else. In the end, Hidden Sand Village has also directly imposed martial law. As long as they heard that someone is coming from Hidden Stones Village, they must undergo strict investigation before they could enter the village. There was no other way, as they were also afraid. In the past, Hidden Stones Village's main target was Hidden Leaf Village, but since Hidden Mist Village's vitality was severely injured by Hidden Stones Village's digging, they have also begun to be prepared frantically. And when they finally calmed down, they did not expect that Hidden Stones Village to throw another atomic bomb. It's not as simple as taking the fish in the fish pond like before. This time, Hidden Stones Village directly blows up the fish pond. If Hidden Leaf Village's big fish pond is gone, then the other party's gaze will definitely be placed elsewhere. And Hidden Clouds Village is definitely the most difficult to penetrate, so Raza's face turned green immediately. After all, won't their village be the next target? It's not that Raza is afraid, as he doesn't think there is anything in his village is worth digging. He is a bit depressed by this, but now, he has another thing to do, and that is the plan for Pakura. In the original work, Pakura should have died as political sacrifice, but now, she is not dead. Because of that, Pakura's strength continued to grow, and she almost reached Kage level. If she grew further, Pakura would threaten Raza's position. Because he had done too many things, Raza's position was not very stable. But because Pakura's strength in the past was not enough, Raza didn't target her. However, it is different now. Pakura's strength has almost breakthrough to the Kage level, and her reputation is also not low in the village, and her scourge style is also very powerful. There are even some elders who have already started to build momentum for her. And once Pakura breaks through again, there is a high probability that Raza will be pulled from the Kage's position and be replaced. He has an ambition that does not match his strength, so he plans to take action against Pakura. Once this person's jealousy is ignited, there is no way to extinguish it. Just look at Danzō. And Raza had actually planned it long ago. He didn't think about whether Pakura would also be targeted by Hidden Stones Village or not. Originally, he was still hesitating whether to do it or not, but this time Hidden Stones Village's action of blowing up the fish pond made him become vigilant immediately. If this continues and he moves too slowly, maybe Pakura will really be dug away, so he plans to act immediately. Since this plan has been prepared for a while, he plans to take advantage of Hidden Stones Village just finishing things, and directly take care of Pakura. And the partner he chose is Hidden Clouds Village. He has secretly had some small deals with Hidden Clouds Village in recent years without telling others. He has betrayed the people from other factions in exchange for Hidden Clouds Village's help, so he can do well. And because Pakura has already threatened him, he can't be blamed for being cruel. It can only be said that Pakura is also very unlucky. In the original book, she was sent to Hidden Mist Village as a sacrifice, and right now, Raza continued to put an eye on her, and he directly replaced Hidden Mist Village with Hidden Clouds Village this time. Raza doesn't think that if Hidden Stones Village could still intervene if he cooperated with Hidden Clouds Village, and it's almost impossible for them to poach Pakura away, but how could he know that his every move has been seen by White Zetsu under his feet? Over the years, White Zetsu has not stopped paying attention to the actions of Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Sand Village. Raza directly sent the information to Hidden Clouds Village, and this piece of information was sent to Asahi and the others at a faster speed. TSK, these guys are quite good at playing. I didn't expect Raza is so anxious to attack Pakura. It seems that he is very defensive against us, but now that the information is in our hands, it's the end. Asahi chuckled after he listened to White Zetsu's report. So, you are planning to do Hidden Sand Village again? Tsunoda looked at Asahi strangely. She didn't know what Asahi was thinking, Why was he so enthusiastic about poaching people? But she also felt a bit of a sense of crisis, because the person who he was going to poach this time seemed as a beautiful woman. But she is also a little helpless about this. She found that Asahi didn't even need to take the initiative to approach these women, as during the digging process, their favorability will be filled to the brim, just like her. After she was rescued by Asahi, coupled with the attitude of Asahi and the others towards the Senju clan, she was almost taken over by Asahi without him taking the initiative to attack, so she was also very helpless. In fact, Tsunade had already given up about this, and several sisters in the family had actually reached an alliance. They knew that they couldn't monopolize Asahi, so they just formed an alliance. Even Asahi didn't know that there was about to be an ancient palace harem drama in his own house. Chapter 141 Hidden Clouds Village. The chicken thief Raikage-sama, Raza is looking for us to cooperate. What shall we do now? After Dodai saw the information they gave him, he was also a little confused, as he felt that Raza was kind of restless. It was okay before, as he would sell out a few people who are not very powerful at most, but this time, he actually sells out his own village's Kage-level expert. It feels a bit similar to Hidden Lee Village's Danzō. Of course, Raza is not crazy enough to sell his own village. Humphrey, this Raza is not stupid. This Bakura is not weak, and she also has Scorch style. In terms of strength, once she reaches Kage level, Raza's magnet style can hardly fight against hers. To put it bluntly, he is worried about his position. It's unstable, so he asked for our help, asking us to help him get rid of Bakura. What a waste. A looked disdainful as he said that. Regarding this kind of people who don't even spare people in their own village, and can sell the people in his own village for his own position, he despised them the most. After all, Hidden Clouds Village is famous for solidarity and mutual assistance. Although this guy is a trash, he is still a trash with a little brain. Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village have just had such a big incident, and this guy is afraid that Hidden Stones Village will target his Hidden Sand Village next, so he asked us directly in advance to get rid of Bakura, so that not only will he keep his position, but there is no need to worry about being targeted by Hidden Stones Village. After saying that, threw the intelligence directly onto the table, and his brain started to spin quickly. Last time, he wanted to do something to Jiraiya and planned to dig Jiraiya into his own village, but he did not expect Hidden Stones Village to do it faster. Moreover, their action was bigger, and Hidden Leaf Village was directly crippled in one breath. I was shocked for a while by such a method. After the shock was over, what was left was that his eyes were hot. He was feeling greedy to the extreme. Before, he wanted to imitate Hidden Stones Village to poach Jiraiya, but he was a step slower, causing Hidden Stones Village to succeed, and they could only return without success. But this time, the information was secretly obtained by him from Raza, so does he need to think too much about this kind of thing? He is always eager for talents from other villages, and this time, Raza actually sent one to himself. Moreover, it's a powerful figure with KK Genkai. So he has the confidence to dig Bakura over, and Raza doesn't know A's careful thinking, so he asked A to help. It can be said that he is inviting a wolf to his home. Dodai, this time, you and B will act together. Take the information Raza gave us, and find a way to dig Bakura to our village. Although I dare not say that she can be dug with 100% probability, the probability is not small. Even if it is unsuccessful, it is not without profit. I told a lot to Dodai afterwards. In fact, digging Bakura is quite difficult. Bakura's reputation in Hidden Sand Village is very strong now. Once she knows the situation, she will not directly transfer to other villages, and will definitely go back and fight Raza to death. So if A wanted to dig out Bakura, it was almost impossible. After the news was passed to Asahi by White Zetsu, Asahi also looked disdainful. Although A's methods were similar to his, he did not consider other things, so the probability of A failing is too high. By explaining this matter to Bakura, the probability of Bakura being dug away by them is less than 10%. If they want to really dig Bakura away, they still need Raza's help. After all, Bakura can now fight against Raza on equal ground in the village, so it's not that simple to dig her. However, Asahi intends to cut A's chance directly. He does not expect to dig Bakura over directly, but he can gain a little favorability first, and then he can help Raza a little by using some other means. If he wants to dig someone away, then it must be when the other party is most vulnerable. Hidden Clouds Village's idea is good, but that is not practical. White Zetsu, this time, the action will be entrusted to you. Remember, before Hidden Clouds Village, you must not reveal that you represent Hidden Stones Village. Asahi himself knows that as soon as Hidden Stones Village's name is mentioned, the first thing that pops up in everyone's mind is being strong, and the second is too good at digging the wall. So if Hidden Stones Village's identity was exposed at the beginning, the possibility of poaching Bakura will be infinitely reduced. She also knows that Hidden Stone's village contacted her to poach her, so what else can be said? Right now, she still has no intention of giving up her own village, so she will definitely start to guard against Hidden Stone's village. With such defensiveness, it is basically impossible to poach her. Therefore, if they hide their identity temporarily, wait until the other party can't hold on, and then reveal their identity, then it's not a problem. White Zetsu, who got the order, dived directly into the ground and disappeared. As for Black Zetsu, he is not busy looking for a suitable body at all. His mother was rescued, and it was the most important thing to him, as this is enough. So he plans to have fun with Obito and Madara. Now that Black Zetsu doesn't need to worry about planning, he can come however he wants. On Hidden Sand Village's side, after receiving the news from Hidden Cloud's village, Raza quietly made a mission and handed it over to Pakura, and Pakura didn't doubt that there was any conspiracy. To put it bluntly, Raza has never done anything to her, so she didn't put any guard against him. After receiving the mission, Pakura set off with a small team. At night, Pakura's team camped and rested, but at this time, White Zetsu appeared and quietly released a trace of aura. As a Quasi-Kage level figure, Pakura had very keen senses, and she quickly noticed this aura. After waking up the others, Pakura chased in the direction of the aura she sensed. Soon, Pakura saw a strange white guy. Half of his body was under the ground, and the other half was above the ground, which made him look weird. Who are you? Several fireballs appeared around Pakura, and she looked at White Zetsu vigilantly. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to trouble you. I think you will be very interested in some things, so I left it for you, goodbye. Following Asahi's order, White Zetsu did not expose Hidden Stone's village, and came out as his own. After putting down the information, White Zetsu directly sank into the ground and disappeared, while Pakura tried to sense him, but couldn't find the other party's trace at all. At this moment, her heart sank. That white guy is too weird and can't be found at all. Once hidden, his aura will not be exposed. But after Pakura found that there are no traps around, she still couldn't resist her curiosity. She put on her gloves and picked up the information on the ground. Chapter 142 Angry Pakura. These things, Kazekage really intends to do something to me? After reading these information, Pakura immediately became angry. In this world, there is nothing more infuriating than being betrayed. In these information, Raza and Hidden Cloud's village's plans. But after thinking about it carefully, Pakura suppressed the anger in her heart. Until she was completely sure, she would not believe these things casually. What if it was used by others to fool her, so that Hidden Sand Village split up? So Pakura feels that she needs to investigate this. According to the report, if the information is true, then Hidden Cloud's village will send someone afterwards, and it is the Eight Tails' Jinchuriki. At that time, it basically can be confirmed that this thing is real. Pakura didn't think much about it at this moment. After burning these things directly with her scorch style, she left. The next thing she needs to do is to find out what is going on in this matter and if it is true. After returning to the temporary camp, others asked Pakura about the specific situation, but Pakura just found an excuse and brushed it away. Early the next morning, Pakura and the others continued to rush, and it took them a few days to arrive at the mission location. But when they arrived at the mission location, they found some people rushed out from the dark, and Pakura subconsciously wanted to do something. Pakura-dano, please don't attack, we are not enemies. At this time, Nodai spoke, and Pakura could also see these people clearly. Except for some unfamiliar Hidden Cloud's village as shinobi, the two most familiar people are Dodai and Killer Bee. After seeing these two people, her heart skipped a beat. These guys actually appeared. Does that mean that the previous piece of information is true? Hidden Cloud's village people, what do you want to do? Before Pakura could speak yet, some of the teammates behind Pakura spoke with anger. We have no intention of becoming your enemy. We came here with good intentions. We have some things here that Pakura-dano might be more interested in. After Dodai said that, he handed the scroll that Raza had prepared before to Pakura, and after Pakura took a deep breath, she opened the scroll. The scroll recorded that Raza has sold many Hidden Sand Villages shinobi before. And the last one is about Pakura. After reading the scroll, Pakura was both frightened and angry. The anger was from that Raza had done something to so many people, and he also planned to do something to her, but what frightened her was that the white guy who appeared that night had a complete insight in learning about the methods of the two villages. He knew what the other party intends to do next, and even tipped her off. Pakura suddenly felt that she was in a huge vortex, but he didn't know what was going on and what would happen. What do you mean by doing this? Pakura didn't say much, but asked directly. She knew that if there is no accident, then these guys are trying to recruit her. In fact, our intention is very simple. Raza intends to borrow Hidden Cloud's village's power to get rid of Pakura-dano and stabilize his power, but our Raikage-sama don't like it, so he wanted to invite you to join us Hidden Cloud's village. Instead of staying in the dark place of Hidden Sand Village, it's better to just abandon it, and join our Hidden Clouds Village. Dodai said with a faint smile. As for Killer Bee, he is just a background wall, and he's also here as a deterrent. Sure enough, Bakura has completely believed in the information, as these guys really intend to recruit her. Dodai Dono, can you give me some time to think about it? Originally, Bakura wanted to refuse directly, but after seeing Killer Bee, she hesitated. The strength of this perfect Jinchuriki is not simple, so just in case, it is better to hold the other party's appetite first. Of course, we do not force it. Of course, even if you refuse, we will not force you to stay. After all, we came here with sincerity. If you have any thought, you can come directly to our Hidden Clouds Village. The door of our Hidden Clouds Village will always be open for you. After saying that, Dodai took his people away. Of course, although he left, it was only temporary. According to A's character, now that a KK Genkai was sent to his door, how could he let it go? If Bakura refused, then he'll use a little forceful method. And it is a woman KK Genkai user, which is also good for cultivating offspring. Therefore, A did not plan to let Bakura and the others go back from the beginning. He is not stupid to let the food delivered to his food go, and Killer Bee coming here is not just for deterrence, but also to capture Bakura alive. If they let Bakura go back, she and Raza will fight to the death, which is not beneficial to. There is also a Hidden Stones village behind them, so A can't help but a little anxious. Because of that, his order is that, if she can be recruited directly, it is best, but if it can't be done, then they will just take her forcibly. Now that they leave, it's just to let the other party relax a little. After all, it is not so simple to capture a Quasi-Kage level figure alive. Bakura-sama, what shall we do now? The information is in Bakura's hands. Even if they are curious, they don't dare to ask anything, so they can only ask what Bakura is going to do next. Let's leave this place first. Bakura is not a newbie either. She is not sure whether Hidden Clouds Village will really let her go or not, so it's important to run quickly. But Dodai and the others were not in a hurry. They followed Bakura and others all the way. With Killer Bee and Dodai were there, they would not be found out even if they follow them. Moreover, Bakura is bringing a lot of burdens, so she couldn't move far away at all. After she didn't encounter Hidden Clouds Village's attack along the way, she also let go some of her weakness. It was not until the night that she took the team to rest. But before Bakura could set up the temporary camp, White Zetsu appeared again. It's you. After seeing White Zetsu, Bakura couldn't help but feel a little bit shocked. Doesn't it mean that I am always under the eyes of the other party? If I were you, I would not stay here anymore. The people at Hidden Clouds Village never thought about letting you go. After dropping such words, White Zetsu disappeared again, and Bakura immediately shook her head. She then called the others to leave quickly. Do they not rest at night? Killer Bee and the others who followed them are a little depressed, as they didn't expect Bakura would continue to run. They plan to wait until they are less vigilant before ambushing them, but now, it is impossible. We may have been discovered. Judging from the traces, they should intend to stay here. They must have found us, so they ran away. Then, I will leave the next to you. After Dodai glanced at the surrounding environment, he already had a guess. Chapter 143 White Zetsu's insidious tricks. Now that they have been exposed, then there is no need for Killer Bee to hide anymore, as his speed is much faster than Bakura and the others. It can be said that Bakura was dragged by her teammates, and she couldn't run fast at all. Because of that, Bakura was directly blocked by Killer Bee soon after. Bakura-sama, what should we do now? Looking at Killer Bee that appeared in front of them, not only Bakura was afraid, but everyone else was also afraid. As a perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee is a long-established Kage-level powerhouse. Ordinary Kage-level powerhouses will be suppressed easily by him, not to mention that Bakura is just a Quasi-Kage level. Prepare to fight. I will hold him later, just spread out and flee, at least try to get away. Bakura also had no other choice. She was angry, but she did not lose her mind, nor did she question Killer Bee now that he is blocking their path. Bakura has nothing to say. After all, how could she still ask the others' purpose stupidly? The fireball formed by Scorch style directly surrounds Bakura. However, before Bakura and Killer Bee could make a move, some white thing suddenly oozes out from Killer Bee's body, spreading continuously like cotton candy. This is one of White Zetsu's best moves, the Spore technique. White Zetsu attached spore-sized parasite clones to these people's bodies from the beginning. Because it is almost impossible to be detected, no one would know that they are already infected. Once activated, it can directly absorb the opponent's chakra. White Zetsu's appearance directly gave Bakura a big smile. Watching Killer Bee was suddenly entangled by White Zetsu, Bakura couldn't control it anymore. Although she is full of doubts, she has no time to think about it now. Go. After saying that, Bakura quickly left with the others, but after leaving, Bakura ordered everyone to disperse and flee. She was not sure how long White Zetsu could entangle Killer Bee, so it is better to run away as soon as possible. After dispersing, at least some of them could escape. Bakura also knows that the target of those people is herself. If they are together, they are just going to give them their heads. And after dispersing, several people flee in different directions. B. These things can absorb chakra, just enter the second state directly. At this moment, on Killer Bee's side, the appearance of White Zetsu has only been seen by the tailed beast in 10 Tails' period. But other tailed beasts have incomplete memories when they were in the 10 Tails' period. Therefore, 8 Tails didn't know much about White Zetsu, and only had a little impression at most. But now, 8 Tails can clearly feel that this thing is absorbing Killer Bee and his chakra. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that 8 Tails is extremely afraid at this moment, as this thing only existed 1,000 years ago. But it has also appeared now. However, 8 Tails is also very helpless, his memory is incomplete, and he does not know what is going on, but he can be sure that it is definitely not a good thing. After hearing 8 Tails' words, Killer Bee directly entered the second state. The White Zetsu, which was still attached to Killer Bee's body, was directly blown up. The chakra of the tailed beast was not so easy to absorb, and the second state had a terrifying destructive power, so White Zetsu could do nothing against it. When the spores were destroyed, White Zetsu below also felt it. He also knew that it would be useless to continue using such a trick, so he simply caught up with Bakura, and at this moment, Bakura is still running for her life. Damn it, did they catch up so soon? In order to help remove the firepower from the other, Bakura even took the initiative to leave traces of Scorch style, attracting the enemies to her side. It can only be said that her empathy and righteousness really make people speechless. In order to give her teammates a chance to escape, she doesn't hesitate to sacrifice herself. And the result of this is that Killer Bee, which has entered the second state, quickly caught up with her. With this kind of tyrannical chakra, even if she is not a sensor shinobi, she can clearly perceive it. You are really great. In order to let your companions escape, you took the initiative to expose your whereabouts. While Bakura was running, White Zetsu stuck out his head, and at the same time, kept moving at a high speed. Bakura was very envious when she saw this. If she could do the same, wouldn't she be invincible? But this is obviously impossible. I can help you, or rather, we can help you attract the other party's attention. While he is talking, dozens of White Zetsu came out from under the ground, and Bakura, who saw this scene, almost staggered and fell directly. She never expected that there would be so many White Zetsu. Who the hell are you and what is your purpose? Although she knows that it is not the time to ask this, Bakura can't bear it anymore. White Zetsu is too weird, and he has been helping her from beginning to the end. She doesn't understand why White Zetsu did this and why he wants to help her. What is there for the other party to help her? Bakura is also a human, so she can't ignore this problem. You will know later. For now, we will help you escape and create opportunities for you. White Zetsu still didn't say the purpose, but dozens of White Zetsu immediately turned into Bakura's appearance, and came out of the ground one by one. This scene made Bakura's eyes widened again, because she was stunned to find out that these White Zetsu actually imitated her appearance. And it is not as simple as the transformation technique, as even she herself can't see the difference between her and these White Zetsu. Knowing that White Zetsu wouldn't say much even if she asked, Bakura could only leave a word of thanks and ran away quickly with full of doubts. This time, she didn't leave any traces behind. After Killer Bee chased to here, he discovered that there was a group of Bakura, and he was a little dazed. And in his perception, these Bakura are unexpectedly all exactly the same, and it is impossible to tell which one is real and which one is fake. With his perception ability, it is still possible for Killer Bee to perceive some clones, but every Bakura here is actually an entity, which is something very shocking. After that, the group of White Zetsu, who turned into Bakura, scattered and fled under Killer Bee's stunned gaze. After they ran, Killer Bee didn't know who was who, so he directly caught up with one of them, and then waved his claw, but this Bakura was directly divided into two under his eyes, but she did not disappear, and instead slowly changed to the appearance of White Zetsu, and gave him a smile before he died. What the hell is this? How can Bakura's method be so weird? Isn't she a Scorch-style user? Why is there such a method? 8 Tails, do you know what happened? And can you tell which one is the real Bakura? Killer Bee had no choice but to ask 8 Tails for help. Chapter 144 The Betrayed Bakura. It can't be distinguished, they're all exactly the same. This time, your plan has failed, and you can't catch her at all. 8 Tails said indifferently. If it wasn't for Killer Bee is from Hidden Cloud's village, he wouldn't be involved in this kind of thing. After all, he is a tailed beast, not a human, and he is not a part of Hidden Cloud's village, and the only thing that matters is his Jinchuriki. Knowing that there is no way to tell them apart, Killer Bee is too lazy to continue chasing, as it was just a waste of time, so he just sat down and rested and wanted to study the body of White Zetsu, but there are other White Zetsu here, so even the corpse is not left. When Killer Bee recovered, the corpse had directly merged with the other White Zetsu. Soon, Dodai and the others chased over. After asking about the specific situation, they were also puzzled. What is this guy who came out and blocked them halfway, and completely messed up their plan? Forget it, if we fail, we fail. After Pakura goes back, let her and Raza go into trouble slowly. In desperation, Dodai shook his head, and then everyone went back. On the other side, Pakura, who finally escaped, didn't dare to stay for too long, but instead changed places in various ways to avoid being found by Hidden Cloud's village. This delay prevented her from returning to the village immediately. After all, everyone knows to run in a straight line, so she used other methods. However, after a few days of detours, Pakura was finally sure that no one is pursuing her, and she was relieved, but she still couldn't forget the extremely weird White Zetsu. That thing is definitely not a human, this is something she can be sure of, and she only knew that he is a humanoid. Moreover, there are a lot of them. Their abilities are extremely strange, and they have been helping her all the time, which made Pakura very confused, but doubts are doubts. As White Zetsu no longer appeared, she had no choice but to return to the village. After several days of traveling, Pakura finally returned to the village, but before she could get close, Pakura was surrounded by a group of people. These people are Hidden Sand Villages and Boo. What are you doing? I am Pakura. Pakura's heart sank, and she didn't understand what was going on. We know that you are Pakura, but now, you are just a wanted criminal. This is a wanted warrant jointly issued by Kazekage-sama and the Elder Council. You will be arrested. The Anbu didn't care about these at all, but directly took out a wanted warrant, and this wanted warrant directly confused Pakura. How could I become a wanted criminal? I don't understand it at all. What the hell is going on? This is totally slander. Although she didn't know what the charge was, Pakura could swear that she had never done anything wrong to the village, but now, the wanted warrant appeared in front of her. She finally escaped and returned home, but it turned out to be like this. Get out of the way. I'm going to see Rasa and ask him what the hell is going on. Pakura was very angry, and the fireball circled around her body again. The Anbu, who saw this scene, did not dare to step forward, because Pakura's scorch style was famously powerful, and they would be finished if they dared to get closer. In desperation, the Anbus didn't get out of the way, and the situation turned into a stalemate, but soon, Raza brought a group of people here. The first time Pakura was discovered, these Anbu has already informed Raza. Pakura, stop now, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Raza looked at Pakura indifferently, as if what happened had nothing to do with him. Raza, what the hell is going on? Even if it is you, you must at least give me a reason. Pakura said angrily, while Raza raised his eyebrows and clapped his hands, and two people walked out of the crowd behind him. Pakura immediately recognized these two people after seeing them. They were in her team just now, but she didn't see the others. Kazekage-sama, Pakura is eyeing your position. For Kazekage's position, she teamed up with Hidden Cloud's village and planned to seize the Kazekage's position. Since the people in our team learned of this news, everyone else was killed, and only the two of us escaped with great difficulty. Before Pakura could speak, these two spoke first, and they destroyed her in one strike. They are saying that Pakura is eyeing Kazekage's position, so she did something like this. These words came to Pakura's ears like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. She didn't expect that the teammates she desperately saved would sell her out. In fact, all of this was planned by Raza. If Pakura wants to blame someone, she can only blame herself, as she has been out there for a few days. In the past few days, the people in her team who ran away have returned to the village one after another, but they were intercepted in advance by Raza, who had been paying attention to this matter. Later, through severe torture and various coercion and temptation, these two were successfully instigated. As for the remaining people, they are all hard-headed, so they were dealt with by Raza. And these two people are the only ones left from Pakura's team. They acted as witnesses, and even though many people with discerning eyes knew that it is Raza, who is playing a tricks, but Raza has already seized the opportunity, and Pakura has no way to set off any storms, as even the people around her have been directly instigated. These elders who plan to support Pakura could do nothing about this. It can only be said that they are also responsible for this matter. If they hadn't been bragging Pakura with great fanfare, such a thing would not have happened. Now, Pakura has no chance to come back, because Pakura only has one mouth, and Raza even has people around Pakura as a witness. What is more to say? Although Pakura also wanted to resist and escape, but she was only a Kwasikage level. With so many people surrounding her, and there was also Raza staring at her like a prey, how could she run away? and under the extreme disappointment, she no longer had that kind of fighting mentality. In the end, Pakura was taken away directly, and then sent to the prison cell. Raza did not directly kill Pakura. After all, killing Pakura is not up to him alone. If he killed Pakura now, it will inevitably make people feel dissatisfied. Raza is not stupid at all, so he just sealed Pakura's chakra, and imprisoned her in a cell. She should have been a shining new star, but now she has become a prisoner. Afterwards, Raza convened a high-level meeting, intending to kill Pakura as soon as possible, so as to have a sweet dream at night. But this time, White Zetsu didn't take action. In this situation, White Zetsu no longer needs to make a move, as Asahi needs to do it himself. As for Pakura, she is already in the cell with heart full of despair. Asahi, who has been paying attention to this matter, has learned the whole situation through White Zetsu, and even he has created Lacrima for ultra-long-distance communication. His research these days is not in vain, as although he hasn't gotten much out of key things, there are still some general ones. These Lacrima are distributed to White Zetsu in various places in the shinobi world. White Zetsu can also activate it directly, as a special magic circle is set on it, so that even ordinary people can use it. Because of that, he can see scenes of various places through these Lacrima. Chapter 145 Poaching Pakura. In fact, Asahi has another method, which is to directly create a huge eye in the sky at a super long distance. This eye can see all the information he wants to know, but the movement is too big. It is estimated that that eye is enough to cover the entire hidden sand village. So it is better to use the more convenient and concealed White Zetsu. Through the Lacrima, Asahi saw all the scenes, and he also felt a little emotional, as expected of Raza, who is so ruthless that he will attack his own son. Everyone said tiger won't eat their offspring even when they are starving, but this bastard can't be compared to a tiger at all. Human nature is indeed the most difficult thing to speculate. Raza is an extremely deranged existence. Naruto was treated badly by Hidden Lee Village because of the death of Minato and Kushina, but he is Gar's father, so what did he do anyway? Regarding Raza, Asahi's evaluation of him is not only the strength is not good, but his character is also rotten and scummy. Among other things, he never felt guilty for what he has done to Gaara. If he is still a father, he should consider how to judge the value of his own son. But instead, he only thinks about himself. Moreover, Gaara was only a few years old at that time, and Hidden Sand Village's sealing technique was already extremely bad, as it can't even seal one tail correctly. After Pakura was in prison, Asahi also set off directly. With one teleportation, he directly went from Hidden Stones Village to Pakura's cell. Suddenly, there was another person in the cell, and even Pakura, who was already heartbroken, was a little stunned. Asahi, you are Hidden Stones Village's Asahi. After seeing Asahi, Pakura was stunned. Asahi's appearance can be said to be announced every year in the great shinobi villages, and Asahi did not hide his appearance, so as long as someone is a shinobi, they should be able to directly recognize him at a glance. After all, he is the current god of shinobi, an invincible existence, so Pakura recognized him at a glance. Yeah, that's me. Seeing your appearance, it seems that it's not very good. Even if I help you return to the village, it turns out to be like this. Asahi said with a faint smile. After hearing this, Pakura was stunned for a moment, and then she suddenly realized. That white guy is in your control? So you have been paying attention to this matter all the time. Pakura finally understood that besides Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Sand Village, this mysterious third party turned out to be Hidden Stones Village. That's right, White Zetsu is controlled by me. I have been paying attention at the information of Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Sand Village. And naturally, I know everything about you. According to the current shinobi world, our Hidden Stones Village like to dig into the corners of other people's homes. Of course, this kind of digging is limited to the talents who have been abandoned and persecuted by the great shinobi villages, so I have been paying attention to you from the beginning. And my thought is very simple, which is showing enough sincerity. Now you have already been betrayed by your own people, so do you want to join our Hidden Stones Village? Asahi asked. This time, he really didn't do any pushing from behind. Just like Danzō, Raza didn't need him to push him as he made things happen by himself. He just found a loophole, took advantage of it, and this time, the sincerity he showed was enough. Why didn't you show up from the beginning? And why are you so sure that I will join Hidden Stones Village now? Pakura felt it is a little strange. She didn't know where did Asahi's confidence come from. If Raza is not trying to do anything to her, then how could Asahi dig her? Can Asahi still be able to predict such a thing? Does this kind of question still need to be asked? I have already said, I just insert the needle. Everything is done by yourselves, and I just find the most suitable time to intervene. If Raza does not target you this time, I will not appear in front of you, as Hidden Sand Village has nothing to do with me. The reason why I am here is because you have nowhere to go, so it is useless for you to ask this kind of question. It depends on you, not me. Even if nothing happens this time, I just won't show up, but Rasa won't let you go. Sooner or later, I will come, but the time when I come depends on you all. Asahi shook his head. He naturally wouldn't appear here if he couldn't dig her, and he would appear here if he could, so he felt a little helpless about Pakura's question. Is it so? It seems that I am really stupid, otherwise, I wouldn't have been plotted like this by Rasa. Pakura couldn't help but sighed, as there was nothing she could do. Okay, give me the answer now. Asahi didn't continue to talk nonsense. The guards outside had been drained by White Zetsu, and became half dead. Otherwise, it is estimated that a group of people would gather around Asahi as soon as he appeared. I don't seem to have any other choice now, right? But I still have a question. Do you also use this method to dig the people from Hidden Leaf Village? Pakura asked with some doubts. If Asahi also used this method, then Pakura would really underestimate the darkness of Hidden Leaf Village. Almost, it's just that Rasa is not as vicious as Danzō, and the means are not cruel enough. If you are not facing Rasa but Danzō instead, I guess you would already be dead. Asahi said with a smile. Danzō destroyed Hidden Leaf Village because he was ruthless, as he doesn't want anyone talented to not be his people, so they were all forced to death. As for Jiraiya's situation, it was also because he has no strong people left. If there are other strong people under him, he definitely got rid of Jiraiya immediately, instead of subduing him. Is that so? It seems that I really underestimated this shinobi world. Pakura didn't say anything more, as she has made a decision now. Asahi directly removed the things that restrained chakra on Pakura's body, but these guys are indeed cruel enough, as not just Pakura's chakra was sealed, but her body was also locked with a chain. It is a pity that Rasa has not counted that there will be outsiders directly entering the prison. Can you wait a moment? I still have some close people in Hidden Sand Village, can I take them away together? Pakura thought of other people at this time, as she was not a loner. Of course you can. After all, I am here to poach people. From now on, everyone will be friends, so this kind of small matter is not a problem at all. Let's go. After Asahi said that, he took Pakura and moved outside. At this moment, Pakura's relatives and friends are actually not doing well. Some of them have directly turned side, but some do not believe that Pakura will do such a thing. As a result, these people are naturally scolded to death by the people in the village, which is kind of tragic. When Pakura appeared in front of them, all of them were happy, and knowing that Pakura was leaving, they also immediately chose to follow her. It is not suitable for them to continue to stay in this place. Chapter 146 Take precautions against everything, still can't prevent it, as the saying goes. See the truth in adversity. Now that the situation has reached this level, there are only very few people who still support Pakura. Something happened to her, and this small group of people is either Pakura's best friend or her relatives. So they are not doing well this time. Originally, Pakura had a lot of friends, but there were too many scumbags who jumped to the other side. So there are only a dozen or so of these people left. With such situation, Pakura can only be said to be really unlucky. However, it is easy to bring a small number of people. Soon, everyone disappeared to Hidden Stones Village. No one knew that Pakura and the others had disappeared. They only discovered this when they saw a lot of half-dead people on the ground when the guard shift changed. But at that moment, Pakura had already disappeared, and this incident immediately reached Rasa's ears. Someone attacked the prison and took Pakura away silently. He felt his head was going to explode when he learned of this. This kind of weird method made Rasa think of Hidden Stones Village in an instant. Before, a group of almost 100,000 Hidden Leaf Village's people disappeared. Logically speaking, it would take at least 2 or 3 months for them to get to Hidden Stones Village. However, according to the time reported by their spies in Hidden Stones Village, the time that nearly 100,000 people appeared on Hidden Stones Village happened to be the day when the turmoil in Hidden Leaf Village occurred, so Hidden Stones Village actually transferred almost 100,000 people from Hidden Leaf Village to their own village in less than a day. After reaching this conclusion, everyone finds it unbelievable. But the facts are already in front of them, and no matter how they can't believe it, they must believe it. And now, Pakura's situation is also the same. These people suddenly disappeared, and even all kinds of barriers around the village have no trace of being triggered. The censor shinobi also didn't perceive anything, and didn't know how this happened. It was simply extremely weird. With such condition, it is difficult for Rasa not to think of Hidden Stones Village, and he immediately contacted his spies at Hidden Stones Village. However, the spy still needs to investigate this matter, so another period of time has passed. However, Asahi didn't try to hide Pakura, and he didn't feel the need at all. Hidden Leaf Village was already dug out by him, so what else can the other villages say? Eventually, the information was put on the table of several other villages. Kage, This time, Hidden Mist Village was even more amused. He couldn't laugh about Hidden Leaf Village's affairs. After all, their village is almost at the same situation as them, and the most they can laugh at was Danzō, but they couldn't see much jokes. Except for Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Stones Village had only caused problem with Hidden Mist Village, but this time, it was completely different. Hidden Mist Village has always been expecting other villages to be patronized by Hidden Stones Village. After all, they can't be the only ones to suffer, right? So, when the news of Pakura, who is a quasi-Kage level and also has the ability to become a Kage level figure, was dug away, they will naturally gloat at Hidden Sand Village. Hidden Mist Village was laughing at the situation, but Raza couldn't laugh at all at this moment. He had to guard against everything, but in the end, he still couldn't prevent it. The current Raza is very depressed, and he can't understand how Hidden Stones Village knew about the specific situation. It's simply inexplicable. In a blink of an eye, they are targeting Pakura, and the time was just right. After thinking about it carefully, Raza couldn't help but shed cold sweat. He found that his own intelligence seemed to be not secretive against the other party, otherwise, how could they take Pakura just after she had been imprisoned by him? Isn't it too accurate? How could such a thing happen? Where did they get the information from? Raza's head is almost turning white. Now that Pakura was leaving, sooner or later, she will deal with him, but this is not the point now. The point is, their intelligence system has become transparent, and everyone knows about his own movements, so how can he not be frightened? What's the use of talking about this now, Raza? You better not go down your old way, otherwise, Hidden Sand Village will be ruined in your hands. If there's another time, you know the consequences without me telling you, right? Chio knows about Raza's action, and also knows that it was Raza's fault this time. However, she has nothing to say. Although she knows those things, she can't do anything about it. But Chio still felt the need to remind Raza. After all, Hidden Leaf Village's Danzō is the best example. Danzō's situation is not very good now. Although he has taken control of the daimyo and remigrate a lot of people to Hidden Leaf Village using the power of the daimyo, these people are just ordinary people. There is no blood KK Genkai, and even no military resources. Now, Danzō can still deter those around him, so that at least others dare not do it directly, but Danzō is now at the limit, and once someone takes action against him again, it will be easy to take down Hidden Leaf Village, but in the face of a Kage-level powerhouse, not every village is like Hidden Stones Village, so some surrounding villages could only look greedily but dare not take action casually. And Danzō wants to redevelop Hidden Leaf Village, which is unrealistic. Let alone whether he can hold on, it is completely impossible to get the resources for creating an army of shinobi. It takes at least a few years to nurture a Genin. Kakashi, Itachi, etc. are all exceptions. Their clans belong to the strong, so their education is naturally a lot more advanced. And for an ordinary civilian, no matter how genius they are, it takes a long time from receiving education to become a Genin. Therefore, it is estimated that before Hidden Leaf Village can be completely reflourish, Danzō will die. After all, even nurturing Genin needs a few years, not to mention Chunin and Jonin. Chunin is fine as they are not too far apart from Genin, but Jonin is completely different. Even for a genius like Kakashi, it took so many years to become a Jonin. And the most embarrassing thing is, there is no village that wanted to solicit with Danzō, because this guy is too vicious. Although he is a strong Kage-level powerhouse, his method is extremely cruel, as he even dared to plot against his own village. Even Akatsuki doesn't dare to solicit with Danzō, so Danzō can be said to be extremely tragic. And now, Raza is moving on the path that is similar to Danzō, that's why Chio reminded him. This time, it is estimated that it is already her limit, and if Raza still dares to cause trouble, then Chio will probably kill Raza immediately. After Chio left, Raza also had a pale face. Even as a Kazekage, there are elders coming out to threaten him, which is very shameful, but this time, it is indeed his fault, and he can't blame anyone else. So he has no other choice but to get sulky, but he was still extremely worried about Hidden Stones Village. Chapter 147 Good news from Orochimaru. Let alone Raza is worried due to the transparency of information. In fact, Hidden Clouds Village also noticed some problems, but they knew that worrying about it is useless. Instead of continuing to worry about this, they felt it is better to find a way to strengthen the unity of the village. This is the difference between Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Sand Village. One is still having internal fight, and the other is strengthening their unity. On the other side, after Asahi left the matter to the others to deal with, he continued to study problems with magic. Time flies, and in a flash, it is a year later. During this period, Asahi did not pay attention to other things, and he has made some progress. Although Rechi Cave was offended by him, but the Shikatsu Forest and Mount Mayabaku is different, as they are now in the same camp. Therefore, Studying the combination of Sage Mode and natural energy with magic is a lot more convenient. Asahi has made some progress, as he is trying to open up the energy source of the people in this world. In Fairy Tale World, people who practice magic have a source of magic power in their bodies, and in the later period, Ultra also found extra sources of magic power. So, Asahi is now also trying to turn on the natural energy source now, but this is not easy. After all, this is equivalent to creating an energy source in someone else's body. It must be nonsense to directly do it on someone else's body, and he needs to use his own power to do it. His research has reached the final stage of experimentation. As for the experimenter, there is actually no need for more people. One death row prisoner is already enough. He can use time magic, so when he fails, he can just restore this person back. As for the death row prisoner, they are the types of people who people won't miss, so Asahi didn't have any psychological burden at all. However, just as Asahi was researching the last step, there are news coming from the moon. The lacrima handed to Orochimaru before finally lit up, but after seeing Orochimaru in the lacrima, Asahi couldn't help but stunned for a moment. Have you successfully transplanted the eyes to yourself? At this moment, Orochimaru's eyes have completely changed. Of course, it's not the Byakugan, but instead a pair of blue eyes, which is the legendary Tenseigan. Yes, I succeeded, but I didn't just change a pair of eyes, but changed my body. Without the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, it is almost impossible to resist Tenseigan's backlash. My original body was directly scrapped for this reason, but now, I feel very good. Among the 3 fetal movements you mentioned, the first one has passed, and there are only 2 more. So this pair of Tenseigan can be considered complete. However, the specific situation is not very clear, and it still needs to be tested. There may even be sequelae, but it has been successful so far. After Orochimaru had succeeded in his research, he couldn't wait to change his eyes, but after he changed his eyes were on the same level as Rinnegan. Even Nagato, who has Uzumaki clan's physique, is directly drained when he uses Rinnegan which is not his own. Let alone Orochimaru, so even if he didn't do much, his body was directly scrapped just after condensing one truth-seeking ball. In desperation, Orochimaru can only put the eyes back in the previous body, and then changed his body. You are really crazy. Didn't I tell you to be careful a long time ago? Once the soul is damaged, it is not easy to restore it. Asahi shook his head. No matter how perfect it is, Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation will still damage his soul. For the sake of science, there must always be some sacrifices, and this body is cloned using my own cells and added with Kaguya's blood. It can be said that this body is Kaguya's descendant, and it fits me very well, so there's not too much of a problem. Orochimaru said indifferently, but Asahi didn't expect that with his full help and Kaguya's blood, Orochimaru would actually obtain Tenseigan. Of course, whether this Tenseigan is complete or not is still a question, just like Tonarai. His Tenseigan seems to be complete, and his Tenseigan's ability is also very strong, but after he was defeated, his Tenseigan disappeared and returned to Byakugan. Asahi didn't know what was going on, whether it was overconsumed or being defeated. In short, except for Kaguya's perfect Tenseigan, Orochimaru's pair of Tenseigan remains to be examined. Kaguya has fully awakened Tenseigan a long time ago, and coupled with Tentails's power, Kaguya's strength has completely surpassed her peak, and there are also a series of combat experience teachings, so the current Kaguya is not the same Kaguya that needs Black Zetsu's help to fight, and her strength is extremely terrifying. Kaguya is also purifying Hinata, Hanabi and Mage's Byakugan for a while. According to Kaguya, among the entire Hyuga clan, only these 3 Byakugan barely qualified. With her ability, she will help these 3 by purifying their Byakugan once every month. After all, her blood has been passed down for so many generations, so it is not bad to find 3 who are barely qualified. It can only be said that as expected of the protagonist party, they are indeed loved by the world. When the 3 are a little older and Orochimaru's technology is fully mature, then they can directly awaken their Tenseigan. Remember to keep the technology a secret and don't leak it out. Leave a copy of the information and I will get it later, and then destroy the other information. My research here is at the end. When it is successful, you can study my archive, and I will also back up all the data directly to my archive, so that nothing will go wrong. The reason Asahi said that these materials must be destroyed, is because he doesn't want to make the whole Naruto world has a lot of Tenseigan, and the people would start cut the ground just like cutting a cake. Tenseigan is too powerful, although most people can't bear it, and it can't be popularized. I see, I'm looking forward to your research. I have been coveting your archive for a long time. Orochimaru said while licking his lips. Archive is a type of recording magic, and it can also be used to control some magic equipment, and regarding archive, As long as the person holding the magic does not want it, the other people can't see it at all. It installed a super huge hard disk on the user's body, so when these data are stored in the archive, it completely prevented other possible occurrences. By doing this, Asahi didn't have to worry about problems. But Orochimaru did give him a surprise. As even Tenseigan can be awakened, so the next thing to do is Mangekyo and Rinnegan, but with Kaguya's blood, the condition to awaken Rinnegan is actually nothing. Chapter 148 Natural Energy Source. After Orochimaru researched those things, time flickered and another few years passed, and it reached the beginning of the plot in the original work. Except for Neji and the other two who are 1 year older, the other in Hidden Leaf Village 11 has graduated from the academy. Asahi felt that it is a little funny. After all, when he was digging people, he never expected of digging all the Hidden Leaf Village 11. But with the passage of time, there are also changes in the situation, and gradually the people were completely dug over, and it is also very smooth. Some of them don't even need to be dug, as they come here by themselves. Until now, he still feels a little unreal. Of course, Asahi is not in the mood to lament these things now. He has been nested in his laboratory for almost 2 months. Before, Asahi thought he would succeed soon and create the natural energy source, but the result surprised him. Even before the last step, it took him several years. In fact, it has been created for a while, but after testing, Asahi found that it is unstable. This natural energy source will collapse before long, and once it collapses, it will be dangerous. Now, after these 2 months of experimentation, he has already fixed the final stability, which can guarantee absolute stability. In these 2 months, this death row prisoner has not had any problems, and even his strength is constantly increasing. During the period, Asahi also got a few more people to experiment, and there was indeed no problem. The main reason is that Asahi experimented too much is because, although time magic can reverse the people's state and they may not look different from being injured, but in fact, their spirit is quite fragile, so this guy already has a mental breakdown. Moreover, he has been bombed by natural energy source for several times. In this regard, Asahi can only say that he is unlucky, but there is no need to pity such a person, so Asahi has no psychological burden. For 2 consecutive months, the natural energy source has been completely stabilized, with no fluctuations at all. Asahi feels that after several years of testing, this thing can finally be put into use. Finally finished, I actually walked on the same path as Orochimaru. I obviously should be just a salted fish. Asahi left the laboratory, as the experiment was successful. As for these death row prisoners, they have been wiped out by him. After all, they have no consciousness anymore, and he has already finished using them, so they have no value anymore. You actually came out of the laboratory. Sister Tsunade said before that you have become like Orochimaru. After Asahi returned home, Kushina was shocked when she saw Asahi, as there's only her in the house right now. After knowing that Mai is no less than herself in handling things, Tsunade directly recruited Mai, which can be regarded as reducing the burden. These 2 people are both Kage in the original work, so it is very simple for them to deal with these things. Because of that, Tsunade's free time has also increased a bit. Mai was unwilling at first, but she gradually got used to it. With the 2 of them, even if Hidden Stone's village has grown many times bigger, it was also well managed by them. It can be said that both of them are very talented in this aspect. As for Kushina, her hot temper is not suitable for this kind of thing, so she just studies sealing technique all day, or teach some people. Why do you think I stay in the laboratory all day? Although you have the yin seal, you can keep your appearance at best. Can you keep your lifespan? Asahi couldn't help rolling his eyes. Even in fairy tale world, there are not many people that can keep their lifespan. The reason why Ziref is immortal is because of the curse on him. As for the others, it is because of the dragon, which is including Acnologia. After transforming into a dragon, they have the lifespan of a dragon, so they can live for more than 400 years easily. Asahi can't increase their lifespan to infinity or several thousand years for the time being. But magic is very magical, and now, it has been replaced with natural energy source by Asahi. Regarding natural energy, if it is trained to the extreme, it has the effect of prolonging life after being transformed by Asahi. Combined with special type of life magic, it may be impossible to get the lifespan of thousands of years, but hundreds of years is completely fine. After hundreds of years, Asahi didn't believe that he could not find any other way to increase his people's lifespans. No matter how bad it is, he could still use the Rimyaku to increase his percentage to 100%. After Ziref's power was completed, he could even fuse it with sunshine, and reached a higher step directly. If he can reach the level of the gods in the fairy tale world, then there is no need to worry about things like lifespan. A curse can make Ziref immortal, so there is no reason that he can't do it with a blessing. So after Asahi has finished researching the natural energy source, he relaxed a lot. At least, he doesn't have to worry about the people he cared to suddenly died. Although there are also resurrection magics, they are more troublesome. He can just use impure world reincarnation to cooperate with Rinnegan, which is much more convenient than the resurrection magics, but it is better not to die. You solved that problem? Kushina is very surprised. In the shinobi world, there is no way to control such a thing like lifespan. Don't you see that Sage of Six Paths is also dead? Except for the Otsutsuki clan, there are only 3 sage in the 3 Holy Lands still alive until now, but even so, they are already very old now. They may be able to survive for hundreds of years, but their lifespan is still limited, and the summoned beasts themselves are somewhat special, so they can't be compared to human. Otherwise, Sage of Six Paths will not die of old age. Well, it hasn't been completely resolved, but extending your lifespan to hundreds of years is no problem at all. Asahi nodded. All of his women knew about the research he did, and now that there is finally a result, it would be a lie to say that they are not happy. A few hundred years old is enough. After all, our current age is a little too far behind compared to a few hundred years old. Kushina said, as a few hundred years old is indeed enough. But when she saw Asahi's expression, she felt that Asahi is not happy with just a few hundred years, and even a little dissatisfied. I'm not satisfied with just these few hundred years, but these hundreds of years are enough time for me to continue researching the means of prolonging our lifespans. If it doesn't work, I will take the last resort. Asahi shook his head. If he couldn't find any other method afterwards, he would directly use the Dragon Slayer magic to raise their lifespan to several thousand years. But he didn't believe that he would need to do such thing, as it's just a backup plan. Moreover, there's still Orochimaru, and also his next ability. He is looking forward to what his next ability will be. Chapter 149 The Effect of Creating the Natural Energy Source. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense, I will help you create the natural energy source first. This thing is not only about lifespan, but you can also learn some of my abilities at that time, such as my spatial movement, shrinking and expanding, etc. Asahi said with a smile, and after hearing what he said, Kushina's ears immediately perked up, and her eyes lit up. She was quite envious of Asahi's abilities, as all of his abilities were extremely convenient. Especially after she found out that Asahi had shrunk 100,000 people to the size of a palm in an instant, her envy was even more out of control. Right now, Kushina can't hold it anymore. Then hurry up. Kushina said with an anxious look. After all, who would refuse such a good thing? Seeing Kushina's anxious look, Asahi didn't say much, and just told Kushina to sit down and stay still, and then he started using his own power to guide and create the natural energy source. Right now, there is no 9 tails in Kushina's body, and not only Kushina, but also the other 2 Jinchuriki. Since Asahi took Kushina, in order to prevent 9 tails from being captured, he used his own power to release 9 tails. Although Kushina is strong enough to stop the enemy, but 9 tails is always a big light bulb. However, he still left a link in Jinchuriki's body. This link allows a Jinchuriki to borrow the power of the tailed beast, which makes them no different from normal Jinchuriki, and they can still use the power of the tailed beast. After all, almost all of their techniques are derived from the power of the tailed beast, so if their tailed beast was taken away, even if they don't start from the beginning, but at least half of their strength would disappear. After the tailed beast came out, they did not live together, but instead occupies one direction each. They are located at the 4 direction of Hidden Stones village, and it can be said that they almost the same as the 4 sacred beasts. At this moment, Asahi has used his own power to continuously extract the surrounding natural energy and let it enter Kushina's body to create a natural energy cycle, thereby forming an energy source. During this process, Asahi is extremely careful and focused. After all, natural energy is not so easy to control, and there will be many problems when absorbing too much. It is not to say that Kushina will become a stone frog, but petrification is still possible. The absorption methods of the Holy Lands are different, so some have become stone frogs, showing the characteristics of frogs, some have the characteristics of snakes, and the most abnormal place of natural energy is direct petrification. Absorbing is fine, but if it cannot be controlled, she will be petrified, so Asahi is now creating a perfect cycle. By letting this cycle run automatically, even if Kushina is acting recklessly, she will not be petrified. The whole process took half an hour. Finally, the cycle is constructed as an energy source. With this energy source, the natural energy Kushina absorbs will be automatically stored inside the source, which can also be regarded as turning on a permanent sage mode. However, this is not a wireless energy source, so even if it is equivalent to entering the permanent sage mode, but once the natural energy is consumed, it will take time to recover with chakra. It's just that this energy source is very complete now and much better than chakra, so it can recover quickly and easily. Okay, the energy source has been created, but you still need time to adapt to the power. The current you are not comparable to the previous you. Asahi said happily. As long as Kushina does not use Sage Art, the effect of Sage Mode will be continuously maintained, which means that her strength, defense, speed, perception, etc. will be all raised to the limit. Kushina herself also feels that she is full of energy now, and at this moment, she is a little impatient to test her new strength. She didn't hear Asahi at all, and just kicked the ground directly. If it is normal, nothing will happen, but this time, it was completely different. Boom. Needless to say, the ground shattered, the house collapsed, and Asahi's home became a ruin at this instant. Didn't I tell you to use your power carefully? And why are you testing it at home? Asahi looked at the ruined house with some helplessness, and then used time magic to directly restore it. It can be said that magic is like a panacea, it is so convenient to restore these things, and it is even more convenient to clean the battlefield. That. I didn't hear it. Kushina knew that she was wrong, so she started to act cute. Forget it, just go to Nine Tails and get used to your strength first. Asahi simply sent Kushina to Nine Tails directly. As for learning magic, Kushina still needs to adapt to this energy source first. Brother Asahi, what happened just now? Just after Asahi sent Kushina away, another girl appeared, a girl named Izumi Uchiha. Actually, it is reasonable to say that Asahi has no reason to be in contact with Izumi, but Fugaku can't let such a thing not happening. Fugaku watched Hayashi's two daughters are getting closer to Asahi. Although they are still young, judging by the momentum, it is estimated that they will be married when they reach adulthood, and then he looked at his own son. Well, there is nothing to say, who told him that he has no daughter, so when Fugaku happened to see Izumi, the genius girl in his own clan, he then began to secretly match them up, and gradually, the relationship between Asahi and Izumi was also established. This also made Asahi a little speechless. Even if he didn't do anything, someone would send him a girl, but after that, Fugaku was directly blocked by Tsunade and the others. They were already a little worried when Asahi went out to dig someone back, and it turned out to be a big beauty, Pakura. Moreover, Pakura has very good feelings towards Asahi, so their relationship is getting better, and Tsunade and the others are helpless about this. And now, Fugaku is actually sending another girl over. Isn't this going to make things difficult for them? So their spearhead is directed at Fugaku immediately. When he heard these people coming, he directly pushed out his own wife as a shield. Because Mikoto and Kushina have a good relationship. Fugaku managed to protect himself, and after a long time, except for showing ferocious expression when they meet, Tsunade and the others have not bothered to find Fugaku. This also made Fugaku breathe a sigh of relief, but the relationship between Izumi and Asahi was confirmed, so Asahi suddenly discovered that there are a lot of girls in his house, and there are also a few reservations. It became like this without him knowing it. Of course, unlike Asahi's situation, Jiraiya is still an old bachelor now. Chapter 150 The Benefits of Barrier in the Bathhouse. Speaking of Jiraiya, Asahi also had to sigh. It was indeed a good choice for him to put barrier on the bathhouse in his village. It was okay when Jiraiya just arrived from Hidden Leaf village, as nothing happened, but after Jiraiya mixed with them, and get better acquainted, the situation became completely different. This happened 1 year after Jiraiya came to Hidden Stone's village. When Hidden Leaf village's people first came, they basically couldn't integrate into Hidden Stone's village. Although the two sides are in the same village now, they seem to be separated by a line, and the two sides belong to two completely different concepts. In this regard, Asahi at that time directly waved his hand and asked the people in the village to go to other people's places more. Before Asahi crossed over, neighbors would often visit each other, and they would give some delicious food and return gifts. So taking advantage of this, the people in the village and Hidden Leaf village's people soon became acquainted, and the relationship between the two parties was getting better and better. Time is a catalyst, and over time, they also know that Hidden Stone's village is really good to them. Because of that, they slowly integrated themselves into Hidden Stone's village, and the leaders like Jiraiya were also relieved. After all, he is the one who brought these people here, so if there is really a big problem, they would be the one responsible. Because of that, the current situation is exactly what they want to see. Asahi originally expected it would take several years for them to be fully integrated into Hidden Stone's village, but because they were the promoters behind, this plan was completed in 1 year. After it was completed, Jiraiya started his own actions again. Don't forget what the old profession of this guy is. Shinobi like him are also the easiest to get out of the depression, so he soon started to return to his old business, but when this guy ran into the bathhouse to collect materials, he directly ran into the barrier, and the commotion was not small. It's also because this guy runs fast, Otherwise, he would be caught directly. Since Asahi created the barrier, there are quite a few people like this caught in the bathhouse, but Asahi is not worried about his girls being taken advantage of. After all, her girls are not vegetarian, and Kushina is also proficient in perception, so whoever goes there would be destroyed. After touching the barrier, even an existence like Jiraiya would be useless, and he directly hits the barrier. Although he was not caught, Jiraiya was unwilling to give up like this, so he went to investigate again. As the saying goes, how can a person walk by the river without getting his shoes wet? Although Jiraiya is a great shinobi and has never been caught, it is inevitable to be seen. After that, Jiraiya was in a tragedy. Everyone looked at him like a pervert, and only a group of male compatriots gave him an expression of "I understand you," and we all know it. After all, many people have read Jiraiya's works. The most obvious among them is Kakashi, as this guy treated Jiraiya's works as a treasure. In the end, Jiraiya can only harm people in the other places. Asahi didn't want to have any trouble in his territory. As for the outsiders, he doesn't care. Jiraiya has been famous for this thing for a while, and Hidden Stone's village's technology is also climbing faster, so the speed of information transmission is also very fast. Basically, this little thing can be easily known by the others. Because of such a reason, until now, Jiraiya is still an old bachelor. As for Kakashi's hidden danger, Asahi also got rid of it. It's all thanks to Orochimaru, as this guy has developed a medicine to specifically deal with Mangekyo's excessive use. This time, it wasn't using Kaguya's blood. After all, using Kaguya's blood on this matter is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, so he used Hashirama cells and made it into a potion. Asahi had to sigh, as in this world, Hashirama cells is like Tang monk's meat. As long as something goes wrong, transplanting his cells will cause the problem to disappear. In the original work, even Naruto's hand is remade with Hashirama cells. Obito also relies on Hashirama cells, resulting in his Mangekyo can be used almost infinitely, but after Orochimaru's improvement, there are no hidden dangers, and at least, there is no need to worry about having a human face or his body turning white, so Kakashi can now use Mangekyo unscrupulously. Without the drag of Mangekyo, Kakashi picked up his father's weapon again, and his strength is also rising slowly. After a lot of accumulation, he reached Kage level. And with Mangekyo, he is at the top even among Kage level figures. It's nothing big, it's just that Kushina made a little noise, but it has been resolved. You came just in time, I don't have to look for you later. Although their relationship is almost certain, Izumi has not yet moved into his home, and also Pakura, but since she is here, it is natural Asahi would give her the natural energy source. After half an hour, Asahi finished creating the natural energy source for Izumi, and then sent her to Kushina for adaptive training. After that, the others were all taken care of by Asahi one after another. That's right, there's also Orochimaru. Asahi directly teleported to the moon in an instant. For the current him, crossing such a small distance is just like playing, and he can arrive in an instant. He spent some time explaining it to Orochimaru, and then created Orochimaru's natural energy source, and also taught Orochimaru about Archive, but Orochimaru would still need some time to master it. Therefore, Asahi has not transmitted the data for the time being, at least, he would need to wait until Orochimaru has mastered Archive. It's a good feeling. By the way, didn't you tell me before that you want to resurrect Lord's second Hokage? He is a super genius. Orochimaru said. After all, Lord's second Hokage, Senju Dobirama is simply a god-level forbidden technique master. Minato's signature technique Flying Thunder God technique, and Naruto's signature technique Shadow Clone technique. Moreover, Naruto, who has reached the 6th paths level, can even use Shadow Clone technique to perform better than Madar's Rinnegan's ability, Limbo. It has to be said that this is indeed very abnormal, and there is also impure world reincarnation. In the original 4th Shinobi World War, those resurrected powerhouses are all extremely powerful, and they also can use their strongest technique without trouble. Obirama is indeed a talent. Asahi and Orochimaru discussed whether this guy should be resurrected. Asahi also said that he can try it, but he also needs to put a little more protection on Tobirama. After all, Obirama is too ruthless. And now, the person who was taught by him is cruel and poisonous than the other. Asahi wondered if what he did for the Senju clan could make this guy grateful, but after that, he was busy studying the natural energy source, so he temporarily forgot about this matter, and he only remembered it now after Orochimaru reminded him. Chapter 151 Resurrecting I indeed need his intelligence, but this guy will be difficult to control. Let's talk about using impure world reincarnation on him first, and then look at the situation. If it doesn't work, we'll give him some insurance. Asahi nodded. To be honest, he could just use the Historia of the Dead to realize Obirama, but there is a problem. That is, the one who has the memory can't go too far from him, and it's also not easy to find that someone, as there are not many people who have seen Tobirama. But he can't just nestle together with Tobirama every day, and his scientific research talent can't just be realized for a short time, so this is very troublesome. So he chose to just use impure world reincarnation to resurrect him, and then look at the situation again. It's okay, but you still need to find Tsunade and the people from the Senju clan. Orochimaru said. Before using impure world reincarnation, there is something to do. After all, putting the evidence in front of him is much better than empty words. I think so too. I will go to Tsunade and Senju Hikari first, and since I want to resurrect, I will resurrect a bit more. Asahi said. He felt that this is also a good opportunity to solicit and buy people's hearts. Kakashi's father can be resurrected. As for the matter of Rin and Obito, he also needs to talk to Kakashi about it. And there's also Tsunade's younger brother, Senju Nawaki. In short, the situation is just like this. As for how to resurrect them, he can just use impure world reincarnation to get them out, and then find Kaguya. Kaguya's vitality is unlimited. Others may use resurrection technique by exchanging their lives, but Kaguya is different, as she doesn't need to worry about it at all. So it is enough for Kaguya to use such technique, and there is no need to think about other things. If he wanted to resurrect someone, he can just go ahead and do it in one step. Of course, he won't do such things like resurrection everywhere. Otherwise, who doesn't have a few relatives who want to be resurrected, and won't it be messy if everyone was resurrected? So this is limited to the people close to him and talented people. There is also one more thing, he at least has to find the corpses. If there is no corpses, it would be useless. After returning, Asahi quickly visited these places. Except for the Tsunade and Senju clan, everyone else either had no corpses to be found, or no one needed to be resurrected, and even the corpses of Tsunade's parents couldn't be found. In that era, it was not easy to collect corpses. Of course, in fact, resurrecting Hashirama and Obirama is a bit risky. Minato is not necessary, and resurrecting Hashirama is also because he can suppress Tobirama. Knowing that Tobirama's two apprentices have ruined his village, it is unknown whether Hashirama will hang Tobirama and beat him to death. Moreover, if they still think about Hidden Leaf Village, they may cause a split within Hidden Stones Village. Of course, Asahi will not have such worries now. After resurrecting the two, he will place insurance on the other party, and it will trigger when some conditions happen. For example, if there is a situation in their minds that endangers Hidden Stones Village, then Asahi will naturally sense it. However, Asahi felt that such possibility was not great. After they figure out everything from the beginning to the end, they would have nothing to say. Even if they still have such an idea, Asahi estimated that it will slowly dissipate over time. But insurance is still necessary. If it really gets to that point, Asahi can only ask Orochimaru to use Kotoa Mitsukami to them, but this possibility is too small, so Asahi probably won't use it. What he values is Tobirama's intelligence. He is not worried that Tobirama will get out of control. After all, in terms of strength, he will not allow Tobirama to do so. After bringing the others into the moon, Orochimaru has already prepared the preparations, the white zetsu as a sacrifice, and those part of the corpses. As for the soul, almost all of them in this world, and there is no such thing like the disappearance of the soul. Even if it runs into the Shinigami's belly, it can still be released. Asahi seriously doubts what Shinigami is. It is probably just a container or something, otherwise, the soul would be eaten before it can be released. Can it really be resurrected? At this moment, both Tsunade and Kakashi looked at the things in front of them in a daze. Of course it is possible, but it depends on Kaguya. Asahi set his sights on Orochimaru and Kaguya. Kaguya's existence is actually unknown to Kakashi and the others, and the people who know are Tsunade and Hyuga clan. After all, Kaguya does not want to be too high profile. Impure world reincarnation technique. Orochimaru slammed his palms onto the ground, and black pattern circle directly wrapped the white zetsu, and then these white zetsu became Hashirama, Tobirama, Nawaki and Tsukumo. This is impure world reincarnation technique. After Tobirama opened his eyes, he looked at his hand with some confusion. Except for impure world reincarnation, he really couldn't think of other possibilities. You are, Tsuna-chan. As for Hashirama, he didn't care about the others, and focused on Tsunade instead. Kakashi, why am I here? Tsukumo was also confused. As for Nawaki, he was even more sluggish, and he looked at his sister in a daze. Tsunade, Kakashi, please explain to them. After that, Asahi and Orochimaru turned around and left. It was not suitable for them to be here, so they left it to Tsunade and Kakashi to explain it, and there's no need to worry, as Tsunade and Kakashi's explanations are more realistic than Asahi's explanation. Asahi will wait until the explanation is clear, and then resurrect them. When everything was being explained, Kaguya was too lazy to stay inside, but walked out. Now, she is just reading a book. After all, there is nothing for her to do. After almost half a day, Tsunoda and the others finally came out, but during this period, the chakra inside also rioted several times. It is probably because of anger. Hashirama is not very good, but Tobirama is different. The two disciples he taught had controlled Hidden Leaf Village, but as a result, after controlling Hidden Leaf Village, they immediately started attacking the Senju clan and destroyed the Senju clan. Even Danzō quietly killed his other grandnephew, and after that, he sent people to hunt down Tsunoda. Coupled with the various things that these two people did in the village, Tobirama at that time was awkward, and Hashirama had some thoughts of hanging up and beating his younger brother. For Hidden Leaf Village, he even had to kill Madara. Although Madara still ran away afterwards, Hashirama really thought he had killed him at that time, but in the end, his brother did so many things. Moreover, the two disciples he trained, one is more capable of doing things than the other, as they destroyed Hidden Leaf Village abruptly. Chapter 152 Explaining the Truth Boy, is Hidden Leaf Village's matter really the same as Tsunoda said? After seeing a few things, Tobirama stared at Asahi with an ugly face and asked. After all, there is no proof. Although Tsunoda said that, he is not very clear about the specific situation. He can't believe that his two disciples can become assholes to such an extent. I know you would say that, so I have recorded all those things in my archive. You can read it yourself. After saying that, Asahi showed a series of information from the past, as well as the information he had seen. All kinds of information were displayed in front of them. After reading it, Tobirama wanted to say something more, but suddenly he felt something on his shoulder. He turned his head, and saw his older brother staring at him with an expression that "Don't you dare to say another word," and Tobirama instantly held back what he wanted to say. Sorry. Tobirama has always been like this. Just now, Suna-chan and the others have already told me specific things, including this. We also learned about Tsukumo Hatake's matter. For Tobirama to teach such an apprentice, this is also our problem. Tsunoda even told Hashirama about how Asahi helped her become stronger. Hashirama is also proficient in Sage mode, so he can sense the surging natural energy in Tsunoda's body. Moreover, the surrounding natural energy is constantly being absorbed by Tsunoda, which is very terrifying. Although it only takes him a short time to enter Sage mode and he also does not need to stay in place, there are still some restrictions, but Tsunoda is different, as she can permanently maintain Sage mode. Although Hashirama is naive, he is not an idiot. He knows very well that there's no way a person who have given Tsunoda this kind of benefit would harm Tsunoda, but they have died for so many years after all, and they have just been resurrected with impure world reincarnation, so it is still difficult to accept such a thing. After all, being resurrected after being dead for decades, only to find their village was gone, and even their people were hollowed out by another village, such a feeling was not very good. However, Hashirama knew that if it weren't for the pressure of life, only few people will choose to leave their hometown. At least, Hashirama knew he can't hollow out other people's villages. But now, his village was hollowed out, and even his granddaughter and clan were dug up by others. This can only show one thing, that is, Hidden Leaf Village has a problem, otherwise, this kind of thing is impossible. Don't look at Hashirama's innocence, he is also very courageous and tolerant. If an outsider destroys his own village, he will definitely take action against them directly. But now, Hidden Leaf Village was destroyed by Danzō and Lord Third, so he has no reason to put the faults on the other people. Moreover, there's also Tsukumo's matter. A Kage-level powerhouse unexpectedly committed suicide, and the reason was only because of a failed mission, and this kind of mission would cause trouble to the extent that the entire village would know about it. Hashirama was not naive, and he knew that there must be someone pushing everything from behind. That means Tsukumo's death is inseparable from Lord Third and Danzō. You don't need to apologize to me, but it seems that you still can't let it go. Then, I'll get Hiruzen here and talk to you. He is already a dead person, and facing his own teacher, he will definitely tell the truth. Asahi still has one hand. He doesn't know Lord Third, but he can let Lord Third and Tobirama meet to make things clear. As it is a simple matter, the impure world reincarnation is completed quickly, and Lord Third also appeared in front of everyone. After the initial confusion, facing the question of the Senju brothers, he poured out everything truthfully. In fact, Lord Third himself did not expect that Danzō would kill him for the Hokage's position. When he reacted, it was already too late, and after knowing that Asahi rescued Konoha and others, even if they are from hostile position, Lord Third was very grateful. Thanks to Asahi, although his son was not saved, he was still relieved that Konoha was rescued. Tobirama, look at the good disciple you taught. After seeing Lord Third let out everything, Hashirama couldn't hold himself anymore, and his terrifying chakra leaked out uncontrollably. But none of them here are weak, so it didn't cause too much shock. Tobirama has nothing to say, as this matter has been clearly explained by Lord Third, and even Lord Third told them that for the development of the Sarutobi clan, he acquiesced in Danzō's dealing with the Senju clan. Maybe it's also because he is grateful to Asahi for saving Konohamaru, so Lord Third has nothing to hide. After Lord Third finished speaking, Orochimaru directly cancelled his impure world reincarnation, and Lord Third disappeared again. After all, there was no plan to resurrect him, and they just let him come out to explain the truth. Right now, Tobirama doesn't have the confidence to yell at Asahi again. After all, if it weren't for Asahi, the current Senju clan would have been located 6 feet below. It seems that things have been clarified. Then Kaguya, please revive them. Asahi said. Now that Tobirama has figured it out, his hostility towards Asahi has disappeared. Even Hashirama is full of gratitude to him. Regarding Hidden Leaf Village, he can only blame himself for not having people to live up to the expectations. Just forget what me. Being able to see my son again is enough, my wife is still waiting for me. Tsukumo suddenly said, and Asahi also nodded. In fact, he can also resurrect Tsukumo's wife, but in this way, it will be endless. Since Tsukumo does not plan to stay, then just forget it. After all, it's already enough for Asahi to get Kakashi's loyalty from this. Before this, Kakashi can only be regarded as a member of Hidden Stone's village, but now, Kakashi can definitely be said to be Hidden Stone's village's diehard, or his diehard. The two cannot be confused. And Tsukumo also knew that he couldn't extravagantly ask the other party to resurrect his wife, so he simply chose to accompany his wife. Tsukumo still knows things like humanity and sophistication after all. As for the other 3 people, they all looked at Kaguya. They still don't know who Kaguya is, and why she has the ability to resurrect them. After all, resurrection is not something that can be done with just a few words. In addition to being depressed and angry, Tobirama himself is left with curiosity, wondering how the other party would resurrect them. After all, it must be known that impure world reincarnation he studied is only an alternative resurrection, and is not a real resurrection. Moreover, when he died, this technique was still a semi-finished product. Chapter 153 Impure World Reincarnation plus Kaguya, the bug among bugs? Kaguya, I'll leave it to you. Asahi said to Kaguya. After that, Kaguya didn't hesitate, and directly activated the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. When in Kaguya's hands, this technique would only consume some chakra, and there's no any other side effects. Asahi feels that the combination of impure world reincarnation and Kaguya is simply invincible. This is seeing the cracks on their body disappear little by little, and then the body that should have been fake turned into flesh and blood. The people around couldn't help staring wide-eyed. We're really resurrected. This is actually a real body. These people couldn't help pinching their own bodies, feeling a little unreal. After all, such an inexplicable resurrection, isn't it a bit too nonsense? Tsuna-chan. This. What is this? Hashirama looked at Kaguya with some horror. At this moment, Kaguya's appearance has completely changed before she was sealed. The blood-red rinnegan in the center of her forehead has also been opened, and she doesn't look like a human being. Seeing the expressions of his 2 grandfathers, Tsunade told them about Kaguya's identity, and then these people who were resurrected were once again caught in a complete bewilderment. The first ancestor of the shinobi world? This is a real legendary figure. No, it's more exaggerated than the legendary character. After all, Sage of 6 Paths is a legend, and this Kaguya is even more terrifying than him. It turns out that Hyuga, Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans are all descendants of Kaguya. So, she can be regarded as my ancestor. Suddenly Hashirama tapped on his palm and pointed to his nose. Hearing this, the few people next to him couldn't help but have their mouths started twitching. The first thing popped on your head when hearing this is ancestor? Well, it's a generation of thousands of years, but she still can be said to be your ancestor. Anyway, you, like Tsunade, can call her Kaguya-sama. Asahi couldn't help rolling his eyes. It can be said that as expected of Hashirama. Asahi has decided that in the future, Hashirama will only be used as a high-level combat power and he will never let him enter the top of Hidden Stone's village, as well as Tobirama. After all, if these 2 really enter the top of Hidden Stone's village, Asahi suspects that Hidden Stone's village will be destroyed by them. Hashirama frantically sent out benefits, and Tobirama frantically suppressed some members of the village. Asahi felt that he would never let Tobirama be a teacher, and no one would be his disciple. He was afraid that this guy would make another Lord Third and Danzō. Now that Hidden Stone's village has swallowed Hidden Leaf Village, Hashirama also wanted to see what Hidden Stone's village looks like now, and then make the final decision. As for Tobirama, he is all about creating trouble for Danzō. Soon after, everyone left the moon directly, and it is estimated that Tobirama would be sent here again. Of course, Asahi has to make some insurance before letting Tobirama join the scientific research talents. As far as his understanding is concerned, he is not worthy of complete trust. Asahi knows Orochimaru's pursuits and character, so he dares to use Orochimaru, but there must be insurance for Tobirama. In this way, except for Orochimaru, everyone left the moon and came to Hidden Stones village, and the Sanju brothers also used the transformation technique. As for Nawaki, only few people know him, so there is no need to do that. It seems that my worries are superfluous. They feel pretty good to me now. After Hashirama observed for a while, he saw Hidden Leaf Village's people are now fully integrated into Hidden Stones village, and Hidden Stones village is also very good to them, so Hashirama is also convinced, and he has no more thing to say. Then, I'll trust you for now, but now, I have to do something. After saying that, Tobirama's face became scary. His good apprentice has actually destroyed Hidden Leaf Village with his own hand, so there's no way he would let him go easily. If you want to go, just go, no one will be stopping you, and I will even send you there. Asahi said. He felt that it's good opportunity to watch Danzō finish playing. He really wanted to see the scene after Danzō met his teacher, so without further ado, he brought everyone to Hidden Leaf Village. My Flying Thunder God technique is completely incomparable to this kind of space ninjutsu. You can return from the moon to the shinobi world in an instant, and from Hidden Stones village to Hidden Leaf Village in an instant. It's simply unthinkable. When Tobirama saw this weird spatial movement again, he opened his mouth once again and sighed with emotion. In fact, his Flying Thunder God technique is not weak, and it depends on the user and the position of the mark. For example, when Mai is rushing to the battlefield, she was transferred directly with Flying Thunder God technique. As long as the chakra is sufficient and there's coordinate positioning, using Flying Thunder God technique is possible, and the moving distance is actually very far, but if you want to directly transfer multiple people at one go, and if multiple people needed to be teleported far away, Tobirama can't do it. Granduncle, the one in front of you, he has achieved the feat of directly transferring 100,000 people from Hidden Leaf Village to Hidden Stones Village in an instant. At this time, Tsunade turned on the bragging mode. 100,000 people? Are you sure you didn't say it wrong? After hearing this, Tobirama almost thought that there was a problem with his ears. That was the last group of people to leave Hidden Leaf Village. Because of Danzō's oppression, most people chose to escape Hidden Leaf Village. At that time, there were indeed around 100,000 people. Tsunade shook her head and said. She hadn't made a mistake, and Tobirama hadn't heard it wrong. Ha 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 ha, it's really amazing. Tobirama, there's no need to be entangled with this matter. They can even resurrect people, and they can also teleport to the moon above, and there's also the ancestor of chakra from thousands of years ago, so isn't this normal? Tobirama hasn't spoken yet, but Hashirama couldn't help but burst out laughing first. Although this guy has a problem with his brain, he has a strong ability to accept things. That's right, there are so many things, even after seeing a lot of them, it's still a bit shocking. The current Hidden Leaf Village is really... While talking, Tobirama has already diverted his attention and focused on the Hidden Leaf Village in front of him. At this moment, even if Danzō has brought a lot of people over to Hidden Leaf Village, the cohesion is still in a mess. After all, how can rebuilding Hidden Leaf Village be such a simple thing? Chapter 154 Danzō who is having a hard time obviously, I feel the difference, and the current Hidden Leaf Village is like a pile of loose sand. Although there are a lot of people, everyone is in the state of strangers. Even if there are shops, there is not much change in their expressions, and there is also no human relation at all. Hashirama also made his own evaluation. In this state, he can see that there is a problem at a glance, as Hidden Leaf Village is like a stagnant city. This is all done by Danzō. He controlled the Land of Fire's daimyo, and used the Land of Fire's daimyo to send a lot of ordinary people from the surroundings to Hidden Leaf Village. These people are all pieced together and sent here, that's why such circumstances happens. And, even though this village is still called Hidden Leaf Village, it has been removed from the position of the 5 great shinobi villages. Tsunade explained a bit. As for the issue of removed from the ranks of the 5 great shinobi villages, this is not a proposal among the other great shinobi villages. It is because the current Hidden Leaf Village exists in name only, and it is not worthy of attention at all, so the other shinobi villages are too lazy to care about it. But Hidden Waterfall Village is different. Hidden Waterfall Village's strength is second only to the 5 great shinobi villages. At the beginning, they have 7 tails as Jinchuriki. They are a village that was not among the 5 great shinobi villages, but happened to have Jinchuriki, and no one from other villages has come up with an idea yet. Moreover, Hidden Waterfall Village's strength is indeed not bad, so they propose to remove Hidden Leaf Village's position. After all, Even if Hidden Leaf Village still has the Land of Fire behind them, Hidden Leaf Village has been made like this by Danzō, so when Hidden Waterfall Village's proposal appeared in front of the desk of the other great shinobi villages Kage, everyone signed it directly. Right now, Tsunade is wishing to see Danzō's bad luck. In addition to the 5 great shinobi villages, other small ninja villages also have Kage, but they are all self-proclaimed Kage. This kind of Kage's strength is also average, and it is not recognized by the 5 great shinobi villages. But they didn't go to meddle in other people's business. After all, although they are all small countries and small villages, they are not together, so everyone is too lazy to care about this. After Hidden Leaf Village is kicked out from its position, Danzō coughed out a mouthful of blood again. But he didn't dare to trouble Hidden Waterfall Village. He himself is not afraid as he still has a lot of Sharingan on his body. Although he didn't have Mangekyo, he can still take care of a tailed beast, but his subordinates will not allow him to do it. Now in his hands, the talents of other clans are almost dead. Because the Hyuga clan is controlled by him, those people in the clan can't run away at all, and they are used as breeding stocks by Danzō, and they are used to reproduce continuously. These guys have become tools, and more importantly, after Hidden Waterfall Village became one of the new 5 great shinobi villages, they began offering rewards for Danzō's head. In the end, this task was also received by Kakazu, so Danzō has experienced attacks again and again. Both Danzō and Kakazu have a lot of extra lives, but in different ways. Kakazu has 5 hearts, and Danzō also has 11 extra lives. After all, Hashirama's cells can't suppress more than 11 Sharingan. The battle between him and Kakazu can be described as extremely anxious. Because he doesn't understand the characteristics of Kakazu, Danzō didn't attack Kakazu's hearts at all. After all, there are many ways to kill people, but Kakazu has already transformed himself into a non-human being. Only his 5 hearts are the weak points, and by the time he understood, Danzō has lost 2 of his extra lives. And Kakazu lost 4 of his hearts to be able to destroy 4 more of Danzō's extra lives. Then he retreated helplessly. After all, Izanagi was too incomprehensible. The less heart he has, the weaker he will be, so he won't be able to do anything with just 1 heart. At first, seeing that Danzō is also old and miserable, he is happy as he felt that finally got a big deal, but in the end, Danzō has more extra lives than him, which made him feel bad, and most importantly, at that time, he did not bring Hidan. So he is in disadvantage. If he had brought Hidan with him, Danzō would have already knelt directly. Hidan can be said to be Danzō's nemesis. After all, no matter how many extra lives he has, he will still die. It is a mistake not to bring Hidan with him. After replenishing his hearts, Kakazu plans to bring Hidan to trouble Danzō, and Danzō has also been made nervous by Kakazu, that he didn't dare to use his main body. His main body is hidden very tightly, and only his shadow clone appears in front of everyone every day, until now, which is the arrival of Asahi and the others. Even Hidden Leaf Village's position as one of the 5 great shinobi villages has been lost. What he did as Hokage is very amusing. Obirama laughed angrily. This time, he felt that he must kill that damn bastard. He actually dared to do anything, but in the end, Hidden Leaf Village was defeated, and the saddest thing is that, it's not done by the others, but by his own hand. Although Obirama has also done things in this way, it is limited to the Uchiha clan. He is unhappy with the Uchiha clan, and has never regarded the Uchiha clan as his own, so he made such a decision. Of course, right now, even if he knows that the Uchiha clan is still surviving, he doesn't have to do anything in Hidden Stone's village. After all, Asahi is still there, and as long as he is standing here, Obirama can't touch the Uchiha clan, unless he intends to tear his face with Asahi. Although he doesn't know Asahi's strength, he knew that Asahi can directly teleport with 100,000 people. Even if he's weak enough, he can still defeat Obirama countless times with his space ninjutsu, not to mention the abundance of talents in Hidden Stone's village. There is also Kaguya. If he dared to mess around, then he will only die. Obirama's hatred towards the Uchiha started from the battle between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Later, because of the battle between Madara and Hashirama, Hashirama was seriously injured, and then died. Because of this, he was even more upset, and he also felt threatened by the Uchiha clan, so he did it. But now, the situation is different. Uchiha clan and their ancestors are the same person, and they are not the people under his control anymore, so he directly dispelled this idea. Let's go find him first. That old fossil is hidden very tightly, and his main body is not in Hidden Leaf Village. I guess he must have been frightened. Asahi knows clearly that Danzō was assassinated by Kakazu. After all, White Zetsu's eyes are still there, so they also watched a good show at that time, but Danzō was also lucky. If his Hashirama cells ran berserk because he is out of Sharingan, he will definitely die. You found him? Obirama asked with a look of surprise. After all, it's amazing to be able to find someone so quickly in the village. It's a simple thing, isn't it? Asahi didn't say much. After all, he could do it just by using detection magic. What's more, Danzō is under White Zetsu's monitoring. So unless he can go to the sky, he won't be able to avoid White Zetsu's sight. Without paying attention to the village, Asahi directly led everyone to Danzō's secret base. Apart from Danzō, there are only a few of his confidants and the Hyuga clan. Chapter 155 Tobirama's water style. Currently, Danzō's face became very gloomy. After all, Hidden Leaf Village, his village, is kicked off the position of the 5 great shinobi villages. He is hunted down by a powerhouse, and he even lost a few of his life-saving Sharingan. Fortunately, he still has a lot of Sharingan in his stash, and he just retransplanted them after returning. If he had only one life, he would have been killed by Kakazu, but Kakazu's weirdness also made him try his best to search for information. But now, his intelligence network is completely paralyzed, so where can he find other people's secrets? This is annoying him. Apart from hiding, he can't think of any way, so he can only target those of the Hyuga clan. He wanted to use these people to create a large number of children with Byakugan Genkai, and then cultivate them. After 10 or 20 years, he will rise again, and at that time, he will take revenge. It will not be too late after 10 years, but he doesn't know if he can hold on for that long. Just as Danzō was making his plans for the future, several figures appeared in front of him. Who? Sensei. When he saw a few people appeared in front of him, Danzō was taken aback, and immediately stood up in vigilance, but after he saw clearly who was coming, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why did Sensei show up? Shouldn't he already dead? And the one next to him? That person is first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, right? Didn't he die after the fight with Madara Uchiha, and that kid over there also got his internal organs emptied by my own hands, so why did he follow suit? There are also Tsunade and Asahi there, so Danzō's brain stopped working at this moment. Why did you look very dissatisfied when you see me? I ask you, what exactly did I teach you back then that make you do so many maddening things? After Tobirama saw Danzō, he immediately scolded angrily, and Danzō shuddered in fright. No, you are all dead. Why did you appear here? Could it be that the impure world reincarnation has been perfected? Danzō quickly reacted. Now that these people appeared in front of him, if it wasn't for someone pretending, then only impure world reincarnation would be possible. And he was also very greedy for this technique. But without Orochimaru's help, and Danzō has been made into such a state now, there is no time to study this technique. Of course, Danzō's heart is already cold at this moment. Not to mention the existence of the Senju clan's 3 people, just the new god of shinobi, Asahi is already very terrifying. No matter how he fights, he can only rely on his Izanagi now. After all, as long as this thing is still there, he still has chance of surviving. Forget it, I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. Today, I will clean up the house. Obirama looked at Danzō and shook his head. At first, he wanted to question Danzō, but after meeting him face to face, it suddenly didn't matter anymore. It was the same thing whether he questioned him or not, so he didn't care anymore, and wanted to take care of him directly. Wind style, vacuum sphere. Then, before he did anything, Danzō already made his move. Danzō is good at wind style, but compared to Tobirama, he is still too trashy. In addition to flying thunder god technique, Tobirama still has other techniques. And because he had just been resurrected, he only had a shuriken in his hand, and didn't have time to make a mark, so he just opened his mouth, and spurted out a lot of water, forming a water wall that blocked in front of him. Moreover, Obirama didn't form many hand seals. After all, at his level, almost all of hand seals are omitted. He only needs a few simple hand seals to release terrifying technique. Water style, water severing wave. A super long water jet like a high-pressure water gun cut directly. This type of water cutting is not something Danzō's attack can withstand. In an instant, Danzō's body was directly cut in half, and then he died after struggling a few times. So simple? Obirama is a little confused. Why did this bastard die just like this? This guy has a lot of Sharingan, and Sharingan can release the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi. You don't need to know the specific effect, you just need to know that you need to kill him several times, and each Sharingan on him represents a life. Asahi said at this time. And Danzō, who was planning to pretend to die to the end, felt cold again when he heard this. The corpse on the ground disappeared, and he himself appeared next to Tobirama again. And then he opened his mouth and shot out a wind blade towards Tobirama. It's just that at this moment, Tobirama directly turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. When did he use the shadow clone? Danzō is puzzled. He didn't understand how Obirama suddenly become a shadow clone. It seems that you have forgotten what I am best at. Shadow clone is a technique I created. In addition, the moment you were so easily defeated by me, I replaced my real body with a shadow clone. Although you look older, your methods are still immature, and you have forgotten what I am good at. A few arms appeared in the water and directly held Danzō, and at the next moment, Obirama attacked Danzō with hard whirlpool water blade. TSK, hitting Danzō with a hard whirlpool water blade is really like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Asahi recognized Obirama's technique. The hard whirlpool water blade is extremely powerful. After hitting the opponent, it would turn into a huge waterspout. At that time, the location here was not very good. Let's go out first. Asahi took the others and left first, and this cave was directly destroyed by a huge waterspout and collapsed. And Obirama has long left a mark on Hashirama, so he also ran out with Flying Thunder God technique. The people below suffered, and except for Danzō who used Izanagi again to run outside, everyone else died. The Hyuga clan's main house who had been regarded as breeding stocks also disappeared, as did Danzō's only few confidants. What a disgusting trick. Looking at Danzō's arm, Obirama looked disgusted. He has killed 2 of Danzō's lives. It can only be said that sea release is sea release. Obirama is no longer using water style anymore. Obirama's water style attainment is already comparable to KK Genkai, and even many KK Genkai can't be compared to Obirama's water style. The battle after that was one-sided, and without any suspense, Danzō's extra lives were also removed one by one. In the original book, Danzō wasted a lot of his extra lives in order to test Sasuke's technique. But now, facing an expert like Obirama, there is no resistance at all, and he lost his lives every minute. Chapter 156 Hashirama, are my cells so popular? After he lost a lot of his extra lives, the balance of Danzō's body is broken. There are huge restrictions on the use of things like Sharingan for outsiders, and there are so many on his body, so Danzō uses Hashirama cells to counteract it, otherwise, his body would have been destroyed long ago. However, after a large number of his extra lives were destroyed by Obirama, the balance in Danzō's body was broken, and the face formed by Hashirama cells began to release a lot of wood chrysalis, and Danzō directly turned into a big monster. Why is there such a very familiar feeling? Hashirama asked in a daze. It's obviously because he transplanted your cells. By the way, your cells are very popular. As you can see now, ordinary people cannot resist the side effects of Sharingan, but your cells can directly eliminate this side effect. Overuse of Mangekyo Sharingan will result in blindness, but your cells can also eliminate this side effect. It might not be 100%, but it is still about 99%. Your cells are very popular in the shinobi world, and one more thing, your grave was also dug up by this guy, and your flesh and blood are distributed everywhere, so it is impossible to find your whole corpse. Asahi said. He felt that Hashirama was indeed very miserable. He was tricked by Madara. His cells were used by Madara to awaken Rinnegan, and he just died without being able to do anything. After that, his corpse's situation was also not better, as his cells were injected into a lot of bodies. Just for wood style, and because of he is Ashura's reincarnation, Hashirama's body has become the same as Tang Monk's meat. Are my cells so popular? Hashirama's expression became a bit grim. No matter how open-minded and magnanimous he is, his body is actually divided by others as a treasure. Should he be happy or angry, he really has nothing to say. Then what's going on with him? At this moment, Obirama also saw Danzō's strangeness, so he chose to stay away temporarily and came to Hashirama's side. Obviously, Sharingan and Hashirama's cells form a balance, and now that he has used so many Sharingan, the balance that was originally perfect has been tilted, so your cells have gone berserk. After all, although your big brother's cell is known as universal cells, they are not so easy to control. Asahi waved his hand, and at this moment, Danzō suddenly spewed out jet black things from his body. This is sealing technique. This guy is really cruel. Even if he dies, he wanted to drag others with him. Seeing Danzō's sudden change, Obirama is speechless. He didn't know what to say, for what kind of mess has Danzō's body been made into. Unfortunately, this kind of trick is useless for people like you. Against someone who knows space ninjutsu, the target will just disappear the moment he activated the seal. Let's go, this guy is already finished. Asahi also planned to leave. Of course, he won't leave some hidden dangers. He has to see Danzō's end, so he simply sent this guy a little sun. After the explosion, Danzō was completely dead. From then on, there would be no Danzō in this world anymore, as he has been turned into ashes. This time, Hidden Leaf Village is truly finished, as the rest of the people there can't make even the slightest wind. Before, there's still Danzō, And even if he is a little useless, he is still a strong Kage-level figure at any rate, but now, Hidden Leaf Village is not even a third-rate force. What a mighty power. Seeing that Asahi's casual blow is more powerful than Tailed Beast Bomb, Tobirama feels a little scared. It is not that he's weak, as he is very strong when he takes action, but now, Asahi didn't make any preparation and just released his technique casually. Well, Asahi is still the new generation of God of Shinobi after all. Tsunade started bragging about Asahi again. Brother-in-law is the god of Shinobi now? Grandpa is the god of Shinobi in the past, then, who is stronger now? At this time, Nawaki had accepted this reality and asked curiously. This. Although Tsunade has always been bragging about Asahi from the beginning, she really didn't dare to open her mouth anymore. She wants to say that Asahi is stronger, but her grandpa is still there, and there's no way she won't give him some face, so the situation is a bit awkward now. Why don't we give it a try? Hashirama is a little moved. He really seems to know how strong Asahi is, and with his personality, he can indeed do such a thing. Forget it, if you want to fight, I will find you an opponent. As Asahi said that, he snapped his fingers, and a man in red armor and a big fan appeared. Madara. Hashirama was shocked, and Tobirama immediately teleported and took Nawaki away from Madara. He was also confused at how Madara could appear in front of him. Don't get too excited, granduncle, this is Asahi's technique. He can manifest the opponent's enemy, and the manifested existence has the strength, consciousness and memory of the past, which is equivalent to creating a real Madara, but he can be manipulated by him. Tsunade knew the effect of the Historia of the Dead. At that time, Asahi directly showed Hashirama to her, and if Tsunade hadn't known from the beginning that Hashirama was a fake, she would have completely treated that Hashirama as his own grandpa. A fake, but has all the strength of the past? Hashirama was shocked, and so was Tobirama. They wanted to refute it, but the chakra they felt from this Madara is too strong and does not look like a fake at all. Before this Madara could speak, Asahi snapped his fingers again, and another Madara appeared. Whether it is Hashirama or Tobirama, they both have Madara in their memory, so he can make another one now. Is there a limit to this technique? Tobirama is completely shocked now, even one is already scary enough, but now, another one is summoned. Hashirama is also persuaded. Although he is a little better than Madara of this period, he can't fight against two of them at once. No, if Kaguya is here, I can even create a Sage of Six Paths. Moreover, it is the true Sage of Six Paths in his heyday. Asahi said with a smile. The Historia of the Dead did have weaknesses, but why would he told them that? Telling them his weakness is ridiculous, and even if he told them, what can they do? One is that they needed to defeat the caster, and the other is to make Madara fear. How to do that is another question. With Madara's personality, if they wanted to make him fear, it is almost impossible, unless Black Zetsu betrayed him. Chapter 157 Akatsuki is in action abnormal. After hearing Asahi's words, Tobirama couldn't help but blurt it out. This is out of instinct, not that he really wants to scold him, and Asahi also doesn't care. After all, in Naruto world, he is indeed very abnormal now. That's great, brother-in-law, can you let Sage of Six Paths teach me ninjutsu? The kind that is so powerful that I can beat Grandpa. Nawaki has already come out of the impact from being resurrected. At this moment, he is very emotional, as expected of Big Sis, she found myself such a powerful brother-in-law. Don't even think about it. If you want to defeat your grandfather, it is useless to use conventional means. After all, he is the Ashura's reincarnation. Do you think Ashura's reincarnation can be defeated so simply? Asahi said speechlessly. In the Naruto world, without his intervention, only Otsutsuki clan can rule the world, and the others have no chance to do anything and can only be cannon fodder. What is this Ashura? How can I be the Ashura's reincarnation? Hashirama is confused again. He didn't know what's going on, and he didn't understand why is there something he doesn't understand again. Sage of Six Paths has two sons, one is called Ashura and the other is called Indra, the ancestors of Senju and Uchiha. After Indra died, his chakra continued to reincarnate, and so did Ashura. The previous generation reincarnated on you and Madara Uchiha. Otherwise, why do you think the strength of the two of you exploded so much? Asahi rolled his eyes at Hashirama. The strength of these two was obviously not normal at all, and in the Senju clan, besides Hashirama, who else can use wood style and has amazing recovery ability? Hashirama's wood style can change the world, but Yamato's wood style can only be used to create house. It is because of the qualitative change of Ashura's chakra. So even if it is not impossible for Nawaki to surpass this guy, it is still too troublesome. So that's why, no wonder. Tobirama suddenly realized. No wonder that both his big brother and Madara were so abnormal at the beginning, and their strength surpassed the others by too much. In front of them, the other people are not even cannon fodder. He finally knew that this is the reason for such thing. He also wondered why he couldn't catch up with his big brother. His talent is obviously already good, but compared with his big brother, he is still suppressed so easily. It turns out that the problem lies here. It's not because of lack of talent, but because there's a cheat code inside Hashirama. Okay, let's end this matter here for now. Now, let me ask you one more question. Do you want to join our Hidden Stones village? Asahi asked. It seems that we have no choice now. Hidden Stones village's current situation is indeed the village I am longing for. Of course, joining the shinobi army is not possible, as it's time for us to retire. After Hashirama said that, he laughed again. Asahi also felt good about this. As for joining the shinobi army, don't be ridiculous. Asahi doesn't have to worry about this guy going to the army to cause trouble with the others. Once this guy gets involved, he may damage Hidden Stones village's background, so it's a good thing for him not joining the army. As for his combat power, if Hidden Stones village really has something to ask Hashirama, there's no way he would be so shameless to just watch from the sideline. Since Big Brother has made a decision, let me join in too. Obirama shook his head. Hidden Leaf village is gone, and his clan is also in Hidden Stones village and their lives are good, so where else can he go if he doesn't go to Hidden Stones village? I recommend a place for you. You know about the moon we summoned you before, right? Orochimaru has created a research institution on it, so you should join in later. After all, with your personality, you probably won't be able to relax. Asahi knows that this guy is an expert of making things, and also an expert of forbidden techniques, so how could he live in retirement so simply? Instead of letting him researching secretly, Asahi felt it is better to let this guy work for him. Moreover, he has already made the insurance for these two. That junior's research place? It's indeed okay. Obirama also acquiesced. As he indeed couldn't be idle, so he chose to go to Orochimaru's place. In fact, he still had a lot of ideas that he hadn't started researching. He died too fast back then, so many things weren't done yet. Although even impure world reincarnation has been perfected by younger generations now, he still needs to research other things. In this way, everyone returned to Hidden Stones village, and Hidden Leaf village directly became history. After the Land of Fire's daimyo broke out of Danzō's control, he reorganized his country. He is now scared by shinobi, so he directly ordered that shinobi are not allowed to continue to be trained in the Land of Fire, and only samurai are allowed. After this order was issued, many people were surprised. After all, shinobi are the mainstream now. For the Land of Fire to stop training shinobi, and chose to train samurai or something, it is indeed kind of crazy. After all, not everyone among samurai is like Mifune, and there is only one Mifune. So the Land of Fire giving up the mainstream shinobi stunned everyone, but Asahi felt that it was normal. After all, the daimyo of the 5 great countries are all useless people. During the 4th Shinobi World War, everyone was fighting fiercely, but these guys were actually just staying up late to play mahjong, which almost blinded Asahi's eyes at that time. He couldn't understand the thoughts of these people. Although it was true that they couldn't help at all, they were too optimistic and didn't care about anything. However, it is estimated that this has been raised in the past, and no one will do anything to the daimyo. Regardless of the fierce wars in the shinobi world, the daimyo was not affected. It's as if it has nothing to do with them, so they probably regarded the 4th Shinobi World War as the same war as in the past. But this time, it is different for the Land of Fire's daimyo. He was controlled by Danzō, and after that, he was actually ordered to do a series of things, so he was really scared. He even didn't dare to have shinobi by his side anymore, that's why he gave such an order. For this kind of person, it is not strange to give such an order. However, if such an order is issued, it means that the Land of Fire will become a piece of fat meat in the eyes of the other countries. They don't even have a shinobi anymore, so won't it be easy and convenient for the others to bully them? They just need to find a reason, and they would be able to gnaw a piece of meat from them. It can only be said that the Land of Fire is sending itself into the abyss step by step. And Hidden Waterfall Village is also rising rapidly, and they began to swallow Hidden Leaf Village as territory. Of course, this is a later story. Right now, in Hidden Rain Village, Akatsuki is ready to take action, but they need to think more about how to gnaw Hidden Stones Village's hard bone now. Chapter 158 Nagato's Self-Hypnosis. Is everyone here? At this moment, in a certain cave in the shinobi world, a group of people wearing black robes with red cloud patterns are meeting in the cave. Nagato has been investigating for news about the new Rinnegan since he lost the Judo statue, but unfortunately, he did not find any news. So he can only give up, but his plan has never changed, which is bringing pain to the shinobi world. Everyone, I am the one calling you back this time. I won't talk too much nonsense, and our plan is about to start. The tailed beast capture mission will begin now. Our primary goal is 3 tails, 7 tails, 6 tails, and then we'll capture 2 tails and 8 tails. The person who spoke was Hueco, or Pain. According to Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization can only be Hueco, so he is now doing it in an alternative way. It's just that among the group of people here, there is no Deidara, and Itachi has not awakened his Mengekyo, but Obito has changed into his Tobi persona and joined them, and he formed a team with Sasori. Itachi is actually quite pitiful. He was cut off by Asahi halfway, so that he could not see Shishui's death with his own eyes. For this kind of thing, seeing it with his own eyes and hearing it from the others are 2 different concepts. Regarding Shishui's disappearance, Akatsuki's intelligence network definitely detected. Although he has been missing for such a long time and although his body cannot be found, it is basically certain that he died. Obito originally wanted to use this to stimulate Itachi, but the result was a failure. Obito actually didn't have much expectations for this. After all, Shishui has already disappeared for so long, and Itachi himself has already had such a thought in his heart, so this stimulation is not enough. Without Shishui, Obito thought that only Fugaku and Itachi's other families can awaken his eyes, but Obito is afraid to go to the current Tiger Den, as that place is too terrifying. In addition, Biwajazo, who was supposed to team up with Itachi in the original work, was also killed by Asahi before, so Itachi could not witness Jazo's death, and up until now, he hasn't awakened his Mengekyo. Of course, Itachi's talent is still very good, and even without Mengekyo, he is still very strong. Moreover, without the drag of having Mengekyo, his own talent is enough to support him to enter Kage level. Strictly speaking, although Mengekyo is an increase, there is no way to eliminate its side effects, and this increase will only become a burden after a period of time. We all know about the specific situation. The purpose of our organization's existence is also this. However, with Hidden Stone's village as iron defense, even if our Akatsuki rushes in together, the result won't be good. After listening to Pain's words, the others were silent, but Sasori spoke quickly. He believed that he is very strong, and even Lord Third Kazekage has been turned into puppet by his hands, but what kind of place is Hidden Stone's village? There's no way Akatsuki can do anything about it. Hidden Stone's village's problem will be put to the end, and there will be arrangements later. When Pain's voice came, the others kept complaining, but since the leader has said that, they couldn't do anything about it, so they could only give up temporarily, and take care of the other tailed beast first. The meeting ended soon after, and after that, in Hidden Rain Village, Conan looked at Nagato helplessly. Sasori is right. We are not Hidden Stone's village's opponents at all. The power that Hidden Stone's village has accumulated now is indeed a bit too terrifying. Conan looked at Nagato and said. Regarding the other shinobi villages, they can be regarded as their own places, and they can come and go whenever they want, but Hidden Stone's village is a fully armed base, and they will die if they go. Maybe we don't need to be entangled with Hidden Stone's village. Conan, what is the purpose of the Akatsuki we create? Nagato took a deep breath and asked. To bring peace to the shinobi world. What's wrong? Conan looked at Nagato in confusion, not knowing what he was going to say. Yes, it is to bring peace to the shinobi world, and I don't need to say anything about Hidden Stone's village's power. Hidden Stone's village has completely swallowed Hidden Leaf village's talents, and apart from Hidden Cloud's village, Hidden Stone's village has collected a lot of talents from other villages. According to our intelligence, the combined strength of these people is not weak anymore. Moreover, there's Asahi, the current god of shinobi, and 4 of the tailed beast. If our Akatsuki confronts them, we're basically courting death. If we still have the Judo statue, I might still dare to fight them, but the Judo statue is gone, so it won't be so easy to control the tailed beast. Therefore, our strength is too far behind them, but there is one thing: Hidden Stone's village has such a huge power, but they don't care about the other villages. If it is placed with any other village, then it is not surprising that the shinobi world would become a mess, and even other shinobi villages may be wiped out by them. But the current Hidden Stone's village didn't have any movement at all. Their power is already enough to sweep the entire shinobi world, but they have been letting the other villages in the shinobi world operate like normal. What kind of attitude is this? Did they disdain them, or that they themselves are eager for peace? If this status quo is maintained, I think it's not bad, but other shinobi villages are different and need to be beaten. Nagato is also helpless. If he can, he will definitely go to Hidden Stone's village to cause trouble. To put it bluntly, he is the kind of person who would worry about nothing. The current Hidden Stone's village longs for peace, but after a change of leader in the future, he didn't dare to bet. So he can only make excuse for himself. This kind of thing is not up to him, but depends on whose fist is bigger. Of course, in addition to self-hypnosis, what he said is partly true, that is, the current Hidden Stones village didn't start a big war. That. Do you really think so? Conan looked at Nagato's eyelids, which are twitching uncontrollably a few times. After spending so many years with Nagato, she naturally knew what kind of person Nagato was. If it wasn't for Hidden Stones village being too strong, Nagato would definitely go to Hidden Stones village to cause trouble without hesitation. But now they are too strong, so he didn't dare to do it. Maybe. After Nagato finished saying the last 3 words, he stopped talking. This reason was used by him to hypnotize himself. He was also very helpless about this. Although he wanted to do something, his strength didn't allow it. If he really goes there, he will only be courting death. Nagato is helpless in his heart, so he can only hypnotize himself slowly. At least, as long as Hidden Stones village does not take action, he will not target Hidden Stones village. Chapter 159 A special event organized by the Akimeki clan. Let's put aside Nagato, who can only act on the other villages because of Hidden Stones village's strength. On Hidden Stones village's side, Asahi is looking at the leaflet Kushina gave him with a very surprised expression. As the contents on the leaflet is very surprising. When did the Akimeki clan stop being shinobi and started doing this? Asahi is a little speechless. This leaflet promotes the opening of the Akimeki clan's chain restaurant, and then there will be an eating competition. Anyone who wants to participate can participate. As for the winner, they can get a coupon for 1 month free meal in the Akimeki clan's restaurant, which surprised Asahi. It's not that they stopped being shinobi. Other than being shinobi, the clan also has businesses, and well, their clan likes to eat. Right now, they are also very popular in Hidden Stones village. After all, their clansmen are all have wide body, and very tolerant. This time, it was indeed organized by their clan, but this kind of activity is basically just like not letting the water flow into the outsiders' fields. After all, their clan's members are famous for being heavy eater. Kushina shook her head. Just like Ino's mother who has a flower shop, the others have more or less clan businesses, involving all kinds of lifestyle, and the Akimeki clan is most famous for eating. And apart from shinobi, there are also ordinary people in the clan, so it is definitely impossible for these people to stay at home. The reason the restaurant opened this time, it is because the Akimeki clan has been completely integrated after living here for a few years, so they finally started to act. However, they are indeed ruthless enough. People can only open chain restaurants when they are big enough, but the Akimeki clan is different, as they opened more than a dozen restaurants at once, and now, the restaurants are all over the entire Hidden Stones village. Well, they are indeed very smart. What they eat can be quickly decomposed and stored. As long as they stopped eating before, they can continue to eat in this competition. With their own members participating, everyone else is basically just background character. But, why are you giving me this thing? Asahi asked with a little confusion. He didn't understand why Kushina would give this thing to him. They are much smarter than you think. They directly invited Sister Tsunade and Mai to attend the opening ceremony. By the way, they also invited you, and Sister Tsunade sees that you have nothing to do all day long, so she agreed to it. Kushina looked at Asahi helplessly. Since the research on natural energy sources was successful, Asahi has become a salted fish for a while, and Tsunade couldn't stand it any longer. What do you mean I am doing nothing all day long? Do you know much I sacrificed for this natural energy source before? Why are you saying that I am doing nothing all day long? Asahi almost spit out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. What kind of nonsense they are talking about? How long did he rest? It's not even half a month yet, but they already can't stand it. Tsunade and Mai indeed can't stand him being idle anymore. They felt that it is really unfair. Why do they both have to get up early and deal with those paperwork, but Asahi can sleep until the sun set? Looking at Asahi's life that is like a salted fish, the two of them are envious, so this time, when Tsunade saw the matter with the Akimeki clan's restaurant, she pushed it to Asahi without even thinking about it. After all, Asahi's reputation in Hidden Stones village is terrifying. Forget it, since they have already agreed to it, then let's take a trip. Free food and drink are also good after all, and maybe I can get that free coupon. Asahi decided. Since these guys invited him, then he doesn't need to be polite. Are you sure you can beat them all? Kushina looked at Asahi with a strange look. Are you kidding me? Who do you think I am? The Akimeki clan can eat because of their clan's secret technique. They need to store fat and use those fat to fight, that's why they eat a lot and like to eat. With such thing, ordinary people really can't compare with them, but I also have this ability. I can break down the food I eat in an instant. Since these guys dare to interrupt my vacation, then I will beat them in their specialty this time. Asahi said. Not to mention the others, with just sunshine, He can instantly burn the things he eaten immediately, refining it into energy, and then use sunshine to absorb it, which is extremely convenient. Even without that, he still has a lot of magic. In Zeref's magic encyclopedia, everything is there. After all, this thing is accumulated over hundreds of years, so there are a lot of strange magic in there, and among the few, there is also gluttony magic. Through eating, what he eats will be converted into his own energy. It is a very special magic. He can also use this magic. Asahi didn't brag when he said that he can eat up the entire Hidden Stones village's reserve in one day as long as he thinks about it. You are really... Kushina was speechless when she heard this. It can be said that it is the Akimaki clan that originally cheated, but this is an event held by them themselves, so the others can't say anything about it, and it is their secret technique. If the others are satisfied, it's fine, as they can also use any ninjutsu. However, there are not many ninjutsu that can be compared with Akimaki clan's secret technique. Kushina estimated that the Akimaki clan will regret it when they know that Asahi will participate, as this guy is a super abnormal. Asahi didn't care about Kushina's expression, who wanted to complain but had nothing to say. At dinner, the group of people gathered together. The matter of Akimaki clan has caused a lot of commotion in Hidden Stones village, so everyone knew about it, but the people here were all girls, so they didn't care about it. But they all said that they will definitely be there tomorrow. After all, even if there are some young girls among them, they have all graduated except for Hanabi. As for Hanabi, the academy won't dare to bother a genius like her, so she doesn't have to worry about it. Now at the academy, there's a rule that they can graduate at the age of 12. It's not that they can't graduate if they want to, but some interesting courses are added to the academy, and it's not just as simple as the shinobi course anymore. In truth, for people who want to learn the shinobi course, they don't need 6 years at all, and for those who don't want to learn, 6 years is not enough. So Hidden Stones Village simply reformed the academy and took the route of nurturing elites. After all, the current number of troops on Hidden Stones Village has exceeded 30,000, so it has begun to change to the elite route. In the academy, after real talents have passed the assessment, they can be trained, but they must wait until the age of 12 to graduate. However, the Akimaki clan is also smart. They use the holidays as their opening day, so there is no need to worry about the academy. In this way, early the next morning, everyone started gathering at the Akimaki clan's main restaurant. There are more than a dozen shops in total, but this restaurant is the largest and the one that attracts the most attention. Chapter 160 Kitsuchi is full of regret. There are so many people. Looking at the crowded streets at this moment, everyone is also a little emotional. It seems that the Akimaki clan has done a good job integrating into the village these years, and it has driven so many people in one breath. This reminds me of some tourist attractions. Forget it, let's go there directly first. Asahi shook his head and couldn't help but think of those tourist attractions in the past, as the people gathered here are almost the same, but the crowds are not too much, so he directly brought everyone to the backstage with space ability. The location of the main restaurant of the Akimaki clan is very well selected. This is the largest commercial plaza after Hidden Stones Village's reconstruction in the later period, and the Akimaki clan managed to obtain the prime location. This time, for the event, a stage was set up in the central location. I heard that the Akimaki clan also invited a lot of people to perform, and it almost turned into a festival. Kushina pointed to the huge stage and said, "It's not just about teaching this time, as there are other shows after the competition. The Akimaki clan is really going all out. No wonder Tsunoda chose to participate, they are indeed amazing." Asahi is a little bit emotional. This time, the Akimaki clan's action is indeed very big, and there will also be performances later, so isn't this equivalent to an alternative festival? This kind of thing is conducive to driving economic development, so Tsunoda's support is not excessive, and the Akimaki clan is also a shinobi clan, so she is even more supportive. It is no wonder that opening a restaurant chain can cause such a big commotion. Everyone, please be quiet, the Akimaki clan's restaurant chain is about to open soon, so now, let me invite all the guests. Asahi couldn't help but stared at the host who was speaking on the stage. How could Kurenai become a host? It's not in line with her character. Asahi was a little dazed after seeing Kurenai, who was on stage. She didn't seem to be popular, so how come you know her so well? The people next to him all looked at Asahi suspiciously. For him to say about Kurenai's character, doesn't that mean he has a relationship with her? What are you guys thinking? I used to pay attention to Hidden Leaf Village, so basically, as long as it is an important person, I would pay attention to them. Asahi rolled his eyes at them. He wouldn't say that he saw her from the anime, but Kurenai's role as the host is indeed not in line with her personality setting. Really? Then, forget it, I am too lazy to care about it. Anyway, there are more and more people in the family, and there are also a few at the back. Kurenai became the host because of Anko. At that time, Anko took a mission from the Akimaki clan, but she herself wants to participate in the competition, so after receiving the mission, she can only ask Kurenai to stand in for her, and finally, Kurenai has no choice but to agree. To be honest, Kushina has given up. Asahi's ability to get girls is really out of this world, and with Asahi's character, he loves his family, so after a long time, they are all used to it. After all, Asahi always been nice to them. They are very hopeless about this, but the situation is already like this, so what can they do? The most important thing is that this is the shinobi world, so there is no such inherent concept, that's why this situation happened. Otherwise, it will be hard to say, and it is estimated that Asahi's harem will be set on fire every once in a while. So it's Anko's fault. Asahi looked at Kurenai, who has unnatural expression, on the stage and didn't know what to say. He knew that Kurenai's personality belongs to the quieter type, and Anko belongs to the outgoing type, so it is understandable that such things happen. By the way, the relationship between Orochimaru and Anko has also eased, mainly because of Anko's own choice. Back then, when Orochimaru asked her if she wanted to leave, she said that she did not want to leave. After all, Hidden Leaf Village was her home at the time. But since Danzō started all kinds of things, Anko had also had enough of Hidden Leaf Village, and she also knew the reason why his teacher defected, so a bunch of blames were thrown on to Danzō. It can be said as expected of Danzō, the king of blame in the shinobi world, he can carry all kinds of blame, and because of this, Orochimaru has become Anko's teacher again. And Asahi has also earned some favorability. Of course, he can only be regarded as a friend and it has not yet developed to the later stage. The number of girls in Asahi's family is indeed a bit too much now, and this has all happened without him knowing. Hey, aren't you going up yet? It's your turn. Kushina suddenly interrupted Asahi's thoughts. Now that Tsunade, Mai, and even Onoki are here, only Asahi is left. Asahi stopped thinking about the problems for now, and came to the stage in a blink of an eye. Old man, it looks like you are in good health. Asahi hasn't seen Onoki for a while, and the main reason is because this guy often travels now. According to what he said, he has carried the banner of Hidden Stones Village all his life, and now that he finally has the time to rest, he naturally wants to go around the world and play. So this guy has become the kind of dad who went to buy milk, and Asahi hasn't seen him for almost half a year. Well, my body is indeed very tough, but you are indeed very powerful, kid. Now, even that fellow Kitsuchi wants to burn you to death. Onoki was also a little speechless. His apprentice and his granddaughter actually got into relationship, but Asahi had nothing to say about it. After all, Kurotsuchi's personality is somewhat similar to Anko, so this is not his fault. Strictly speaking, this is Kitsuchi and Onoki's fault. Because Onoki is Asahi's teacher, he often bragged about Asahi, and the same is true for Kitsuchi. After all, Asahi can be said to be the pride of Hidden Stones Village. They have completely forgotten that they have children in their own family, so under the too crazy bragging mode, a concept has been established in Kurotsuchi's mind, which is, Asahi is the most powerful person in the shinobi world, and also is the greatest person in Hidden Stones Village. And now, after Kurotsuchi grows up, Kitsuchi and Onoki finally realized what's wrong, but there's nothing they can do. Kitsuchi fell into despair for a while. After all, the little girl he raised was actually given to someone else. After that, he might really have to marry her to this person. He regrets it very much. And if God gives him a chance, he would never brag about Asahi in front of his daughter, but there's no such chance. That's not my business. By the way, after this time, I will call Uncle Kitsuchi to my house and give you two something good. Asahi intends to help Kitsuchi and Onoki to create the natural energy source. Now that the others gradually given those, there's no way these two would be left behind. After all, to be honest, Asahi is very grateful towards Onoki. This guy is not Danzō. In the beginning, when Asahi's ability still had drawbacks, Onoki was the one who helped him hide. Therefore, although Onoki has not taught him anything, he is still very grateful towards Onoki, and he naturally will not let him die of old age. Chapter 161 Youth Trio. Hearing Asahi's words, Onoki didn't think much. Since Asahi wants to give himself something good, it must be a good thing. His face is not thin, so he can accept such things happily. After a while, Kurenai started to relax, and became a qualified host, and after Chosa and a few others said a few words, the competition officially began. Uncle Yui, you also come to participate in the competition. Asahi, who also chose to participate in the competition, saw a familiar figure, Might Yui. When he went to the Hidden Mist Village battlefield back then, he happened to encounter this plot, so he saved Might father and son once. And now, Yui is almost 50 years old. Asahi-sama, you also participate in the competition? Indeed, The things made by the Akimaki clan are pretty good, and even though I am almost 50 years old, I still want to pursue my youth," Dewey said excitedly, and Asahi also smiled, and chatted with Dewey for a while, and not long after, two green suit approached then, which is none other than Guy and Lee. "Uncle Dewey, are you sure that Lee is not Guy's illegitimate son? If it is someone who doesn't know, 100 out of 100 would say that they are father and son, believe it or not." Asahi looked at the two thick-browed people with green suits, one big and one small, that are walking towards here, and they can be said to be completely carved out of the same mold. I am also not very clear about this." Dewey couldn't help but shed a huge drop of sweat on his forehead. Obviously, not only Asahi has said this, as others said the same. Not to mention them, even he has some doubts about this. Because these two people are so similar, especially the thick eyebrows. The green suit, the mushroom head and the personality can all be cultivated, but how to cultivate these eyebrows anyway? Dewey also doubted his own son for a while, and he wondered if Guy had some fun with a woman before. But after thinking about it again, even if his son wants to have some fun with a woman, such a thing won't be possible, as he knows exactly what his son is. He is basically a rare beast. In terms of emotional aspects, he's a 0 out of 100. I think you should ask them to do a paternity test. In short, it's too suspicious," Asahi said, a little amused. He naturally knew that Lee was not Guy's son, but he still couldn't help but want to play a prank. At this moment, Dewey's face also changed, and he was thinking about this issue too. He felt that he should really check it out. Over the years, Hidden Stones Village has been able to carry out this kind of identification. After all, evolving the technology is not just for fun. "Asahi-sama, you also participated in the competition? It's really great." "Lee, Dad, our opponent turned out to be Asahi-sama. Although we are not his opponent in terms of strength, we finally have a chance to defeat Asahi-sama." Guy suddenly let out a loud howl, and said something loudly, and a group of people's eyes were immediately placed on Asahi. Just as Guy said, basically all people who have experienced the Third Shinobi World War knew about Asahi's strength. So when they heard Guy's words, the fiery emotions of these people also began to skyrocket. "You really caused me trouble, but if you want to outperform me in eating, you have to be mentally prepared." Although Asahi feels that it is a little troublesome, these troubles are just minor problems. In terms of eating, he is definitely the strongest in the entire shinobi world. "Grandpa, are you sure you want to participate in this competition?" At this moment, at the registration table, Hashirama also holds a number plate in his hand, and Nawaki looked at his grandfather with a helpless expression. According to Asahi's words, they, who are resurrected people, must hide their true identity. It's not that they can't show people in their true identity, but the main thing is that, once they know that Hashirama is resurrected, there might be resurrection trend. It is estimated that at that time, there will be a wave of riots and they won't be able to hide. Therefore, for the resurrected people, no matter what, they must hide their identities. After that, Asahi will find the opportunity to throw the blame to others, so that they can truly appear in front of everyone. Of course, after all, I have never participated in such a big event before," Hashirama said, as he likes such lively scene very much. He is even more happy with today's lively scene, so he naturally wants to participate too. "Well then, you can figure it out yourself." Nawaki also feels his scalp numb. He feels that his grandfather was no match for him in terms of maturity. He is simply an old child, and he didn't know what to say. In addition to these people, there are actually another group of people, such as Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura. Now, Hidden Leaf Village's Team 7 has become Hidden Stones Village's Team 7, and Kakashi is still their teacher. Of course, according to the original plot, Kakashi won't have his own students. Of course, the situation is different now. Orochimaru was busy researching and didn't have the chance to teach Sasuke, so Kakashi is naturally the top choice, and Kakashi's Mangekyo was already available for unlimited use. In addition, in terms of strength, Kakashi was more than enough to be Sasuke's teacher. Moreover, Sasuke still has a father who awakened Mangekyo, and his clan is still there, so the clan's secret technique has not been lost. Sasuke is also not living as an emo, mainly because Fugaku began to teach him since he was a child, and he also has not experienced the night of genocide and the various stimuli from Itachi. Now he has everything, he is actually living well, so with multiple education and Asahi's attention, even Indra's chakra can't change his life view. As for Naruto, there is no need to say anything, as his life view don't need to be overly guided. After all, under the influence of Ashura, Naruto did not explode after being treated like that in Hidden Leaf Village, let alone now, so the education of Hidden Leaf Village 12 is normal. As for the young Sakura, Asahi didn't do anything, and doesn't bother to comment, as he really doesn't like this character, so he doesn't bother to pay attention to her. Now, it's no surprise that the little Sakura won't have anything to do with Tsunade, and of course, Asahi doesn't care too much about it. After all, it's not Hidden Leaf Village, and there's no need to care about it. The registration time passed quickly, and many shinobi participated, and the numbers of participants swelled to a terrifying level. Of course, the Akimaki clan still can afford it. As shinobi, the most indispensable thing is money, let alone the people from Shinobi clan, and the Akimaki clan is also in the business of military ration pills, and it can be said that their industry is diversified. There are also advertisements on the counter, and the Akimaki clan also used this opportunity to promote their own military ration pills, so they didn't suffer at all. There is a huge difference between the price of goods in the shinobi world. Shinobi will never go bankrupt because of what they eat, it's just that simple. Chapter 162 The Akimaki clan who began to doubt life. So you all participated in the competition? Looking at the group of small heads in front of him, Asahi was a little speechless. Although Izumi, Bakura and the others did not participate in this competition because it is shameful, all the juniors participated, and Hanabi also insisted on dragging Hinata over. After seeing Hinata, Asahi suddenly remembered something. Hinata's appetite seems to be a bit too terrifying. In the original work, just the scene of Hinata and Naruto eating ramen, Hinata ate at least 10 bowls of ramen in one breath, and Naruto vomited directly. It was later recorded that Hinata ate 46 bowls of ramen, which is a terrifying number. So Hinata can be said to be super big eater, and she belongs to the real type that won't gain weight even after eating a lot of food. Asahi feels that even if he doesn't compete this time, it is estimated that Hinata can also make the Akimaki clan begin to doubt life. Of course, in front of so many people at this moment, Hinata has already blushing shyly to the ears, and visible smoke appeared above her head. To be able to shy to such an extent, Asahi has to sigh, as he thought as expected of the anime world. Choza, isn't it a bit too much for you to participate in the competition yourself? On the Inoshika Cho's side, Shikaku and Inoichi both agreed to participate in the competition because they wanted to support Choza, but seeing Choza sitting in the competitor's seat, they are speechless. Moreover, there are also many contestants from the Akimaki clan. We didn't stipulate that our people wouldn't be allowed to participate in the competition, and such a competition needed be lively, right? Even Asahi-sama participated in the competition, so we have to give him face by participating. Choza randomly found a reason. With Asahi also participating in the competition, it directly raised the competition to a higher level. He was naturally very happy, and he can already predict that his restaurant business will be booming after this. To be honest, he himself doesn't really value these things, but the people in the family have to find something to do, so they opened this restaurant. Otherwise, the mission bonus and the money from selling pills is already more than enough for their clan to consume. Seeing Choza participating, the others are also helpless. As it is Akimaki clan's own competition, so they couldn't do anything about it. After all, they still wanted to participate in this competition, so they can only pinch their noses and turn a blind eye to it. As for the food in the competition, it was deep-fried tempura and fresh shrimp type. The taste is very good, and at this moment, there are a large number of chefs working in the back kitchen. The ingredients are also not a problem, and it is enough for the contestants here to consume. At the beginning of the competition, a group of people started to eat and drink, but the truly experienced people just keep eating at a constant speed. This thing is like running. No matter how awesome you are, if you eat too fast at the beginning, you will have problems later on. But for Asahi, this is not a problem. But he also did not speed up, and maintained a constant eating speed. He felt that the taste is indeed good. The Akimaki clan is amazing, and in terms of taste, they are very good. The time of the competition is 2 hours. Those who can continue to eat for hours is definitely the kind of person who is terrifying to the extreme. After 10 minutes, those who ate fast before already started being eliminated. Asahi is not very optimistic about the average contestants. Against shinobi, those ordinary people won't be able to win. After all, the average shinobi has a huge amount of training and they needed to eat a lot. Therefore, unless those ordinary people have the talent of a big eater, they won't be able to compete with shinobi. After half an hour, all those ordinary people have already been eliminated. The rest of the contestants are shinobi, and the Akimaki clan began to exert their strength at this moment and accelerated their speed, which made the other shinobi open their mouths in shock. In the end, they also gave up directly. It's not because they are a coward, it's mainly because the enemy is too cruel. After this wave of cleanup, the number of people quickly decreased, and only a small number of stronger ones were left, and those with larger stomach capacity still persist. As for the youth trio, they also have a lot of training, but they can't eat so much, so they are also eliminated not long after. Among the three, Gyui is the better one, as he is almost 50 years old. He is much mature, but Guy and Lee started to hug each other and cry, making everyone around them dare not to approach them. Such a youthful and passionate idiot is really lethal. Hashirama is also terrifying, but he is just a strange face, so no one pays much attention to him. Anko and others have already completely defeated, as they are not Akimeki's opponents, they can only admit defeat. Of course, the most eye-catching at this moment is not the Akimeki clan and other shinobi, but Asahi, Hinata and Kakashi. That's right, Kakashi. This guy also has a large stomach capacity, and thanks to Guy, who often look for Kakashi to compete in this and that, Kakashi's stomach capacity was increased. In fact, Tsunade is also an amazing player, but due to her reputation as the Sushi Kage, she did not participate in the competition. In fact, she also wanted to participate. However, the most attractive part of Kakashi is not his appetite, but the mask. Asahi has always wondered how this guy eats, as he can still eat with a mask, but in the end, this guy didn't take off his mask, but instead opened a hole in the mask, which is kind of shocking. If it wasn't because Asahi already knew what this guy looked like, he would have doubted whether he really has that bucktooth or thick lips underneath the mask. In addition to Kakashi, Hinata is also gathering attention. A plate tower has been erected next to her, and it also surpassed all the Akimeki clan's members. Her amazing appetite makes people can't help but click their tongues in wonder. She is only a little girl, but her appetite is surprisingly big. Hey Nabi, your sister actually has such a big appetite, why do you never tell us? Kurotsuchi has long been eliminated, and she looked at Hanabi with a dumbfounded expression. At this moment, Hinata's fighting power is simply going against the sky. Actually, my sister is usually not like this. It's probably because of the competition. Hanabi also started to doubt life. After all, she has never seen Hinata eat a lot, but now, she actually burst out with such huge combat power when participating in the competition. The last one is Asahi. Asahi's movement does not seem to be rough at all, but his speed is outrageously fast, and the movements in his hands have formed after images. Asahi learned this move from the Eater King in his previous life. They are elegant, and don't seem to have changed much, but their eating speed is very fast, and they were able to eat a lot. Because of that, the plates accumulated in front of Asahi are 3 times as many as on Hinata's table. Asahi's body has been covered up by the plates. Kakashi is not doing well, but Hinata and Asahi are the authentic monsters, and they are making the Akimeki clan begin to doubt their lives at this moment. This is so wrong. Who is the one from Akimeki clan? How are you eating so much? Chapter 163 Non-Human Appetite. Isn't it too exaggerated? How much have he eaten? As time went by, Asahi's table could no longer hold any plates, so he directly requisitioned the table next to him. A plate of tempura has 10 tempuras on it, and now there are more than 300 plates on Asahi's table. This number is still increasing rapidly, which means that Asahi has already ate 3,000 tempuras alone. At this moment, let alone other, even Chozo was so frightened that he dropped his chopsticks on the table. After all, this thing is not just shrimps, and it is also wrapped in flour, but after eating so much, Asahi has no reaction at all. He is now suspecting that his eyes have problems. I'm convinced. Although I didn't dare to say that the Akimeki clan is the strongest in eating, but they are still very good, but now, I finally see the existence that crushes the Akimeki clan. As expected of Asahi-sama, but I think it's normal. After all, I heard that when Asahi burst out with all his strength, his body size would skyrocket to 5 or 6 meters, so it's understandable for him to be able to eat so much food. At this moment, the group of people began to discuss continuously, mainly because before Asahi was able to fully control his power, his body size was indeed very scary. At noon, he was a proper little giant. At that time, as long as Asahi was wandering around in the village, it is like a behemoth walking, but fortunately, they don't have to worry about this problem after he fully grasps it in the later stage. But everyone still remembers Asahi's appearance from the past few years, and Asahi's horror at the time will never be forgotten. Nawaki, tell me why Grandpa would join too. At this moment, Tsunade looked at Nawaki speechlessly. Since the resurrection, Nawaki's philosophy has also changed a lot. He has experienced a lot, and naturally he will not escape, as he has become much more mature. However, Hashirama's matter still caused Nawaki complained. I can't help it, it's not like you don't know Grandpa's character. He is always the first to rush up when encountering such things. Nawaki couldn't help but scratched his face, feeling helpless. It's not like he didn't persuade Hashirama, but persuasion was useless, so Nawaki explained that he was innocent, and also felt very embarrassed. Although no one recognizes Hashirama now, but as a grandson, he always feels very embarrassed to look at his grandfather's current appearance. Damn it, I envy the two of them. If it wasn't for this Sushi Kage's identity, I would have joined too. Tsunade squeezed her fist and complained softly. After hearing this, Nawaki immediately shut up and was speechless. He thought that his old sister was better and normal, but he didn't expect it was just because she was jealous, so what else can he say? Finally, after the time is up, the plates in front of Asahi piled up to more than 700 plates. It can be said that Asahi ate food several times larger than his body. The concept of 700 plates means there are a total of 7,000 tempuras, which is very exaggerated to be piled up in a person. But it was all eaten by Asahi, and he still looked relaxed. Hinata on the side also showed a very exaggerated talent. She just ate more than 100 plates, which caused Choza to be dumbfounded. The foods prepared by his clan is very fulfilling, and it is not the same as a normal food, but these people actually ate so much. Looking at the plates in front of him that were even less than Hinata, he really didn't know what to say. In fact, Asahi was also very surprised in how did Hinata eat so many things. Although her record in Ikiraku ramen was 46 bowls, but that was also after she got married with Naruto. But now, how long has it been since she graduated? And she actually has walked so far on the road to foodie, and even Choza was defeated. Asahi originally thought that Hinata's combat power should be better than that of an adult, but he still underestimated the potential of human beings. The appetite that Hinata showed was indeed terrifying. Of course, he was the least qualified to say this, because the appetite he showed is no longer in the realm of human at all. Well, who told him to directly convert the food into energy? That's why he can eat so much. Of course, what surprised Asahi the most was that Hinata's belly didn't seem to be bulging at all, and it still looked two-dimensional, which is awesome. Forget it, I can squeeze into the top 3 anyway. If I can't even squeeze in the top 3, our Akimaki clan would have lost its reputation. Choza was very helpless, and could only give up and accepting this 3rd place. At any rate, 3rd place is also in the top 3, right? There's no need to compare myself with non-human beings. This is Choza's current thinking. Choza, your top 3 dreams seem to be broken. I have just finished counting, and the one over there ate 2 more plates than you, so you are 4th. Shikaku suddenly laughed and said to Choza. As for Kakashi, his fighting power can't be maintained in the late stage, so he can't be compared with the monsters. Although he is powerful, it is only enough to bully Guy and the others. What? I'm 4th? Choza was stunned again. After turning his head mechanically, he saw that from a position not far behind him, an unknown person was smiling and waving his hand at him, as if to say hello. This person is none other than Hashirama. Choza also used his eyes that he had trained for countless years to scan the plates, and instantly obtained a number of plates. He then found that there are indeed 2 more plates than his. Because of this, he fell into despair. How could it be possible? Our Akimaki clan didn't even squeeze into the top 3. Choza was sitting on the spot with a grayish color tone, and he wasn't able to say anything more. Forget it. Anyway, starting from the 4th place, most of the top rankings are from your clan, and your son also eats a lot, so he should be able to rank in the top 10. As a teammate, Inoichi also began to cheer Choza up. In the end, Choza slowly recovered. Finally, the game was over and the statistical results came out. Not surprisingly, Asahi took the 1st place, and his non-human appetite really shocked everyone. In the later period, Asahi's incident became more and more outrageous. From the more than 700 discs he ate, the people would say that the numbers were dozens of times more than what these people saw right now. Some people even said that he ate all the ingredients used in the competition in one breath. This kind of rumor is indeed the strongest, and even Asahi is skeptical afterwards. It might not even become such an exaggeration that he eats the entire Hidden Stones village's food reserve in the future. As for the free coupons in his hand, to be honest, Asahi doesn't need it. It's okay to eat the food in the restaurant once in a while, but he still likes to cook by himself, and some are not used to eating these things, so he directly gave the free coupon to Hinata. Chapter 164 Letting White Zetsu hand over Impure World Reincarnation to Obito. Asahi found an excuse for giving it to Hinata. He said that Hinata was 2nd, so he gave it to her. As for the others, to be honest, he really didn't like to give it away. If he gave it to one of them, the others would definitely complain. After all, there is only one free coupon. So he gave it to Hinata decisively, so that there would be no problem. Tsunade and the others won't fight with the little ones, right? And the little ones also won't do that because Hinata is indeed in the 2nd place. After the competition, the Akimaki clan's affairs did not completely end, but continued to let the people invited to perform. Asahi also felt very surprised and felt that he had participated in a party in different world. However, the Akimaki clan will definitely not lose money. After all, this time, the incident was spread everywhere. What Asahi didn't even expect was that the Akimaki clan asked him to advertise and make posters. It made Asahi speechless, but he directly refused. In desperation, the Akimaki clan can only go to Hinata. As the eldest princess of the Hyuga clan, although he is younger, it doesn't hinder the advertising, so a huge poster with Hinata's advertisement for the Akimaki clan appeared outside the Akimaki clan's restaurants. After seeing what Akimaki clan had done, many shops suddenly realized the problem, so each shop began to advertise one after another. For example, Dango shop found Anko, and Akiraku Ramen was even more outstanding, as they managed to pull over the third place, Hashirama. Although Hashirama is just a stranger this time, he is still the third place in the end, so his popularity is not small. That's why Tuki pulled him over to advertise his shop. This follow-up development also made Asahi a little bit dumbfounded. How did Hinata suddenly become an advertising star? In fact, apart from the Akimaki clan, because Hinata has become famous, many shops have found Hinata. And at this moment, Hinata has become a star. Even the Kunoichi in Asahi's family have received a lot of advertisements, mainly because they are beautiful. After all, appearance is still the most important. Of course, there's no need to mention this topic for the time being. The Akatsuki has already started to target the tailed beast, but what Nagato is doing surprised me a little, and it was also a bit interesting. White Zetsu, hand over the scroll of the impure world reincarnation to Obito. Now that Asahi has returned to his normal life, he also received news from White Zetsu. The Akatsuki can be regarded as the last enemy in the shinobi world. Because of that, Asahi is counting on them to fill up his magic's percentage, so he chose to let them for now. Especially Sixth Path of Pain, as long as he left the important one and killed the other, he can continue to harvest experience from them as they can always be resurrected. Of course, just in case, he still asked White Zetsu to hand over the scroll of impure world reincarnation to Obito. After this thing is handed over to them, it will definitely be used to summon large batches of powerhouses. At that time, Asahi can harvest a wave of experience. Obito and the others are completely unaware that they are working for Asahi, and White Zetsu is still Obito's diehard on the surface. Of course, he handed the scroll to Obito. Some things are removed by Asahi, for example, the fact that if someone who know the impure world reincarnation will be able to get out of the user's control. Impure world reincarnation is known by Madara. Although Orochimaru is the one using it, Obirama has already researched most of it. Therefore, Madara also found out this fact. Asahi-sama, what on earth are you planning to do? Why would you give this kind of thing to Obito Uchiha? White Zetsu is a little confused. He has his own mind, not a machine, so of course he will also ask questions. You don't have to worry about it, just give it to him. Asahi was too lazy to lie to White Zetsu, so he said nothing. In this regard, White Zetsu can only shake his head helplessly, and then left with the scroll. A few days later, this thing had already reached Obito's hands. Impure world reincarnation is a very useful technique. You've done a good job, White Zetsu. With this kind of thing, Hidden Stones village is not a problem. Now, we just need to find the corpse of the experts, and after the other villages are settled, we can start dealing with Hidden Stones village. At this moment, Obito looked at the scroll in his hand with excitement. He never thought that there is such a wonderful technique that can resummon the dead, and then gave them immortal body, infinite chakra, and they can also be controlled at will. White Zetsu often steal ninjutsu before. After all, with a secret technique, such a thing is extremely simple. This time, White Zetsu also found an excuse. He said that after Asahi left Hidden Stones village, he took the opportunity to steal this. In this case, Obito believed White Zetsu, as he would never expect Asahi to give this technique to him voluntarily. So now, it is time to collect the tail beast and the corpse of experts as soon as possible. When the time comes, with the White Zetsu army plus the impure world reincarnation army, he will be invincible. There's also Madara and Hashirama as his army, which is the real horror. Of course, he didn't know that the Senju brothers had been resurrected, so he would have no chance to summon them. On the other side, Nagato and the others has already begun the tailed beast capture plan. Although tailed beast and the Jinchuriki are powerful, they can't hold against Akatsuki's amazing abilities, just like Hidan's. In fact, Akatsuki can just take the blood of other people, and then hand it over to Hidan so that he can deal with them one by one. Hidan's real strength is not very strong, maybe even a little weaker, but with his technique, as long as he got people's blood, unless they are also immortal, anyone will be killed. No matter how strong someone is, if their hearts were pierced, they will basically die, except for a few abnormal people. Akatsuki and Obito have both started their own plans, and the first ones they captured are Three Tails and the defecting Six Tails as Jinchuriki. Asahi really doesn't have much interest towards Utakata, so he doesn't bother to care about it. In this way, first Three Tails was caught directly first, and then Utakata was also caught soon after, but Obito quickly noticed some problems. Nagato, why don't you have the Phantom Dragon's 9 consuming seals to seal the tailed beast? Where is the Jiddo statue? After capturing the tailed beast, it is reasonable to say that they should seal the tailed beast in Ten Tails' body, which is the Jiddo statue, to control the tailed beast. But now, after capturing the tailed beast, Nagato has not asked them to help seal the tailed beast, and the Jiddo statue was also gone, which made Obito couldn't help but feels suspicious. You don't need to worry about it. The Jiddo statue is in a safe place, and I will take care of the tailed beast. Nagato's expression didn't look good when he looked at Obito. After all, he himself doesn't know where this thing has gone to. Now, Uchiha is being made into half-dead state by him. As for Three Tails, he is controlled by the black rod made by Rinnegan. Although it is definitely more difficult than using Jiddo statue to control, but they are still controlled at any rate. Chapter 165 Hidden Cloud's village calls for help. Let them die. It seems that Nagato is already wary of me. Zetsu, can you find the location of the Jiddo statue? Obito didn't continue to talk nonsense with Nagato. He just felt that Nagato was beginning to doubt him, so he made the final preparations. The Jiddo statue was moved by Nagato, but we have confirmed its location. He is using his own power to seal the tailed beast. Black Zetsu said. He is a little amused now. The Jiddo statue has already returned to his mother's body, but he is still fooling Obito now. After all, how could Obito know that these guys around him are all spies? That's good, keep an eye on them, but there's no need to worry about Nagato hiding it. As long as Rinnegan is still there, we can take the Jiddo statue easily. Obito also nodded. He actually doesn't care about this. As long as the Nagato's Rinnegan is taken back, it will be okay. As for Madar's plan, he has long since abandoned it, but his thinking is indeed somewhat weird. After the blackening, even if he got the impure world reincarnation technique, he didn't even think about getting Rin out again, mainly because he believed that there was no one worthy of his trust in this world. That's why he made such a choice. Although the plot was changed by Asahi, Madar's small plan continued to be executed. Even without Three Tails, Madar still managed to use Kakashi to kill Rin, causing Obito to collapse. Obito entrusted Rin to Kakashi once, but Kakashi did not protect Rin, so although he now has the ability to resurrect Rin, he does not do it. Even if he takes the Rinnegan from Nagato, he won't use the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. After all, he would be dead when he used it, and even though Rin would be resurrected, there would be no one to protect her, and he couldn't believe in anyone else. So from the beginning, he never thought of directly resurrecting Rin, but planned to create the dream world. Now that he has confirmed the matter, Obito did not continue to say anything, but was practicing the impure world reincarnation. As time passed, after 3 Tails and 6 Tails were caught, Hidden Waterfall Village, who had 7 Tails, also had a problem. Fu was directly captured, and although the people in the village tried their best to protect their Jinchuriki, their strength was far from that of Akatsuki. There's even no need for Pain to take action. Just a group of random 2-person team rushing to the village was already enough. None of the people in the village can stop them, and 7 Tails was caught. After that, Akatsuki set its sights on the last Hidden Clouds village. Hidden Clouds village's defensive strength has always surpassed Hidden Waterfall village's defense by a lot, so Akatsuki directly dispatched the 6 paths of pain in this wave. Nagato wanted Hidden Clouds village to experience the pain. After all, this is his main purpose. As a result, Hidden Clouds village was almost razed to the ground and embarked on the path of Hidden Leaf village in the original work. There's distress letter from Hidden Clouds village. The Jinchuriki in their village was directly captured by the Akatsuki, and the village was almost completely destroyed. They ask our Hidden Stones village for help. What do you think? At this moment, there are a lot of people in Tsunoda's office, and all of them are Hidden Stones village's higher-ups. Of course, all these people are basically on Asahi's side, and the reason for gathering is because of Hidden Clouds village's distress letter, which was on Tsunoda's table. In fact, many people already know that Hidden Clouds village was attacked. After all, White Zetsu's intelligence network is not a joke. Whatever they do has nothing to do with us, and the Akatsuki has also left, and their village has been destroyed. So there's no need to help them at all. Maya rolled her beautiful eyes. The current Hidden Clouds village can be said to be no better than Hidden Leaf village after being hollowed out. Pain's attack that attacked Hidden Leaf village in the original work has now targeted towards them. However, the original Hidden Leaf village has Tsunoda and Naruto's mouth, so in the end, even if the village was destroyed, everyone still lived. But Hidden Clouds village is different. Hidden Clouds village was blown into ruins by Pain's Super Shinra Tensei, so almost all of the ordinary people there were killed. Shinobi are not much better, as 9 out of 10 are killed. The only lucky ones are the one who are still outside the village doing mission, so they survived. As for the survivors in the village, only a few of the strong ones survived. In order to resist foreign enemies, A was blasted several times by Pain with the Shinra Tensei, and then he also took a Super Shinra Tensei. Almost all of his bones were broken, and he was in a coma at this time. It can be said that Hidden Cloud's village is very miserable this time, and it also makes the others terrified. Yes, no need to care about them. The current Hidden Cloud's village can't sit in the position of the 5 great shinobi villages. Asahi also nodded. For them to ask for help, are they so stupid that they thought Hidden Stone's village is going to help them with this kind of thing? However, seeing Nagato blasted Hidden Cloud's village so decisively, it also surprised Asahi. Sure enough, Hidden Cloud's village has become Hidden Leaf Village's substitute. So when Hidden Cloud's village asked them for help, Asahi resolutely refused. After all, the current Hidden Cloud's village does not have the slightest ability to be an enemy with Hidden Stone's village. In fact, it is reasonable now that Raza should thank Asahi. If he hadn't taken one tail away, Hidden Sand Village would have to follow suit if there's no accident. Of course, Raza's life has become more and more difficult in the past few years. It's not that there's something wrong with his management, but because of Pakura. Pakura was overshadowed by Raza before, so after joining Hidden Stone's village, with such a powerful backer, Pakura began to madly target Hidden Sand Village. Of course, it was limited to Raza's people. After contacting Asahi, he also knew the darkness of that village. Although she is not Hidden Sand Village's person anymore, it is impossible to say that she can completely give up her feelings, so she is only targeting Raza's subordinates and those who betrayed her. After being targeted several times, Raza also realized what happened. After all, the person killed by Scorch Style can still be easily identified. Pakura also didn't try to hide anything, and attacked Hidden Sand Village arrogantly instead. Although Hidden Sand Village intends to question Hidden Stone's village from a political perspective, Asahi and the others will not give him face at all. Now Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stone's village are like a newly established company and a company with a market value of more than $10 billion. How can the company with a market value of more than $10 billion give this newly established company face? Both parties cannot stand on the same platform, so it is naturally a tragedy, and most of Raza's subordinates eventually dispersed and switched side to become other people's subordinates. It is because the mortality rate is too high, even though the death rate is not 100%, but being Raza's subordinates still gave them mortality rate of over 80%. If they don't run, they are just waiting to die. As for the remaining people, they are all civilians, and they don't need to go out of the village to wander around, so there is no need to worry, and Raza, the Kazekage, has been abruptly be made into an empty general by Pakura. Chapter 166 The Role in Pure World Reincarnation Plays 5 of the tailed beast outside were directly captured, and Nagato also used a special method to control the Jinchuriki. He did not kill them, but controlled them with a black rod instead. If 1 is not enough, he would use 2, and if 2 are not enough, he can just use 10. Only by poking these guys into hedgehogs can he completely control the other party, but these people were also made into a state of living dead. Of course, the current Nagato is also very helpless about this. The consumption was already high before, but now, the consumption is even greater, and he still didn't know where the Judo statue went. If it was summoned by someone else, he should be able to also summon it back with his Rinnegan. At the beginning, the Judo statue was summoned by him, but now, summoning has no effect at all, so he can only force himself to control these Jinchuriki. Fortunately, the Black Rod has absolute control over the tailed beast, but now, he can't throw out the big moves with huge lethality if he continued to use the tactics of Super Shinra Tensei and Planetary Devastation. He can't continue to control these Jinchuriki. It can be said that these 2 super big moves have been abandoned in exchange for the opportunity to control a few Jinchuriki. But now that Akatsuki's goal has been completed, and there is no follow-up goal, Nagato also began to wonder what he should do next. He should start deterring the other villages, but he can't deal with a behemoth like Hidden Stone's village alone. Nagato, what shall we do next? Will we maintain the status quo? Conan asked. It seems that there is really nothing for them to do now. Except for Hidden Stone's village, the other villages regard their Akatsuki as the biggest enemy. This situation is what they want to see. As with a common enemy, the war will naturally end. It looks like you are very distressed. While they were speaking, a vortex appeared in front of them, and then Obito, who is wearing a vortex mask, appeared in front of them. Madara, what are you doing again? Nagato looked at Obito with some trepidation. Obito was so mysterious that Nagato couldn't be sure what the other party wanted to do. Why do you look very distressed? You have seen that although the other shinobi villages won't have another war for a long time because of your deterrence now, Hidden Stone's village is different. It's a serious problem, but we let these people rush into Hidden Stone's village. There's no need to say anything about the consequences. Obito said in a calm voice deliberately. Since you know, Then why are you talking so much? Nagato asked indifferently. Everyone already knows it, but what do you want to do? I'm just bringing a solution to you. Since the number of the strong people is not enough and our strength is not enough, then we can just find more people with enough strength. Although Hidden Stone's village's strength is good, they are not invincible. If we have a few more powerful people, we can naturally fight them head-on, such as these few. After saying that, the space in front of Obito fluctuated again, and a figure appeared in front of Nagato and Konan. Lord Third Hokage? How is it possible? Isn't Lord Third Hokage dead? What the hell is going on? Konan couldn't help exclaiming. The one appearing in front of them was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Lord Third Hokage, but at this moment, he was completely controlled by Obito. Calm down, Konan, this person shouldn't be alive. Although Nagato was also a little shocked, he also determined that Hiruzen was not alive. After all, the dense cracks on his body could not be faked. How? This is a technique developed by Lord Second Hokage, which can revive the dead. If the Kage of several other villages, and some powerful powerhouses in the shinobi world who have already passed away are completely resurrected, I don't need to say more about the effect. Obito said indifferently. In fact, he is a little puzzled now. He tried summoning Madara and it was indeed successful, but he has not directly used it yet, as Madara is his trump card. But when he tried summoning Hashirama and Tobirama, they all failed. At that time, he thought he was fooled and this technique was useless, but later, he found that it was still useful. At least Lord Third Hokage and Lord Fourth Hokage can be summoned, and so did Danzō. In addition, there are still many strong people. Of course, he can't find some of the corpses, for example, Lord Third Raikage, who was defeated by Asahi and was wiped out, that he evaporated from this world, without leaving any remain. But he could use everything he could find. Most of the people killed in Hidden Cloud's village this time and those in other dead powerhouses from the other shinobi villages, with them added up, his army is really terrifying. With their strength, we have the capital to attack Hidden Stone's village, and these people, who are summoned with impure world reincarnation, are immortal. Even if they were killed, they will recover. It is the perfect immortal body, so no matter how terrifying Asahi's strength is, he could do nothing in the face of these strong people. As he said that, Obito directly cut off Lord Third's head directly, but he recovered in the next second, and even if he stabbed dozens of holes in his body, Lord Third would still recover. Are you sure that these people can all obey your command? Nagato suddenly asked. Although he knew Obito must have a certain purpose, he still needs to do what he should do. As for Obito's conspiracy, it doesn't matter. Nagato is very confident in his strength, that as long as he is still alive, Obito won't be able to stir up any storms. Of course, I won't dare to use them if they are not obedient. Obito said very confidently. Nagato also made a decision at this moment. He was persuaded, of course, not because of the problem of sending himself to death. If he can achieve his goal, he will happily die, but he knows that if he attacked Hidden Stone's village, he will definitely die, but it is not certain whether his goal would be achieved. That's why he was persuaded this time. If Obito can really summon these people, he doesn't need to worry at all. After all, it is the power that is beyond the control of Hidden Stone's village. Even with the invincible existence like Asahi. After all, facing people with immortal body, Asahi couldn't do anything, right? As for the others, they are even weaker. So with the impure world reincarnation army here, Nagato's confidence soared, but soon, he thought of Yahiko, however, he gave it up directly. If Obito controls Yahiko, he doesn't know what would happen to him, so he directly gave up the idea of letting Obito revive Yahiko. That's good. Let's hold a meeting immediately. Our goal is Hidden Stone's village. Nagato's eyes flickered with madness. He knew that this was the last step towards peace, but he didn't realize that he was actually going further and further on the path of terrorists. He still didn't realize that his organization is a completely terrorist organization, not a peace organization. Chapter 167 Sage of Six Paths finally couldn't bear it anymore. They finally made a decision. It is not in vain that I send the impure world reincarnation scroll over. This time, if there's no accident, the percentage of my magic can also be filled up completely. Although there are fewer strong people, it is better to harvest from impure world reincarnation army than normal army. When Asahi went to the parallel world through the realm Yaku, in fact, there were not many impure world reincarnation people he harvested. It is because the battlefield was divided into several parts, and he appeared on the battlefield where Madara was located, so the people he harvested at that time were not many. And it is the existence of the last few Six Paths level that gave him a lot of experience. However, these people are under Asahi's supervision this time. He will not let these people come into the village and intercept them outside. What Asahi doesn't know is that at this moment, Another thing happened in Hidden Rain Village. In fact, after Kaguya was resurrected, Sage of Six Paths had already sensed it. Even if he is already dead, he continues to live in this world as a soul. And his feelings for Kaguya are not the feelings of a son for his mother. It is reasonable to say that although Kaguya broke out of the seal, Kaguya is not doing anything now, but has become a real homestayer, so he can't attack her out of nowhere. After all, he's staying at the righteous side. But regarding Kaguya got out of trouble, he was actually unhappy. This guy is quite stingy, as he thinks Kaguya may threaten him after she comes out. Although he is just a soul, but if Kaguya really do anything, he can still deal with her. Even if she didn't do anything now, she might come to deal with him at any time, so he still chose to act first. After all, thousands of years ago, he could do such a thing. After thousands of years, the so-called mother-child friendship has long since dissipated. For his own safety, he decided to cause trouble, but this time, he knew that Ajra and Indra could not be used, so he set his sight on the last chess piece, Nagato. Although the Rinnegan is not owned by him, he can still come and do something to it. After all, Madara spent so many years awakening Rinnegan, and after swallowing the tailed beast, he finally entered Six Paths level, but Sage of Six Paths can instantly make Naruto and Sasuke enter this level, which shows how terrifying he is. At this moment, in Hidden Rain Village, Nagato originally planned to take a rest, but he suddenly realized that his surroundings seemed to have changed. He appeared in a special space, which was very peculiar, like he's standing on the water. But soon, he found that there was something in front of him. It was an old man who was very weird in appearance and clothes, and most importantly, he saw the other party's eyes, which he was very familiar with. Rinnegan. Who are you and where are we? You also have Rinnegan, so you must be the one who took the Judo statue away. Nagato asked Sage of Six Paths a series of questions, and then he found that his real body didn't come here, because he didn't have those black rods, and he can move freely. You really have a lot of questions, so let me explain a little bit of myself first. My name is Otsutsuki Hagoromo, but you probably don't know my name, but you should have heard of my other name. I am the one called by later generations like you as Sage of Six Paths. This time, I come here to you because there is something I need your help with. I will first talk about the specific situation now. With that said, Sage of Six Paths didn't wait for Nagato to continue asking, and started to explain the original incident on his own, but he slightly modified some things, such as hiding his real purpose, but from the perspective of righteousness, sealing Kaguya was the right thing. Only when he finished clarified the past events clearly did he get to the topic. The Judo statue is the main body of Ten Tails. Before, the Judo statue was taken away by summoning technique, and my mother, who had already escaped from her seal, absorbed it, and your Rinnegan also does not come from your bloodline. The Uzumaki clan will never be able to awaken Rinnegan. Having said these, Sage of Six Paths also told the source of Nagato's eyes. He has no other choice now. He wants to take the initiative to attack, but he can't find the opportunity. Right now, the only thing he knows about Kaguya is that the other party has escaped, and she also took away Ten Tails' body, but he didn't know why Kaguya didn't collect the other tailed beast. Sage of Six Paths is not all-knowing and omnipotent. How could he have thought that Asahi would travel through the Rumyaku to parallel space-time, and even bring back the tailed beast from that world? Moreover, Kaguya also awakened Tenseigan, and her combat experience has been complemented. Sage of Six Paths didn't know about it, and he didn't dare to investigate Kaguya's situation. Once he is caught by Kaguya, he could imagine the consequences. He was still puzzled why Kaguya didn't even collect the tailed beast after she got out of the seal. Of course, if he knew that Kaguya had already reached her prime, he would definitely run to hide immediately, and he would definitely not dare to come out and do anything. He still thought that the situation is that Kaguya only has her shell, and her strength is very weak, so he plans to use Nagato to seal Kaguya again before she could recover. No wonder. How ridiculous, my eyes are not my own, and they made me become like this. Nagato suddenly felt a little ridiculous. Through the explanation of Sage of Six Paths, he knew that his eyes belong to someone else, and that they are a tool for others to use him to do things. It can be said that Sage of Six Paths directly exposed everything. Although this pair of eyes is not yours, I can teach you yin-yang release. Even if the side effects of those eyes cannot be completely eliminated, it can still restore your freedom of action. Your strength can reach the peak again, and even surpass it, and you may barely reach the same level as me. I am already dead, and I can't interfere with the current affairs myself, so I can only ask you. Sage of Six Paths said. Nagato is from the Uzumaki clan. Although he is not the reincarnation of Azura and Indra, he still has the two's chakra in his hands. He is the father of those two people after all, so it is too simple to give away this kind of thing. It's not that he hasn't improved at all in the past 1,000 years. It must be known that this guy can bring the soul directly from the Pure Land, so it can be seen that this guy has almost mastered the Pure Land. Therefore, it is not a big problem to open a link for Nagato, and Nagato also has a few tailed beasts with him. Others may not be able to seal multiple tailed beasts in their body, but it is completely possible for Nagato. He is still in Uzumaki after all, plus Rinnegan and Sage of Six Paths help. It's not too much of a problem to barely reach Six Paths level. At this moment, Nagato has been completely fooled by Sage of Six Paths. After all, Sage of Six Paths belong to the ancestor level, and has never interfered with the shinobi world before. He only interfered after Kaguya came out, so Nagato did not have too much doubt, and the most important point is, Sage of Six Paths is relying on the righteousness, and Nagato is also longing for peace, so in that case, there is nothing to say more. Chapter 168 Six Paths Nagato With Sage of Six Paths help, Nagato obtained the yin-yang release. Although he couldn't perfectly integrated the Rinnegan with his body, it was basically not much different. After mastering Rinnegan's power, Nagato's body began to recover quickly, and the black rods on his back were quickly forced out, and his body walked out of the huge machine. It feels good to recover, but there's still the last step. According to Sage of Six Paths, although the tailed beasts here are complete and there is no 10 tails as body, the 5-tailed beasts are already enough. Nagato did not hesitate, and directly absorbed all the tailed beast under his control into his body. After the tailed beast were absorbed, all the Jinchuriki immediately died. Only 3 tails was directly absorbed, and as for the other Jinchuriki, they were all dead. After absorbing the tailed beast, Nagato, who received a large amount of chakra replenishment, started having change on his body. He is turning white, and a cloak appeared on his body. A shakujo appeared in his hand, and a truth-seeking ball appeared behind him. However, the current Nagato is still not a complete version, and there is no way he can become as complete as Madara. He is somewhat similar to the incomplete form of Obito, but he is also more complete than Obito, which is considered to be a 6 paths level. Right now, his strength is above Obito after becoming 10 tails as Jinchuriki, and at the same level as 6 paths Naruto and Sasuke. This is the benefit from obtaining gift from Sage of Six Paths. My strength is almost at the same level as Sage of Six Paths. What Sage of Six Paths said is indeed right, there are indeed a lot of eyes in the dark. As he spoke, the truth-seeking ball behind Nagato rushed directly into the ground, and instantly cleaned up the white Zetsu who was monitoring him. He could not find it before, but now that he has reached this level, white Zetsu can no longer escape his eyes. Nagato, what happened? Konan quickly rushed over after hearing the commotion, but after seeing Nagato, she couldn't help but stunned. Seeing Nagato is like this now, it is really weird, and he's like a different person. Konan, don't worry, I'm just taking a step towards a higher level. Right now, I already have Sage of Six Paths levels combat power. With this, Hidden Stone's village will no longer be a threat. Nagato said, and then he told Konan about his meeting with Sage of Six Paths before. Konan is the only person he can trust unconditionally. Of course, he will not conceal this kind of thing to her, so he directly told Konan the news. Konan was so shocked that she couldn't say anything. This kind of thing is like listening to a fairy tale. For her, she always feels that it is a bit weird. Of course, Konan, who is more paranoid than Nagato, is worried about Sage of Six Paths' purpose. Because of Yahiko's death, Nagato's heart has been completely distorted. In this case, he will not doubt Sage of Six Paths too much. Even if he is exploited, it is fine as long as he can achieve his own purpose. Just like he knew from the beginning that Obito has bad intentions, and now it is the same. He knows very well that the other party will definitely not give him this kind of benefit for nothing, but it is enough for him, Uzumaki Nagato, to do what he needs to do, and the rest is just incidental. Therefore, even if Nagato knew that the others were using him, he still chose to cooperate with them, because it did not conflict with his purpose. Even if it conflicts, he is confident that he will start the so-called conspiracy. Okay, Konan, I don't need to talk about this matter anymore. Go and inform the others together directly. We will launch an attack on Hidden Stone's village as soon as possible. Nagato didn't hesitate anymore. Now that he got this power, plus the impure world reincarnation, he didn't believe that he couldn't take down Hidden Stone's village. As for the killed white Zetsu, he would only think that Obito sent it to monitor him. After all, Asahi is still hidden behind the scenes. On the other side, the death of white Zetsu's clone can be sensed, so Asahi naturally got the news immediately. White Zetsu is dead? Even Nagato's Rinnegan can't find white Zetsu? Then maybe something unexpected happened. Asahi is very surprised, but he hasn't been exposed yet. After all, white Zetsu is obviously Obito's person, so he doesn't care at all, but since the other party killed the clone of white Zetsu, it means that something must have happened. At this point, Asahi directly activated the magic barrier he had prepared long ago, and it directly covered the entire Hidden Stones village. He then asked White Zetsu to call all the four-tailed beast back. Asahi's series of actions also alarmed the other people in Hidden Stones village. What's going on? Why did you suddenly activate the barrier? When Asahi suddenly activated the barrier, it naturally alarmed the others. It's nothing, it's just that this time there has been a little change in the Akatsuki. If nothing unexpected happens, they will come and attack soon, but it's not a problem. Even if they are already prepared, at least they can't come in here, as this level of barrier is enough to block them. Asahi didn't panic at all, but in order to prevent someone from causing trouble or affecting Hidden Stones village, he activated the barrier. This barrier was prepared from long ago, and only those he trusts have the control, and can activate and withdraw it. However, Asahi launched it this time to prevent his territory from being stolen. He wouldn't be foolishly waiting for the opponent to take action first. What happened? On the other side, Asahi always does things in general, as there has never been an accident. Because of that, when everyone saw such thing happening, a thought appeared in their minds: does that mean that it is out of his control? It's alright. Although something happened, it was only some changes in White Zetsu's side, as the White Zetsu, who was in charge of monitoring, was killed. But it's not a big deal. Even though Asahi thought his action was casual, these people become nervous. Is it necessary? After all, there is still Kaguya in the village. With her here, whoever comes here is only asking for death. Although that is the case, the subsequent investigation seems to have been interrupted directly. It would be very troublesome if there is no source of intelligence. Tsunoda frowned. With lack of information, it was difficult to determine the movement of the enemy, which was quite troublesome. What makes you think I only have an intelligence network like White Zetsu? I have other methods, but the movement it caused is definitely much larger than White Zetsu. Under normal circumstances, I don't plan to use it, but it seems that I don't need to worry about using them against the Akatsuki now. Asahi said, as he had more detection methods, and White Zetsu was just one of them. Chapter 169 Probing Eye. In fact, as far as Asahi is concerned, it is very simple for him to probe the other party's everything. He can simply go there himself. With space movement, or other perception magic, or he can directly let his thought projection go there. In short, there are many ways. The dead White Zetsu are only a few, and the other Akatsuki's members are still being monitored, but it will be a matter of time before they are cleaned up, so Asahi plans to use some other methods now. In short, there's no need to worry about it, as the Akatsuki will definitely come to his door. Eye of Insight. Asahi activated his magic. This magic is the magic used by Irene, and after using it, it will form a huge eye above the target. The scope of the eye is even larger than that of the city, and although the movement is a bit larger, it is harmless. Asahi didn't pay attention to the other Akatsuki's members, as they are not worthy of his attention. What he wants to see is what happened to Nagato, as he even managed to kill White Zetsu, which is unexpected. Above Hidden Stones village, a huge eye with a scarlet cross in the center appeared. Its coverage extends beyond the entire Hidden Rain village, and it's staring directly at Hidden Rain village below. With such a huge eye appearing, everyone who saw the eye basically fell down on the ground in fright, and they all stared at the huge eye in the sky in disbelief. What is that eye? How can such a huge eye exist? Looking at the eye in the sky, they really can't understand what is going on. They are confused. How can such huge eye exist in this world, as they thought that only gods have such power? What the hell is that? At this moment, after being attracted by the commotion outside, Conan also saw the huge eye in the sky. She also looked at this scene in disbelief. The huge eye is as big as the entire Hidden Rain village. No, it is even bigger. She is confused. Where did the huge eye pop out from, and who has such huge eye? This should be a special technique, but this is the first time I have seen such a peculiar technique. Is this blatant way to inquire intelligence? Nagato also walked out at this moment, looking at the eye above with a blank expression. If it is only to inquire intelligence, is there a need to cause such a big movement? It's just like the other party is telling us that they wanted to inquire intelligence blatantly. They don't care about the feelings of the people being observed. It feels like this eye is like a god inspecting the ants on the ground. This is the first time that Nagato is treated as an ant, as he is the one who usually plays the role of a god. And through the Eye of Insight, Asahi also saw Nagato's change at this moment. It is so obvious that he has become Six Paths figure, as it is really easy to recognize, and can be seen at a glance. It's really interesting. He actually reached Six Paths level. For him to be able to reach to speak Six Paths level, no one can do it except for Sage of Six Paths. Otsutsuki Hei Goromo. Asahi directly withdrew the Eye of Insight. Now that he has seen what the change is, there is no need to watch Hidden Rain Village anymore. In the entire shinobi world, only Kaguya and Sage of Six Paths can make people reach Six Paths level. However, the conditions will be very harsh, that's why Sage of Six Paths chose, as not everyone has this qualification. It already disappeared? It seems that our information has already been taken. If that is the case, there is no need to continue preparing. Although Nagato doesn't know why someone came to investigate at this juncture, but since Kaguya is in the opposing camp, it is possible to detect Sage of Six Paths' existence, just like Sage of Six Paths can detect Kaguya breaking the seal. Sage of Six Paths couldn't find a chance to intervene before, so he only started taking action now, and Nagato almost guessed who it was. Okay everyone, you can go to rest. I will take care of tomorrow's affairs myself. There's no way they can run to Hidden Stones village in one night. Asahi said. He chose to take a rest first, and then he will deal with it by himself tomorrow. It is already night, so there is no need to wait for them overnight. He will not let these people enter Hidden Stones village to fight, so he will directly go out and put the battlefield where the Akatsuki is. After everyone sees that Asahi understands the specific situation, they naturally didn't care anymore. On Nagato's side, because he thought that their information was completely taken away, he simply took Conan and take action overnight. The other Akatsuki's members also went directly to Hidden Stones village. They originally planned to go to Hidden Stones village after gathering in Hidden Rain village, but now that this kind of thing happens, Nagato didn't bother to wait anymore. Now that Nagato is at Six Paths level and can detect White Zetsu's surveillance, Obito can no longer find Nagato's trace. In desperation, Obito could only send his own impure world reincarnation army to start moving too. Except for Hidden Stones village's people, who are still resting, the Akatsuki's people is fully mobilized, and they are already very busy. Time passed quietly, and one night passed by in the blink of an eye. The next morning, without anyone calling, Asahi wakes up by himself. These guys are all experience packs, so how can he leave these people to others to deal with? So without saying anything, he went directly by himself. However, because the Akatsuki acted too hastily, the people did not gather together, so Asahi simply activated his magic directly and sent these people directly together to a remote place. Asahi can easily do such a thing now. He can even directly break up the shinobi world and reorganize it with Universe 1. However, there is no need to spend so much trouble now, so he simply brought these people together, which also shocked the Akatsuki's people. This is... What's going on? Aren't we on the way? How come we suddenly appear here? Kisame looked at the several colleagues around him in surprise. Their teams were moving separated, and he and Itachi were also on their way, but all the people suddenly appeared here, so he couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, Kisame does not have Seimata in his hands, but his strength is still quite good. As for Itachi, without Mangekyo, it can be said that he has been weakened a lot, but his strength is also good. What a weird technique, it brought us all together. Saori, who was hiding in the puppet, is also a little surprised at this moment. Although he has transformed himself into a puppet, it does not mean that he has no feelings. At this moment, it is also inevitable for him to be surprised. Chapter 170 Terrifying Combat Power. What kind of place is here? Even after death, we still can't live in peace. At this moment, in addition to Akatsuki's members, there are also a large number of impure world reincarnations people. They are more people who are summoned with impure world reincarnation than in the original work. Although Kabuto managed to get Madara, he couldn't the corpses of many people. For example, Jiraiya, who was killed in the original work, but Obito is different, as he has White Zetsu. Under Asahi's order, White Zetsu tried his best to help Obito find the materials needed for impure world reincarnation, so that Obito's impure world reincarnation army is more than the one summoned by Kabuto. At this moment, the person speaking is Lord Second Mizukage, Hazuki Genjutsu, and there are many Kage-level powerhouses nearby, Saratobe Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō, Hanzo of the Salamander, the Kage of various villages, and there are also a lot of Kage-level powerhouses, and there's even Tsukumo Hatake among them. At this moment, Tsukumo is also confused. He was summoned before, and now he is in the world of living again. At this moment, he didn't feel so good. He has already planned to go to the Pure Land, but it turned out he was summoned again. But it can't be helped. Who told him to be Tsukumo Hatake? He is Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang, a Kage-level powerhouse, and Obito would not let go of any high-end combat power, so he was also summoned. Regarding this, Tsukumo really didn't know what to say. This place has become a place like a vegetable market, mainly because there are too many people, and many of them used to have a little bit grudge towards the others. At the same time, Nagato and Conan, who were hiding in the dark at the other directions, were also extremely surprised, because these people were transferred based on their location. It's just that there is still a distance from them, So they are not exposed to everyone, but since the other party moved these people here, doesn't it mean that their whereabouts have been exposed? Nagato suddenly felt a strong sense of powerlessness at this moment. He didn't know how did this happen, and even if he has entered 6th paths level, he didn't have such a weird means. And in the other direction, Obito at this moment was also stunned. He is still hiding in a dark corner and planning everything, and he is also transferred here, but Asahi has not directly exposed his whereabouts, so he is still in a hidden state, but like Nagato, his heart felt cold now. If they were all transferred by the other party here, doesn't that mean they were exposed? But Obito is not very panicked, because he still has his Mangekyo's Kami, and as long as he used Kami, no one can do anything to him. Everyone, this is not a vegetable market, can I trouble you to be quiet? At this moment, seeing that it is too noisy, Asahi couldn't stand it anymore, so he simply appeared in front of everyone. Asahi. Everyone who knew Asahi had their expressions change, and those who didn't know him knew that this person was definitely not a simple character after seeing the other's reaction. He is someone from Hidden Stones Village. After seeing the Hidden Stones Village's forehead protector on Asahi, Lord Second Tsuchikage squinted his eyes. Shinra Tensei. Nagato, who controls pain, threw out a big move without saying a word. Over the years, in addition to the power of the sunshine that was first shown, Asahi also showed his other abilities, such as his feat of transporting 100,000 people to Hidden Stones Village in one day. So now that Asahi appears, Nagato basically confirmed that this is the other party's doing. And the other party is Hidden Stones Village's person, which is his enemy, so Nagato doesn't say anything, and directly throws out Shinro Tensei. Hey, is there any mistake? Boss, we are still here. Seeing Deva Path Pain suddenly takes action, the others were naturally affected, but Pain would not answer any of their questions. Attacking as soon as you see me, there are not many people who are as ruthless as you, but such things can't hurt me. Without any fanfare, Asahi drew out his divine axe Rita and directly struck the shockwave with his axe. After the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei collided with the axe, Asahi's axe directly split the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei without hindrance. Although Nagato has reached 6 paths level, Asahi is not Naruto in Tailed Beast state. The repulsive force is directly torn by Asahi easily and it is unable to get close to Asahi. This is the ultimate strength. Seeing Asahi easily split the Shinra Tensei, Deva Path Pain directly stopped his hand's movement, and the other Pain quickly followed, throwing rockets, various techniques and a lot of summoning beasts directly at Asahi. These tricks are fancy, but it's a bit impractical. Shrink. Asahi directly activated his magic, and the summoned beast, which were the size of a small hill, were directly shrunken to the size of an ant. Asahi stepped on them directly, and instantly broke their bones. As for the splitting dog, the reason it could split is because the attack power has not reached the upper limit, but once the upper limit is exceeded, splitting is just a joke. Except for Narakapath and Devapath, the other Pain and summoned beasts were all trampled out, and Asahi's percentage, which had been stagnant for a long time, finally began to fluctuate again. Isn't the people from your village a bit too powerful? Seeing such an exciting scene, Genjutsu looked at Mew with shock. These two died together, but seeing such a talent in the other's village, he is a little envious, and wondered why Asahi is not someone from his village. How can I know that? After all, I have been dead for so many years, but he should indeed be from Hidden Stones Village. At this moment, Mew's mood became a lot better. Although he is controlled by others, he found that his village's younger generation is very strong, but just after he finished his words, he found that his body cannot be controlled anymore, and together with the other reincarnated people, they rushed towards Asahi. Damn it, Junior, be careful, we can't control our own. Before he could finish his words, Mew's unconsciousness disappeared, and he was completely controlled directly, and the same is true for the other reincarnated people. They were directly controlled completely, and without consciousness, they could only continue to rush towards Asahi like zombies. And even before Mew arrived at Asahi's location, a blast of particle style was already shot. The power of particle style is indeed very good, but Asahi is not even afraid of truth-seeking ball, let alone this particle style. After seeing this, he threw over a little sun, and the particle style was completely wiped out in an instant. Moreover, the surrounding Kage-level powerhouses were blown to ashes by Asahi's little sun. In fact, Asahi can remove the impure world reincarnation and finished it all, but these people are used to gain experience. He is not so stupid, so he definitely would try to keep them as long as he can. Chapter 171 The second ability is completed. This monster, do we really have to participate in this kind of battle? Asahi faced dozens of Kage-level powerhouses with ease, and easily wiped out the opponent directly. The impure world reincarnation people were beaten to death again and again, and 6 Paths of Pain also seem to be a car repair shop, and the repairer, which is Naruto Path, have never stopped working. Only Asahi seemed to be an invincible god of war. Faced with these immortal guys, there was no change at all. Even if an attack can go near him, it would be burned out by his flames. Regardless of what kind of attack do they use, whether it is explosion or various attributes, it is as if Asahi is in an invincible field. The tricks they used are dazzling, but the flames, storms, water currents, shock waves, etc. they used can do nothing against Asahi. At this moment, the other Akatsuki's people can't get close at all. This is a battle between the invincible god of war and the undead, so they can't interfere at all, but there are also those crazy ones, such as Hidan. It's really great. If I sacrificed this kind of guy to Jashin-sama, I will definitely get a reward. Hidan looked crazy, and then rushed in. Nagato and Obito, who knew Hidan's abilities, were actually planning to get their people to take Asahi's blood, but the people they controlled couldn't even get close, which was extremely embarrassing. Is the little devil from back then has reached such a level? At this moment, a person has appeared next to Obito. This person is Madara. Regarding Obito resurrected him with impure world reincarnation, although he is not happy, he also knows Obito's small idea, but Asahi's strength really attracted him. Yes, it's that guy. You said back then that he was destined not to become a top powerhouse, but there seems to be something wrong with your prediction. This guy's strength is enough to suppress the entire shinobi world. Obito said, as he felt that Asahi is too abnormal. How can it be so difficult to do such thing? I and Hashirama can also do the same. Before resurrecting, let me try his strength first. After saying that, Madara planned to join the battle, but before he could do it, he saw Devapath threw a small black ball into the sky. Planetary devastation. Then, I shall look at it again. Madara did not rush to join the battle, but chose to wait and see. The power of this technique is not small at all. If they don't destroy the core directly before it takes shape, then they would need a lot of strength to break it. The small black ball condensed by Devapath directly exploded with terrifying gravitational force, lifting the ground little by little. It must be known that the current Nagato is a real 6 Paths level figure, so his planetary devastation's power is also dozens of times greater than when it was used against Naruto. The terrifying gravitational force even directly lifted the huge boulder on the ground up. Madara, who saw this scene, couldn't help but squinted his eyes. He knew how consuming this technique was, and the one used right now was a bit too exaggerated. Using this kind of technique so relentlessly will definitely consume a lot of energy, and he doubts whether Nagato can afford it. But before he could react, a huge meteor suddenly fell from the sky, directly bombarding the planetary devastation, and the entire planetary devastation was smashed to pieces in an instant. The fragments of the planetary devastation turned into streams of light and rushed towards the ground from all directions, and each of them are almost as powerful as a missile smashing the ground. Naturally, the meteorite was summoned by Asahi's Daishima. Even Naruto and Sasuke in 6 Paths level can't even block 10 of this meteorite. So it is not strange for Nagato's planetary devastation to be destroyed by one of the meteorite. What I am after is eternity, but I don't want to die here directly. After seeing this scene, Sasori resolutely left a word and ran away. Who was he kidding? What he pursues is the eternal art, otherwise, he wouldn't have transformed himself into a puppet. He doesn't want to die. He worked for Akatsuki before because the other party is a huge organization, which is beneficial to him, but letting his life robbed because of this organization is very stupid. Thump. Before he could run far, Sasori directly hit a barrier, and then a series of strange lines rose up, and a few large words appeared in the sky. What does it mean that I can't leave until the battle is over? Seeing the large words appearing above, Sasori's face showed a ridiculous expression. What the hell is this? But when Sasori tried to attack a few times, even using Lord Third Kazekage, he couldn't break it. This is rune magic, and rune magic has a very special point, that is, the rules represent everything. If someone wants to break it, they must meet the above conditions or directly use huge magic power to break the rune magic. But the magic power required for this is quite terrifying, so Sasori and the others can't do anything against it. And the condition to meet is for the battle to end, that is to say, Asahi is one side, and the others are on the other side. Only when one side wins can the conditions be met and the magic barrier will be opened, otherwise, they shouldn't even think about going out. Asahi has already turned this place into a huge proving ground at this moment. He is here to gain experience, so there's no way he would these experience packs run away. The Akatsuki is not one-hearted, so the members would definitely run away if there's troubles, but it's impossible to run now. At this moment, Asahi, who was on the battlefield, naturally sensed that someone had triggered his rune magic, but he didn't care. Right now, His percentage is rising steadily, and it seems that Nagato and Obito are planning to fight a war of attrition with him. Obito uses impure world reincarnation and also has Hashirama cells, so chakra is not a problem for him, and Nagato has reached 6 paths level, so he doesn't care about chakra anymore. Right now, they just want to weaken Asahi, it's that simple. But how would they know that Asahi has an almost endless source of energy, and he is also getting stronger with the passage of time? In this way, Asahi's percentage rose crazily under the death of these people, and finally reached 100%. It's finally done. The moment it reached 100%, Asahi felt that the energy in his body had once again soared by a large amount, and it quickly began to fuse continuously, but this fusion still took some time to complete. At that time, the two energies will be perfectly fused, and his strength will rise even further. It will not be limited to the strength of the people who come from the source of power, but will go further and reach a higher level. After the completion, the power in Asahi's body suddenly exploded, forming a huge coercive inch. Chapter 172. The third ability. At this moment, Asahi has almost turned into the real sun, and his terrifying magic power is gushing out, just like when Natsu is facing guild arts on Tenru Island. The huge power oozed out, making the entire shinobi world caught in his coercion. The ground began to tremble slowly, and as Asahi's power surged, the whole world directly trembled. This is the ultimate performance of power reaching the extreme. How is it possible? What kind of power this is? It actually makes me tremble a little, and the body of impure world reincarnation actually unable to hold on under the huge pressure. Madara looked at Asahi, who looked like the second sun in the sky, with horror. His impure world reincarnation's body began to collapse because of the terrifying pressure. He wondered how high Asahi's level of power to be able to achieve such things. However, this coercion comes and goes fast, as Asahi instantly fully absorbed his power. Not like Madara and Hashirama, who can only rewrite the map in the shinobi world, Asahi can now destroy the entire shinobi world, so this energy can't be scattered, as it will not be good if it spreads to his own people. Let me see what ability will I draw this time, I am really looking forward to it. Asahi is too lazy to care about the people below at this moment. Now that his second ability is complete, it means that he can draw his third ability. In this case, he doesn't need to waste the following experience packs below, as he can harvest them after he got his third ability. Soon, the draw for the third ability was carried out. Hiss. This thing is too much, how could I even pull out this stuff? Wait a minute, this ability won't make my hair fall out, right? Asahi looked at the newly drawn ability with some amazement. This ability is indeed a bit too much, as the full name of this thing is Saitama Sensei's Limiter. This is the third ability. Everyone should know who Saitama is. The legendary bald hero, who after his limiter is removed, he can jump from the moon to the ground in an instant. It should be noted that he is using absolute brute force to almost destroy the moon with one stop. Asahi can also do this, but he needs to use magic and sunshine to destroy the moon, not pure brute force. As far as brute force is concerned, he can't do such thing, and Saitama almost done it while jumping back to Earth. Even Burroughs, who burst out with full strength, was also wiped out by this guy's serious series punch. It's not clear how high the upper limit of Saitama's strength is. Moreover, it's only been 3 years since he opened the limiter. Give him 30 years, and no one knew how strong he would be. Asahi's scalp felt numb as he thought of this. However, Asahi is also a little worried. Because of the limiter, besides losing his hair, Saitama has also lost part of his feelings. He doesn't want something like this to happen to him. Forget it, I don't care anymore. Even if I turn bald now, I will have other abilities in the future, and I still have magic and sunshine, so I won't necessarily lose my hair. Asahi definitely can't abandon this ability. After all, once this ability is abandoned, there will be no follow-up. He still doesn't believe that with his current strength, he will still lose his hair. Even if this ability cannot be resisted and he actually loses his hair, there will still be other abilities in the future, which would be much better than this limiter, so Asahi doesn't care after thinking about it. However, just when Asahi let go of his worries, the information about this ability was directly instilled into his mind. At this moment, he realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. What he got wasn't Saitama's current power. This ability is based on the percentage to determine his ability to remove the limiter, rather than directly inheriting Saitama's power, which means that once he completely fills this ability's percentage, then he will be able to perfectly remove his limiter. At that time, there will be no side effects, such as hair loss and loss of feelings. So Saitama's limiter is actually not fully removed? As long as I fully removed it, there should be no trouble. Asahi also understood that this ability's percentage has nothing to do with strength, and it is mainly the degree of the removed limiter. As long as he removed it a little bit, his strength will start to rise continuously, which is equivalent to removing a part of the limiter. And as the percentage gets higher and higher, the speed of improvement will get faster and faster. Asahi originally thought that he would gain Saitama's power, but he didn't expect that what he would get was a simple limiter, but this is fine, as Asahi doesn't want to become a bald man himself, and lose his feelings. However, the percentage of this ability must also be increased as soon as possible. Now that a small part has been removed, although it is small, his strength is also growing. However, the difference is that Asahi estimated that his increase of strength for 1,000 years in this state is not as good as the 1 year after removing 100% of his limiter. And because this ability is an auxiliary ability, even if he uses other ability, the experience will be attributed to the limiter, until the limiter's percentage is full. It's really good, this ability is simply a panacea. As long as it reaches the complete state, I will be invincible. Asahi is very happy now. To be honest, his power in terms of mysteriousness is enough for the time being. Zeref's magic encyclopedia has almost cultivated him into an all-powerful existence, and combat power is also included. There is also sunshine, and the combination of this two already made him invincible. And now, he actually got this limiter. Through this limiter, he can continuously increase his physical strength and even his energy level. This is a very useful ability for the current him. At this moment, Asahi was very happy. He once again rushed to the enemy pile below, and a new round of violent beating started again. As for Madara, even if he has already seen Asahi's strength, he still found it unreal. He didn't expect that the person he looked down upon back then has actually made him tremble now, which makes his proud heart unable to tolerate it. So Madara directly asked Obito to stop the other's impure world reincarnation. If this continues, he will not be able to do other things except for waiting Asahi to be exhausted, and he intends to directly challenge Asahi. Seeing that all the powerhouses, who were summoned with impure world reincarnation, had disappeared, Asahi was also a little speechless. The experience packs actually disappeared at this time, but he was already very satisfied to be able to train his second ability to the maximum. As for his new ability, he can take care of it later. At worst, he would just have to wait for 50 years until the Rimyaku can be used again, and then he would have another experience pack to be harvested. As for Madara, if it is 6 paths Madara, Asahi is still interested a little bit. But the current Madara couldn't raise Asahi's interest anymore. Chapter 173 Madara, have I been dead for too long? Madara Uchiha, has admitted your strength, let's fight. After the other impure world reincarnation powerhouses disappeared, Madara came to Asahi. At the beginning, he looked down on Asahi and believed that only those with Otsutsuki's bloodline is supreme, and there is no threat from someone without it. However, Asahi's performance today made him seem to see another enemy who can rival him besides Hashirama, so Madara's fighting spirit is very high at the moment. That's why he told Obito to withdraw the other impure world reincarnation powerhouses, and walked forward himself. I don't seem to need you to admit my strength. What a pity, those guys are very good experience packs, and also, I can't bring up even the slightest fighting spirit against the current you. Asahi doesn't know what to say. He didn't know why Madara seemed to be arrogant even now. He should have felt the momentum he released just now. Is that momentum really something he can bear? And Asahi has already fought against Madara before, and it's also the stronger Madara, so against this Madara, he has no interest at all, and he doesn't even want to use magic like the Historia of the Dead. When Asahi said so, Madara's face was full of anger. He didn't expect that someone would look down on him, the legendary Madara Uchiha. Because of that, Madara directly activated Susanoo. He has seen Asahi's strength, so he started with the big move immediately. He never expected that him, the dignified Madara Uchiha, would be looked down upon by someone. Only him can look down on the others, so after using Susanoo, he controlled his Susanoo to attack Asahi with its weapon. Boom. However, the weapon in Susanoo's hand directly collided with the divine axe Rita in Asahi's hand. In an instant, the huge weapon in Susanoo's hand was directly cut in half, and this axe not only split the weapon, but the Susanoo was also split directly from the center. And Madara, who was at the center of Susanoo's eyebrows, was also cut into 2 halves. How can it be? At this moment, an incredible look finally appeared on Madara's face. He couldn't even hold against the power of this axe. And with just one strike, his body and Susanoo were directly destroyed. If it weren't for him being in the impure world reincarnation state now, it is estimated that he would have already died. Nagato, aren't you coming out yet? The only one worth me fighting here is you. After Asahi chopped Madara with his axe, he said in the direction of Nagato was hiding. And almost without any interval, a white figure flew out directly, and then landed in front of Asahi. And behind him, there was Konan, and Konan also used her paper style to make wings and flew over. What the hell is going on with Nagato's appearance? Obito and Madara, who is slowly recovering, couldn't help but stunned. They didn't understand what is going on with Nagato's appearance, as it's completely unimaginable. Madara has also guessed that the ones behind Nagato is truth-seeking Ball. Madara Uchiha. I have to thank you. If it's not for you, I might not be able to get to where I am today. Nagato shook his head. Through Sage of Six Paths, he already knew the specific identities of these guys lurking beside him, including the origin of his eyes. You know? Madara was taken aback again, and so was Obito. Then their expressions changed from shock to bewilderment. They didn't understand why Nagato would know that Rinnegan came from Madara. Of course, Obito Uchiha, are you still not coming out? Nagato said and looked in one of the directions, and this is where Obito is hidden. As for Asahi, he looked like he was watching a show at the moment. He also takes out a small bench and eats some popcorn, as he felt that this scene is quite interesting. Damn it, what the hell went wrong? What the hell is going on with this guy? Obito can't hide at all. In fact, his whereabouts were under Asahi's control from the very beginning. Although he changed positions, he couldn't escape Asahi's sight. Your changes must be caused by Sage of Six Paths, right? At this time, when the Uchiha duo was dumbfounded, Asahi spoke up. Besides Sage of Six Paths, Asahi couldn't think of anyone else who could bring such a huge change to Nagato. Well, it seems that you indeed already know about Sage of Six Paths. After all, the mother of Sage of Six Paths is in your Hidden Stones village. Nagato was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he has Sage of Six Paths helping him, so it is not surprising that Asahi also has Kaguya to help him. But at the moment the Uchiha duo heard the conversation between Nagato and Asahi, the two's faces were filled with question marks. What is going on? What are these two bastards talking about? How can they even have both Sage of Six Paths and his mother? From the look of the current situation, it seems that these two people are playing a game from behind, giving people the unclear feeling. Of course, in fact, Madara is the most confused one. He knows a lot of secrets, but now, he suddenly feels that his original choice was wrong and he wondered if he died too early. How long has it been since I died? How come the world has changed after I come out? And now, the dead Sage of Six Paths and the sealed Kaguya have all popped out. What the hell is going on? Madara feels that the situation he has controlled has completely changed from his plans. He himself is like a clown at this moment. He does not even understand the situation as much as the other party, and this is the first time that he feels like this. Kaguya is indeed at Hidden Stones village, but is that Six Paths guy a bit too much? Why should he keep targeting his mother? Is it not enough to seal her for thousands of years? Asahi doesn't know how to evaluate Sage of Six Paths. He's really a son who has forgotten her mother after having wife. And after thousands of years of time have passed, this kind of affection has completely turned into nothingness. Kaguya is so unlucky, as she actually gave birth to such a white-eyed wolf. The existence of Otsutsuki Kaguya poses a threat to the shinobi world. She is the ancestor of the shinobi world and the origin of chakra. Sooner or later, she will regain her chakra. And you Hidden Stones village, who are in the same boat as her, will be deprived of chakra sooner or later. Nagato chattered a lot. To sum up the meaning of his words, it's basically Kaguya's threat theory. Because Kaguya needs chakra to recover, she will try to take back everyone's chakra, and shinobi would die if their chakra was taken away by Kaguya. Basically, Asahi can be sure that this guy has been fooled by Sage of Six Paths, and he didn't understand the situation clearly. Chapter 174 The Incomprehensible Gap Regarding your ideals, I will not make any comments. To be honest, I personally think that all of you have some problems in your brain. No matter whether it is you or Uchiha Madara, your ultimate goal is world peace, but what you have done is to make this shinobi world unstable forever. I really have nothing to say to you. Regarding these people here, Asahi is really speechless. They're all thinking about the peace of the shinobi world, but their method is bad. Nagato's method is a bit better as he wanted to create the most powerful enemy, and let the shinobi world unite to fight against him. After feeling the pain of the war and a strong enemy eyeing them, the others will naturally not be able to fight with each other anymore. Nagato's plan can also achieve a different kind of peace, but to put it bluntly, it is not as good as Naruto's. Although the peace created by Naruto will slowly die away due to the passage of time, the peace created by Nagato is not so good. As for Madara, it's just a joke. Immersing everyone in their dreams? Asahi doesn't know how to evaluate him, and can only say that he is really hopeless. Shinobi world's peace. Madara Uchiha. Nagato's expression became more and more weird. He is indeed doing things for peace, as it was like this from the very beginning, but, did any of Madara Uchiha had done have anything to do with peace? Nagato was really puzzled. Look, you also think that what he did has nothing to do with peace, right? But his purpose is indeed that, and so is you. In the eyes of us ordinary people, what you have been doing are also incomprehensible. You might think that I am short-sighted, and I can only see the trees but not the forest. And you can see the overall situation and such. But you, who can't do a small thing well, do you have the right to talk about the overall situation? Asahi finally felt a lot better after releasing his pinned-up frustrations. To put it bluntly, these guys are unfortunate. Regarding eternal peace, he can achieve it. As long as he does not die, he can always suppress the shinobi world, and even unify the shinobi world. But even so, Asahi knows very well that the human heart is the hardest thing to guess. Even if he suppresses the entire shinobi world, there will still be people who will continue to trouble him for authority, money, etc. It's only a matter of time. Once he makes a move, he will deter them for 10 or 20 years at most. If he didn't do anything again in the future, people who don't know about his strength will definitely cause troubles again, so even he doesn't dare to fully guarantee that he can create eternal peace. So what guarantee did Nagato and the others for trying to achieve it? It seems that it is useless to say more. I agree with the sentence you just said, that is, you really only saw the trees but not the forest. I thought that you would understand me better when you said this sentence, but it seems that I was wrong. You are still limited to your own ideas and cannot understand my ideas. I will prove that everything I have done is right, but you may not be able to see it anymore. Nagato shook his head. He thought Asahi really understands his ideas, but he actually can't agree with his ideas, so there is nothing to say more between them. That's why I wondered whether Naruto really used his words to convince you. It turns out that against your paranoid, even art of negotiation is useless, and fist is more effective. Asahi is helpless. He has dug so many corners of others, thinking that he has also mastered art of negotiation, but in the face of this kind of paranoid person, he still needs to use his fist. And if he can't persuade him with his beating, then he can just brainwash him or kill him. After listening to Asahi's words, Nagato didn't understand what Asahi is saying. But this does not prevent him from taking action directly, and the two truth-seeking balls behind him towards Asahi. However, after these two truth-seeking balls arrived in front of Asahi, they were directly grabbed by Asahi with one hand each. How is it possible? The truth-seeking ball has the ability to obliterate everything. How can you held it in your hands? While Nagato was still stunned, Madara has already exploded. He knows the characteristics of truth-seeking ball the best. It is known as the sacred and all-encompassing ability, and if someone is touched by it, they can only wait to be annihilated. It has a more real disintegration power than particle style. Nothing is impossible. This thing claims to wipe out everything, but it is only limited to things created with chakra. As long as it is not chakra, it naturally can't do anything. Even sage art can restrain this kind of thing, so it's kind of stupid for you to still regard this thing as a treasure. In truth, Asahi really doesn't like truth-seeking ball, as he felt that it is not as good as the particle style. At least, particle style would be able to decompose sage art. The decomposition power of truth-seeking ball is indeed strong enough, however, it is limited to ordinary items and chakra products, which directly pulls down its level by several times. Once one thing contains sage art or other energy, this thing can't be eliminated at all, and it can only be destroyed by violence. To put it bluntly, once the truth-seeking ball face the energy that does not belong to chakra, the elimination power of this thing does not exist, and it can only be used as a weapon, and at most, it only has a bit of lethality. After listening to Asahi's words, Madara felt that there are a lot of more things that he didn't know. How could he know that sage art restrained truth-seeking ball? He felt as if he understood the unclear look in Hashirama's eyes when he left at the beginning. He didn't understand what it meant back then because he knew too little. After truth-seeking ball was proved to be useless, Nagato panicked. Without truth-seeking ball, any other tricks that could be used have already been used by Devapath Pain just now, and he only has the last truth-seeking ball left, but now, even the truth-seeking ball is useless. In desperation, Nagato had no choice but to bite the bullet and rushed straight at Asahi. The blessings of the six paths are not just these, as his physical fitness is also increased greatly. But after he fights against Asahi, Nagato deeply realized that what is the real gap. The truth-seeking ball was just like a walnut for the other party, as it is crushed by the other party with one hand. Rinnegan's various tricks were also easily broken by the other party. At this moment, Asahi, who is in front of him, is like a huge mountain. He can't climb, can't cross, and can't destroy it. A minute later, Nagato was already lying on the ground and lost consciousness. He didn't even touch Asahi, and he was hit directly by Asahi and collapsed. The truth-seeking balls were also completely crushed by Asahi. His power was also directly sealed by Asahi with a magic seal. At this moment, Nagato has become an ordinary person with stronger physical strength at most. Conan, who is on the side, was planning to help him, but after being teleported to his side by Asahi, she was knocked down with a chop. Chapter 175 Crawl along the network cable. You. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, just leave the stage. For people like Madara, Asahi knew he could not dig him, and this guy is also a dead person, so he does not need to dig a dead person. And besides, unless he told Black Zetsu to backstab him, Asahi has no chance of digging at all, so he chose to just kill him. As for Nagato, he will hand him over to Jiraiya afterwards. After all, this guy is still Jiraiya's apprentice. So it is not a big problem to hand him over to Jiraiya. If Jiraiya can't take care of him, Asahi will just change his memory and be done with it. Therefore, Asahi did not hesitate, and directly gave the bewildered Madara a little sun, and instantly burned him, who is in impure world reincarnation state, directly, and there was no residue left, so it is impossible to recover. Finally, Asahi set his sights on Obito. This guy is in a similar state to Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths can attack his own mother for his lover, and Obito can destroy the entire shinobi world for his lover. No matter the situation is, they are doing the same thing. This kind of person is completely crazy, so Asahi did not have any thought of digging Obito. He directly lifted Obito, and completely sealed the chakra in his body. If he wanted to use Izanagi, he must mobilize his chakra, so now that his chakra can't be used, even if he has Sharingan, Izanagi can't be used, so Asahi first sealed Obito's chakra. After that, Asahi dug out his Mangekyo. Once Obito's eyes are gathered, it would have terrifying power. After all, an attack that involves space is indeed incomprehensible. However, it is a pity that the means of attack is in Kakashi's hands, and the ones in Obito's hands are just the ability to escape. Even Ten Tails can't stop Kami's attack. And facing people who can't use space techniques, one move can instantly trap these people in their other dimension forever, not to mention beheaded by space attack. Being trapped to death is enough to make people uncomfortable. So Obito's eyes are still very good, and Asahi will take it to Kakashi later. As for Obito's situation, Kakashi won't say much after knowing about it. After all, these things that Obito has done are indeed unforgivable. The enemies that should be dealt with have already been dealt with. After defeating Nagato and Madara, the increase in percentage this time is even less than before. Even with a Six Paths level existence and these other people, Asahi only got 5%. It can be seen that this limiter is indeed difficult to remove. You guys. After Asahi takes care of these people, he set his sights on the group of Akatsuki's people. This group of people belonged to the kind of lawless people. Because of that, Asahi directly modified their memories. Now that everything is over, the strength of these people is still pretty good, and they can be used as the hidden forces under his own hands. After he finished everything, Asahi once again looked at Nagato. Nagato's palm has traces of yin-yang release. This thing belongs to Sage of Six Paths, and it seems to be connected to Sage of Six Paths, so Asahi directly follows force at this moment, and he quickly followed the connection to find Sage of Six Paths. Although this guy had already died, he is still a threat, so Asahi didn't plan to let Sage of Six Paths continue to exist, and will simply kill him. At this moment, Asahi feels like he's crawling along the network cable. Originally, it would be a little tricky to find Sage of Six Paths and it would take a lot of effort, but who told this guy to pop out and leave marks on Nagato, so Sage of Six Paths can only blame himself for being not careful. Following this force, Asahi soon caught up to Sage of Six Paths' position, and marked it with coordinates. Now, even if Sage of Six Paths take back this force, Asahi can still find him. Hiding in the Pure Land, you indeed can hide. Asahi very simply created a thought projection. Thought projection is equivalent to a clone, but it is also a soul incarnation. In the fairy tale world, the creator of Nirvana, Rukongai, is using the thought projection to stay in the living world for 400 years, and he disappeared after seeing Nirvana's demise. His thought projection is just like his real body, although the strength can't be compared with his real body. But this thought projection also belongs to the soul incarnation, and its strength is still quite good. So it shouldn't be difficult for it to destroy Sage of Six Paths, who is in soul state. After determining the coordinates, Asahi directly sent his thought projection to the Pure Land. After he appeared in front of Sage of Six Paths, the face of Sage of Six Paths was extremely ugly. When Asahi tracked his location just now, he broke the contact very decisively, but even if he was very decisive, it was still too late. Asahi had already marked him, so he had no chance to escape. Why? After finally seeing Asahi appear in front of him, Sage of Six Paths asked. What why? Asahi glanced at Sage of Six Paths with some surprise. Why do you want to help my mother? You should have also known about her situation, right? After she gets out of trouble, she will not give up the opportunity to regain her strength. Once she succeeds, the shinobi village you are in will also turn into nothingness. Under such circumstances, why are you still helping her? Sage of Six Paths looked puzzled. It looks like you don't know everything. Do you know that Kaguya was released by me personally, and now that Kaguya has regained her own power and has become much stronger than 1,000 years ago? And by the way, I am stronger than Kaguya. Since I dare to keep her, it means that I can control her power. You don't even know this, yet you dare to send Nagato. I really admire your courage. Asahi is a little amused. It turns out that Sage of Six Paths doesn't understand the situation now. It's no wonder, after all, it is impossible for Sage of Six Paths to completely monitor every move of the shinobi world from here, and it is normal if he doesn't know a lot of things. It's impossible for her to recover. The tailed beasts are obviously still there, so how can she recover? Sage of Six Paths' complexion became even worse. He thought Asahi was fooling him. After all, how could Kaguya's strength be restored? Isn't this just nonsense? There is no tailed beast missing. With only the empty shell of 10 tails, what can Kaguya use to recover her strength? I naturally have my own method, which is something you don't know. Okay, are you ready to hit the road? Leaving you here is always a hidden danger. Asahi didn't want to continue talking nonsense, but Sage of Six Paths' body suddenly became illusory at this moment. You are too arrogant. I admit that you are very strong, but in terms of the soul, I have been learning it for thousands of years. You should never face me directly with your soul, die. A ray of light suddenly burst out from Sage of Six Paths' body, and a spiral-shaped spike pierced towards Asahi. Chapter 176 The system is fully awakened. This move that Sage of Six Paths is using right now sacrificed most of his soul origin, and it is a kind of soul attack. These thousands of years' time, he did not come here doing nothing. He still retained a large part of his own power and developed such a soul-killer move. It's just that this move consumes a lot of energy. After using it this time, it will take him at least decades to recover. However, after the soul spike rushed in front of Asahi, a terrifying golden flame appeared on Asahi's body, and the surrounding space was burnt and deformed. When the soul spike faced this terrifying flame defense, it was instantly burned to ashes. Impossible, I have condensed the power of the soul for thousands of years. You are a living person in the shinobi world, so your soul's strength should be even less than 1/12 of me, so how can you block my soul attack? Sage of Six Paths screamed. Soul is the biggest drawback of the shinobi world. It can't be helped, after all, this is called the shinobi world. There is almost no way to strengthen the soul, and even many techniques can also damage the soul, such as Orochimaru's techniques. And Sage of Six Paths has been learning for thousands of years, and can even freely enter and exit the Pure Land, and take other souls away. In terms of the attainments of the soul, he is definitely the strongest in the entire shinobi world. You wouldn't understand what I said, so please go and die. The flames turned into a huge cage that wrapped around Sage of Six Paths' soul, and it continued to shrink and burn. In the end, Sage of Six Paths, who was still full of doubts, was burned to ashes. Congratulations to the host for conquering this world. Right now, the system is officially fully activated. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Just after Asahi killed Sage of Six Paths, the thought projection disappeared from the Pure Land, and Asahi's body, who was still in the shinobi world, heard a voice after recovering his thought projection. System, you are actually talking. Asahi was stunned. He thought that this system was the kind that has no intelligence at all. Yes, host, I am the system's intelligence. The system voice appeared again, but Asahi found that the voice seemed to be very mechanical, giving people the cold feeling, but Asahi didn't care about this, and he felt that it's best to have something like this. Well, let me ask you now, why did you only wake up now? And what did you do before? Asahi is feeling a headache, as he felt that the sense of existence of this system is too low. When he used it before, he would only check it when he draws new abilities. At other times, he would only look at the percentage at most, and the system had almost no sense of existence. The current world is the host's trial world, and the host has completely conquered this world. After eliminating the biggest hidden danger, the system officially recognizes the host as the master. After some explanations from the system, Asahi finally understood that this world is just a trial, and he is only considered qualified now. So it's like that. I don't want to talk nonsense. Tell me your purpose now, and how are you sure that this world has no more hidden dangers? Isn't there still the other Otsutsuki clan's members behind Sage of Six Paths? The biggest hidden danger in the original work should be Kaguya. Asahi is full of doubts at this moment and asks all those questions. Then, the system's intelligence also answers them one by one, and the biggest hidden dangers in the world is determined according to the law. If Asahi cooperated with Sage of Six Paths at that time, then Kaguya would undoubtedly be the biggest hidden danger. As for the other Otsutsuki clan's members, they are not qualified to be the ultimate enemies. After knowing this, Asahi couldn't help but complain again. Sure enough, Kaguya just didn't know what she was guarding against. Even the system doesn't recognize those guys as the ultimate enemies. He and Kaguya have reached an agreement to become a united front, so Sage of Six Paths will naturally become the last hidden danger, and now that Asahi defeats Sage of Six Paths, he has completed this trial world. As for the purpose of the system, according to the system, it is for the fusion of worlds. The system originated from the consciousness of countless worlds. These worlds are the same as the world Asahi is in now. They are all small, very weak worlds. If these worlds want to be promoted, it is almost impossible, so the consciousness of a large number of worlds began to jointly create this system, wanting to fuse the world, and thus transcend to a higher level. However, as world consciousness, doing so naturally violates the higher existences, just like the way of heaven wants to transcend the Tao, so after higher level existences discover every move of these world consciousness, before this system is completed, they start to target the world's consciousnesses. The final plot is very old-fashioned. Well, the two sides fought to the end. This system itself is just a semi-finished product, and finally completely absorbs the power of both parties, thus breaking through the barrier. As for Asahi, it's just a coincidence, all because of luck. Asahi can't help but side with emotion when he heard this. He didn't expect his luck would be so explosive that he can actually encounter such a thing. And after the system absorbs the world's consciousnesses, it has completely evolved, but because this system was still a semi-finished product before, it does not have its own consciousness. Even the system's intelligence that appears at this moment can only be regarded as an artificial intelligence at best. Following the thoughts left behind by many worlds' consciousnesses, after being picked up by Asahi, the Naruto world became Asahi's trial world, and now that the trial is successful, the system is fully activated. So, those worlds' consciousnesses have completely collapsed, right? Asahi squinted his eyes and asked, and the system responded quickly. Although Asahi was still a little wary, he suddenly felt that it didn't matter whether he was on guard or not. After all, everything about him is given by this system. So what's the use of him being on guard? Instead of being on guard, it is better to improve as much as possible. When the time comes, he can verify everything by himself. With strength, he might have a chance of turning the tables, so Asahi didn't think too much about this issue. System, you said before that the world's consciousnesses created you so that they can be promoted to a higher level. And your existence is to pull the world to merge, right? And since you have completely recognized me as your master now, then, does it mean that there will be a world that will completely merge with the Naruto world? Asahi asked. Yes, but because of the collapse of the world's consciousnesses, after pulling the world, the host needs to completely conquer that world, and finally the new world will merge with this world. At this stage, after the host unifies the shinobi world, you need to ensure that the consciousnesses of most people will be unified, so that the world can be pulled. If there is too much opposition, the world will not be able to fuse. The system responded, saying that Asahi needs to unify the shinobi world, and then there would be a new world to fuse, otherwise, the system would not pull the other worlds. Chapter 177 Unifying the Shinobi World. After chatting with the system for a long time, Asahi finally has a very thorough understanding of the system, but what he has to do next is to unify the shinobi world. Only when the shinobi world is completely unified will there be a new world to fuse. With the new world, he can quickly improve his strength, so he must fuse the worlds. And according to the system, if he fuses all the small worlds, then he has the possibility of surpassing everything, but Asahi almost rolled his eyes at this kind of statement. After all, how many small worlds are there? Even the system itself can't count them, let alone him. Therefore, he does not have many goals. He just wanted to become stronger, protect the people around him, let those around him to be exempted from the threat of life and death forever at least, and live a good life. Everything else is secondary. He would develop slowly, one world at a time. At this moment, he has begun to spread his plan of poaching people in the other worlds, so that his poaching will continue to the end, but he can't make any plans before he knows what the next world is. The system is also unclear about this. After returning to Hidden Stone's village, Asahi directly threw Nagato and Konan, whose power were sealed, to Jiraiya, and gave him a month. If he can't take care of them in a month, Asahi would do it himself. And when Jiraiya found that his apprentices became like this, he didn't know what to say. He took the two of them away to deal with this problem. As for Asahi, he directly gave orders to the others. He is respected by Hidden Stone's village, and his methods are also very tough. Whoever disagrees and resists, he would let the Akatsuki talk a walk. It basically only took a few months for the shinobi world to only have one voice left. Among them, the one with the strongest resistance is the other great shinobi villages. Hidden Cloud's village has been destroyed, and for Hidden Sand village, Asahi did not let Akatsuki to take action, but instead let Pakura go there, but she also brought along a few-tailed beast. Hidden Waterfall village is very straightforward. They directly recognized Hidden Stone's village as their master and was willing to be Asahi's subordinate. In fact, they are very smart as they knew that the first one to surrender will definitely be able to get more benefits. As for resisting, don't be ridiculous, resisting Hidden Stone's village will only make their life more difficult. Hidden Stone's village is a much more terrifying existence than the Akatsuki, so resisting against Hidden Stone's village is tantamount to looking for death. Without Tailed Beast, they are the first to surrender, as they didn't even have a Kage-level powerhouse. Hidden Cloud's village was directly abolished after Asahi took over the Land of Lightning, and Lord Fourth Raikage was directly brainwashed and incorporated into the Akatsuki. That guy was too stubborn, so it can't be helped. Hidden Sand village was directly ravaged by Pakura with the help of the Tailed Beast, and in the end, Raza was directly cripped by Pakura because of his stubbornness. According to Pakura, not only killing such a person would leave a chain of hatred, it would be better to keep him alive to let him suffer. It can be said that after Pakura understood the truth, she became very terrifying. And because Raza's life was spared, coupled with Hidden Stone's village's huge influence, and Pakura's affairs being made public, the chain of hatred was not established. After that, Hidden Sand village was controlled by Chio and Debizo. Knowing the hidden law and Hidden Stone's village's strength, they also chose to surrender. As for the other small villages, all of which were handed over to the Akatsuki to deal with, including those that never appeared in the original work. After everything was cleaned up by Akatsuki directly in 2 months, there was only one behemoth left in the world, which is Hidden Stone's village. Because everyone was already used with its name, there was no need to change it. I didn't expect you will unify the world one day, but why didn't you do it before? For Tsunade and others, such a thing like unifying the world is very easy for Asahi. Asahi already had the ability to do that before, but he hasn't done it. And now, he does it for no reason. I naturally have my reasons, and you will know soon. Don't be scared by then. Asahi smiled and said nothing more. He then directly called the system. System, let's start. I have already finished sorting out this shinobi world, and I should be able to integrate the new world into it. By the way, is the fusion with the new world be completed directly? Asahi asked another question. Yes, the two worlds will be merged directly, but the main location of the other world will be directly integrated into this planet. After the system finished speaking, it starts to work. Others may not be able to feel it, but people with enough strength can sense some subtle changes, such as the spatial fluctuations. Because of that, Kaguya, who is proficient in space ability, also felt such changes. At this moment, the entire world is undergoing earth-shaking changes. The world fusion is over. This time, the fused world is the One Piece world. After leaving these words, the system disappeared again. At this time, Asahi almost figured out the situation of the system. It was like a machine, and it would only speak when he asked. When he didn't ask, it would be as if this thing didn't exist, and there will be no reaction at all. The One Piece world. But this world doesn't seem to be particularly powerful. Asahi recalled the information of the One Piece world. One Piece hadn't ended before he crossed over to this world, but it doesn't matter to him. He started comparing the Naruto world and the One Piece world. In terms of high-end combat power, 6 Paths level figures in the Naruto world is stronger than the people in the One Piece world. Moreover, Super Kage level like Hashirama and Madara should be able to compete against the top powerhouses from the One Piece world. However, unless they use special abilities, such as illusions, Obito's space-type highs, etc., it will be hard for shinobi to fight against the people in the One Piece world. And if they fight in close combat, the shinobi will basically be rubbed against the ground by the other party. Of course, that is just in the past. It is different for the group of Asahi's most trusted people. After receiving the natural energy source, they also started to learn magic, and in terms of strength, they are in a state of permanent sage mode, so they shouldn't be inferior against the people from One Piece world. Before this, they might be defeated easily when facing the high-end combat power of the One Piece world, but this will never happen now. For these people around him, it is very easy to destroy the mountain with just their fists. Not to mention that there are also various sealing techniques in the shinobi world. Moreover, there's still Asahi and Kaguya, who are beyond the norm, and in terms of combat power, there is really no way for the other party to do anything against them. Once the situation is discovered, it is estimated that the real war between the worlds will begin. With the disgusting nature of the world government, after detecting the existence of the shinobi world, they will definitely try to cause troubles. Chapter 178 Spreading White Zetsu's Intelligence Network. The bordering location should be near the Land of Water, right? Let me see the specific situation. Asahi was a little speechless. This strange system came out to give him a sense of existence, and after telling him the world has fused and the location of the fusion, it did not tell him the position of the opposite side after fusion. It asked him to investigate by himself, so he felt that this system is really wonderful. Originally, Asahi planned to use the Eye of Insight, but the Eye of Insight can't be used without specific position, so this is very awkward. Most of the One Piece world is water, so if he takes a look, he most probably will only see the sea, and even if he is lucky enough to find a few islands, these islands are also a type of individual island, so after using the Eye of Insight a few times, Asahi gave up. Instead, he directly called White Zetsu and dispatched all the White Zetsu in one go. After all, the scope of the One Piece world is not small, so the intelligence network needs to be laid out first, and the White Zetsu also have in their hand. So as long as White Zetsu spreads to the whole One Piece world, it is equivalent to his eyes covering the whole world. Now, I just have to wait for the news. As long as White Zetsu is in place, there won't be any secrets in that world for me. After Asahi dispatched the White Zetsu, he stopped paying attention to it. In fact, he didn't think that White Zetsu would be discovered. Even if the other world has many strange fruit abilities, and there are things like observation hockey, but the specifics depend on the news that White Zetsu brought back. If observation hockey managed to find them out, then he will start to transform White Zetsu. But before that, he needs to look at the specific situation. After dispatching the White Zetsu, Asahi gathered everyone together and told them about the borders of the world. After all, the shinobi world has been unified by him, so now, all he has to do is send some defensive force to the Land of Water. There are many pirates in that world, and just those small pirates are very troublesome. Now that the whole shinobi world is his territory, there's no way Asahi can let those pirates run rampant. Huh? Are you sure you are not telling a story? After hearing the information from Asahi, everyone was a little confused. Although the world is advancing rapidly, but as mentioned before, the technology in this world is quite deformed and not fully developed. Therefore, only few people actually understand this statement about the world. Now that Asahi said this, it is like listening to fantasy story. Fortunately, after fully explaining the situation, even the others are still a little confused, they still accepted it. As for it is real or not, you will know it later. Now that the Land of Water is bordering the new world, the main defense force must be placed in the Land of Water, and 2/3 of the troops from various places will be directly stationed at the Land of Water's border. By the way, I have already dispatched the White Zetsu, but I don't know if they will be discovered or not. In addition, I may run around the world over there, so Kaguya, I will trouble you to guard the border of the Land of Water. Asahi made a series of arrangements. He knew that it will really evolve into a war later, but it is not a normal war, but a war between two worlds, so it is necessary to do something first. I'm fine with staying here. Kaguya didn't really care. After all, there's no one who can do anything to her except Asahi, and Kaguya was also by Orochimaru's side to get Tenseigan's Black Zetsu before this. Right now, Black Zetsu has obtained new body and completely transformed into an Otsutsuki, and he also has Tenseigan. So now Black Zetsu's combat effectiveness has greatly increased, and if the two guard on the Land of Water's border, then there should be no problem. What about us? Kushina and others are a little eager to take part, as how can they miss this kind of thing? You can also go there. After all, it is impossible to completely hand over the battle to Kaguya, but if there's no surprise, there should be no major conflicts in a short time. Asahi waved his hand and said, the two worlds are bordering each other, but the other party can't know about the other world like him, and it is not easy to find out about Naruto world at will. At most, some scattered pirates and merchant ships will be the first to discover this place. It will only be noticed by Marine gradually. After Marine notices this place, it will take a long time to figure out about this place, so this time is enough for the shinobi world to defend the Land of Water like an iron wall. Although Asahi unified the shinobi world, but the names of these places haven't been changed, otherwise, the Land of Water will suddenly become the Water Province, the Water District, etc. He felt uncomfortable hearing such names, so he simply gave up. At the same time, White Zetsu began to spread wildly. In addition to focusing on that world, Asahi has always been paying attention the energy in his body, as it has reached the final stage. This fusion is definitely necessary, as the power he will gain in the future will be mixed. Without fusing them, his body will be like a utility room, as it will only contain everything at one place, but after the energy is unified and fused, this problem will no longer exist, and he can just discard the tricks he doesn't want to use. His current body is like a huge melting pot. After having other abilities incorporated into it, it can also be melted quickly, fused, and finally form a source of energy. Time goes by like this day by day, and White Zetsu's is indeed very good, as no matter where it is, they can move freely everywhere, including in the water. A month passed by. During this period, most of the reserve forces of the shinobi world have been placed on the land of water, and the experts have also been stationed there one after another, completely setting up the iron wall defense. But to be honest, Asahi is not optimistic about the basic combat power of the shinobi world. After all, the number of people is too small. Even if all the combat power in the entire shinobi world are taken out, Asahi found that the number is not as large as it was in the Fourth Shinobi World War in the original work, that is to say, the number is less than 80,000. It can't be helped, after all, Hidden Cloud's village was directly destroyed by Nagato and the others, and the other villages are not much better. By the way, after knowing what happened, the awkward Nagato was finally convinced by Jiraiya. Since Asahi has achieved peace, then he doesn't have to worry too much about it, and the most important point is, Asahi asked Kaguya to resurrect Yahiko. So Nagato and Konan must have nothing more to say, and many other people have also been resurrected. As for the resurrection of these people, Asahi directly pushed it to Sage of Six Paths. How to do this is very easy, by letting Madara act as the final boss. He then gave Sage of Six Paths a good reputation. He can actually push the matter to Kaguya, but he still pushes it to Sage of Six Paths. After all, with this, those who wanted to resurrect their loved ones can only search for Sage of Six Paths throughout the shinobi world. Chapter 179 Energy Fusion, Life Level Improvement. The reason why the blame was thrown to Sage of Six Paths is also because of the resurrection can only be done by the legendary existence. If Asahi pushed it to Kaguya, it will definitely make people panic. There are a lot of people who have relatives and companions who want to be resurrected, so this kind of thing cannot be made public. And Sage of Six Paths has been killed by him, so the others can't find it even if they searched the whole world. With this method, Asahi can let these resurrected people blatantly move in the open, and there is no need for them to hide, and on the other hand, there is also no need to worry about a series of sequelae caused by the resurrection. After Sage of Six Paths died, he also carried the blame, which can be regarded as waste utilization. The only thing hidden now is Kaguya's identity, as he definitely cannot expose her identity as Sage of Six Paths' mother, otherwise, it will definitely troublesome. If there is a problem inside his own territory, there is no need for the opposite world government to do anything to them. The number of experts is not bad, and the most important thing is that there are Six Paths level existence, but the low-end combat power can't do anything. Just look at the Summit War. The elite called by Marine and the people from Whitebeard Pirates are exaggerated. In the later period, after Luffy created the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, there were quite a lot of people included in there. The world government also has a lot of hidden forces, and the number of major forces in the Four Emperors is also not low. Although Asahi does not want to admit that the shinobi world is very trashy, but to be reasonable, even if the army of the shinobi world is all called, they can't fight against the other world at all. And most of them are just Geinin and Chunin, and there are not a lot of Jonin. Facing the pirates, their body is so many levels weaker. Even if there is a special ninjutsu, it will not account for much. This is the biggest problem in the shinobi world now. So Asahi started a new round of his own plan. Not much to say, in terms of digging the other side, the Revolutionary Army is a good choice. There's also Marine. As long as he exposes all the black materials of the world government, it is estimated that he can poach most of the people in the Marine in an instant. Inside the Marine, only the upper echelons know about the affairs done by the world government, and the people below are only following orders. Just like Ohara, as everyone who participated in there are only following order, and only a few of them knew the whole truth. It is announced to the outside world that the group of scholars from Ohara are going to destroy the world, and the people there are crazy, so most of the information are concealed, and what they know is limited to what others want them to know. There was also Impel Down, but regarding those people there, Asahi does not intend to poach them away, but intends to brainwash them directly. Of the people detained in the Impel Down, 99% of them are people who burned, killed and looted innocent people. Because of that, Asahi doesn't dare to let them out casually, and brainwashing is necessary. It can be said that the One Piece world is chaotic, and the shinobi world can't be compared even during the Shinobi World War. Of course, that's all for later. Right now, Asahi has finally determined the specific location. The bordering location is East Blue. As for the time, Asahi asked White Zetsu to go to a few special places to determine the timeline. In a month, White Zetsu has spread throughout the East Blue, and Asahi has almost determined the time. This time is 1 year before Luffy goes to sea, so Asahi has a lot of room to do things. Of course, at the moment, he is still busy fusing his own ability. 1 month passed, and Asahi at this moment has finally completed the last step. The Sunshine Grace and Zeref's magic source are completely combined, and the new energy generated at this moment has filled his whole body. Asahi can feel that although the amount of energy has not increased much, it is still increasing slowly according to the original rhythm, and the quality has indeed improved a lot. At this moment, Asahi's body is undergoing an earth-shattering change. His 5 senses, body strength, etc. are all rapidly increasing. Asahi can feel that this increase's speed is crazy, and it lasted for an hour before stopping. At this moment, Asahi found that he seemed to have sensed some very special things around him, and he didn't even need to use the energy in his body to fly directly. What the hell is this? He felt a little incomprehensible. Compared with ordinary people, when not using energy, he already has terrifying physical fitness, but there is no difference in other aspects. But now, he realizes that he does not need the energy to fly. System, do you know what happened to my body? Asahi doesn't know what's going on, so he can only ask the system. He already had some guesses, and it depends on what the system says now. The host has perfectly fused the 2 energies, so your life level has been upgraded from a mortal level to the next level. At this moment, the host can fly without using any power. This is the improvement after the life level has been raised. With the increase of the life level, not only the physical fitness can be quickly increased, the host can master some special abilities, specifically in a world where gods exist. Gods are not just powerful beings, but also existences with a higher life level. The host's current power has long surpassed many gods, but your life level has just climbed to this level. The system explained a lot, and Asahi finally understood, which is similar to his guess. Wait, you say that my life level is equivalent to a god now, right? Then, what I have mastered should not be as simple as flying, right? Asahi asked a little speechlessly. If the improvement of life level would only give him this, then it will be really useless. It's not like that. Because there is no god in the world where the host is located, the authority of gods is completely blank. As the host's life level is improved, the host can now analyze the laws well. But since the host's life level has just increased, it will be difficult to analyze the laws, but as the host's life level is improved, the system has opened the law comprehension subsystem to help the host analyze the laws. Laws? This thing sounds very amazing, but if the abilities I extracted before belong to the very advanced kind, which is all the power of a god in a certain world, does that mean that my life level would be directly improved? Asahi asked again. According to the system, his strength has surpassed many gods, but his life level was not comparable. However, he always felt that is a little strange. He spent so much effort on fusing the 2 powers, but only touched the threshold of gods, which felt a bit of nonsense. So Asahi is a little upset, as if he had worked hard to learn something for a long time, but after comprehending it, it was only a part of the finished product. It makes his heart felt unbalanced. Chapter 180 The ability to surpass everything. That's not the case. Host was in the wrong direction from the beginning. God and life level are 2 concepts. The life level of the gods is almost the same as that of host now, but the life level of the host after fusing the 2 powers is stronger than those of the lower side and also have infinite possibilities. Once the gods are born, they already have a life level beyond human beings. But it does not mean that their life level can continue to be improved. At the beginning, they are stronger than others, and their life level is also higher, but they almost didn't have the possibility to continue improving, unless they can transcend the world they are in. However, this possibility is almost zero, because when they were created at the beginning, their life level was already locked. Strictly speaking, everyone in every world is like this, and host is an existence that can break some rules. As for the people in the host's world, if the world continues to merge, their life level's limit will also increase, but they will always be lower than the world, and only the host can improve infinitely. Even if the host acquires the god's ability at the beginning, it will only turn into a part of the life level, as the 2 are not the same concept. In the end, after listening to the system's explanation, Asahi also understood. The god's life level is also various, and his life level is only higher than the weaker god, so he is equivalent to just entering the tier 2 life level. But he has the possibility to surpass everything, and this requires him to continuously improve and fuse his power, and once his energy source is improved, it will drive the improvement of his life level. As for the people in his world, such as Tsunade, Kushina, etc., they can be improved too, but the world needs to be able to accommodate their improvement. The natural energy source that he helped Tsunade and the others created was like giving Tsunade and the others a key to open the door, but after the door lock is unlocked, they needed to rely on their own strength to push the door open. Only Asahi can continuously improve, surpassing the improvement of the world level, and the law is also something that only the gods can comprehend. The reason why he was able to fly without relying on his previous power is because he's relying on the so-called power of law, the power of heaven and earth. Of course, Asahi is also interested in another benefit after the life level is raised, which is lifespan. Once the life level reaches tier 2, then regardless of the strength, people's lifespan will directly reach a level equivalent to that of the world. Therefore, although the gods of those worlds can be killed, their lifespan is almost infinite, and if the world is immortal, they will not die. This is a truth, but according to the standard given to Asahi by the system, it'll be extremely difficult for Tsunade and the others to improve their life level. Asahi also relied on the fusion of the two powerful powers to forcibly upgrade his life level. So for Tsunade and the others, unless they had an external energy source, or Asahi helps them continue to improve the natural energy source and speed up the absorption rate, it will take them at least 10,000 years to increase their life level. 10,000 years. Currently, Tsunade and the others can live up to a few hundred years old, and this is already the limit, so Asahi knows that he will be busy next, but he is not very anxious. As long as his life level continues to improve, it won't be a problem. He doesn't believe that he can't improve his life level in hundreds of years. In addition, the system also explained to him that although the life level has improved, the start of God level is tier 2, but the upper limit of the gods also depends on the world level. Tier 2 life level doesn't mean that someone is a god, and even for higher tiers, it's hard to reach God level, for example, the immortal world. Although many people manage to increase their life level on their own and they can also understand the laws, to put it bluntly they are not gods, as the gods of that kind of world are born at a high tier. However, the system has already told him that in most anime worlds, the life level of the gods is only a tier 2, which is his level, so there is no need for him to worry too much, as the life level does not represent combat power. Although Asahi's life level has just improved, his combat effectiveness is a bit too terrifying. After a series of questions and answers, Asahi finally understood these things. Therefore, the life level is the most important. In the Naruto world, Kaguya's existence is equivalent to entering the pseudo tier 2. Although she is powerful and has an infinite lifespan, she is unable to understand the law, so the current Kaguya belongs to the pseudo tier 2. However, she is only a little short of reaching tier 2. As long as the natural energy source exists, sooner or later, she will be able to enter tier 2. Now, Asahi has opened another subsystem. Regarding the equipment subsystem, he is already helpless. The Sunshine Grace has given a good weapon, but Zeref gave nothing. As for Saitama, he also seems to have nothing. At most, there would only be his embarrassing costume. There's no way Asahi would wear something like that. But fortunately, he finally got another subsystem, which is very useful, and that is law comprehension. The so-called law is nothing more than all kinds of abilities. After comprehending the law of fire, when using the power in fire category, he will be able to add the power of law. If he really does it, it means that he can continuously increase the temperature of a common fire to the level of the sun, and even to the degree of beyond the sunshine's fire. For Asahi, this is absolutely terrifying, but there are a lot of laws. According to the system, since his life level has just been improved, if he wants to comprehend more advanced laws like time and space, it is undoubtedly an idiotic dream. The upper limit of the law is very high, and it is not comparable to ordinary abilities, so he just needs to learn some of the simplest ones now. Asahi directly chose the law of fire, as his Sunshine Grace's power originated from the sun, and it also belongs to the fire category. Once his sunshine is combined with the power of law, it will be even more terrifying. It is because of this that he chose the law of fire. Through this subsystem, he can instantly enter the law space and absorb the law energy. If it is someone else, without such subsystem, the time required to enter the law space is unknown. But Asahi can enter it instantly, and the subsystem will also help him absorb the law energy. But even so, Asahi found that even after he had absorbed the law energy for a day, there's still no reaction at all. According to the system, it would take him a whole year to reach the entry level, and this is also with the help of subsystems. Chapter 181 Departure. The improvement of the life level has been completed. As for comprehending law, Asahi will take the time to do that when there's nothing to do. After all, the One Piece world cannot be left alone. For a month, except for some white Zetsu that remained in the East Blue, the other white Zetsu had moved towards other blues and the Grand Line. Because of that, Asahi's main focus will be on the East Blue for the time being, but is there anything worth digging in the East Blue? After thinking about it, Asahi suddenly discovered that there's almost no one worth to be dug. There are only a small part of the protagonist's party worth digging in the East Blue, but Luffy is straightforward, and it will be impossible to dig him unless Asahi brainwashes him directly, so it is impossible for Luffy. As for Zoro, he can still be dug. In the later stage, Zoro's combat power is extraordinary and he also can be nurtured. As for Usopp, Asahi chooses to abandon him directly, as he is not reliable at all. As for Sanji, he is even more dangerous than Jiraiya, as Jiraiya will only go to see the bathhouse, but if Asahi bring this guy back, he will definitely try to flirt with his women, so he chose to skip him too. The only one left is Nami. Nami's combat power is not a big deal, but she is a girl. And there are only a few people who watch anime that don't like her, so Nami must be dug. The last person who can be dug seems to be Smoker from Lobetown. According to Asahi's understanding of Smoker, it is indeed possible to dig this guy. Moreover, he is Zephyr's apprentice, and in the later period, Zephyr would betray the Marine. Asahi is not a pirate, so he can also poach him. Once Zephyr went to his side, if Asahi gets a series of black materials of the world government, at least half of Marine's people can be poached at that time. However, for now, it will take some time to poach Smoker. He needs White Zetsu to record all kinds of black materials about the Marine. When the time comes, Smoker will know that the Marine is a place where all kinds of filth are hidden, so Smoker will probably explode directly. Not to mention, this is the East Blue, which is completely a den of thieves. Asahi will not deny that most people in Marine are good people, but many things are not decided by these good people, but the on the top. Even for Sengoku, who is the fleet admiral, it is still impossible to disobey the Five Elders' order. What the Five Elders said, the Marine will immediately follow them like an obedient loyal dog, and help the world government to do what they want. So it is understandable that even if most of the people in the Marine are righteous, the shitty people like Five Elders on the top are enough to directly pull down more than half of the Marine's justice, so Asahi is not exaggerating when he says that the Marine has huge problems. To dig Smoker, he needs information, so he would just wait for White Zetsu to send it to himself. Before that, Asahi plans to kill Arlong and his group first. To be honest, what this group of fishmen done are really disgusting to Asahi. After all, it can be said that Arlong and his group are like people who are robbed of money by others in the school and are constantly bullied, but they didn't dare to go and find trouble with these people, and instead turned to people who are weaker than themselves and done the same bullying to these weak people to vent their anger. Arlong and his group can't mix in the New World and Grand Line, so they can only come to the East Blue to dominate these people. People say that they are wronged and it's not wrong for them to do such thing, but for Asahi, Arlong's behavior is what he looks down on most. The fishmen were bullied by the Celestial Dragons, so they should have gone to find trouble with the Celestial Dragons. However, this Arlong run to the East Blue to bully others because he can't do anything against those strong people. Because of that, Asahi's current goal is Kokoyasi Village, and he used a spatial movement to teleport directly to the island where Kokoyasi Village is located. Of course, Asahi didn't go defeat Arlong directly. Right now, he just intends to make a deal with Nami, just like when he made a deal with other people at the beginning, to help Nami solve the hidden dangers. After all, what he needs the most is loyalty. Without any trouble, Asahi came to Nami's house directly. In fact, Asahi was a little curious about something. It is reasonable to say that there are soul dwellings in this world, as after dying, Brook came back from the underworld and found his body again. Then, he wondered if Kaguya's samsara of heavenly life technique also affect this world's people. He felt that it is worth studying, and maybe he can experiment with Belmir. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" Seeing a person standing at his door, Nojiko asked with some doubts. "Nami, she should be there," Asahi said with a smile. Nami is indeed here, but she is not at home, but in the orange orchard, as she is burying the treasure that she has just obtained in the orange grove at this moment. To be honest, Asahi admires Nami very much. It is unknown where she got the confidence that she can collect 100 million Bailey, and even dare to go to steal Buggy's treasure, even if she has no combat power. It can be said that Nami is completely desperate for the sake of this village. Because of that, Asahi admires Nami very much. Under the same conditions, Asahi estimated that the only thing he thinks is to escape first, instead of choosing to steal this 100 million Bailey. To put it bluntly, if there is even a little problem, Nami will basically not be able to survive now. "You. What are you looking for Nami for?" Nojiko was a little worried at this moment. What if this guy comes to trouble Nami? Nami has provoked a lot of people outside, so it is not impossible for this kind of situation to happen. A stranger ran to the village and asked about Nami's situation. Didn't this tell her clearly that there was a problem? "Don't worry, I'm not here to make trouble. I'm here to make a deal with her." "Well, it's a very simple deal." After Asahi finished speaking, Nojiko's face remained unchanged. Seeing this, Asahi was too lazy to talk nonsense. He can just kill Arlong and his group directly, but he won't get anything for doing that. No, Nami never came back. After a few moments, Nojiko turned her head and said so, directly denying that Nami had come back. "Then, I will wait here." Asahi didn't talk nonsense either. He directly took out a chair from his own space and sat down. The space was created with space magic to store things, which is very easy for Asahi to do without any effort. But what Asahi had done made Nojiko's eyes widened. In the East Blue, there are not much people with devil fruit, and Nojiko is not very clear about it. It can be said that the news in East Blue is very limited. Seeing Asahi's action, Nojiko was really shocked. She didn't know where the chair was taken out, so she couldn't help but being stunned when it appeared out of thin air. Chapter 182 Let Nami take care of Arlong. Nojiko, why are you standing here, and who is this guy? After Nami buried her treasure, she saw this strange scene when she came back, so she was also a little confused. This Mr. said he is looking for you and wants to make a deal with you. Nojiko is already standing in front of Nami when she said that. Although both of them have no blood relationship, she really treats Nami as her sister. What is the deal and how much is it? Nami didn't know Nojiko's thoughts and concerns at all. As soon as she heard the word deal, she immediately thought of money. As long as there is money, then everything is easy to say. It's very simple. You will work for me in the future, and I will help you get rid of Arlong's group, or I will give you the power to get rid of Arlong and his group. Asahi didn't talk nonsense, and said his purpose directly. After all, he is here to poach Nami. You are joking with me. Nami's face changed when she heard this. Arlong's strength is very trashy in the New World and Grand Line, but it is different here. This is the East Blue. Nami herself often leaves Kokoyasi village over the years, and she has also seen quite a lot of things when she leaves Kokoyasi village, but she also knew Arlong's status and strength in East Blue. With Arlong's strength, she basically cannot find a few people who can deal with him. At least, Nami has never encountered such a person until now, and Arlong and the Marine are in the same boat, so Marine is useless. Thinking that Arlong is the overlord of East Blue, Nami doesn't believe that someone can help her get rid of Arlong, so she immediately believes that Asahi is trying to fool her. Is there any benefit in fooling you? You can experience it yourself. Asahi directly used enchantment magic to add power to Nami. With Irene's high-level enchantment magic, let alone power, even personality can be added. At this moment, Asahi added some power to Nami, making her strength surpass the strength of Arlong's group. To put it bluntly, Arlong's strength is like a rooster, which is just a larger cannon fodder, so it is enough to add a little strength to Nami. What is going on? Why do I suddenly feel that my strength has increased a lot? Nami waved her hand with some doubts, but found that the wave of her hand actually caused a wave of air flowing. I add some power to you, which makes you stronger than Arlong and his group. How is it? I can give you the power to defeat Arlong, but then you have to work for me. Asahi asked with a smile, as nothing is more convincing than real experience. Nami's expression is directly frozen at this moment. She was suspicious of the guy in front of her, but he actually gives her such a strong power directly, which was a bit too shocking. At this moment, Nami tried to step on the ground with her foot, and a small depression was formed with her at the center. You better be careful. Your strength is not weak now, and if you hit someone, they will basically be crippled. After Asahi reminded her again, Nami's action became more cautious. Of course, this additional magic is not permanent, unless Asahi maintains it forever, which can be done, but it is not Nami's own power. I promised, I will work for you in the future. Nami agreed without even thinking about it. She still understands Arlong's strength, so she knew that her current power has surpassed Arlong. She can steal money desperately in order to redeem her village, that means she can naturally sell herself. Therefore, Nami agreed without any hesitation. Then the deal is established. You can now go to Arlong and his group for revenge now. Asahi nodded and said. Regarding Nami, he felt that he needs to get her to his side first, and then starts slowly. Nami, who had the power now, left without saying a word, and went to find Arlong. As long as Arlong is not dead, she really can't feel at ease, and now that she has the power to defeat the other party, she no longer hesitates. Asahi waved his hand, and a screen appeared in front of him. In this screen, Nami was heading to Arlong Park at an extremely fast speed. As for Nojiko, although she was worried, she can't do anything now. She couldn't even chase after Nami, but because she was worried about Nami, she still chased after her, and Asahi didn't bother to care about it. After Nojiko reached Arlong Park, it was estimated that Nami would have already dealt with Arlong and his group. Originally, Asahi planned to use the Historia of the Dead to materialize Fisher Tiger to clean up Arlong and then kill him, but now, there is no need to do so. He just needs to leave it to Nami to handle it by herself, but based on Nami's situation, it is estimated that Arlong and the others will not be killed by her. To put it bluntly, even if she has a lot of hatred for Arlong, Nami is still extremely kind in nature, and there's no way she can kill someone. Even when she meets Hueco again in the original work, She chose to forgive Hueco, which shows her kindness. Hueco followed Arlong to do so many things. Even if he was not involved in certain events, he was also part of Arlong's group, and in Arlong's group, none of them were innocent. So according to Asahi's understanding of Nami, the most she would do is defeating Arlong, and it is still up to him to take care of the aftermath. This kind of existence is simply scourge, so there's no way he would let them go. Of course, the current stage is Nami's, so he would let Nami went to take care of Arlong, as there was nothing more comfortable than this. Nami in the screen soon came to Arlong Park. Nami, you are back. How much money did you stole this time? After seeing Nami, some fishermen began to laugh constantly. They knew Arlong's character very well. Let alone 100 million, even if it was 1 billion or 10 billion, Arlong would not let go of Kokoyasi village and Nami, so they just take Nami's affairs as a joke. Where's Arlong? With strength, Nami also has the confidence, and there is no need to talk nonsense with these fishmen. When she said this, almost all the fishermen's faces looked unsightly. You actually called Arlong-sama by his name? How dare you? A fisherman looked at Nami with a displeased expression and said, and planned to teach Nami a lesson, but before he could finish his words, Nami's fist had already hit his body, and the fishman turned into a cannonball and blown away. He directly smashed into a house, and his life and death are unknown. The scene turned quite in an instant. At this moment, the remaining fishermen have shut their mouths. They couldn't understand how Nami did it, and why she could blow a fishman so easily. When did Nami have such a terrifying power? Isn't the fishman's strength much superior than human? At this moment, all the fishermen have this thought in their minds. Chapter 183 Arlong, since when are ability users not afraid of seawater? After blasting a fishman with a punch, Nami became more confident in herself. After the other fishermen came back to their senses, they were shocked that Nami suddenly possessed such a powerful power, but Nami did indeed attack their companions. As a human, even though Nami is one of them, how could they not know the fact that Arlong only took a fancy to Nami's navigational knowledge? As for the village, it was the rain that tied Nami. To put it bluntly, it's like they're giving a person a free job. However, as a temporary wage earner, how dares she attacks them, the regular employees? Most of the fishermen were full of anger, completely ignoring the power of Nami just now. In this world, there are so many idiots that can't determine their own strength. This kind of people only knows to rush and fight, but the One Piece world does not lack such desperados. But now that Nami's power is not something they can compare, none of the fishermen who rushed over can withstand the impact of Nami's punch. They're basically like a kid who are blown away with one punch. Even though the number of fishermen is not low, after a few minutes of tossing around like this, all of the fishermen are either smashed into the wall or fell into the ground, basically in a half-dead state. This time, Nami is obviously holding back, so although they were defeated one by one, none of them are dead. Not long after, Arlong brought some of his confidants over. There are several cadres of the Arlong Pirates group, which are Hueco, Kurobe, and Chu. Nami, it looks like you have obtained incredible power, but do you know that we fishermen are specifically designed to restrain this power? Although Nami's power has increased so much, Arlong is not panicked at all. For Nami to suddenly have such a big change, it is obvious that she has eaten a devil fruit, so her combat power increased to such level, and in Arlong Park, it just happens that there is a seawater channel leading to the sea, and the presence of seawater meant that the ability user is no problem at all. In fact, Arlong had already discovered Nami's situation when Nami started, but he didn't come over immediately, as he's preparing the seawater. No matter what kind of ability you have, as long as you touch seawater, you can only wait for death. Hueco and the others are holding huge barrels in their hands, and with so much seawater, you won't be able to do anything. Arlong, today I will give you everything that you have imposed on our village. Nami didn't know what Arlong meant by saying this. She had heard of devil fruit when she sailed so many times outside, but she didn't pay much attention to it, as she had never seen a devil fruit user, so she didn't know what Arlong is talking about. Then try it, do it. Arlong yelled, and the people behind him threw the barrels directly into the sky, and then Chu spurted out a stream of seawater from his mouth, directly blasting the wooden barrels, and the seawater fell like rain, and there was no way to avoid it. Naturally, Nami was drenched all over without any exception. She was a little confused at this moment. She thought that the other party would use some strange weapon, but she didn't expect it to be seawater. After seeing Nami's body getting drenched by the seawater, Arlong didn't wait any longer, and directly chose to attack her. He rushed in front of Nami like a sharp arrow. At this moment, Nami didn't know why, but Arlong didn't prevent her from attacking him. Arlong rushed over so blatantly, and with such a large body, he is simply a perfect target, so this time, Nami directly kicked Arlong very simply. Bang! A dull sound came from Arlong's body, And then Arlong flew back directly at a faster speed. With his kick, Nami not only kicked him away, but also broken several of Arlong's ribs. Boom! Arlong's body flew backwards and directly hit the largest building in Arlong Park. In an instant, the building was directly destroyed, and Arlong's body was directly buried by the building. Brother Arlong. Hueco and the other cadres were instantly dumbfounded when they saw this. At this moment, their heads were still full of confusion. It was well known that the devil fruit user would be powerless when touched by seawater, so they are confused why Nami is still alright now. After coming back to their senses, they quickly went to the ruins to dig Arlong. At this moment, Nami was also a little confused. She didn't understand what Arlong is doing. He first shot a wave of useless seawater attacks, and immediately afterwards, he rushed towards her blatantly as if delivering his head to her. Is there something wrong with the brains of these guys? Before the cadres could dig for long, an impact suddenly came from the ruins, and then a hole was blasted open in the ruins, and Arlong, whose appearance became a little haggard, quickly crawled out of the hole. Just now, several of his ribs were broken, and there was also internal bleeding. Moreover, in addition to internal bleeding, he was blasted to the building just now, so his head was broken and blood flowed down. After the building collapsed and fell down, he was smashed all over by the ruins. Therefore, at this moment, more than half of Arlong's combat power has directly disappeared. Of course, if this guy is desperate, it will be different. How is it possible? Why is seawater useless against you? Seawater should be the nemesis of all devil fruit users. There is still blood on Arlong's head at this time, and he roars at Nami with unconvinced expression on his face. Even the four emperors can't break the law of the sea, but now, Nami, who he believes to have devil fruit ability, is actually not afraid of seawater. Devil fruit users. You regard me as devil fruit user? Nami finally understood what's going on, but she didn't talk nonsense anymore, as she wanted to pay back all the pain that Arlong had inflicted on them from back then. Seeing Nami no longer said anything but rushed over to them, the cadres quickly moved, but they were not as good as Arlong, so it was natural that they are punched by Nami like a little kid. However, this guy Arlong was vicious enough. Seeing his little brothers fighting with Nami, he waited for the right timing and rushed over directly, using his sharp teeth and nose to directly attack Nami's back. In the end, Nami has no combat experience, so even if her strength has skyrocketed, she can only throw punches and kicks, so she was caught off guard and was hit by Arlong. However, after a huge force came from behind her, Nami's foot slammed directly on the ground to offset the impact, but Arlong was stunned once again. He found that his attack could not penetrate Nami's body and was directly defended. How is it possible? Chapter 184 Cut the weeds and get rid of the roots. What Asahi added to Nami is more than just power. Otherwise, even if Nami has power, she will be destroyed instantly with such a crappy defense when someone sneak attack on her. Therefore, Asahi also added enough defense to Nami, at least to be invincible against Arlong. Arlong's attack was completely useless, and after Nami knew that she was invincible, her eyes lit up. She would dodge the attack before, but this time, she didn't try to dodge, which led to the other fishmen to panic instantly. Nami didn't dodge the attacks, but endured the impact, and knocked down the cadres of the Arlong pirates to the ground in an instant. Then, Nami set her gaze on Arlong, and Arlong saw that the situation was not right, so he planned to run away, but how could she give him a chance? Grabbing a large piece of ruin from the ground, Nami fiercely threw it over to Arlong, like a shot put, but the shot became a ruined stone the size of a wall. Because Arlong turned his back to Nami and he didn't know observation hockey, he was directly hit. The smashed Arlong fell to the ground like a gourd, and after being overtaken by Nami, Nami's fists fell on Arlong like raindrops. This is for the pain you brought to the village, this is for Genzo-san, and this is for Belmere, and these are for all the people you have hurt. At almost every punch, Nami will say a word. Arlong has too many debts, and it is impossible to count them. At her last punch, Nami directly hit Arlong's saw-like nose, smashing it, and Arlong had only his last breath left at this moment. But at this moment, Nami stopped. She still can't kill her opponent. It can only be said that she is still a bit too tender, and her heart is a little too kind. If she were changed to any other person around Asahi, they would definitely kill Arlong immediately. After Nami finished venting, Nojiko finally arrived. Seeing Arlong Park that had been turned into ruins, Nojiko was completely stunned. After hearing Nami's explanation, she knew that Nami really obtained the power to defeat Arlong and his group. Let's go, Nojiko, they are no longer a threat now. Nami, who was unable to kill her enemy, finally called Nojiko to leave together. In this regard, the corners of Asahi's mouth were constantly twitching. What should I say? You guys. It's cut the grass and get rid of the roots. Why would you let the other party go like this? Although all of them have been beaten to half-death, the vitality of these guys is quite good, and although it is indeed useless to notify the Marine now, you can't just leave them alone like this. Regarding Nami leaving such a big hidden danger for herself, he has nothing to say, but those treasure, don't you want them? When did the cat burglar dislike treasures? Asahi shook his head, and then used space magic to transfer all the treasures in Arlong Park away, and then use enchantment magic to create a ball of flames above Arlong Park, and then with a wave of his hand, the ball of flames fell like a meteor and directly hit Arlong Park. The entire Arlong Park instantly turned into a huge hole because of the impact, and the terrifying shockwave spread far away. Nami and Nojiko, who had not gone far, were also taken aback. After feeling the shockwave, they hurriedly returned to the place where Arlong Park was before, but apart from a huge sinkhole, there is nothing left. What the hell is going on here? In shock, Nami almost lost herself and asked with a disbelief tone. I believe that only that person who gives you the strength can do this kind of thing. Nami, let's go back and have a look. Nojiko guessed is not wrong. Since Asahi bestowed Nami the power to defeat the fishmen, it is not incomprehensible for him to do such a thing. Wait, if those fishmen are dead, they're dead, but there are many treasures in there, I forgot them just now. Nami suddenly let out a scream. She didn't care very much about the death of the fishmen. Although she was kind and left the other party alive, it didn't mean that she would be sad for these fishmen, but the treasure is her weakness. She was having a lot of emotion just before, and since she saw Nojiko came over, she forgot about it, but now, there is nothing left in this place. Nami, if the treasure is gone, it's gone, let's go back first. Nojiko didn't know how to describe her own sister. Shouldn't she be shocked by what happened? Such a big Arlong Park was destroyed easily, and they didn't even know how such thing happened, but Nami actually cared more about the treasures. She felt that there's a problem with her sister's mind. After all, no matter how much she loves money, she shouldn't love money to such an extent. In the end, Nami had no choice but to go back with Nojiko. After returning to the village, they also explained what has happened. As a result, the whole village was shocked, but they all knew that Nami or Nojiko wouldn't be joking about this kind of thing. So a group of people quickly rushed to Arlong Park. When they arrived, they found that the place had directly turned into a sinkhole, so everyone in the whole village began to cheer, and some were even crying. It can't be helped, after all, they have been oppressed too badly for so long. As for Nami and Nojiko, they returned home immediately, but after opening the door, Nami and Nojiko were shocked, because, besides Asahi, there is actually a lot of treasures behind him, and many bellies, gold, silver and jewelry are directly piled there. When Asahi transferred these things, he took them all away at once, so these things are scattered all over the place. The moment Nami saw these things, Nami's eyes turned into belly symbols, she rushed over in a trot, and then directly plunged into the treasure pile. On the other hand, Nojiko covered her forehead in shame. Sure enough, no matter how strong she has become, it is absolutely impossible for her money-loving character to change. Shouldn't you thank this person first? Why did you get into the treasure pile directly? Of course, Nojiko is also a little worried now. She didn't know what is it about his younger sister that the other party has taken a fancy to. It seems that besides her appearance, there is only her navigation knowledge. But the other party is a big man, so how can he lack of navigators? Therefore, she was a little uncertain about what Asahi meant. She was not Nami, and her mind is very clear at this moment. Chapter 185. One of the few advantages of the shinobi world. I have already let you get your revenge, then according to the deal, you will work for me from now on. Asahi suddenly said something, which awakened Nami, who was still addicted to the treasures. At this moment, Nami realized that she seemed to have sold herself before, and she has indeed got her revenge, and the other party seemed to have came to get rid of the roots in the end. But she still sold herself. At this moment, Nami didn't feel too good. She felt that she just got out of the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. So at this moment, Nami suddenly felt that the treasure in front of her was not fragrant. Did you two misunderstand what I said to work for me? I want you to be my subordinate normally, and I will not do the same thing as Arlong, as those guys are extremely disgusting. Asahi was a little speechless after seeing the two's expressions. He felt that these two are comparing him to Arlong. What you're talking about is really just an ordinary job. Nami suddenly realized that there doesn't seem to have anything about this big man would value. Yes, but you should get up first now. These treasures were taken by me from Arlong, so they should be regarded as mine. Asahi said humorously, but Nami was not happy anymore. What did you took it? I am obviously the one who defeated Arlong and his group. I originally planned to send Nojiko and then come back to take it. But you actually took it away. This is obviously a robbery. Yes, this is robbery. Thinking of the treasure, Nami immediately threw away her face and began to argue. It seems that I gave you your power, so the power you use is mine. To put it bluntly, I defeated Arlong from start to finish. Asahi suddenly felt interesting after seeing Nami's sophistry, and planned to tease her. This is the power I gained through the deal, so it's mine. At this moment, Nami directly exploded. After thinking for a long time, she thought of reasons to refute Asahi. Really? I forgot to tell you, but you can't have this power forever, it's only temporary. Asahi threw another bomb at them, and then Nami felt that the terrifying power in her body was fading quickly, and then she turned back to her previous self who didn't have much fighting power. No, this doesn't conform to the content of the deal at all. How can you take back my power? Nami was dumbfounded. Although she is very grateful to the other party for giving her the strength to deal with Arlong, she has sold herself, so what's wrong with asking for the treasure? But the man is angry now. It's fine if he doesn't give her the treasure, but he actually takes her power back. Okay, I'll stop teasing you, I will give you another strength later. This power is only temporarily given to you by me, so you can't use it for a long time. You need to eat one bite at a time, and to take one step at a time. As for these treasures, they are yours, as I will overdraft it as your future salary in advance. Asahi doesn't tease Nami anymore. He will help Nami create the natural energy source. He already asked the system, as the two worlds are already connected. The so-called power system is also connected. So now, people from the Shinobi world can train Marine 6 styles and Haki, and those from One Piece world can naturally train ninjutsu top. So he can help Nami create the natural energy source, and then Nami will naturally become stronger. This natural energy source does not require any chakra, and since the world is connected, he can create it for anyone he wants. And White Zetsu, under his order, in addition to searching for the black materials of the various marines, they are also constantly looking for these training methods. After all, these things can be used to enhance the combat effectiveness of the Shinobi world's people. He really didn't want to say more about Shinobi world's combat power, as except for the high-end combat power, the rest are too trashy, and they simply can't do anything at all. As for whether the things in the Shinobi world will be learned by others, he is not worried at all. He has stored various important secret techniques in archive, and there are not many people who know archive, so these important things will not be leaked. And even if it is leaked, whether the other party can train it is still a problem. After all, Chakra's training was first transmitted from Kaguya, and then gradually, through generations, chakra seeds were formed on people's body. Even if the world is connected, chakra is more special and this seed is needed to learn it. In other words, people who are not from the Shinobi world cannot train chakra, but can train sage art. Because sage art does not have such a requirement, but chakra has it. Everything comes from the sacred tree, so even if the world and the power system are connected, people from the other world cannot learn this power. Unless there is a strong person like Kaguya that can implant chakra seeds for them, or they marry the people from Shinobi world, and the next generation they raise can train in chakra, they can't train in it. This is also considered one of the few advantages in the Shinobi world. You would seriously give all these treasures to me? Nami's eyes, which were very dim just now, have regained the belly symbols again. She is completely obsessed with belly, and couldn't extricate herself. Nojiko also breathed a sigh of relief. She believed that as long as the other party treats her sister well, everything else is secondary. Now, seeing the other party's situation, he will not do anything to her sister. After all, he didn't need anything from her. After indulging in the treasure for a long time, Nami recovered. After that, her behavior did not surprise Asahi. She distributed part of the treasures she has plundered all these years to the village. Of course, it's only part of it. After all, Arlong is not only ruling their village. As for other villages, Nami can't do anything, as it is already her limit to distribute her treasure to her own village. At night, the people in Kokoyashi village began to hold a banquet, and Asahi also participated. He naturally liked this kind of lively thing, so he also participated in it. Seeing this, Nami and Nojiko were a little confused, as they didn't expect that such a strong person, who can destroy Arlong Park with a wave of his hand, would actually participate in this banquet. Isn't his kind of person should be a loner? How can he participate in the banquet with the other villagers? He also mixed well with the others. Asahi didn't say much about this, and early the next morning, he helped Nami directly create a natural energy source. Now, this power is completely yours, but your foundation is too bad, so if you want to become stronger, you have to go step by step. There is no way to instantly become as strong as before, but it shouldn't take much time. After Asahi helped Nami create the natural energy source, Nami also has the capital to become stronger. Now, Asahi has to do another thing. First, deal with Captain Nezumi, and then go to Log Town to find Smoker, a Logia Devil Fruit user. He is not afraid of fighting Logia user, as he can even attack the soul, and his power level is too high, so Logia is basically useless against him. But it still needs to be tested. Chapter 186 Conjecture about Logia in this world. Logia Devil Fruit ability is very strong. If Logia users are staying in the Four Blues, there are not many people who can restrain them, or it can even be said that there are very few people, especially in the East Blue. As long as you don't provoke strong people like Garp casually, which is a proper 4 Emperors level, you can be unscrupulous in the Four Blues. Regarding those with Logia ability, Asahi is also not sure if people from the Shinobi world have the ability to attack the opponent, so he needs to use Smoker to do a test. After all, Haki's training takes too long time. In the Shinobi world, except for the group of people who have the natural energy source and are strong, the others are just crispy mage. Even Raikage only has invincible defense when using lightning-style armor, otherwise, his physique is not that strong. The Shinobi world seems to have a strong physique, but it's because of the increasement from chakra and sage art, so it cannot be denied that they are all crispy, but the One Piece world is different, as almost all the people there have powerful physique. Just look at Doflamingo. After being beaten by Luffy in the original work, he didn't seem to suffer much damage on the surface, and the big balloon, Big Mom, is even more terrifying. Training armament Haki requires a strong physique, so most of the strong people in the Shinobi world do not meet the standard for it, so Asahi can only try other methods first, and the test object he is looking for is none other than Smoker. Smoker is not very strong, and even if he has Logia, it's just a Smoke Logia, which is not strong at all. As for the other experimental subject, it will be Jiraiya. Jiraiya also has natural energy source now, so after dealing with Captain Nezumi, Asahi will let Jiraiya try to fight Smoker to see the specific situation. As for why he chose Jiraiya, it is because he is the most suitable candidate. There's no way Asahi would let his women to came to fight Smoker, so he naturally chose to pull Jiraiya, an expert with natural energy source. If Jiraiya knows what Asahi was thinking, he will definitely complain, as he felt that he really doesn't have human rights. My lord, is it okay for me to call you that? Nami doesn't know how to call Asahi, and she doesn't seem to know what Asahi's name is. Just call me boss. And, my name is Asahi. If you have anything to say, don't hesitate. Asahi saw the look of Nami, and he knew this little girl has something to ask him. Boss, can you also help Nojiko creates the natural energy source you mentioned? Nami just has the natural energy source, and because her foundation is too weak, she can feel that her body is constantly getting stronger, so she also knows that she may be able to seek some benefits for her sister. For Nojiko, it depends on your performance in the future. If you perform well, I will naturally help her create the natural energy source. In addition, I will tell you one advantage of natural energy source. After having the natural energy source, not only can your strength be continuously improved, it also has the effect of retaining your appearance, and it will not be a problem for you to live for hundreds of years. Asahi's words directly exploded in Nami's mind like explosion. She didn't know it is true or not, but Nami felt her new boss wouldn't lie to her about such thing. Even though it looked easy to create the natural energy source, in this world, no one except him can do it. Even if he gives the method to other people, the others cannot create it, because it was developed based on his terrifying strength, terrifying energy and terrifying control ability. Because of that, even Orochimaru can't do it. Orochimaru understands the principle, but he can't do it, and with continuous improvement, Asahi will only develop this natural energy source to be more and more terrifying, and it is simply impossible for other people to do so, and it eliminates the possibility of others having it without his permission. Of course, there is no guarantee that there will be some powerful existence in the future who can do this, but for now, this is Asahi's own patent. I know boss, I will definitely work hard, but what will my future job be? I only know how to sail. At this time, Nami suddenly realized that she could only sail. No need, you just need to be my secretary. Regarding him saying that he digs Nami because of her sailing ability, of course it's not the truth. It's because Asahi likes Nami very much in the original work, so he dug her, so just put it next to him as his secretary. Nami is just a little secretary he puts next to him. Strictly speaking, she is a little like a little maid, just like Shizune Tsunoda always bring with her, he also brings Nami with him now. A secretary. The kind who handles documents? The word secretary is not a big deal in this world. After all, even Khalifa is Iceberg's secretary, so it is not difficult to understand. No, you will understand after getting familiar with it in the future. For now, you are going to do another thing related to you. Asahi is too lazy to say anything, and Nami will naturally become familiar with it gradually in the future. Is there anything else related to me other than Arlong? Nami asked with some doubts. Captain Nezumi, this name shouldn't be unfamiliar to you, right? He and Arlong worked together, causing your village to become like this, and it also made your impression of Marine to become extremely bad. Of course, not all Marines in East Blue are like this. If you went to Logetown and spread this matter into the ears of the Marine in Logetown, Captain Nezumi would have fallen a long time ago, and he won't be arrogant until now. Now that Arlong is gone, he will directly target your village, so go and get rid of him first. Asahi explained. Captain Nezumi is a scourge, and Asahi doesn't understand how this kind of people could climb to this position. Smoker is the same, as he does not come out when staying in Logetown. He didn't know what has become the Marine in East Blue, so he is really not a qualified manager. It turned out to be him, but will the Marine in Logetown really take care of this kind of thing? Nami asked with some doubts. She naturally knew about Logetown, but before this, she used to think that these Marines and pirates were the same, and after leaving here, she also saw too many bad people in Marine, so she has long lost confidence in the Marine. Of course, but the entire Marine of the East Blue is basically a huge den of thieves. Most of them are like moths, but there are only a small number of Marines still insisting on justice, and Logetown is one of them. Asahi shook his head. Since Nami hasn't asked Marine for help for so many years, it can be seen how rotten the Marine in the East Blue is. Chapter 187 Hopeless Jiraiya. The defender of Logetown should be the Marine with the highest status in the East Blue. If he insists on justice, how could East Blue become like this? Nami still couldn't believe it. That's why I said he is staying too much in his home. You have to know that if you don't check things yourself, some things will be concealed. And he has always stayed in Logetown, and at most, he would send someone to check the situation out, but those people are also easily bought off. After Asahi said that, he stopped talking. There were moths everywhere, that's why Nami was kind of skeptical. It's because she had seen too many corrupt Marines, so she also thought that the highest commander of the East Blue was also a corrupt person. Who would have thought that it would turn out to be like this in the end? In short, Nami was completely speechless. This is the end of the explanation. Now, we should go to Captain Nezumi's base to find trouble. After he finished speaking, Asahi stood up. I'm going to prepare the ship now. After Nami said that, she planned to go out, but Asahi stopped her directly. No need, I don't know how to use the ship. I can go to wherever I want. Asahi said with a smile. When he uses spatial movement, he needs coordinates. He can also use spatial movement to teleport to places that he has not visited before, but it is not suitable to teleport to a strange place. But now, White Zetsu is acting as his eyes. In the entire East Blue, as long as there are islands with people, there will be White Zetsu, so he already has the coordinates, and he can teleport to wherever he wants to go directly. Naturally, there is no need for a ship. After Nami came to her senses, she found that the environment around her changed directly, and she appeared above a sea area. At this moment, the two just floated in the air. Wow, where is this place, and how do I fly in the sky? Nami is completely dumbfounded. The two of them are flying in the sky so well, but Nami is supported by Asahi's energy, and Asahi himself is floating in the air with his own strength. Space movement, as long as I want, I can go to any place in the East Blue in an instant. As for flying, when your natural energy source grows stronger in the future, you will also be able to fly by learning some special magic, but you can't do it now. Our goal is right below. As he said that, Asahi pointed at the sea area below, and there is a warship sailing. This is Nezumi's warship, and on the warship, there was White Zetsu, but now, the White Zetsu has left, because Asahi didn't plan to let go of this warship. Can I learn these things in the future? Nami's eyes began to light up. Thinking that she could fly freely in the sky, and would even have the ability to go anywhere with a single thought, she is very looking forward to it. Of course, but for the time being, you can't learn it. You need to wait until the natural energy source in your body grows. As he said that, a small sun appeared on the tip of one of Asahi's fingers. After sweeping away the treasure on the ship, he directly threw the small sun down. The small sun, who was originally only the size of Asahi's fingernails, swelled instantly after arriving on the warship, and immediately wrapped the warship in it. Before the people on the ship could utter a scream, they were burned up completely. Since then, there will be no such person as Captain Nezumi in this world. The ship is gone. After the small sun disappeared, the spherical hollow that appeared in the center was instantly covered by seawater, and then disappeared, as if the previous warship did not exist at all. If there's no accident, you can do it too in the future, and this kind of power is nothing to the strong people. Asahi doesn't care about it. After all, it's just destroying a warship. Many people in this world can do it. This world is actually so dangerous. Why haven't you heard of it before? Nami was a little speechless. This world is actually so dangerous, but she doesn't know anything. Strictly speaking, compared to other places, East Blue's overall combat power is less than 1/10 of that of other places, and compared to the Grand Line and New World, it is even weaker. An existence like Harlong can be mixed in Grand Line a little bit, but in New World, this kind of person is not much different from cannon fodder, that is to say, he's just bullying people on the East Blue. After Asahi finished speaking, he took Nami and left again. This time, they went to Logue Town. By the way, the Arlong pirate's tattoo on Nami's shoulder has been removed by him. Asahi thinks that if he is going to poach Hancock, he can definitely do so without taking too much effort. He can directly remove the mark on her body, and he would at least earn half of the favorability. After arriving in Logue Town, Asahi did not appear directly on the street, but came into a forest, and then he called Jiraiya over. Where is this place? Asahi-sama, what do you want me to do? Jiraiya's way of addressing Asahi has never changed. Even if he can directly call Tsunade and others by their names, he would always address Asahi with the word Sama. This is due to the respect in his heart, and it's not because he's coerced. Asahi actually told everyone that there is no need for this, but Jiraiya and the others are still like this. Except for the people around Asahi, and elders like Anoki, other people call him Sama even if they are older. Even Hashirama is the same, as over time, he gets used to calling Asahi that. This is the side of the world that borders us. By the way, let me introduce you first. This is Nami, she can be regarded as my secretary. This time, I asked you to come here this time to test something. Asahi introduced Nami, but the look Jiraiya gave him made Asahi a little speechless. This guy clearly expresses a meaning, to be able to find a girl just after you go out, you are very amazing. But Asahi doesn't care about it, instead, he told Jiraiya about the situation of Logia ability user. Hearing this, Jiraiya understands the reason why he was called this time. So this time, I came here just to experiment, right? Why is it me? Jiraiya was speechless, but he also accepted it, as he is also very interested in the so-called Logia ability. Try ninjutsu first, then use natural energy if it doesn't work. Asahi reminded. Natural energy and chakra are two kinds of power. Of course, natural energy can strengthen chakra when using ninjutsu. The natural energy source is equivalent to permanent sage mode, but whether to strengthen chakra with natural energy depends on the user's own decision. However, Asahi feels that chakra is probably useless. After all, elemental attacks are of the same as elementalization. Unless it is mutual restraint, it will not be of much use. And only haki can be used, so in truth, Asahi's main test is the natural energy source. Chapter 188 The strong are not afraid of seawater, the ability to invalidate ordinary attacks, but I am afraid that this ability has great disadvantages, especially the seawater and that thing called. After understanding the specific situation, Jiraiya suddenly felt that the after effects of this kind of thing is too great, and this world is full of seas, and just a few shinobi who know water style can easily take care of these people. The drawbacks are indeed great, but for many strong people, they don't need to worry about things like seawater on their bodies. Asahi shook his head. Devil fruit user in this world is indeed afraid of seawater, and it stands to reason that a shinobi who knows water style can thrive in this world, especially someone like Tobirama, as his water style can be said to be sea release. But is it really so? Just look at Akainu, he has eaten the magma fruit, becoming magma human, so even if someone uses seawater to attack him, he can just use magma to wrap himself up, so the seawater would only hit the magma he created at most. After the magma encountered water, the water would quickly dissipate. And as long as his body does not touch the seawater, then he won't have any problem. Asahi can even imagine that if Akainu falls into the sea, he can create a large amount of magma in an instant. And even if he sinks to the bottom of the sea and the magma becomes rock, he can use the magma to forcibly make an upward passage from the bottom of the sea. By constantly create magma, and then dug out the center after it cools, he can create a road leading to the surface of the sea. Of course, such an idea may not be possible. Not to mention a lot, just lack of oxygen alone is probably enough for Akainu to die directly, so it is basically impossible to achieve this kind of thing. But the fact that top-level ability users are not afraid of the seawater can be said to be the truth. For Kizaru, the seawater can't hit him at all, unless someone can directly punch Kizaru into the sea, but this kind of operation is also very difficult. Aokiji is even more unafraid, as he can just directly create ice to freeze the sea. No matter what, there is no chance of touching any water, as it will be frozen in an instant, so only sea stone is possible to do anything to him. Although the top powerhouses have such obvious weaknesses, normal people are basically unable to take advantage of them, or even if the strong ones want to make use of them, it is very difficult. After hearing Asahi's explanation and fully understood the wonders of this world, Jiraiya was stunned. Things like seawater can only deal with the weak and a few other special existences, and most of the strong are not afraid of it. As for sea stone, it can be used. If you have the same strength, as long as you have sea stone weapon, then it'll be a different matter. Speaking of which, it should be the most beneficial for Minato, as long as you get him some sea stone weapons. Jiraiya suddenly thought of Minato and Obirama's flying thunder god technique, as it is very amazing. No, it won't work, as their attack power is not enough. This world also has a power called armament haki, which is equivalent to covering you with a thick layer of armor, and the devil fruit power can also be covered with it, so Minato and their attack power are temporarily insufficient, but sneak attack is okay. Asahi shook his head. Because strong people would have armament and observation haki, Minato was restrained a lot by them. There's also such a trick? It's really amazing. Then, can we learn this kind of thing? Jiraiya was a little speechless, but after he finished complaining, he started asking again. As he is also greedy for such ability. Yes, but you need a very strong body, so you should try to develop your natural energy source, so that you can learn these haki in a short time. Asahi nodded. Right now, he is just waiting for White Zetsu to deliver the things to him. They don't need to send it directly to him, as they can just use a Lacrima to send it to Asahi, and then Asahi's archive can record the information they send directly. Haki's practice method is important, and it is even useful for Asahi. Now that Asahi has removed his limiter, once he learns haki, it is equivalent to the haki also develops with his limiter, and then he can fuse haki and his own energy. All in all, the way for Asahi to continuously improve his life level is constantly fusing his abilities, so these things are also very useful to him. Moreover, there is no need to worry about learning too much and causing the energy in his body to become messy. That's fine, I'll go and find that guy and give it a try now, but should I just fight like this? Knowing that he can learn a lot from this fight, Jiraiya nodded, but he encounters another difficulty again, as there's no way he can just go straight there and beat this guy up, right? At least, there must be a reason or something. It's simple, you can just say that you came here to learn from the other party. That smoker here is also a militant, so if he doesn't agree, you can pretend to be a battle maniac and battle him. Asahi said indifferently, but Jiraiya's forehead was covered with cold sweat when he heard this. This guy is a bit unreliable. What does he mean by pretending to be a battle maniac and battle him? It is completely unreasonable. But Jiraiya is just his subordinate, so he didn't dare to say anything, and left directly. Boss, what are you talking about just now? Nami is a little confused. What haki, what strong logia, what this world and that world? Her mind is all muddled up by their discussion. You will know this later, for now, let's go watch the battle. After saying that, Asahi took Nami directly into the sky again. Here, they can clearly see what happened in the marine branch below, while Asahi and Nami are in invisible state. In fact, there are many lunatics in this world who challenge people everywhere, that is, those so-called swordsmen and great swordsmen, especially those with the identity of 7 warlords of the seas like Hawkeye, as he basically goes wherever he wanted to. It's just that ordinary people are not worthy of him. Asahi estimated that Hawkeye has already fought most of the strong powerhouses in Marine. However, Asahi was still a little wrong. After all, Smoker is a Marine, and Jiraiya just came to the door to challenge him. There's no way he would agree, so Jiraiya's excuse was directly rejected, and Smoker didn't bother to care about him. In desperation, Jiraiya could only start the fight and broke into Logtown's marine base. Captain Smoker, that's not good, just now. That person who wanted to challenge you directly entered this base, and he is too strong, we are not opponents at all. Smoker is still smoking a lot of cigarettes in his office at this time, and a Marine rushed in and reported anxiously. What? Smoker was upset upon hearing this, attacking a Marine base? How dare that guy do such thing? It seems that there are still people in East Blue who dare to make trouble in front of me. Chapter 189 Natural Energy Source Restrain Logia. These weapons are really annoying, but for ordinary shinobi, they are too powerful. After Jiraiya rushed in, these Marines used guns to shoot him. Jiraiya has natural energy source, and even if he does not use the natural energy, it is still equivalent to permanently entering Sage mode, and if someone enters Sage mode, their defense and physical fitness begin to skyrocket. Therefore, in the face of guns and ammunition, he is not afraid, and as long as he doesn't get hit in the eyes, he'll be fine. But there is no doubt that guns and ammunition are simply too lethal against ordinary shinobi. Asahi didn't care about it before, and he didn't know that the world would merge, so when their technology started rising, he did not take the road of hot weapons. After all, his strength is enough to suppress the entire shinobi world, and the creation of firearms will only cause huge damage to the shinobi world. Of course, That is the case, but sooner or later, it will be researched, but Asahi didn't care at all. Under this circumstance, the technology have not climbed in this direction at all, but apart from some beneficial technologies, there's also weapon appeared, which is chakra equipment like in Boruto. By sealing a ninjutsu in the scroll first, it can be released through some mechanical equipment, which can also prevent too late to form the hand seals and even excessive consumption of chakra, but it is not recognized by the old generation of orthodox shinobi in Boruto. In fact, Asahi felt nothing about it. To put it bluntly, there are pros and cons of the chakra equipment. The pro is that they can prepare a lot of techniques in advance, and then use this stuff to bombard the enemy in quantity, but it's bad. The con is that everyone can use this method, so at that time, who will work hard to train and become stronger. So there are pros and cons, and it can't be completely denied. Asahi has Orochimaru and they do their best to develop the technology. This thing has actually been researched, but Asahi has also ordered that an inspection will be carried out every year. Whoever relies on this thing too much and does not continue to train not only would have this chakra equipment taken back, their rank will also be demoted directly, so it can be regarded as reducing the con as much as possible. But guns and ammunition are still very harmful to the crispy mage. In fact, for people in the One Piece world, except for Zone and a small number of special existences like Big Mom, Kaido, and others, it is still very lethal, as their body can still be penetrated by bullets. After all, bullets can also be covered with armament hockey. Zephyr also has bullets made by Seastone. And these people are not invincible even if they are strong. After all, even Shiki has his head pierced with rudder. In short, at this moment, Jiraiya is worried that guns can cause huge damage to shinobi. Although many ninjutsu can be avoided, they are not completely immune to it. Now that he has seen the power of guns and ammunition, he is also a little worried. Damn, this monster is not afraid of guns at all. Has Captain not arrived yet? At this moment, a lot of the Marines have been knocked over by Jiraiya, but Jiraiya didn't kill them, and just knocked the opponent out. When the Marines saw the bullets were useless, they could only be forced to retreat by Jiraiya. White blow. At this time, a fist directly blasted towards Jiraiya, and there is a series of smoke behind the fist. Huh? Fist? Jiraiya was a little stunned, but he still punched the coming fist directly, but the fist turned into smoke and passed through his fist, and then another punch came immediately from behind him. What a weird way to attack. Is this Logia ability user? Jiraiya simply stepped back, retreating from Smoker. Who the hell are you? Why are you attacking the Marine base? Smoker appeared with a cigar in his mouth. At this moment, Asahi is a little curious, how much is this guy's salary? Judging from the consumption of his cigarettes, can his salary really support him to buy so much cigarettes? Or because of his fruit ability, so his cigarettes are given for free by Marine? My name is Jiraiya. As for the purpose, I already said it before. Jiraiya looked at Smoker with some doubts. Could it be that the news I come here to challenge him didn't reach this guy's ears? Smoker was a little embarrassed when he heard Jiraiya's words. He seemed to have subconsciously asked an idiot question just now, but he didn't expect this kind of person would actually rush in for the challenge. I am afraid that this man is a battle maniac. Are you from the Wano country? Although you are here to challenge me, you can't just leave after attacking a Marine base. You will be captured. Smoker is also helpless. The main reason is that the opponent doesn't even have a reputation. If the one challenging him is a slightly well-known strong person, he would probably agree, but Jiraiya has no reputation, and he didn't expect he has good strength. And looking at Jiraiya's outfit, Smoker couldn't help but think of the people from Wano country. Smoker came here after graduating from the headquarters, knowing that there are some special forces in the Grand Line and New World. If you want to catch me, you must beat me first. After Jiraiya said that, he started forming hand seals. He had already tried attacking with bare hand just now, and it was useless and the opponent's weird attack can only be avoided constantly, so now, he needs to test whether chakra is useful. Fire style, flame bullet. Opening his mouth, Jiraiya spit out a fireball and it quickly shot towards Smoker. Smoker was stunned by the flame that appeared suddenly, because those who can use flames to attack are those with Logia fruit ability, and it should be flame fruit. After the flame bullet hit Smoker, the flame bullet directly passed through his body. What kind of fruit power are you? Flame fruit has obviously been eaten by someone else. Is it the weaker version of flame fruit? At this moment, Smoker is a little confused. Could it be that he has eaten something like ignition fruit? But is there such a fruit? It seems that chakra is useless, then, I can only use another power. Jiraiya uses the natural energy condensed by natural energy sources. In fact, this is the so-called Senjutsu chakra, but Asahi changed the temporary to permanent, and there is no need to worry about the side effects like animalization and petrification. and it is also much more real than the Sage Art of the Three Holy Lands. Sage Art, Flame Bullet. After using natural energy, Jiraiya spit out another flame bullet, but with the increasement from natural energy, the scale of this flame bullet has completely surpassed the big flame bullet. You already know that kind of technique can't hit. Boom. Before Smoker could finish his words, he was hit by the flame bullet and was blown away. Chapter 190 captured. It seems that the natural energy source can restrain Logia. This is good news. The shortcomings of not being able to learn and master armament hockey for the time being is solved with this. After seeing this scene, Asahi's eyes lit up. With natural energy source effective against Logia, it would be much easier to handle them. Then, if there is no accident, Smoker will be beaten by Jiraiya. Jiraiya's current strength has completely reached Super Kage level. In this case, Smoker, a captain who doesn't even know hockey, won't be able to fight Jiraiya, and his only advantage of Logia's elemental invincibility is now gone too. Of course, Asahi asked Jiraiya to test Smoker, and it's not just a simple test. He hasn't obtained much information from other places, but the super thief's den in the East Blue has almost completely collected by him. After Asahi saw the information sent by White Zetsu, he was a little shocked. He didn't expect that in such a big East Blue, more than 80% of Marines are either colluding with pirates or madly oppressing the civilians, and there are also such people around Smoker. No wonder this guy does not know anything. The moths is really everywhere. And because of this, most people think that Marine is the same as Nami before, and many people have indeed reported things like Marine to other places, but almost all of it are useless. Even after going back, they will be madly retaliated, and this is considered lucky. If they are unlucky, they would lose their lives. These materials prepared by Asahi are enough to give Smoker a super heavy bomb. If he wants to start with the Marine, he must have a breakthrough, and obviously, this guy Smoker is good enough. His teacher is Zephyr. So now, he wanted to plant a seed on Smoker, and then he will slowly contact and influence other people. Asahi knows very well that it is impossible to poach Smoker away with these things, and even if he dug up all the dark materials of the entire Marine, it is estimated that Smoker will not be poached away. This takes time. So first, Asahi would plant a seed on Smoker to make him have a prejudice against Marine. This kind of prejudice is difficult to change, and gradually, as Smoker's official position gets higher and higher, he will naturally be exposed with the darkness of Marine. Once he is exposed to the darkness of Marine, the facts would be more useful than all the information at that time, so after he let Jiraiya defeat Smoker, he would bring Smoker out, and then talked about it. He believes that someone like Smoker will definitely make a big impact and cleanse the East Blue immediately. And then, because of this credit, he will naturally be promoted directly back to the headquarters. At that time, this seed will have an effect. But for the time being, it will definitely not have any effect. Just as Asahi was thinking about the next plan, Smoker is using smoke to isolate these flames at this moment, and then rushed out in a very difficult manner. At this moment, he looked very haggard. His hair was scorched by half, and his clothes were also burnt and tattered, the cigar in his mouth was gone, and there were many burns on his body. It's also that Jiraiya only uses flame bullet. If he used something more powerful, get Bunda out and used a toad oil flame bullet, the entire Log Town's marine base would have turned into a sea of flames. Amazing, it's smoke against flames. At this moment, Nami was stunned. Although she has given more power, her knowledge is always a little less. She knows devil fruit power, but she didn't know the specifics, let alone Jiraiya's ninjutsu. White spark. Although he was wondering why the other party could hit him, Smoker would not ask stupidly. A lot of white smoke was emitted from his body, and he rushed towards Jiraiya, spreading the smoke around, so that the other party's attack would not hit him so easily. Sage Art, Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya, who saw this scene, didn't form many hand seals, and his hair grew wildly and spread rapidly, and immediately after a shake, a large amount of smoke was directly blasted away, and the hair continued to spread towards Smoker. Damn, what kind of ability is this? Smoker, who saw this scene, quickly used his white smoke to form a propeller to push himself into the air, avoiding Jiraiya's attack, and at this moment, Jiraiya's hair was already all over the place. Sage Art, Big Flame Bullet. A flame bullet dozens of times larger than the flame bullet just now shot towards the sky. Smoker was already enveloped in the flame before he could react. At this moment, his brain was also very confused, and he was completely uncertain about the opponent's ability. First he shot flame bullet, then his hair started growing wildly. Is it a mythical zone? But what mythical zone it is? Smoker wanted to get out of the flames, but at this time, Jiraiya also jumped directly into the air, and hit his head with a punch. Smoker couldn't block it at all, and was hit by Jiraiya's punch and blown into ground, causing a big hole to form on the ground, and he passed out. Smoker in the early stage is just weakling with Logia fruit, and he is only a little better in the later stage. In the early stage, in addition to the weak Logia ability, he can only use Marine 6 styles, but his Logia ability is useless, let alone Marine 6 styles. After seeing Smoker being knocked out by him, Jiraiya used his hair to capture Smoker directly, and disappeared with Smoker after a few jumps. Just now. Is Captain Smoker defeated just now? A Marine asked in a daze. It seems so, but isn't Captain Smoker invulnerable against any attack? How did he get hit? And that guy could shoot out flames and control his hair, what kind of ability is it? A group of Marines started discussing. Although I don't want to disturb you guys, shouldn't we report this matter now? Finally, one of the Marines asked in a low voice, and the others turned quiet immediately. They finally remembered that Smoker seemed to have been abducted just now. They didn't expect someone to rush into a Marine base and abducted the highest leader of the base. They didn't know what kind of operation is this, and they felt that there are only a few weirdos in the world that can do such a thing. Bastard, report it quickly. Ask for support, Captain Smoker has been taken away. After a Marine yelled, all the Marines were in chaos. The reason? Their boss was arrested, so there's no way they could stay calm. On the other side, after seeing Jiraiya leave, Asahi also took Nami away and came to the place where they met before. I brought this kid here for you, now, it's up to you. Jiraiya said after dropping Smoker to the ground. Regarding digging people, it still depends on Asahi himself, as he can't do Asahi's operation at all. Chapter 191 Planting a seed. After Asahi awakened Smoker directly, Smoker was a little confused, but after seeing Jiraiya, he quickly remembered this person who defeated him easily. His ability was strange to the extreme, and he couldn't see what ability this guy has. He didn't know anything that happened after he fell unconscious, but now, it seems that he was taken away by the other party. After he woke up, Smoker planned to use his abilities, but the result was a sense of powerlessness, and in addition, he cannot use his ability at all. Don't bother, can't you feel the seawater on your body? Asahi looked at Smoker a little speechlessly. Who the hell are you? Seawater? Do you know the crime of assaulting the Marine? Smoker's face turned black. He didn't expect that the other party would use such a direct method like seawater. His ability is directly disabled, and his combat power is almost completely gone. Don't be nervous, I brought you here mainly because I want to talk to you about some things, but because of your personality, I have to make some preparation first. If I want to kill you, you would be already dead. Asahi said. He knew Smoker has a violent temper, so he should make some preparation first, otherwise, this guy will definitely break out when he wakes up. What the hell did you capture me for? At this moment, Smoker finally accepted the fact that he was a prisoner. Knowing the other party did not want to kill him, he is curious about his purpose. Since he is a prisoner, he might as well try to fish for information. After all, there is nothing worth looking for in him. In order to let you see something, you can see it yourself. Instead of directly pushing the information into Smoker's mind, he directly put out the data formed by the archive, and these data also contain the images taken by White Zetsu with the Lacrima. It's all the filth of East Blue. This. How could this be? The Marines of East Blue are actually like this? Although Smoker don't know most of the people on the images, he knew that a small part of them are also captain like him, but there is a huge gap between the captain from the branch and the headquarters. He knew a part of these people, and he was stunned when he saw the information that was dazzlingly placed in front of him. It's a shame that you are still the leader of East Blue's Marine, but now, the entire Marine of the East Blue is simply a thief's cave. According to our investigation, more than 80% of the Marines are moths. Moreover, among them, some have collusion with the pirates. Even those people sent out by your side basically got benefits, so the inspection is just a formality. I really admire you. You didn't even come out of this town all this time. Well, I will give you this list. As for what you want to do, it's up to you. After saying that, Asahi took out one more piece of paper. This paper was full of names and recorded the situation of these Marines. As for the specific information, Asahi did not give it to Smoker, as he wanted him check it out himself. Wait. Who are you? Are you the Revolutionary Army? At this moment, Smoker's mind is in chaos. He didn't expect that underneath, such a situation has occurred. For a Marine with a great sense of justice, there's no way he can just ignore it. Since he was given the names of the people, he could only check the news as much as possible to deal with these things. But he can't figure out who the other party is, which is very strange. Well, you don't need to worry about it. That's it, what you want to do next is up to you. Asahi did not answer Smoker's question, but left with Jiraiya and Nami directly. The seed has been planted, so now, he just need to wait for the seed to germinate and bear fruit. The matter with the Marine is done for the time being. After this, Asahi wanted to deal with the Revolutionary Army. After all, Asahi has already done what the Revolutionary Army wants to do in another world, so he can use his ideas to dig out the Revolutionary Army. In this world, except for a few people, it is best to dig them. In terms of character, the Revolutionary Army is the best to dig. After all, the Revolutionary Army in the One Piece world is not a group of moths, but a real revolutionary army. Therefore, Asahi can use the series of processing methods in the shinobi world and other advanced ideas and forces to dig up the entire revolutionary army. As for Marine, he needed to temporarily wait, as Smoker can handle it by himself. After Asahi and the others left, Smoker went back by himself. Fortunately, he was not soaking in seawater, so he still had basic mobility, but when he returned, he found that the news had been passed on by his subordinates. In desperation, Smoker could only explain it to his superiors that it was a misunderstanding. After explaining it clearly, Smoker began to deal with these matters. First, he checked several people under his own according to the list given by Asahi. Now that they have taken advantage of it, it is impossible to leave them alone, and they have been doing it for so many years, so their courage has naturally become bigger and bigger, and they have spent the bribe they given. After Smoker conducted a thorough investigation, he found out that none of these people were innocent. After that, Smoker directly took down these subordinates, because Smoker's power has been established for a long time. Therefore, after these people were interrogated by Smoker a few times, they started talking about it. They are not tight-lipped, so they immediately sold the others. With so many people, it is natural that there are some cowards. After these people had admitted the truth, Smoker asked about other things, and finally compared it with the list, and he no longer had any doubt. The entire East Blue is just like Asahi said, it is simply a den of thieves. As Marines, they not only not protect the people, but also became a legal pirate. This list made Smoker's eyes sting when he saw it. After so many years, he didn't know how many people have been harmed by these moths, and he believed that it is an astronomical figure. Except for defending troops, everyone must immediately assemble, and prepare to sail. Smoker is also very resolute. Now that he has known these things, he doesn't need to hesitate anymore. Except for the Marine who were left to defend the base, everyone else quickly followed Smoker. However, Smoker was still short of manpower after all, so he chose to report the situation, as it is better to get some help from the Marine headquarters. The headquarters is much cleaner than their branch. Of course, it is necessary to get rid of the darkness that only the higher-ups know about, but most people in the headquarters don't know the darkness, and they really stick to their own justice, which is why they agreed with Smoker. However, even though Smoker reported it, waiting for someone is not his character, so he took action in advance. Chapter 192 White Zetsu's alternative lurking method. Almost another month passed, and the great cleaning in East Blue continued. Those things that came out from it made Smoker extremely shocked. What he knew before was only a small part, and there are many more that even Asahi haven't found it. After all, these people are not stupid, so many of the criminal evidences have been destroyed, and only a part of it is left. However, ordinary civilians know about those things best, so the things Smoker found afterwards are more than what Asahi knew, and the headquarters also sent some high-rank officers to help Smoker, including Garp. Garp was actually not sent over, but he felt that he had neglected his duty. He had come back for vacation several times a year, but the result, the Marine in East Blue was almost turned into a den of thieves and he didn't even notice it. And this time, Smoker was punished because he takes this matter on his own. However, Sengoku and the others are deliberately trying to promote Smoker. Although it is claimed that Smoker's position has been demoted by one rank and he was transferred back, the speed of Smoker's promotion will definitely be very fast afterwards. On the other side, the other blues have also been occupied by White Zetsu, including many locations on the Grand Line, but White Zetsu cannot directly sneak into important places like the Marine headquarters, Impel Down, the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, etc. Other places are fine, as no one will use Haki all the time to sense the surrounding. After all, Haki can still be exhausted, but in these important places, there are too many people who can use observation Haki, and there are people who are specifically responsible for sensing the surrounding. Therefore, it becomes very difficult for White Zetsu to sneak in. In this regard, Asahi also asked White Zetsu to abandon the original way in these places, but changed it with another way, which is, by becoming a human being. With them joining with human appearance, although they are all at the grassroots level, there is no big problem, so after changing the method, they can be considered as mixed in. This is White Zetsu's alternative lurking method. White Zetsu not only has the Mayfly technique, but also substitute technique, which can be said to be the best transformation technique. It is too simple for them to become other people, and there are many White Zetsu who are constantly spreading towards the New World. Regarding the control of New World, Asahi divided White Zetsu into two batches. The smaller batch are still lurking according to the original method, and the larger batch directly transformed into human beings and joined other forces. It can't be helped. After all, in New World, there are too many people who master Haki. Since White Zetsu can be detected by observation Haki, there is no way to continue to hide like this. However, Asahi has mastered all the location information on the Grand Line, including the Revolutionary Army's current headquarters, the island of White Soil, Baltigo. To be honest, Asahi kind of admires Dragon. For such a large headquarters to be able to be hidden for so long, he needs to ensure that there is no spy in there, which is very awesome. If it weren't for Sabo relaxing his vigilance and Burgess managed to take advantage of the gap, it would be a huge question whether this place will ever be exposed. If the location has been exposed long ago, then Marine and the world government would have been rushed towards here long ago. Therefore, seeing that this location hasn't been revealed for so many years, Asahi felt that Dragon's method is indeed amazing. Since we have found it, let's go. Asahi didn't stay here anymore, and set off with Nami immediately. He has also seen a lot on East Blue during this period, and also teaches Nami to use her new power along the way. In a month's time, Nami's strength has risen a lot, at least, it is not a problem for her to deal with Arlong. This is the benefit of the natural energy source. The starting point itself is high, and Sage Mode is completely free to be used. Although Nami does not have much basic combat power, she has improved so quickly, that she can defeat Arlong easily, even without enchantment magic. But Nami can see clearly now what kind of secretary work she is doing. She's just filling the role of a maid, but Asahi will never admit it, but for the sake of the treasures, Nami decisively accepted it. Nami's love for money has reached an irreversible level, and this time, Asahi took her to Baltigo. In the Land of Water, several batches of pirates have been cleaned up. Although there are not many large pirates in East Blue, there are still a lot of small ones, and because East Blue is cleaned up, many pirates fled everywhere in panic. In short, all those who arrived in the Land of Water have been dealt with. However, it is estimated that the information can't be hidden for long. The Four Blues have nautical charts. Unlike Grand Line and New World, people in Four Blues can use the charts to navigate. Because of that, people from One Piece world will know that Land of Water is not something that have existed before. In addition, the pirates who fled here have all disappeared, so it is estimated that they will not be able to hide it for long. The merchant ships passing by will also wonder why there is an island suddenly appearing here, and it is also a huge island, but what they can't imagine is that this huge island is actually a huge continent. Since the exposure is not far away, Asahi felt that there is no need to conceal it too much. The training methods of Haki and Marine 6 styles have been obtained by White Zetsu. Regarding Haki, the introduction is very easy, and it only takes Asahi a few days to get started with the 3 Haki. This is the advantage of being strong. But he didn't train the Marine 6 styles, as it was useless for him. However, it could still be handed over to the people in the shinobi world to strengthen their physique, so that they can reach the threshold to learn Haki. After he trained Haki, he almost didn't need to take the initiative to train, as the limiter was constantly helping him to strengthen these things, but Asahi still needed to consider the increase of the percentage in the future. There are many strong people in the One Piece world, especially in Impel Down, as there are a lot of people from different eras being captured there. He can completely restore the people inside, and then harvest them happily. At that time, his limiter's percentage will rise by a lot. After all, many of the people in the Impel Down are strong. But now, his target is the Revolutionary Army. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, Baltigo. After coming here, both of them are in invisible state. Asahi can guarantee that he will not be detected by the so-called observation Haki. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, there are a lot of people training, but they are all half-grown children. These children are recruited from all over the world by the Revolutionary Army. They are basically orphans and children who have been persecuted. When this kind of children are nurtured, not only their combat power is considerable, even if it is loyalty, there is no need to worry about it. So there are some children here, and there are only a few adults who are teaching these children how to fight. As for the other adults, it is estimated that they have already gone to war. Chapter 193 Dragon, who has been seriously impacted. Is this place really the Revolutionary Army's headquarters? Why does it feel a bit wrong? Nami was a little dazed after seeing the environment here. In her cognition, such a big force should be the same as Marine headquarters, extremely brilliant, but looking at the Revolutionary Army below, they are extremely low-key, and the two are in sharp contrast. During this period of time, in addition to strengthening Nami's strength, Asahi is also constantly supplementing her with some knowledge. The news in East Blue is too limited, and the people there won't know anything, unless they deliberately pay attention to the news. For example, Zoro knows about Hawkeye, otherwise, most people will not know it at all. just like the village is not connected to the internet. So this time, Asahi also gave Nami some knowledge, at least, to let her understand the situation in this world. The current strength of the Revolutionary Army cannot be compared with the world government. The Revolutionary Army needs to continue to grow, so concealment is a must. If their headquarters situation is the same as the Marine headquarters situation, they would be attacked in an instant. Asahi shook his head and told Nami about the Revolutionary Army. They are the rebels, and the rebels are destined to be at very difficult position at the beginning. Because they need to slowly develop, the Revolutionary Army's headquarters is very low-key, and there's just some houses here, and there's not even a normal training ground here. Those children are trained on the wasteland, so the conditions of Marine are indeed incomparable to them. Asahi explained it a little bit, and Nami understood. Let's go. First, we need to go find the main contact person this time. Asahi's target is Dragon, so he went in directly with Nami. Dragon's current location is not difficult to find. After all, in the headquarters, he does not need to hide. Although White Zetsu can't directly hide inside, they already mixed in this place, so it is very easy to find such information and give it to Asahi. Asahi also saw a few acquaintances on the way. Sabo, Koala, and Kuna are also here, but these are not his focus. Soon, Asahi and Nami found Dragon. At this time, Dragon is processing paperworks in his office. After all, managing such a large revolutionary army is not easy. Who? Asahi directly lifted the invisibility on himself and Nami, so these two suddenly appeared in front of Dragon. Even though he was processing paperworks, Dragon still reacted immediately. This kind of person's vigilance is too strong, so his body has formed a natural reaction. At this moment, Dragon is actually a little confused, as he didn't expect that two strangers would appear out of thin air in front of him. However, even if he is confused, he didn't show anything on the surface. Let me introduce myself. My name is Asahi, and this is Nami. I came here to discuss something with you. Asahi said with a smile. He didn't plan to swallow the Revolutionary Army at the beginning, as this is impossible. If he wanted to dig, he must first prepare. For example, he would first make an alliance, just like with Hidden Leaf Village in the past. However, there is a fundamental difference between Revolutionary Army and Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village is not one mind, and there were crazy people like Danzō in there. But the Revolutionary Army is different. The Revolutionary Army is basically Oni-minded. Therefore, it is impossible to deal with the Revolutionary Army in the same way as Hidden Leaf Village. But by first forming an alliance and relying on mutual trust, in the future, he would be able to dig the whole Revolutionary Army. Asahi does not believe that the Revolutionary Army has a way to defeat the world government in a short time. Therefore, it will definitely be difficult for the Revolutionary Army in the future. The Revolutionary Army is not very strong now. At this time, the alliance is undoubtedly like sending charcoal in the snow. Asahi has the confidence to poach the whole Revolutionary Army, mainly because he has no other thoughts. So even if Dragon was against them at the beginning, he was not worried at all. What do you want to discuss? Dragon's brain spun very quickly, but he couldn't find any information about the two people, so he was sure that these two people were not big figures. After all, the intelligence of the Revolutionary Army is still very good, so after calming down, Dragon looked calm. And he wanted to ask them how can they find their Revolutionary Army's headquarters, and how can they appear here without others knowing. If it wasn't for the other party to show up, Dragon wouldn't even be able to find the other party's trace, so he didn't dare to be negligent. For alliance, this time, I am here to form an alliance with you on behalf of our forces. Asahi said with a smile. Your force? What force do you belong to? Dragon squinted his eyes when he heard the other party seemed to have some force behind him. At this moment, a large number of forces flashed in Dragon's mind, but after these forces flashed past, he stopped paying attention to it, and he determined Asahi as people from a certain country. After all, he knew other big forces, and he doesn't know about all countries. Shinobi World, this is the force I represent. Asahi didn't intend to hide the Shinobi World, nor did he need to hide it too much. After all, sooner or later, the Shinobi World will be discovered, so letting his allies know first is not a problem at all. As for whether Dragon will agree to form an alliance, he will naturally make a decision that satisfies Asahi after seeing the situation in the Shinobi World. Shinobi World? Forgive me, but I have never heard of this force. Dragon really doesn't know what the Shinobi World is. He subconsciously thinks that it is a small force, as it is not well known. Even their intelligence personnel do not have any intelligence about this force, so he believed that the Shinobi World is a very small force. Of course, he will not refuse, as the other party's ability has the ability to quietly come to his office. So even if the force is small, this ability is still a plus. It's normal that you have never heard of it. It would have been stranger if you have heard of it, so let me straight to the point. After saying that, Asahi directly activated Archive, showing the general situation of the shinobi world on the virtual screen, and introduced it to Dragon. This introduction took tens of minutes, and Nami, who is next to him, was also taken aback for a while when she heard this. During this period of time, Asahi didn't explain these things to Nami, so now she is as stunned as Dragon. The specific situation is like this, then, Dragon Dano, do you want to form an alliance? Asahi asked after putting away the archive. His voice directly awakened Dragon, who was in a shocked state. Wait. The shinobi world you are talking about is a whole another world, and that world borders our world? Dragon was still a little confused, and felt that something is weird. There are actually other worlds outside his world, which is really hard for him to imagine. After all, the technology of this world is also a bit crooked. Even if robots have been built, the other technologies are still behind the time, which is strange. As for the other world theory, the situation is the same as the previous shinobi world, completely in a blank state, so at this moment, he can't believe Asahi's statement, at least, until he sees it with his own eyes, he can't believe it. Chapter 194 Bringing the Revolutionary Army higher-ups and Nami back to the shinobi world. I know this kind of thing is really difficult for you to accept. After all, people who know this kind of thing for the first time will find it unbelievable, right, Nami? Seeing that Nami was also staring with wide eyes and wide mouth, Asahi said with a smile. Does it still need to be said? Boss, you are from another world? So to speak, that previous uncle called Jiraiya is also the same? Now, Nami has finally figured out the meaning of the conversation between Jiraiya and Asahi before, and also figured out why Jiraiya's power is so strange, and even more clearly, why Asahi can easily make her stronger, as it has the feelings of not from this world. In this world, Nami knows that if she wants to become stronger, besides exercising constantly, there is only eating devil fruit, but Asahi's strength really makes it impossible for her to compare it with devil fruit's ability, as it is too versatile. She only learned about this after she had supplemented the knowledge of this world. At that time, she was very confused and asked about it, but Asahi kept playing charades with her, so she never knew until now. Thinking of this, she looked at Asahi with dissatisfaction. Asahi's charades before were definitely very malicious. He wanted to see her making a fool of herself, so he kept playing charades. After this period of time, she has already figured out Asahi's evil taste. So at this moment, her eyes when looking Asahi became even more sad. As Asahi's secretary and maid, she was actually the same as everyone else. Until now, she didn't know the real situation of Asahi, which made her extremely upset. On the other hand, Dragon looked at the two with a puzzled expression. He saw that the girl didn't seem to know the details of the person next to her. He believed that the two were on the same side, but he eased back somehow. As the leader of a big force, he also needs a big heart, so to at least be able to accept new things. Asahi-dono, although the information you gave is very complete, I still can't believe it until I see it with my very own eyes. At this moment, Dragon's head is shaking like a rattle. If what Asahi told him is true, then the other party represents the force of the world. Even if it is weaker than his own world, forming an alliance with the other party will allow his force to obtain great power. Moreover, the peaceful scene that Asahi showed in the shinobi world just now is what he dreamed of, so he yearned for it even more. As for why he concluded that the other party's strength should not be very strong, it was naturally because the other party chose to form an alliance with his force. After all, if their strength is strong, then why do they want to form an alliance? Of course, Dragon is only relying on his general feelings. But his feeling is obviously wrong. Asahi alone is much more powerful than a world. As for the others, if there is not much hidden existence like Kaguya in the One Piece world, Kaguya can also take care of this worldy asshole. Of course, because One Piece did not end before he crossed over, who knows if it will be the same as Naruto, which at the end, a few super existences suddenly popped out, instantly shattering the already formed ceiling, and built a new floor on the original foundation. That's easy, you can just come with me. Seeing is believing after all. Asahi said without caring, as Dragon's answer was within his expectation. Can you let me prepare and bring more people? Dragon asked. As to whether this is a trap of the world government, in fact, Dragon has already discarded this idea. After all, if the world government finds their hideout, they will definitely send people to encircle and suppress them directly, and they definitely will not send people came to their headquarters to form an alliance with them. After all, even if it is just Marine, their revolutionary army still can't handle it now. So Dragon has already believed 80% of what Asahi said. In order to prevent the last 20% of accidents, he still needs to bring some talents, such as Kuma, as a mean of protection. After all, he can go anywhere. Dragon is not stupid, but the revolutionary army needs new strength to break the situation, so he definitely wanted an alliance. You can take as many as you want, I don't care. Asahi said very simply. This is to tell Dragon clearly that he came with sincerity, so other arrangements are fine so that he can come. That's good, then please wait a moment. Dragon directly called the person, and then asked him to find Kuma. This time, he only planned to bring one person, which is Kuma. Both of them are top powerhouses. So if they are in danger, they will not be directly defeated by the other party, and Kuma's Pawpaw Fruit's ability is absolutely awesome. It's a super god assist, so Dragon only intends to bring Kuma. Soon, the huge Kuma appeared inside Dragon's office. Many people in One Piece world are weird, and only a few of them are normal. Regardless of their height, what Asahi confused the most about their body structure is their feet. Many people's feet are very thin, so it's hard to imagine that such a huge body is supported by such a thin foot. Looking at them, he feels like they are like a compass. And Kuma's upper body also gives him a very strange feeling. Of course, the ability of this guy is definitely unquestionable. Dragon, what did you call me for? Kuma has always spoken words like it is gold, and most of the time, he is unwilling to open his mouth, but facing Dragon, he didn't keep silent. I want you to accompany me to a place. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, Asahi Dono, how long will it take to get to your shinobi world from this place? Dragon suddenly realized that there are other preparations that needed to be done. After all, leaving for too long at a time will cause problems. If he knows the specific location of the shinobi world, he can even ask Kuma to take them there directly. If you say it is far, it is indeed far, but if you say it's not far, it's also not far. Are you sure that only the two of you are going? Asahi said while revealing a trace of smirk. Ah, yes, what's wrong? Dragon was a little puzzled, and didn't understand what Asahi meant by asking that. Then, let's go. After saying that, Asahi directly used his space movement, and these people immediately disappeared from Dragon's office and appeared outside Hidden Stone's village. By using space movement, it takes only the blink of an eye to go anywhere they wanted to go. What's going on? Not to mention that Dragon was a little horrified. Even Kuma, who is known for his stone face expression, couldn't help but showed shocked expression at this moment. Welcome to Hidden Stone's village, this is our base camp. I have already explained this place when I introduced it to you before. As for how I bring you here, I use space movement. The border of the two worlds is located at East Blue. Asahi explained about his space movement, but it was obvious that the two did not understand, but they knew that they had crossed the Grand Line and East Blue in an instant, and then came to another world, which is really incredible. As for Kuma, he is staring at Dragon with strange expression, and the meaning of this expression is obvious. You need to give me an explanation. Chapter 195 Dragon's Shock. Dragon, I need an explanation. Kuma's voice was very stable, but Dragon was still a little bit dumbfounded about this. How could he have thought that the other party would take him and go so far in an instant? He planned to prepare a ship, and then explain the situation clearly to Kuma on the ship. But now, they're already here in the blink of an eye, and there is no opportunity to explain it, so he is also very desperate, but Dragon still makes the long story short, and it only took a few minutes to explain it. But he omitted most of the information Asahi showed it to him, otherwise, it would take tens of minutes to explain everything to Kuma. So, we came to another world. Kuma still didn't believe it. Although he was suddenly taken so far, he was more willing to believe that he was transferred to the territory of a certain kingdom. After all, there are many hidden powers in their world. That's right, you have come to another world. If you want to be sure, just look at it with your eyes. Let's go, let me show you around our Hidden Stones village. After that, you will naturally know if this is really another world or not. After saying that, Asahi took the lead, and Dragon and Kuma quickly followed after him. Asahi-sama. After seeing Asahi, the eyes of the two shinobi at the gate lit up. Asahi is now the idol of all shinobi in the village, and even the other villages he had defeated admires him. After the reform, the view of him has also changed a lot, so now in Hidden Stones village, Asahi is the object of worship of all shinobi, and outside, at least half of him worship him. In the end, only few of them still hates him. As for most of them, they all have indifferent attitude. It can't be said they worship him, but they didn't hate him either. However, it's already very impressive for Asahi to be able to reach this far. Thanks for your hard work. I am bringing some guests over, so I will go in first. After Asahi greeted the two of them, he took the others in. Basically, people kept greeting him wherever he went. It seems that Asahi Dono is very popular with people. In the end, Dragon is also an old monster. He can tell at a glance whether the attitude of these people is true or false, as he has incredible observation haki, but not as great as Fujitora, who can hear people's hearts. Although he still can't do as much as Fujitora, he can distinguish between true and false at any rate. He knew that the greetings and kindness these people showed all come from the heart. Yeah, I will take you to the academy to have a look. After saying that, Asahi brought these people to the academy. The education still needs to continue, and Asahi has also reformed it before, so outstanding children are all drawn to a high-level class in advance, and they must stay until the 12 years old. After all, the shinobi world is generally peaceful now. Unlike before, the shinobi world war would come once every other time, so if a shinobi wants to survive, it is best to graduate early. Although it is also dangerous, it will also increase their chances of surviving in the future. Now that the situation has changed, it is different, but Asahi will not waste their talents. Talented children will be placed on the high-level class, and in that class, besides teaching more ninjutsu, they will also get some actual combat to experience. However, this kind of actual combat will only happen a few times a year. The place where Asahi brought them now is this high-level class. Most of the people in this class are actually clans' children. It can't be helped, after all, ordinary civilians are 6 years old when they enter the academy, and at 6 years old, they just started training chakra, but clans' children had already started training from before, but Asahi did not popularize these training methods. It's not that he doesn't want civilians to become strong, but it's because they can't bear it. The children from the clan have the support of their clan's resources. Although training in advance is not good for a child, the clan can prepare herbs and so on to eliminate this kind of trouble, but most civilians can't do it. Therefore, the civilians' children will only train after reaching 6 years old, and Asahi did not modify this thing. It's normal for children to only start learning after they go to the academy, so Asahi will not interfere with this. This is the case in the shinobi world. The world itself is unfair, so there is no need for Asahi to insist on being completely fair. Asahi can't do such thing, as the essence of this world is the same as any other world. Soon after, Asahi and the others arrived at the high-level class. The people in the high-level class have already begun to learn ninjutsu. Because of that, the situation inside the classroom is kind of chaotic. After forming hand seals, some created clones, some are spitting fire and spitting water, there's all kind of mess, and ninjutsu are flying everywhere. These are? After seeing more than a dozen children spitting out fire in a row, Dragon was a little stunned. Only those with flame fruits ability and some special fruit abilities can spit fire, and there's some exception for those with strange techniques. But now, these dozen kids have directly spit out fires, and the power of that fire is not small, and some of them even spit out a fireball that is bigger than an adult. This is the fireball released by the children of the Uchiha clan, which is stronger than the basic ninjutsu of others. This is ninjutsu, and it is also the foundation of the shinobi world. Through ninjutsu, you can use flames, water currents, violent winds, etc. Asahi briefly explained. Then, can it also control seawater? Dragon's eyes suddenly lit up. If he could control the seawater, then he could form a team that specializes in restraining ability users. Kaido is creating an army of ability users, and they can completely create a team of anti-ability users, which is extremely important for every force. Yes, but you need to have seawater around, otherwise, the water created out of thin air is not seawater. Asahi naturally knows what this guy is thinking about. Shinobi who knows water style can make up tens of thousands of people in the shinobi world. These people can deal with those ability users, but except for the weaker ones, they are kind of useless. At this moment, Dragon and Kuma looked at each other, and reached a tacit understanding. They know about the Wano country, but there is the most basic difference from the shinobi world. The ninjutsu here is the real ninjutsu, not Wano country's kind. After that, Asahi took the two to visit some other places, and finally, Asahi took the two to the office and looked for Tsunade and the others. Dragon is okay, but wherever Kuma goes, the rate of people's heads turning back is 200%. It's because the people here are not people from One Piece world, and their looks are quite normal, so the rate of people's heads turning back caused by Kuma is reasonably high. After all, this guy's body is so weird. Chapter 196 Forming an alliance with the Revolutionary Army. Well, so you really brought one back after you went out. The moment Asahi entered the door, Tsunade and Mai had a smile on their faces, but after seeing the person Asahi brought in, their faces immediately collapsed. The guys are fine, but what is going on with the girl? Although they are already numb to it, they are inevitably dissatisfied. Tough, let's talk about this later. I have brought some guests. They are the members of the Revolutionary Army in the world over there, you should know it too. Asahi coughed and said. The basic information of the world over there has been passed on to the others by him using archive, so everyone has already learned about it. After they knew about the world government over there, they are all crazily complaining. They don't understand why such a government can still exist, and those nonsense celestial dragons is simply trash. If it weren't for the strong combat power of the world over there, with Kushina's irritable temperament, it is estimated that she would have rushed to marry Joyce. However, she was persuaded by others afterwards. At that time, they have good feeling towards the revolutionary army who rebelled against the world government. This is the leader of the revolutionary army, Monkey D. Dragon, and the other one, sorry for my mistake, and this one is Nami. Asahi originally planned to introduce Kuma, but he didn't see any trace of Kuma at this time, and he suddenly remembered Kuma's strange size, which was nearly 7 meters high and extremely burly. In desperation, Asahi could only transfer everyone out. Hiss. Such a tall person, even you back then were a bit inferior to him. Tsunoda looked at Kuma with some surprise. Not to mention his strange body shape, just height is already extremely terrifying, as it's close to 7 meters, and Asahi did not reach Kuma's size back then. It's because my energy is uncontrollable back then. And this is this guy's real height. Moreover, there are real giants in the world over there, so this guy's height is actually not strange. Asahi said. He felt that the One Piece world is the strangest among the strangest. Some people don't even reach a meter, and some people, who are not even giant, can grow to this height. Let me introduce you, this is Bartholomew Kuma. He has eaten pawpaw fruit, a fruit with great power. After that, Asahi also briefly introduced the identities of the two women. At this moment, dragons can't wait to form an alliance, let alone other things. He is very eager for the peaceful scene and the magical power here. However, because of Kuma's height, they could only renegotiate at another place, and finally found a relatively empty place in the village, but even the chair was not suitable for the big Kuma, so he simply sat on the stone. In this regard, Asahi can't do anything about this. So he has decided that he must set up some special places to entertain such huge people in the future, otherwise, it will really make people speechless. As for the giant, he can only ask Hashirama for help. Asahi Dono, I already know about your world situation from what you explained and I saw just now. Our revolutionary army is willing to form an alliance with you, but there are those things after the alliance. Speaking of this, Dragon doesn't have much to say. As an ally, there are naturally many things to do, such as the source of power, information exchange and so on. In short, what Dragon needs the most is chakra. And Tsunoda was the one in charge of these, so they quickly discussed it. Dragon also agreed to send a few masters here to teach these people how to use Marine 6 styles, hockey, etc., and what he wanted is the method of training chakra. Although they already have training method for Marine 6 styles and hockey, it is definitely better to have a master to teach, otherwise, when they follow the records in the book to train, they might face some problem and there will be no one to consult about these problems, so this is very necessary. But speaking of ninjutsu, Tsunoda is helpless. Is there any problem? Dragon looked at Tsunoda with a frown, and his heart skipped a beat. He felt that the conditions he had given were already very good. The chakra's training method requires chakra in the body, and if you want to train chakra, you must have chakra seeds in your body, so. After she said this, Tsunoda looked at Asahi. The only ones who can spread chakra to these people are Kaguya and few others. Although Tsunoda and the others are also very strong, in the end, they mainly cultivate natural energy sources, and only those who are proficient in yin-yang release like Nagato and Kaguya, these 6 paths level existences can do this. After Nagato returned, Kaguya also helped him remodel the Rinnegan, so that it finally completely fused with him. This is the convenience of being the ancestor, as it is very easy for him to get Rinnegan, who are not Nagatos, to fully fused with him. It can only be said that Madara Uchiha is very miserable. After awakening his Rinnegan was actually given to others. So Nagato can now also implant chakra seeds, and except for Nagato and Kaguya, even Orochimaru and Black Zetsu can't do it. Black Zetsu can't do it by himself, and Orochimaru haven't studied it before, otherwise, by giving him some time to research, he can easily do such a thing, but it is not necessary. After all, Kaguya can do it. But now, both Nagato and Kaguya are in the land of water, and Nagato is obviously a novice, so only Kaguya is safe, but it is better to let Asahi come forward, because Kaguya will definitely give Asahi face. As for them, although their relationship is also good, Asahi is definitely more useful than them in this kind of matter, and there are still things in the village that need to be dealt with by them, so it's better to let Asahi take care of it. I see, I will ask Kaguya. Asahi nodded, and then explained to Dragon and Kuma about the source of chakra, which made the two of them completely stunned. They didn't expect there would be such a disadvantage. The power of their own world can be trained by these people, but on the contrary, they can't drain these people's power. It's like two people went to each other's house to steal things, but in the end, one family put the things brightly on the surface, and the other one used a very powerful safe to directly hide the things tightly. This side returned with a full load, but the other side came back empty-handed. The gap was too big. Dragon does not ask for how strong this power is, but as long as they can use seawater to attack as much as they wanted, he can create an army of the anti-ability users. At that time, they can defeat those ability users easily. In short, after knowing that it could be used, Dragon was relieved. At least, there was no major problem, and everyone was happy. Chapter 197 The shock brought by Kaguya. After the conversation, Asahi simply chose to cook a meal by himself. As for Kushina and the others, they all went out and wandered, so they were not in the village at this time and didn't eat with them, but seeing the appetite of One Piece World's people makes Asahi very helpless. Because of their strong physique, these guys ate a lot of food, so in desperation, he can only ask the Akamaki restaurant to send a lot of things over, so that these people can eat to their fill. After eating food that is several times the size, the food was broken down directly after being eaten. Asahi felt that their digestive ability is simply invincible. But they still couldn't compare with Luffy. After Luffy finished eating, as long as he had a fight, those food would be completely digested. The digestion was so fast that it was not an exaggeration to call him a black hole. During the period, Nami was also quite helpless. Although Tsunade and others did not know about Nami's existence before, but Nami knew that Asahi had several wives. To be honest, Nami was also quite helpless at the time, but it happened that Nami's world was much more chaotic than a Naruto world, so there is no regulation in this regard. In fact, Nami has already prepared her heart at the time, but after meeting Tsunade and the others, it was inevitable that she was still a little helpless, but fortunately, she had seen Asahi's strength before, so she is not very shocked. After all, in the One Piece world, it is quite normal for powerful people to have many beautiful women. After a meal, Asahi took everyone directly to the land of water. Before this, Dragon also asked Tsunade a lot of management methods. After all, the peace of the world is what he yearned the most. The world over there is under the control of the world government, so they are very helpless. Moreover, the revolutionary army has not been established for a long time, so many things are still in the conceptual stage, but the shinobi world is different, and a set of rules has been sorted out long ago. So now, Dragon is also constantly asking, and then Tsunade also said that she will give him a copy of these things. At that time, Dragon also kept saying thank you. For a revolutionary like him, ideas and power are the most important. And now, once an alliance is formed, both of them are available, so after the conversation, Asahi took Dragon and Kuma to the land of water. This time, the shinobi world has also obtained a lot of things from them. One is teaching resources, as they will send people over to help teach Marine 6 styles and Haki's training methods, and there's also intelligence sharing. To be honest, Asahi doesn't care about such things as intelligence. What he cares about is the future benefits. After the revolutionary army sees the power of the shinobi world, they will know that this kind of cooperation is not equal, and they will naturally be assimilated slowly, and now, Asahi will take them to see the first barrier. As it was said before, the basic power of One Piece world, as well as the high-end power, are a bit too strong. The shinobi world didn't have the advantage in it or the number of people. The biggest advantage they have is that after reaching Hashirama level of strength, there are still 6 paths level. After a long period of having natural energy sources, Tsunade and others' strength has reached a level similar to Hashirama. Asahi once asked them if they needed Rinnegan, but they all refused at the time. The natural energy source is the best power-up, but the time it takes to make people stronger is definitely slower than gaining powerful eyes or bloodline, but their upper limit is also higher, and most importantly, they are a bit disgusted with the idea of changing their eyes. After all, they don't have Byakugan or Sharingan, but Izumi and Hinata are different. Their eyes will gradually change with the help of Orochimaru and Kaguya. Right now, Izumi's eyes have reached the eternal Mangekyo stage, and Hinata is younger than her, so it will take a few years for her eyes to fully evolve into Tenseigan. But even if they don't need eyes, their training has already brought their strength to the same level as Hashirama. How strong Senju Hashirama's combat power is. Even without powerful eyes, he is already powerful enough to dominate the shinobi world before. So it's no wonder they didn't choose to change their eyes. Even Onoki and the others are like this. Their combat power has already increased so much from the increasement obtained from natural energy source, so they didn't need to pursue these things too. Because of that, there are only few people who own Rinnegan or Tenseigan. But even so, the high-end combat power of the shinobi world is already worthy of the One Piece world. Moreover, there are also Asahi and other 6 paths level existences. Not to mention many, just Kaguya alone is already enough to face the whole One Piece world. Kaguya doesn't need to use too many tricks, she can just use a Monomonica directly, and then ignore the people. Maybe not everyone can be trapped to death, but most of them can't escape. After being imprisoned in Kaguya's dimensions, no matter how powerful someone is, if they don't have space-type moves, they can just wait to die. After all, these people will starve to death or die of thirst if they don't eat or drink. People who don't have space ability will die if they encounter Kaguya, so with this advantage, she can kill the whole One Piece world. Even Kizaru can't do anything, and once he is caught, he can only wait to die. Dragon and Kuma wanted to try this Chakra's ability by themselves, before letting the others get it. So after arriving at the Land of Water, Asahi directly took the two to find Kaguya. When Kaguya appeared in front of the two of them, they didn't think too much about it. After all, there are too many strange people in the One Piece world, and if Kaguya is placed in One Piece world, she's not particularly weird. It's just that Kaguya's eyes puts a lot of pressure on them. The two normal eyes are shining with blue light, giving people a mysterious feeling, and the blood-red Rinnegan on her eyebrow is really oppressing. Especially when adding to the fact that when adding chakra seeds on these two's body, Kaguya's power was released. That kind of terrifying coercion made the two of them break out in a cold sweat instantly. In fact, as early as when Asahi showed his ability to directly teleport people across the sea in an instant, they already felt that he is not simple. However, without seeing a real master, they still feel that their side should be stronger, but they suddenly feels how ridiculous now their thinking are. Why would they think that the power of their own power force be stronger than the background of a whole another world? Chapter 198 The collision between Marine and Shinobi. Just when Dragon and Kuma were implanted with chakra seeds, at the point of contact of the two worlds, several ships were fleeing frantically towards the Land of Water. These ships belonged to the East Blue's overlord, Don Krieg. Originally, he planned to accumulate a little more strength, and then headed to the Grand Line. With such a large fleet, he felt that it should be enough to conquer the Grand Line. But what he didn't understand was that Marine went crazy, and began to attack those rotten East Blues Marines madly. He has also teamed up with many Marines before, and with just a little bit of money, he can do whatever he wanted, and most of the Marines don't dare to provoke him at all. However, this time, the Marines' actions are too big, as 3 vice admirals were actually sent from the headquarters. Because of that, his life became tragic. These Marines that are attacking those rotten Marine are also eyeing him. After all, he is known as East Blue's overlord and has such a large fleet, so although his personal strength is mediocre, the Marine still targeted him. It is also because of this that he, the East Blue's overlord, was chased all over the sea, and even his fleet is reduced until only a few ships are left. The others were already sunk by the Marine, and the person who chased him is one of the vice admirals, Onigamo. For a pirate worth less than 20 million Bailey, there's no need for a vice admiral to chase after him, but people like Onigamo is particularly radical. So he chased after him. After all, the harm caused by Krieg is too great. Moreover, it's not that Krieg Pirates group is weak. With so many people, Krieg can even capture some small countries, so how can Onigamo spare him? On the other hand, Buggy the Clown is much smarter than him. As soon as the news came out, Buggy led his people away and lived a low-key life, but Krieg was different. Krieg's arrogance was swelled, so he didn't care about such thing at all. He felt that the vice admiral was nothing great. Because of that, at this moment, he was chased all over the sea by Onigamo, and almost no ships left in his fleet. Speed up. If those marine bastards manage to chase us, we will all die. Krieg roared. One of his hands was broken, and his body was covered with bandages. The defense he was proud of was completely ineffective. Those so-called weapons could not be effective at all. The bullets, spear, etc. are easily cut off by Onigamo. His situation is tragic, and several of his confidants were already arrested, scattered, and beaten to death. Right now, he doesn't know the situation, so he can only run quickly. Captain, there seems to be an island ahead, but our map hasn't marked the existence of an island here. Soon, one of his subordinates reported to him. The chart of East Blue in their hand is complete, but they have not found this so-called island on the chart now, as if this island appeared out of thin air. How can an island suddenly appear? Krieg couldn't help being stunned, and stood up regardless of his injuries. Now that the island appears, isn't it a problem with him? The Marine behind him are attacking him wildly, and once he landed on the island, the ship would definitely be destroyed by the Marine, and he will be like a turtle in the urn, but if it does not go to the island, the Marine will definitely capture him. Abandon the ship, everyone will bring food and treasures to the island. Krieg didn't hesitate anymore. If he didn't go to the island, he would definitely be captured. Moreover, there is also the violent Vice Admiral on the other side, so his probability of dying after being captured is too high. Onigamo is a radical, not like Zephyr, the so-called no-kill admiral. So Krieg made a decision immediately. As for the ship, If it is gone, it's gone. As long as there are still these subordinates, he can just rebuild some simple ones at that time. For now, the most important thing is to hide from chasing Marine. In the end, Krieg brought his subordinates to quickly grab the things they could take away and went to the island. The island they landed on was none other than the land of water. Of course, it is from their point of view, in truth, this is actually a continent. After all, there is a country here, and the area covered by it is not very small. However, in One Piece world, such a place is still called an island, such as the huge desert island, Alabasta, which is like a continental island. Strictly speaking, the land of water is also considered an island. Well, it's a huge island. Vice Admiral Krieg and his group directly abandoned their ships and ran to the island. The Marine, who was chasing from behind, also saw these ships. After some searches, the adjutant reported the situation to Onigamo. Then go after them and capture them. In such condition, they still wanted to run. Onigamo said with a disdainful expression, and then he took his people and followed Krieg and the others directly. As for Krieg and the others, they continued to flee, but he himself was seriously injured, so he could only order his subordinates to carry him and run. These subordinates' strength is not as good as the elites from the Marine headquarters behind, so the distance is constantly being shortened. Water style, water fang bullet. Before Krieg and the others could run far, spiral projectiles formed by streams of water rushed towards them. There were a lot of spiral projectiles. Krieg himself was seriously injured and could not defend at all, and his subordinates are standing in parallel, so they are instantly washed away by the spiral projectiles. Still as resistant to beating as always. After the impact of water style dissipated, all of Krieg's subordinates were severely injured. As for Krieg himself, he was even more miserable, as the current was formed by seawater. Asahi already told the shinobi stationed here before that whenever someone comes up, they will attack them with seawater style first without saying anything, so because of that, Krieg is suffering now, as his injuries is rubbed with seawater. After all, it is equivalent to applying salt to the wound. That's why Krieg felt so much pain that he faints directly. It can be said that he is extremely unlucky. Arrest these people first, and then wait for the people above to deal with it. After saying that, the group of shinobi rushed out and quickly captured these people, but this time, there were a lot of people, as there were still a few ships left from Krieg's fleet, so there were a lot of people here, at least hundreds of people. It's the first time we have met so many people here, but judging from their appearance, they should not be good people. They were also in a panic. Are they being pursued? The leader of this team is Kakashi, and at this moment, Kakashi is looking at these people with his dead fish eyes open speechlessly. This time, there are indeed a little more people, more than any time they have encountered in the past, and all of them have fierce faces and don't look kind at all. Chapter 199 Onigamo vs Kakashi. Kakashi-sama, someone is coming from the front. Before the mess on Kakashi's side was cleared up, Onigamo and the Marines on the other side have already come close to the scene, and the Anbu, who is in charge of alert, quickly reported the news to Kakashi. Sure enough, they were chased by someone. Kakashi scratched his head and was about to start fighting again. After all, the order they got was all people who came to the land of water should be arrested directly without holding back. And under normal circumstances, these people can't resist them. Kakashi didn't continue to let his men clean up the mess, but told everyone to stay hidden. However, even if he wanted to set up traps, there was not enough time, so they could only hide temporarily. Shinobi are not suitable for frontal combat. Of course, except for those abnormalities in the later stage, normal shinobi can be like shinobi in Asahi's previous world, ambushing the enemy without them knowing. After Kakashi and the others hid, Onigamo and the group of Marines finally arrived here. Who have defeated them? Looking at the pirates lying on the ground and some have been tied with ropes, Onigamo frowned, and then he directly activated Observation Haki. Observation Haki is like Sensor Ninjutsu, but Sensor Ninjutsu can only sense chakra, so it is not as good as Observation Haki. After activating the Observation Haki, Onigamo found that there are many people hidden in the dark around them. If he was another Marine, they may directly identify their identity and express their goodwill, but Onigamo will not do so. As long as he can achieve the effect he wants, he is the same as a Kainu, and even his subordinates will be slashed by him, so Onigamo directly slashed one of the shinobi's hiding places without saying a word. The shinobi, who was hit by the slash, died instantly, unable to resist at all. According to the setting of Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals, the combat power of each of them is at Kage level, and their destructive power is extremely huge. The shinobi who was hit can only be said to be tragic, as there is no time to run away and dodge the attack. Damn it. Kakashi didn't know how that shinobi was exposed when he saw this scene, and immediately ordered the others use water style to attack these people quickly, but all the people on Onigamo's ship are not weak. One by one, They pulled out their weapons, and quickly cut these simple water style, cutting them out in an instant. It's troublesome. This time, we met an expert. This marine must be one of the experts, and his subordinates are also not weak. Kakashi is also a little bit annoyed when he saw this. He should have made a decision just now. He knew that the other party is using observation haki, and the other party's strength is not weak. In the other world, anyone who is not weak can use haki. Maybe not Conqueror's haki, but the other two types of haki can generally be learned as long as they are strong enough. As for Onigamo just now, Kakashi knew that he has used observation haki and detected their situation. The seawater attack was broken up, and fell on these people, but there was no change. Kakashi knew that there are no ability users among them. The information on Asahi's side was not very complete, but some general information was sent back, so Kakashi didn't know the real details of Onigamo. Use hiding in mist technique. Kakashi ordered his men to use hiding in mist technique. Although they can't hide from Onigamo, who is proficient in observation haki, the others are not a problem. At this moment, Kakashi directly drew his sword and slashed at Onigamo. At the beginning, because of Sharingan, Kakashi was unable to master all his power and gave up his swordsmanship, but now, he has taken the sword again. Hatake Sakamo was known as Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang, and his swordsmanship is also very terrifying. The swordsmanship of the Hatake clan lies in extremely fast speed, and Kakashi has lightning chakra attribute to stimulate his body, that's why his speed becomes so much faster. As for Sharingan, after knowing about Obito's situation, Kakashi didn't say much. Obito even killed their own teacher with his hand, so he had nothing to say. Because of that, he agreed to fuse this pair of eyes with him, which can be regarded as becoming a substitute for Obito to continue to live. As for Rin, she has been resurrected. After finding her corpse, she can naturally be resurrected. Rin's death was entirely due to Madara, and this is Kakashi's pain all the time. But Obito is no longer saved, as he's already blackened, so Kakashi didn't dare to resurrect him, but after Rin's resurrection, her age makes it a little awkward. But this is not a problem. After Kakashi let go of those things, his strength began to skyrocket. With the natural energy source, Kakashi's current strength is not weak, and his Mangekyo has also been directly promoted to the Eternal Mangekyo. It also means that the current Kakashi's comprehensive strength even catches up with Madara, so Onigamo can be considered unlucky to meet him. As for Guy, who has always regarded him as his rival, after having the natural energy source, his strength also began to skyrocket. The outbreak of 8 Gates technique itself was based on physical fitness. Just like Might Dewey, because of his talent, although he can open the Gate of Death, he could only kill a few of 7 swordsmen of the mist in the end, and a few are still alive. If it was changed to Guy, he doesn't even need to open the Gate of Death to kill them all. Because of that, Might Guy, whose physical fitness has suddenly improved, has his strength soared so much that even if he only opens the 7th gate, he has already reached terrifying level. If he is allowed to open the 8th gate, this time he can even easily kill 6 Paths Madara. Moreover, the strength of these people is constantly improving, and they are all loyal to Hidden Stone's village, so there is really no need to worry about it. It can be said that under Asahi's operation, the strength of the shinobi world has skyrocketed. Of course, although the strength is good, in terms of numbers, it is still a bit embarrassing. Kakashi, who used lightning chakra attribute to stimulate his cell and boosted his speed to the extreme, directly stabbed towards Onigamo's vitals directly with the sword in his hand. However, when the sword was about to stab Onigamo's body, the other swords in Onigamo's hand were directly superimposed on each other, blocking Kakashi's short sword, but his body was still pushed tens of meters away by this huge force. So close. Seeing the attack just now, Onigamo broke into cold sweat. Now that Kakashi has Sage Mode permanently activated, plus the stimulation of Lightning Chakra attribute, his physical fitness is not comparable to other shinobi, and the current him is definitely not a crispy mage. Just now, if it was not relying on observation haki, Onigamo could imagine that he would have been stabbed by Kakashi's sword. This is the sword technique of the Hatake clan. It is not gorgeous, but very simple. When used, it can determine the result in an instant. Chapter 200 Space ability is a bug. Observation haki is really troublesome. The attack was clearly aimed from behind, but it can still be dodged. Kakashi is a bit speechless. In front of observation haki, sneak attacks and this dense mist has no use at all, making him uncomfortable. But fortunately, this thick mist is still useful for other marines. Facing the crazy attack of the shinobi, they are quite miserable. This is how shinobi usually fights. They would use trap, explosive tags, sneak attack, and even poison, which makes these marines miserable, and because of this thick mist, they can basically only see people a few meters away from them, so it can be said that they couldn't see anything at all. Except for Onigamo and his adjutant Rear Admiral, everyone else was caught in a hard fight. On Kakashi's side, he put away his short sword directly. Since sneak attack is useless, then he can only use other methods. Kakashi's eyes suddenly changed and became the Mangekyo pattern, with Kamui on the left and intangibility on the right. This is Obito's ability, but when both eyes are present, the speed of using it will be faster. Kamui. When the left eye's Dujutsu is activated, the eyes that have reached the eternal level will only have excessive pupil power consumption, and will not cause blindness due to excessive pupil power consumption. It changes from consumables to permanent use. At this moment, Kakashi's Kamui is aimed at Onigamo's right arm. And this time, Onigamo's observation haki is useless. Although he has always activated the observation haki, he cannot perceive the changes in space. The space where his right arm was located was directly turned into a vortex by Kamui, and when Onigamo found out, his right arm had been torn off by Kakashi directly with Kamui. Not good. Seeing this scene, Onigamo quickly takes action, and the muscles where his severed arm surged. With the help of Makagen's power, he directly blocked his wound to stop losing his blood, but at this moment, he was also frightened. He swore that he had already activated observation haki, but he didn't notice how the opponent did it, and his arm was already severed. Surrender, you are not my opponent. Kakashi's voice entered Onigamo's ears. Kamui's lethality is too powerful, but he does not want to kill Onigamo directly. This kind of expert is the best to be kept as a bargaining chip, even if the other party kills his own subordinates. But the other party's subordinates will still be killed by his subordinates. After all, it's already enough to have this guy as a bargaining chip. Keep dreaming. When did I, Onigamo, be afraid of death? Onigamo is a radical person who is notoriously afraid of death. It should be said that there are almost no direct surrenders for Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals and above, and 99% of them are more willing to fight to death than surrendering. You aren't afraid of death? Then, there is no other way. Kakashi shook his head helplessly, and walked over imposingly. Seeing Kakashi's appearance, the veins on Onigamo's forehead popped up. Although he was frightened by the attack just now, it didn't mean that he was scared. He just couldn't understand how the other party do it. At this moment, in his heart, he believed that Kakashi is a special ability user. And for Kakashi to walk over so imposingly, he's obviously looking down on him. Die. The red-eyed Onigamo slashed at Kakashi in different directions with his swords covered with armament haki, and the blade of the swords directly slashed across Kakashi's body without any hindrance, but Onigamo was stunned when he saw this. It is because he found that when his swords were slashing on the opponent, it was as if he was slashing the air, and only the ground was directly cut into several pieces by him. It seems you have a way to stop the bleeding, then, I don't have to worry that you will lose too much blood and die. Kakashi removed his intangible state and directly sucked Onigamo into his own dimension. Obito's eyes are indeed very, extremely perverted. His intangible ability is already very perverted in any world, and in One Piece world, it is even more perverted. By using Obito's eyes and these two abilities, Kakashi can restrain people with powerful physique to death. After catching Onigamo, Kakashi did not stay too long, but went to help the others, and quickly solved all the Marines, but these Marines still managed to release distress signal through the Dendenmushi, which they couldn't stop. When Kakashi was fighting Onigamo, the news had already spread. Bastard, who are you and what happened to Vice Admiral Onigamo? Do you know the fate of attacking the Marine? Each of the captured Marines glared at Kakashi with eyes full of anger. It's really troublesome. Knock them out and take them back. And also, notify the other team members to come over and bring everyone here back. Kakashi shook his head, and didn't suck these people into his own dimension. Although that dimension is very large and he can suck so many people in one breath, the consumption is not small, so he chose not to do that, as he didn't want to make himself suffer. Soon, the others who received the news quickly took the person away. Although the shinobi world didn't have phone before, but after the rise of technology, the phone has been made, and although it is not as good as a smartphone, it is still possible to make a call. The speed of the technological ascent of the shinobi world is indeed very strange, although it is also very biased. Dragon and Kuma's chakra seeds have been fully implanted at this moment, and they also feel that they have more power in their bodies at this moment. Except for the energies of Haki and Devil Fruit, they felt another new energy. When they are still experimenting their new strength, Kakashi brought the people back. These people are Marine. When Dragon saw Kakashi returned with so many people, he saw that although there are many pirates, there are also Marine among them. And some of them are also high-rank people, as the justice code on their back is not a fake. Kakashi, what's going on? Seeing this scene, Asahi was also a little puzzled. He didn't expect that they would be discovered by the Marine so quickly that even high-level Marine showed up. Asahi-sama, the thing is like this. Kakashi explained everything that happened just now, and then released Onigamo. Although Onigamo was restless, the moment he came out, Asahi directly knocked him out with a chop. This guy is Don Krieg. I didn't expect to attract Marine's attention here, but it's not a big problem. We will be discovered sooner or later. Pass it on, everyone needed to be ready to fight. Asahi didn't care too much either. He felt that Onigamo was very pitiful, and he was unlucky enough to encounter Kakashi, a powerful space-time ninjutsu user. Chapter 201 3 Generations of Abnormalities. Asahi, do you need the support of our revolutionary army? Dragon asked. If there's no accident, after this Vice Admiral was captured and the news was spread out, this place would be discovered soon here. After all, beating a Vice Admiral so miserably can't be done casually. No, let's not say that these Marines are only a small group, even if they come in large batches, it is not a problem. You who have seen our confidence should be very clear about it. Asahi said with a smile. His alliance with the Revolutionary Army was not for the Revolutionary Army to help him fight. On one hand, he needed some teachers to teach the shinobi haki, and on the other hand, he wanted to dig out the entire Revolutionary Army, otherwise, the strength of the two sides are not equal to form an alliance. In the future, he will help the Revolutionary Army several times, and the victory of the Revolutionary Army is only a trivial matter. Then, Kame and I will stay and help. Dragon did not say anything more. As an ally, although the other party does not need his help, but he must express his attitude at this time. Asahi has given them too many benefits, so he is a little embarrassed for not doing anything. That's the best, but as far as I know, your dad should be among the Marine who came to East Blue. Asahi said a little amused. He naturally knew about the Marines who came to East Blue, and it was also not a secret, as the newspapers had already distributed the news everywhere. Who is Uncle Dragon's father? Nami is a little curious. Although she already knows about the big forces, she doesn't know the intricate relationships inside. Moreover, Dragon, the leader of Revolutionary Army, actually has a dad who is working as a Marine, which should be completely hostile to Revolutionary Army. It feels strange no matter how you think about it. Marine's hero, the one legendary Marine that captured the Pirate King, Monkey D. Garp. Before Dragon could say anything, Asahi directly said Garp's name. Garp is indeed very famous. At the beginning, he was chopped by Morgan on East Blue, and then the plot has always been bragging about Garp. When it comes to Summit War, he asked Sengoku to press himself down, otherwise, he will kill Akainu. At that time, many people say that he is a bragging king. Everyone has seen how strong Akainu is, and Garp is already an old man. Even though he was the legend who is considered the equal of Goldie Roger, his claim of killing Akainu can still be considered bragging. But when it was revealed that even the most evil pirate, Roxy Zebek, was actually defeated by Garp with the help of Roger, this began to change again. Garp's real strength must definitely not weak, just look at Whitebeard and Sengoku. Although their strength have been reduced, it has not been reduced too much, and they are still the world's top combat power. If you want to say that experts with strong physique will become much weaker after they're older, then Shiki, Zephyr, etc. are the kind of people who are killed by the plot. While Garp was already hyped from the start, so there's no way he would be weak. How is it possible? Isn't Uncle Dragon from Revolutionary Army? Nami is a little confused. Even if Asahi did not give her the knowledge, she still knew about Garp's name. As a legend born in East Blue, Garp's reputation is very popular in East Blue. But the son of the legendary Marines hero has actually become the leader of Revolutionary Army, but the two sides are mortal enemies. I was also brought into Marine by the old man, but after finding out about the dark side of the world government and Marine, I formed Revolutionary Army. The old man has always just a vice admiral, it's because he would be used by the world government if he was promoted to an admiral, and he will be exposed to more and more darkness, that's why he stays at vice admiral position. Others say that the old man is stupid, but he is actually shrewd. He just wants to protect his own justice. Dragon shook his head helplessly. The Marines higher-ups would come into contact with a lot of darkness, but Garp chose his own path. When Garp joined the Marine when he was young, it can be said that he has sacrificed his entire life in the Marine. He doesn't want to leave the Marine, but he doesn't bother to touch the darkness at the top, so he stays at Vice Admiral position. This is his last bit of perseverance. Sticking to the last bit of justice that belonged to him, rather than a person who keeps climbing up for his position and rights, so it can be said that he is quite shrewd. Strictly speaking, Garp and Dragon are very similar, but they use different methods. Garp is a bit straightforward, as in order to counteract the darkness of the world government, he chose not to touch it, and Dragon is even more straightforward. He left Marine and directly formed the Revolutionary Army. He wants to pull the world government off their high horse. Strictly speaking, it can be said that this pair of father and son's choices are almost the same. As for Luffy, According to the situation in his original work, he will definitely face the world government directly, and he won't run away. Therefore, although these 3 generations have entered the 3 different forces, their ultimate goal has not changed. It is indeed a terrifying 3 generations of family. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Nami looked at Dragon with some admiration. Forget it, this is not the time to talk about this. However, I want to remind you that the strength of the old man is not only at the Vice Admiral level, so don't be deceived by his position. Dragon warned. I know that, and as I said just now, he is the one who had captured the Pirate King. Although Roger surrendered, Garp's strength is indeed not comparable to that of other Vice Admirals. Asahi smiled. Unless he was a fool, he would never treat Garp as a Vice Admiral. It's the best if you know about it. Seeing Asahi's confidence, and thinking about the pressure Kaguya released before, Dragon also knows that what he said was in vain. It is estimated that if his old man came here, he would be in trouble, but Dragon believed he could save his old man's life. Later, Nami asked about rocks again. She still knew about Roger, but she had never heard about rocks before, and the news spread back then was that Roger was arrested by Garp, not surrendering himself. To put it bluntly, Marine is just trying to brightening their name, as they even robbed the credit from pirates. Asahi felt that they are too disgusting. As Luffy does more and more things, these things will be fully exposed sooner or later, so Asahi doesn't think that take others' credit is a long-term solution. On the contrary, Fujitora did a very good job in Dressrosa. Chapter 202 Garp and the others' arrival on the other side. Unlike Onigamo, the other people are responsible for dealing with the weaklings. After the weaklings are dealt with, Garp and Yamakachi quickly rushed to the location of the signal sent by Onigamo. The 2 parties met in the middle, and the news was sent back to the headquarters. After all, the disappearance of a vice admiral is not a trivial matter. A few days later, the 2 brought some marine soldiers and arrived at the Land of Water. The pirate ships and warships have been taken over by the people of the Land of Water, so there is nothing here. It's here. I wonder what Onigamo have encountered. There shouldn't be no one who can threaten a vice admiral in East Blue, right? Vice Admiral Garp, since you are from East Blue, do you know anything? Yamakachi asked with a puzzled face. Because of Roger, East Blue was once suppressed a bit too miserably, so that after the lack of natural enemies, the marine here become like this. All of them are rotten, which also has something to do with the original crackdown. But after such a severe attack on East Blue, even the strong would be nothing more than tens of millions bounty pirates, so Yamakachi really couldn't think of what kind of existence could defeat Onigamo. Moreover, after Onigamo sent a distress signal, his trace disappeared. How could I know about that? And, this island and even the surrounding waters are not on the East Blue's chart. This is a bit unusual. Garp rolled his eyes. Although he is from East Blue, he spends most of his time in the headquarters. And when he goes home for vacation, he would be training his grandsons. He doesn't even know so many rotten marines in East Blue, so how could he possibly know about this? Furthermore, there is no record on the chart of such a large island. This is what puzzles him the most. The charts of the 4 blues are quite perfect, and the Grand Line and New World with terrible climate and harsh environment are already 2 different concepts. There is indeed no record of this island on the chart, but with Vice Admiral Garp here, there is no need to worry too much. Yamakachi said with a smile. Garp's reputation is still very great. As long as Garp is here, Yamakachi doesn't have to worry about it. Hearing this, Garp is a little speechless, as he didn't like trouble. In the end, they took most of the soldiers to the island, and only left a small part of them here to guard the ships. They're here? Kakashi, I'll leave it to you and Guy. Some of the monitoring equipment Asahi left at those positions worked. Because White Zetsu would be discovered, Asahi left some modified lacrima there. Garp and the others should not have any knowledge about these things, so there is no problem. Hearing the order, Kakashi and Guy quickly took some people with them and left. Asahi-dono, do you really not need our help? Dragon was a little puzzled. He didn't understand Asahi's thought at all. Even after knowing Garp's strength, Asahi didn't go out on his own, but sent 2 people to fight instead. You can tell by looking at it. That guy's strength is quite terrifying now, and Kakashi's technique is very powerful. Even if your father's armament Haki when he's still young won't be able to block Kakashi's attack. Asahi said calmly. Kakashi's space-time ninjutsu can pass through any defense, so Garp will definitely suffer a loss if he is caught off guard. Of course, it is best not to use that technique. After all, Garp is one of the people he wanted to poach. It should be mentioned other than the radical marines, every marine is his target, so it doesn't matter if others use this kind of trick to kill those radical marines, but not for the other marines. Of course, it doesn't matter if they are missing an arm or have their legs severed, as it can be restored easily, but he already ordered Kakashi try not to kill it as much as possible. Although the samsara of heavenly life technique is indeed useful, it might not work on One Piece world's people. So Asahi ordered everyone not to kill people. Of course, if they have to, they can still kill the enemies. Anyway, they must ensure their own safety first. Space-time ninjutsu can't be blocked, as even the top armament hockey of One Piece world can't resist the distortion of space. As for Guy, 8-Gates Guy in the original work can cause space distortion with his kick, so his enhanced version should be enough to defeat Garp. After listening to Asahi's words, Dragon felt a little helpless. He found that he and Kuma were simply redundant. It seemed that they didn't need to stay to help, making them very uncomfortable. It must be known that they are both top powerhouses in One Piece world. At this time, Garp and the others are a little unlucky. Although no one is in ambush, trap from shinobi is not something they can take casually, as those traps are usually linked with each other. It can be said that these traps were chained with each other, and will predict where you will dodge next. In the original work, even Sasuke suffered from such a trap when he chased after Gaara. Fortunately, Garp and Yamakaji took the lead, so they can protect their people. After they guessed the trap, a bunch of kunai would shoot out directly. They thought it would be fine to avoid it, but the explosion tags was actually attached at the back of kunai, so after the explosion tags exploded, they would naturally be forced to retreat. And after some people retreated, another trap would be triggered. A series of explosion tags and kunai shot out again and again. Under such attack, although they were not injured much, the Marines looked very haggard. Damn, what is going on with these traps? It can even predict our way of dodging it. Once we dodge it, there is a high probability that other traps will be triggered. Yamakaji's clothes were blown to pieces, so he complained aggrievedly. He doesn't care about those things like kunai, as it can't break his defenses, but there are some papers that will explode at the back of those kunai, anytime, which keep exploding anytime and anywhere. These things are a bit interesting. They are powerful and easy to carry, even I have never heard of them before. Although Garp was also a little haggard, he didn't care. He was even more curious about what's going on with these exploding papers, as these things manage to cause some damage to their clothes. Noble Green Beast is on the stage. Just when Garp and others were cautiously advancing, a green figure jumped out directly and put on a weird posture. This person is naturally Guy. Although this guy is a shinobi, he can't do such thing like sneak attacks. He can only fight people head-on. Seeing this, Kakashi put his palm on his face. This guy is really hopeless. Originally, he planned to sneak attack on the enemy. As a shinobi, he should fight quietly to maximize the chance of winning as much as possible, but with Guy here, he can no longer do such thing. And the people Guy brought this time is the 8 Gates Techniques unit. The 8 Gates Techniques unit that would only appear in a later stage, has now been established. As for the one led by Kakashi, it is a unit that is more suitable for assassination and stealth. Chapter 203 8 Gates Technique. The scene was quiet for a while. Not to mention Yamakaji, even Garp, who had a rough nerve, couldn't understand what's going on. Judging from these traps, they knew the other party should not be the reckless kind of people, but this person actually jumped out directly, and also shouted to attract their attention. They didn't understand what's going on. It must be known that Garp and the others are ready to be attacked, and it turns out that this happened. A breeze blew by, and everyone was relieved. Who are you? Where is Vice Admiral Onigamo? Yamakaji pulled out his weapon and immediately asked about Onigamo. Who is Onigamo? Guy looked confused. He had never heard of this guy, and Kakashi, who could only come out since Guy has exposed himself, couldn't help but slapped his forehead. It started again. This guy always forget about people's names. At this moment, Yamakaji was stunned again. He no longer understood what the other party was doing. When he asked this question, he already thought of many answers, but he had never thought that such a scene would happen. Judging from Guy's reaction, there are only two possibilities. One is that he really doesn't know, and the other is that he's acting. But Yamakaji doesn't want to say anything more about his acting skills. Ah, Guy, there is no need to talk nonsense. I'll leave Garp to you, that Yamakaji belongs to me. Before coming here, Kakashi had already obtained the information of the two from Asahi. To tell the truth, the current Kakashi can easily bully the Vice Admiral like a little kid. As for Garp, a stubborn man naturally has to be handed over to the stubborn man to deal with. Understood. Guy nodded and then looked at Garp with a serious expression. Asahi said that Garp's strength is ranked first in the other world, so even if his physical strength has declined, he should not be underestimated. At least, he has admiral-level combat power. Regarding the three admirals, basically each one of them is Super Kage level. Of course, for the enhanced version of Guy, as long as they can be attacked, admiral level is not a big problem. He might not be able to catch up with Kizaru's speed, but everyone else is not a problem. It seems that we must defeat you to know where Onigamo is. In that case, I won't be polite. Your personality is indeed in line with me. Garp was very pleased as he looked at Guy. Maybe it's because both of them are rough nerve, but at a critical juncture, both of them are the very reliable types. As for Kakashi, he has already used Susanoo directly, and beat Yamakaji to the other side. I'll leave the others to you. Remember, you can only open up to 6th gate, as your body still can't hold it. Guy warned his subordinates. The 8 Gates Techniques unit was formed after Guy and the others were dug into Hidden Stones village, and they were all formed by selecting some talented people in taijutsu. But until now, it has only been a few years, so they was only able to open the 6th gate at their strongest, and if they open the 7th gate forcefully, they might die directly. The 6th gate is their limit, and they will need to lie down after they open it. But the sequelae of opening 5th gate are smaller. After the voice fell, a layer of green light ignited on Guy's body, and he opened the 5th gate directly to deal with Garp. He would not open the gates one by one, as he is not a Saiyan. Generally, when Guy encounters a difficult enemy, he would open the 5th or the 6th gate. So at this moment, he opened the 5th gate directly. After the green light ignited, his pupils disappeared, leaving only the white eyes, and huge chakra filled his body. The body in Sage mode was extremely resistant, allowing Guy to have no sequelae even after opening the 5th gate, and even the 6th gate. For the 7th gate, there might be little sequelae. As for the 8th gate, it can be opened, and he will not die even if it is opened. Normally, since the final gate of death is located in the heart, it cannot be closed when it is opened, and in the end, the user's vitality will be burned until nothing is left. However, Asahi put an insurance in the position of Guy's heart, and the gate of death will be automatically closed after the gate of death is open to the limit of his body. So Guy doesn't have to worry that he will die if he opens the 8th gate, but the sequelae are a bit too strong. However, since he has natural energy source and there are also other medical nin, he would only need to lie on the bed for a period of time, and then he can be alive and kicking again. So strong. I haven't moved my muscles for a long time, come. Garp's hands are covered with jet black armament hockey, as if they are coated with a layer of metal. The two punched at the same time, and their fists collided. Under the force of the huge recoil, the ground was destroyed directly, and rebels were flying in the sky. The shock wave formed by the fist colliding spreads in all directions, and the weak marine soldiers can hardly resist the aftermath of the impact. Boom boom boom. The fists of the two collided wildly, and the terrifying shockwaves continued to spread. The scope of the impact became larger and larger, and the movement became larger and larger. As a result, no one beside them dared to stay near the two any longer. Everyone felt that they no longer belonged to the human level. Ha 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 ha, good, you have very strong punch. Where did you come from? I have never heard of you in East Blue before. Garp laughed loudly while confronting Guy. As for Guy, he was a little uncomfortable. His 5th gate simply did not have any advantage against Garp's iron fist at all. It was fine at the beginning, but after a few punches, Garp slowly began to suppress him. Gate of view, open. Guy opened the 6th gate directly. In 8 gates technique, from the 4th gate, the power increase from opening each gate will be very explosive. An enhanced version of Guy's 6th gate has already reached the limit of Kage level. The current Guy can reach the level of Hashirama and the others after opening the 7th gate. And once the 8th gate is opened, he will be an actual 6 paths level existence, or even the weaker 6 paths levels is not his opponent at all. But the price is. Once he uses this kind of power, he will have to lie down for a while. After opening the 6th gate, Guy's strength soared, and the sudden increase in strength made Garp a little stunned. He didn't expect that the other party's strength could continue to increase. In terms of pure strength, the Marine's Vice Admiral could no longer resist him. Where is this Admiral-level expert popped out from? Garp complained in his heart. With East Blue's current situation, he can't understand how could there be such an expert, but this does not prevent the strength in his hand from continuing to increase, and the aftermath of these two's colossal has further expanded. Compared with the previous one, the ones before is just like children fighting, and now, it is the adults fighting. Chapter 204 Reckless Unit. That guy is so strong. He can actually fight like that against Guy-sama, but now it's not the time to watch the show, let's do it. All the members of the 8 Gates Techniques unit opened the 1st gate directly, and there was a layer of lightning on their bodies. This is Raikage's lightning-style chakra mode, and this secret technique is used in conjunction with 8 Gates technique. The biggest difference between Naruto world and One Piece world is the physical aspect, and their physical strength is not enough. Even with the blessing of chakra, their physique is still not as strong as people in One Piece world. So Asahi created this method, and when forming this unit, he also gave this technique to these people. These people are not likely and they still can use ninjutsu, but their taijutsu is much stronger than their ninjutsu. That's why it became the current 8 Gates Techniques unit. Lightning Style Chakra Mode is a defensive technique that enhances their defense and complements their shortcomings. In fact, this unit has another name in the shinobi world, which is the Reckless unit. The reason they are called that is because, once they fight, their movements will be very big. Not to mention that they don't want to hide. Even if they want to hide, they can't hide, so they can only rush and fight, and people like Guy are absolutely reckless, as he didn't even know to sneak attack. So this Reckless unit also appeared. The group of people who opened the gates and turned on the lightning style chakra mode rushed into the soldiers brought by Garp, like tigers entering the flock. The people brought by Garp are actually not as powerful as those brought by Yamakaji, because Garp basically does not go to sea to arrest pirates, so the people on his ship are almost all miscellaneous soldiers, and he himself doesn't train them. But Yamakaji is different. As an elite vice admiral, unlike Garp who lives in the headquarters all day, he arrests pirates everywhere, so the soldiers he brings are of higher quality. It is not a matter of combat power, but also the experience in solving problem is definitely higher. Although this group of people rushed in only opened one gate, Garp's soldiers is too weak, so they were defeated quickly. Garp's adjutant was good, but he was beaten by a group of people who chose to open a few more gates, so he was defeated not long after. Everyone was stunned by the Reckless unit's action. On the other side, Kakashi and Yamakaji's fight was also very straightforward. Kakashi simply drive the Susanoo to the form which is second only to the perfect body. Yamakaji was a person who is good at martial arts and kendo. When he meets Kakashi, who is such a super skinny, he's feeling uncomfortable. After all, no matter how he slashes, he can't cut through the opponent's defense. In fact, it is also normal. For Susanoo in this form, Tsunade can only break its defense with the strength of 100 seal activated, and Raikage needs Onoki's help to break its defense. Since Yamakaji is alone, he almost can't do anything against Susanoo. At this time, even if Yamakaji hit the opponent 100 times, this person won't lose any blood, but if the other party hits him, he will immediately lose half of his blood. If you use a game to describe Yamakaji's current situation, it is level 1 player suddenly encountered a level 10 field boss, which was a tragedy. It looks very fierce over there. The duel between the masters of physical skills, let's watch it after finishing it here. Kakashi no longer hold back, and his Susanoo has grown 2 more arms, and on top of the 4 arms, there are blue Magatama, and they were thrown towards Yamakaji, and Yamakaji covered his body with armament haki, but after being bombarded, his armament haki quickly broken. Yamakaji was beaten by Kakashi almost instantly. After confirming that Yamakaji can no longer do anything, Kakashi handed Yamakaji over to his subordinates. As for the marine soldiers, they have long been captured. Whether it is Guy or Kakashi, the unit under them is super elite units. If these two exploded with their full strength, their power would reach peak Super Kage level or even above, so the unit led by them won't be so simple. In comparison, Garp and Yamakaji's subordinates are too trashy, as they are quickly taken down. And now, only Garp is left, and he's still colliding with Guy. Morning Peacock. Guy used his 6th gate's big move, but he didn't cause friction with the air to create fire, as doing so would undoubtedly spread his attack power. At the beginning, Asahi had asked Guy why would he punch the air to create so many fireballs and not attack the enemy directly with his punches. Morning Peacock is a technique which is used to defeat a large number of enemies, and when fighting one strong enemy, it's not very good. So when Guy used this technique this time, he didn't punch the air to create fire, but hit Garp's body with his fists directly. Guy suddenly accelerated and increased his strength, and such rapid changes made Garp unable to react for a while. Numerous fists landed on his body, and he was directly blasted away by Guy in the end. Garp's body flew upside down in the woods, destroying part of the forest. Did I beat him? Guy looked at the smoke-filled place in front of him with some confusion, but soon, a figure slowly walked out of the smoke. At this moment, the marine coat on Garp was gone, and even the suit on his body was a bit tattered. However, after Garp walked out, Guy was somewhat stunned by this appearance. I haven't used armament haki in this way for a long time, but it's still a bit late just now. Now my clothes are ruined. Garp's whole body is completely black at this moment. His armament haki is covering his whole body at this moment, which means that he was starting to get serious. Covering whole body with armament haki is not a difficult thing. Bullet even covers the huge combined monster he made with his armament haki. The amount of armament haki used is indeed amazing, but with that kind of usage, the armament haki became too scattered. As for Garp, his armament haki that covers his whole body is the real peak level haki, so Guy's morning peacock didn't hurt him. What an incredible old man. If that's the case, then I'll open the 7th gate. The green aura on Guy's body turned blue directly. This is the symbol of opening the 7th gate. When the 7th gate is opened, Guy's sweat evaporates so quickly that it forms this blue aura, and when the 8th gate is opened, The aura would be the team of blood. He becomes stronger again? Interesting, interesting. This is the first time I saw someone like you. What kind of devil fruit ability you have? Can you continue to grow stronger? Garp also showed a surprise expression on his face at this moment. The moment the other party forced him to exert all his strength, he thought that the battle was about to end, but he didn't expect that the other party still had a trump card, so he was naturally happy to see such a strong enemy. Chapter 205 Intervening the battle. I am not someone with devil fruit ability, let's fight. Guy didn't care so much anymore. At this moment, his mind is full of fighting spirit. Since he has already opened the 7th gate, he no longer has any interest in continue talking nonsense. With their fighting spirit rising, Guy and Garp collided again. The current Garp has already exploded with his full strength, which is not comparable from before, and Guy has also exploded into his strongest state except for the 8th gate. What a fierce battle. I didn't expect the old man would still have such combat power after he gets old, but might Guy know. Dragon was a little excited when he saw this fight. To be honest, Garp's performance really surprised him. He knew that Garp was strong, but it was not this strong. After all, he was already so old. But Garp told him with facts. Even if he's old, he's already this strong. As for Garp at his peak, God knows how strong he is. However, according to Asahi's estimation, he should not have entered the 6 paths level. After all, the One Piece world is developed in all aspects, not like the Shinobi world. When Kakashi had Obito's Mangekyo, his Kamui could easily cut Tails's body. And when Guy opened the 8th gate, Guy can kick Madara with Night Guy, and kill him. Both of them did not reach the 6 paths level, but their attack power can reach this level. The main reason is that the power of space is too buggy, and the price of opening the gate of death is too much. As for the One Piece world, unless there are some special fruit abilities, it is difficult for this kind of physical skill to reach that level. It seems I still have to take action. After taking a look, Asahi suddenly spoke. Huh? Might Guy is not the old man's opponent? Dragon is a little confused. Since Asahi wanted to intervene, he thought that Guy was not Garp's opponent. Of course not. If Guy in the 7th gate state wants to defeat Garp, he will probably need to fight for several days and nights, but the time span is too long, and Guy can't open the 7th gate for such a long time. As for the 8th gate, once opened, your old man's death rate would be too high, so I'd better take action. Asahi said. The gap between the 8th gate and the 7th gate is too big. If after the 7th gate is opened, Guy's combat power is 100, then after opening the 8th gate, Guy's combat power would reach at least 5,000. In the original work, 7th gate Guy can only defeat Kisame by using some big moves, but once he opens the 8th gate, even a punch or a kick is already too powerful. Even Madara with Rinnegan can hardly catch Guy's trace, not to mention the others. The qualitative change is too strong, and now, Garp is already evenly matched with 7th gate Guy, and Guy even has a little bit of the upper hand. But people in the One Piece world like Garp are notoriously resistant to beatings, and their physical strength is almost unlimited, so it is a very simple thing for them to fight for a few days and nights. If after a while, Guy can't defeat Garp with the 7th gate opened, he would consider opening the 8th gate, and once the 8th gate is opened, Garp may be killed by Guy. After all, the current Guy is not the same as in the original work, but an enhanced version, so Asahi still needs to make a move. It is too difficult for Guy to control his power and not kill Garp, but Asahi can do it easily. The old man will die? After hearing Asahi's words, Dragon was shocked. Asahi has already told him before this technique called 8 gates technique, but he didn't expect the gap between the 7th gate and 8th gate would be so big. In the blink of an eye, Asahi directly crossed the distance and arrived at the battlefield, just in time to see Guy put his hands in a strange posture, and then a huge white tiger made of air rushed out. Daytime Tiger. The 7th gate's big move, Daytime Tiger, is not created with chakra, but the real air. The gust of wind caused by this Daytime Tiger directly swept a small half of the land of water, as the scope of this trick is too wide. Of course, it's not that the real lethality covers the small half of the land of water, but the airflow that drives it. As for the real lethality range, although it is also large, it cannot spread too far. With Guy and Garp as the center point, the Daytime Tiger spread out for several kilometers, and the forest directly turned into a wasteland. After releasing the Daytime Tiger, Guy stared at the front, but in an instant, there was an extra figure in front of him. It is Garp, who is covered with armament hockey. Boom. This punch actually hit Guy, and Guy also followed in Garp's footsteps from before, and flew a long way back before stopping. At this moment, Garp was not completely uninjured, as the inside of his body was shaken. As for the appearance, perhaps because the impact of the Daytime Tiger was relatively spread around, there was no big problem with the protection of the armament hockey. However, his internal organs were indeed affected by the huge impact, but it was not too big. Guy, who was blown by a punch, was also not too much injured. If it was replaced with his previous crispy skin, maybe he would have already defeated, but now that he has been strengthened, there is not much impact. Okay Guy, leave the rest to me. At this time, Asahi directly intervened in the battle, but Guy couldn't help but froze, because he had just decided to open the 8th gate. Asahi-sama, I can actually win this battle. Guy scratched his head helplessly and said. I know you can take the old man down, but I'm afraid you will kill him directly. It's not like you don't know how much pure destructive power you have after opening the 8th gate. Garp may not be able to resist your punch, so it'll be very troublesome to resurrect him afterwards. Asahi said speechlessly. In fact, the trouble it is not as troublesome as he said, as he can just ask Kaguya to do it. In fact, Rinnegan was also tinkered with by Orochimaru, but the sequelae of resurrecting a dead person is still something only Kaguya can handle. As someone with unlimited life and vitality, it's not a problem no matter how much they are consumed. Therefore, only Kaguya can resurrect people, and Asahi will need to ask for her help every time he wanted to resurrect someone. Asahi also wants to save face, so if someone can be not killed, there's no need to kill them. So it's like that, then forget it. Guy also knows that he will blow people to death when he opens the 8th gate, so after thinking about it, he agreed to Asahi's order happily. He is not a murderous madman, going everywhere to kill people. Right now, unless he uses the last resort, he wouldn't be able to defeat Garp, so he chose to forget it. After Asahi finished speaking, the blue aura on Guy's body completely disappeared and he returned to his normal state. At this moment, he just feels a little backache and back pain. If it is placed with a guy in original work, after opening the 7th gate like this, he would have been directly paralyzed. How could he still be standing here? Chapter 206 Old Rogue Garp, why did you change with him? After seeing Asahi directly replaced Guy, Garp was a little speechless. He wondered if it's a tag battle. Yes, it's changed, but it's not because he's gonna lose, as if this continues, once he used his big move, you may die directly old man, and to be honest, I don't care about it. It's because of your son old man, so I plan to leave a way to survive for you. Asahi replied very indifferently. Of course, he had predicted that Garp would not believe it. After all, no one in this ocean would dare to say that they could kill Garp, as they would be hammered to death by Garp. My son? You are from the Revolutionary Army. Garp's brows frowned. He had never bothered to control the Revolutionary Army formed by his son, but he didn't expect it to have become so strong. Guy alone is already as strong as him. No, we're just an ally. But there's no need to continue to talk nonsense. We will talk later after you are defeated. At that time, we will have a lot of time. Asahi said. Asahi felt like Garp can be manipulated, and Garp is a good entry point for the Marine. It's because Garp only has feeling for Marine, not world government, and Asahi can bring new life to Marine, so Garp will also be a good entry point. Since Smoker has now been recalled, it may bring him some surprises. It also makes it more convenient for him to deal with the following matters, and Garp will definitely help even more. After all, Asahi is not targeting the Marine, but the world government. Not waiting for Garp to continue to speak, Asahi's hand was lit up with flames, and he threw a punch towards Garp directly, while Garp quickly defended. After this punch hit him, the violent power accompanied with the flame burst out, and Garp directly turned into a flaming meteor. Asahi's punch much heavier than Guy's, and there's also the flame of the sunshine was wrapped in his hand. Garp's armament hockey can't stop it at all. With this punch, even though Asahi can't say that his punch can directly defeat Garp, but it would directly reduce his combat power by a few %. At this moment, Garp is just as Asahi thought. He is indeed feeling uncomfortable, because he found that his armament hockey was burned through by this strange flame. If it weren't for the flame to come and go so quickly, Garp estimated that he will have turned into a fireman. As for his arm that was directly hit by Asahi, the muscles were damaged, and he can't even use any strength on it. What kind of flame is this? It's even scarier than Sakazuki's magma. Garp is horrified at this moment. He knew that flame fruit is Ace's fruit, and Ace was raised by him. After that, he also knows the situation of Ace. However, his defense is very good that even if Akainu wants to pass through it, it will be very difficult, but now, his arm is directly burned through by Asahi's flames. How can you compare my sun flame with magma? Asahi has already arrived at Garp's position at this moment. He was speechless for a while when he heard this sentence. In fact, he did read a lot of news before about the pair of flame fruit and magma fruit. For the magma, the temperature is fixed there, but flame is different, as its temperature limit extremely high, so many people think that flame fruit is better than magma fruit. But the fact is here. Flame fruit is known as the weaker fruit of magma fruit. This is a setting problem. Therefore, the temperature of Ace's flame fruit has been limited, and it's useless against strong people. There are people who can even bathe in magma, and the magma's temperature can rise to tens of thousands of degrees, but a Kanyu's magma attack not only have temperature, but also impact and strength. That's why magma fruit becomes so scary in a Kanyu's hands. It's not just about the fruit, but a problem of the strength of the person who uses it. A Kanyu's magma has a terrifying weight, and the huge impact formed is not small at all. A Kanyu's strength is related to the temperature of the magma, but it is not very big. It can only be said that the temperature only occupies a small part of his strength. And he doesn't only rely on the temperature of the magma to become one of the top powerhouses in One Piece world. The sun's flame? There's actually such a fruit. Garp didn't recover for a while. He didn't care how Asahi chased him so quickly, instead, he was thinking about Asahi's sun power. Although there is Vegapunk in the One Piece world, they don't know about the temperature of the sun. The surface temperature of the sun reaches a temperature of 6,000 to 12,000, and its core is tens of millions, which is incomparable to magma. But Garp doesn't know it, so he doesn't have much understanding of the sun's flame, but he knows one thing now, that is, the lethality of this thing is more terrifying than magma. At this moment, Asahi looked at Garp, and the flame in his hand burned again. Wait. I surrender. Garp said very bluntly, and then lay on the ground without moving like an idiot. In fact, Garp himself knows his current situation very well. If he continued to fight, he is definitely not the other party's opponent. Not to mention that there is a guy who can be evenly matched with him. Asahi's fist alone made him lose his combat power. In this case, he was no match with his full strength, let alone now that he can't use his full strength. And the other party said that he is an ally of his own son, so he will definitely give himself a face. Garp is not an idiot. If he continued to fight now, he would only be used as sandbags by the other party, so it's better to surrender directly. Judging by the other party's appearance, Garp believed that he should not kill him directly, so he simply gave up resisting and stopped fighting. You really are a rogue. Seeing Garp with the expression of I won't fight anymore, I am a rogue in front of him, Asahi is really speechless. This kind of person is like a pure idiot. After knowing that he and his son are allies, he stopped caring about everything. There are too many people who say that I am rogue, but I generally don't care very much. Garp's face has long been tempered by Sengoku and is thicker than a sea stone wall, so he doesn't care about such a statement. Then, let's go. After saying that, Asahi grabbed Garp directly, and then appeared in front of Guy and the others. Since Garp has surrendered, there is no need to worry that he will resist. This kind of person would disdain to use such means. If it is a Kanyu, that's another matter. The other Marines have been knocked out, and none of them are conscious. Otherwise, seeing Garp like this, it is estimated that their three views will collapse again. It is actually a good thing for them to be unconscious. Chapter 207 Silvertown Jizz Online again Asahi-sama, is that okay? On the way back, everyone looked at Garp, who was picking his nose, and even a rare beast like Guy felt that something was wrong. This guy is a captive, but he looks like he is traveling. What kind of captive is this? So casual. No problem, Garp-san won't mess around casually. Asahi, who understands Garp's character, naturally didn't say much. Garp is such a character, so it's useless to worry about him. Soon the group returned to the land of water. Bastard, where did you find such a terrifying ally? After seeing his son, the heartless Garp exploded. To be honest, Luffy is also quite miserable, as he doesn't know his own father when he meets him. But it can't be helped, who told Dragon to become the world's most dangerous man? In this line of work, if he doesn't pay attention to his life, his family will be targeted, so it is much safer for Luffy to stay with Garp, although Garp is also heartless. The truth is, Garp's operation is really confusing. If this guy really intends to train his grandson to become a Marine, he would have taken him to Marines headquarters when he's still a child. Under such environment, there's no way Luffy wouldn't be infected. However, he left Luffy in Fuusha village until now, so this guy is indeed strange. Old man, do you think I will talk about this kind of thing? And are you not worried at all? If our revolutionary army continues to grow, your Marine will suffer. The corner of Dragon's mouth twitched when he heard this. He felt that his old man's skin is getting thicker and thicker. Furthermore, shouldn't Garp be worried now? That's a matter for the world government. As for our Marine. Originally, he wanted to dump everything to the world government directly, but Garp suddenly realized that even if world government's business is not Marine's business, world government uses Marine as their weapon at any time, and the Marine can't refuse. If the revolutionary army continues to grow, it must be Marine that will suffer at that time, unless Marine can leave the world government. But after leaving the world government, Where would such a large expenditure came from? This is such a huge problem, so Garp can't laugh anymore, especially since it was done by his own son. At this moment, Garp couldn't laugh and couldn't reprimand his son. After all, he has a different position. Could he tell his son to not target the Marine? This is simply unrealistic. Garp-san, have you ever thought about letting Marine out of the world government's control? Asahi's eyes lit up at this moment. He hadn't cut into the subject yet, but now, Garp and Dragon took the initiative to lead the topic to there. Do you think the world government and those shitty celestial dragons are very pleasing to my eyes? But a force as big as Marine also needs to eat. Do you know how many Marines in the Four Blues, Grand Line and New World are? This kind of huge expenditure can only be endured by the world government. As for other forces, how can it be possible to bear such an economic burden? Unless dozens of countries are gathered, or some underworld's leader are forming an alliance, it would be impossible, but how could Marine go to the underworld? And the underworld will not gather, neither are the other countries. Garp's head shook like a rattle. Garp was also not pleasing to the eyes of the world government, so the order given by the world government generally has nothing to do with him. Even if they ordered him, he will be inattentive, and even cause some troubles. So in Marine, he was just like an auspicious thug. He couldn't interfere with Marine's high-level affairs, and at most, he could only mobilize a few people to leave. And even if he could bring a lot of people, the funding is still a problem. Then, what if there is a new economic support? A huge force similar to that of the world government, Asahi asked, and Dragon glanced at Asahi somewhat understanding, but before Garp could speak, he spoke first. I understand what you are talking about, Asahi Dono. But let's not mention that Marine is not one-minded and is divided into many factions. Although your economic strength is very strong, the currencies of both worlds are basically not the same, and the only thing you can take out is supplies, but without money, the Marine can't do anything. Dragon has almost guessed Asahi's idea, but Dragon felt that this idea is a bit unrealistic. One world is indeed strong enough to support a huge force like the Marine, but what about the money? Although the two worlds are merged and a huge channel has been opened in the Land of Water, but the currency is still not available. Those Marines are also paid with money, and if Asahi has no money and only supplies, only a few people will follow him, so Asahi's idea is unrealistic in Dragon's view. I didn't say it was us. Isn't there still your revolutionary army? We don't have the money from your side, but the materials and strength we give should be enough to support your revolutionary army to become stronger, right? When the revolutionary army has expanded to a certain extent, it can compete with the world government. At that time, what are you afraid of? A smile appeared on the corner of Asahi's mouth as he spoke, while Dragon was taken aback. He had already seen Asahi and the other's strength, and if the other party tried their best to help the revolutionary army, then the revolutionary army would reach a terrifying level. However, Dragon is still a little uncertain. If Asahi's people are involved, the revolutionary army will indeed grow wildly by then, but as a result, the entire revolutionary army might be eaten up by Asahi. His people would become Asahi's people. At that time, won't the revolutionary army exist in name only? When he thinks of this, cold sweat starts flowing from Dragon's forehead. Dragon Dono, let me ask you, how is this shinobi world? Asahi asked. Very good, at least what I saw was very good, there's no war or oppression. Dragon hesitated for a moment and said his thoughts. Although he didn't see many places, at least the places he saw were peaceful. Then, what is the purpose of your revolutionary army? Asahi asked again. To end the world government's oppression, and make our world more equal and peaceful, just like this world. After saying this, Dragon didn't say anything more, as he almost guessed what the other party meant. Okay, let me ask you again, how long will it take to overthrow the world government according to the current rhythm of the revolutionary army? Asahi smiled as he spoke, and the sweat on Dragon's forehead was getting more and more abundant. I don't know. In the end, Dragon still replied. That's right, the current revolutionary army is still very fragile. And if the world government managed to catch us one time, we will definitely disappear. The gap between us is like a baby and a fully armed soldier. Chapter 208 Nuancing Dragon. If you don't know, it means you have no idea if you can succeed. Although things like revolution will appear after extreme oppression, it does not mean that they would be stronger than the other party. The birth of the revolutionary army is too short, and the world government has been standing tall for hundreds of years. The Marine under the world government alone can make you miserable, and you can only live in hiding. Right now, the only thing you can rely on is, the world government is in the light, and you are in the dark, but the difference in strength between the two sides is still too huge. In this case, it is almost impossible to turn against the tide against the wind. Asahi started to talk about his own point of view again. In fact, everyone understands this kind of thing, But now that he said it now, the meaning is obvious. Asahi Dono, if you have anything to say, just say it. Dragon sighed, and it seemed that he has completely guessed Asahi's purpose. It looks like you have almost guessed it. It is very difficult for the revolutionary army to defeat the world government, but it is different with the support of the shinobi world. What I want is not just to form an alliance, I want you to join us. Asahi threw out his olive branch. After Dragon came to the shinobi world and seeing the so-called peace, he would naturally be moved. There's also the strength they showed as a real deterrence. Under the double standards, Asahi felt that it is the best time to throw his olive branch to Dragon. Because Dragon is the leader of revolutionary army, and they are a real revolutionary army, not the guy who is rotten. That's why Asahi say this now. He originally planned to merge slowly, but he didn't expect the Marine would give him an assist, allowing him to show enough strength. Dragon is engaged in revolution, and his purpose is to overthrow the current world government. As for whether he also has ambitions, Asahi didn't know, but even if he is ambitious, will Asahi care? Of course not. Asahi Dono's goal from the beginning is this, right? Not the so-called alliance. Dragon was a little helpless. At the beginning of the alliance, he thought that the strength of the two parties was similar and that they would help each other for mutual benefit. However, after seeing the high-end combat power of the shinobi world, he felt that he was ridiculous, as the two sides were not on the same stage at all. Guy is already good enough, as he drew against Garp without showing the final trump card. And if he showed his final trump card, Garp would die. As for Asahi, he was even more straightforward, as Garp was beaten so easily by Asahi. This power gap is so big that Dragon doesn't know how to describe it. The alliance is simply nonsense and completely irrelevant. They can't help the other party at all, so this alliance is just a gimmick. It's just that Dragon didn't expect Asahi to be so straightforward that he said it directly, and he didn't give him any time to react. By the way, Dragon Dono, I am talking about annexation, but you'd better not make a mistake. After the revolutionary army joins us, the highest commander is still you. This is my sincerity. You can also take a stroll around Shinobi World, and see the peace with your own eyes. What I need is not that kind of unrivaled rights. I hope you are clear about this. Asahi said. He just wanted the revolutionary army to join willingly. Now, by first persuading Dragon, he has made an opening, and then, time will make this opening larger. At that time, the revolutionary army will definitely join completely voluntarily. In order to prevent Dragon from thinking about it, he should make a statement in advance as a precautionary measure. So it's like that, then. What if I don't join you? Dragon suddenly asked. If you don't join, then you don't join. It's not a big deal. Do you think our shinobi world really lacks the combat power of the revolutionary army? If it is combat power alone, it is not necessary. Asahi waved his hand. He has never lacked combat power. From the time he received the Sunshine Grace, he has never lacked combat power. He just likes to dig the wall, and compared with directly conquering the next world, it is undoubtedly better to slowly eat them away. If he tries to conquer One Piece world directly, he can take care of everyone in just a few days, but the world he formed will become extremely turbulent, and everywhere will be chaotic. For the shinobi world, it has been established on the basis of the fact that he has almost all talents under his command. Moreover, he also carried out a series of reforms, which was only achieved afterwards. According to the system, if he wants to fuse his world with another world, he must unify the opposite world, and there should not be too much opposition. So there are some things that can't be done with brute force. Of course, enough power is also indispensable, but his power is just a huge auxiliary. To put it bluntly, it still depends on the brain. Yeah, I indeed think too much, but before that, I want to walk around this world first. And if what you said is true, I will consider letting the revolutionary army join the shinobi world. Dragon has also thought about it clearly. He is not the kind of ambitious person. After all, he's relying on the revolutionary army to defeat the world government, and whether he can do it during his life is a huge problem. If he is really greedy for power, he would have entered the world government directly. With his ability, it is not a problem to climb to the top. Although there would be other people on the top, there are not many of them, and it is better than hiding like a mouse now. For the revolutionary army, to be honest, once exposed, there is a high probability that they will basically be wiped out completely, and it is because he has seen the Marines' darkness and those who are oppressed by world government that he has carried the banner of resistance. If Asahi is really the type of savior that can make a world completely peaceful, how can Dragon refuse to let the revolutionary army join him? After all, with the help of the shinobi world, defeating the world government is not too difficult. In fact, what Dragon doesn't know is that, even if he doesn't agree, he will slowly be able to liberate other countries once his son, the protagonist, starts sailing on sea. If there's no accident, in the One Piece's late-stage plot, even if the world government is not overthrown by Luffy, it will be overthrown under the influence of Luffy in disguise. Dragon didn't know this. After all, Luffy hadn't sailed on the sea yet, and it was still less than a year before Luffy went to the sea. Although the Revolutionary Army has always been growing, Dragon doesn't know about the world government's background, and he doesn't know what trump cards are hidden. Of course, Dragon still needs a certain amount of time to determine the authenticity of what Asahi said. Hey, you two, are you serious about discussing this kind of thing in front of me? At this moment, Garp, who had been in the background for a long time, finally spoke. He felt that these two are too courageous to speak of such thing in front of him. Chapter 209 Try attacking the marine. Is there any problem, Garp-san? Are you going to expose these things? And even if it is exposed, do you think I will be afraid of you? I can easily kill you, and I can kill all of the Marines' headquarters higher-ups. Do you want to give it a try? Asahi asked with a smile, and Dragon, Garp and Kuma, who was always in the background with Garp, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. This is a threat, it must be a threat, such a blatant threat, it's the first time they have seen it. And Garp was also choked by Asahi that he couldn't speak anymore. He really didn't dare to expose this matter. Once the news was revealed, the world government would definitely let Marine be used as cannon fodders. How can he let Marine bear the brunt of this? Just Asahi alone can kill him in just a few strikes, and there are only a few people better than him in the Marine. What happens if they're taken care of one by one? Once the Marines' higher-ups are gone, what can the miscellaneous soldier do? Not to mention Asahi, even Garp alone can kill all the soldiers except for the Marines' higher-ups. After all, once their strength has reached a certain level, it is too simple to deal with these guys. With his strength, destroying a mountain with a punch is very simple, and if Marines' miscellaneous soldiers are piled up, they would only form a few mountains, so he could easily kill them all with just a few punches. It looks like you have already made a decision, old man, but have you ever thought that even if you don't say it, you are only treating the symptoms and not the root cause? Since I have arrested so many of your Marines people, then Marine will definitely confront us, right? So, in fact, whether you expose it or not, the result will be the same. Even if Marine admits defeat, they will not admit it too early. I will help you calculate it. If you want Marine to admit defeat, they will lose at least 1 or 2 admiral, and there are also about 1 or 2 units of Buster Call. You know it yourself, so it doesn't matter whether you expose it or not. Asahi waved his hand, but Garp panicked. According to Asahi, Marine wanted face. Although he disdained such thing, Sengoku cared about it very much. It's because Marine's face represented a positive image, so this kind of thing is indeed a must. According to Sengoku's current situation, Garp knew that what Asahi said is not likely to happen, but will definitely happen, so he panicked. Boy, you can't do such thing. Garp said with a flustered face. He won't panic even if he died himself, but Marine can't withstand the loss of such a fight. You shouldn't look at me for this kind of thing, but at Sengoku and the world government. What I said didn't matter. Of course, if you come to explain it, then it'll be fine. I can let you go, but you need to stay as an instructor for my subordinates for a period of time. I want you to teach my people how to use hockey. In addition, you should convince Yamakaji and Onigamo yourself, but you might not be able to do anything about Onigamo. After all, that guy has lost an arm, and with his character, it seems impossible if you want to persuade him. Asahi said with a smile. He still doesn't want to go to war with the Marine. After most of the Marine was poached, he can fight the remaining radical anytime he wanted, but how to deal with Onigamo is a problem. Are you sure that as long as I become an instructor, you will start a war with us for the time being? Garp is a little excited. As for whether there will be a war in the future, he didn't care. As for Yamakaji and Onigamo, it is simple. Yamakaji is not seriously injured, so he can be easily convinced. As for Onigamo, he can just leave him to Sengoku. He will tell Sengoku a small part of the situation after he returns. For example, omitting the Revolutionary Army and telling Sengoku about Asahi's strength. Sengoku is not a fool. After knowing Asahi's strength, Sengoku would not think about going to war. After all, Asahi's strength and influence are much stronger than any 4 emperors' pirate groups. So as long as Asahi doesn't take the initiative to start a war, Garp can handle the follow-up. Yes, but the premise is that you need to be an instructor, and you need to handle the rest yourself. Asahi waved his hand indifferently, and then Garp directly agreed. Asahi valued Garp's ability as instructor. Although Garp is old and bad, and his training method is a little old and hellish, but such a person is undoubtedly the best instructor, but if it is replaced by Zephyr, it will be better, but Garp is still good. At this moment, Garp has been taken to his resting place, and the following matters have to be discussed. Turning an enemy into a friend, Asahi Dano is really amazing. But it's also right. Marine is an indispensable resource to stabilize the sea in the future, and it is necessary not to conflict with them. Dragon, who was beside him, said. Even if he took down the world government in the future, he did not want Marine to suffer too many casualties. Because most of Marine's grassroots, middle and even high levels people joined the Navy because of their passion and being persecuted by the pirates. There are too many pirates in the sea. Once the Marine is gone, the entire sea will become a sea of blood, so Dragon is unwilling to confront the Marine, because the Marine plays an important role in stabilizing the sea. In his Asahi, it also for the best to not directly clash with Marine now. Moreover, he also obtained an instructor. Relax, my goal is not just you. You just want to overthrow the world government, but have you ever thought that if you want to overthrow the world government, you have to conflict with Marine? And you can't avoid this at all. I think your focus is a bit misplaced. It is indeed necessary to take down some countries that are extremely oppressed, but you also need to instigate some Marines. You said it yourself that there are many factions in Marine, so it is not impossible to reach out some of them. If you didn't want to be in conflict with the Marine, then you have to find a way to put the Marine on the same side with yourself. It's actually not wise for you to keep avoiding the Marine. Asahi shook his head. Marine is the #1 pawn of the world government. If Dragon wants not to conflict with them, it is undoubtedly idiotic dreams. It is better to find a way to dig these people over, and Asahi has already started with Smoker. After experiencing East Blue's incident, Smoker will have some doubts about the Marine. When he is a higher position and knows a little bit more, he will understand Marine's darkness. At that time, Asahi will stimulate him casually, and then the problem will be much simple. Moreover, Smoker can also be used to bring more people out, and the current Garp is also the same, as the reason he kept Garp here is not just as simple as being an instructor. Chapter 210 The Pitiful Smoker. After hearing Asahi's words, Dragon are also thinking about the problem, the celestial dragons. In this world, even pirates loathed celestial dragons, not to mention normal people, but these normal people will not dare to show it. The same is true for the Marine, especially Garp. He can scold celestial dragons casually in front of Sengoku. Even many Marines radicals look down on celestial dragons, but who told them to be the world nobles? Therefore, they can only hold back even if they are unhappy. After all, celestial dragons are supreme. This is considered the most disgusting move done by the world government. Leaving such celestial dragons at the top is the root of shaking the foundation. To put it bluntly, who is in power, is still not cruel enough. Look at Madara and Obito of the Uchiha clan, even if it's their own clan, they didn't care and destroy them. And can do the same, but he has left such a big flaw. It can only be said that he is too confident, and most of the celestial dragons should not have been spared. There must be a lot of contradictions between Marine and world government, and there are many Marines who are dissatisfied with the decisions made by the top. Back then, Saul knew that Buster Call was going to destroy Ohara, so he chose to fight against the top sorter, and then died in Ohara. Marine is not an eggshell without cracks. On the contrary, there are many cracks on it. As long as he worked hard, it is not a big problem to dig these people out. Dragon also began to think. If he uses his own relationship, can he dig him over some Marine that he is optimistic about? He felt that it does not seem to be completely impossible. I really admired Asahi Dano's philosophy. I wonder if I can learn the Shinobi world's governance method. Dragon is very eager for this kind of peaceful governance, so he wants to learn these ideals. What his revolutionary army lacked the most is a perfect system. After all, the time it was created is too short. It's simple, you can go to study directly at that time, and you can also walk around the Shinobi world to see the specific situation. For now, I will send you back to Hidden Stone's village. After Asahi finished speaking, he sent Dragon and Kuma to Hidden Stone's village. From the beginning to the end, Kuma hadn't said anything, but Asahi estimated that this guy would have something to say to Dragon when they are alone. But Asahi trusted Dragon. As long as he is a person who is really committed to revolution, he will not refuse Asahi's proposal casually, let alone that Dragon has already started thinking of his words. After sending them over, he asked someone to help prepare a place for them to live, and other things. Asahi then returns to the Land of Water. After this, there is still Garp and the others to deal with. After getting the Denden Mushi, Garp told some of the information here to Sengoku, but he also concealed part of it. After that, Sengoku got a headache. He didn't expect that the cleansing of East Blue would cause them to provoke a guy who is more terrifying than the four emperors. Even Garp was defeated easily, and he didn't even have the power to resist. Can the four emperors do this kind of thing? They obviously can't. Moreover, the four emperors are located in the New World, and this terrifying guy hiding in East Blue, which is known as the weakest sea. Onigamo's hand was also severed, but it can be said that he's just unlucky. Sengoku does not want to waste too much combat power on Asahi, especially when he knows that this is a hidden country and is not a pirate. In fact, Asahi can now use this identity to enter the other world and become the king of a country. After all, the other world didn't know that Shinobi World is another world. At the same time, in Marine's headquarters, at the boot camp, Smoker is fighting a guy with a huge machine arm. This person is Smoker's teacher, Zephyr. Right now, Luffy has not gone to sea and the time is still year 1522, so Zephyr has not leave Marine yet, and this mechanical arm has only been installed for a year. Smoker, it seems that you are too lazy when you're in East Blue. Not only did you fail to manage it well, you didn't even improve your strength at all, and you didn't even master hockey. What have you been doing these years? With a punch, Smoker was hammered to the ground. Zephyr showed a trace of anger on his face. The disciples taught by Zephyr would all become very strong. Needless to say, most of the high-ranking officers of the Marine are taught by him. And Smoker, as a Logia ability user, has been away for so many years, but until now, he hasn't even mastered hockey, so he doesn't know what to say about Smoker. Although it is true that there are Seastone weapons, which can have an effect on ability user, but when dealing with other physical masters, these people are not afraid of Seastone weapons. Zephyr's arm is also created with Seastone, but the problem is, he can use hockey. Zephyr's armament hockey is very strong, but Smoker didn't even learn hockey. Zephyr once suspected that Smoker was not his student at all. His fruit ability is not well developed, and he also still hasn't learned hockey. Under his management, more than 80% of East Blue's marine is full of moths, so right now, Zephyr didn't intend to hold back. Tough, Sensei, your attack is too harsh. Smoker, who has been accustomed to being educated by Zephyr, said with an unhappy expression. He also knows that what Zephyr said is true, as he has really been slacking over the years, so he couldn't say anything. If you know how painful it is, get up and continue fighting. Now, you have to learn hockey for me. If you don't even know hockey, what can you do in the sea? Zephyr said as he punched Smoker again. Although he was a little disappointed with this student of his, he was still optimistic about Smoker's righteous heart. Smoker's justice was not bad compared to many other Marines. Otherwise, Zephyr will not continue to waste his time on Smoker.